bottom of the river. The devil has come to carry me home. Lay me at the bottom of the river.
Oh, Spirit, man. This team on Dust 2, it's something else.
Take this hand, save me from the gallows. Shed this news, bear my dough. Lay me in the
one. Jacking side of the head into the eardrum. He's handing out full ear piercings. 3 from GXX, a 4th on the agenda. Vinny in retreat, and he will go down as well. 20-4. I will reiterate, GXX.
Oh my Lord, take this soul. Lay me at the bottom of the river. The devil has come to carry me home. Lay me at the bottom.
Flame with a double, and now just Jota left to beat. Up through the toilet, Flame's gonna find him, and it's flushed away on that one.
Jame now looking to go 1v2. The Jame! And Jame comes up clutch for the outsiders.
Beautiful for Shelby. Can he do it? Yes, 3, 4, and he's almost on for the ace.
When the devil
When the devil comes to town, he will appear dressed in black. He shall arise upon white horses, fallen angels on their back. Don't bother with forgiveness, your salvation shall be found. He will strike upon the righteous and shall burn the heavens down.
When the devil When the devil calls, I'm gonna ride that train. When the devil calls, I'm gonna ride that train. Gonna lay my bullets down, gonna send him back to his grave. When the devil calls, you better hide, 'cause hell's coming down these bloody rails. When the devil
And 9Z gonna try to swing it right back. Oh, the Mac 10 comes up short, and Shoxy 2 kills from the corner. Nav comes in with the close. Nitro, Cherry on top, and Team Liquid will pick up their map pick.
A bloody justice of revenge before I'm through.
They pulled off a clean 0-2 where they just pretty much had control.
When the devil calls, I'm gonna ride that train. When the devil calls, I'm gonna ride that train. Gonna lay my bullets down, gonna send him back to his grave. When the devil calls, you better hide, 'cause hell.
That was a masterclass coming out from the side of G2.
30 HP left on Snappy. But Snappy stands tall and delivers with a 4K and take a 7-1 lead. The well-placed flash forces the tease away.
Hell's coming down these bloody rails.
Welcome everyone to beautiful Antwerp, Belgium for the PGL Major. It is day 3. It is only best of 3s. It is only dreams being shattered and dreams being kept alive, because today we will find another 3 legends for the next stage, and we will unfortunately say goodbye to another 3 teams. My name is Shox, and I am incredibly happy to be back at the desk anchoring for our first series with our wonderful analysts, Maniac and Devil Walk. We've had some nicknames come up. The Stats Devil, the Strategy Devil, the Coach Devil. What do you prefer?
Well, my preference is my in real life nickname, which is Lofa, but Devil, John, Jonathan.
Does it mean
all
something?
works.
Lofa? Does it mean something? Is that
I
just
mean,
a
backwards
nice
is a fool.
A fool.
A fool.
Fool.
Wonderful.
Yeah.
So let's talk a little bit about yesterday, because I think we really got spoiled in terms of our qualification best of 3s for the Legend stage. Vitality, ForZe, and also G2 ENCE. Let's start with Vitality. Maniac, I'll go to you. You always have something to say about Vitality. So I'm sure you are very happy that they were able to qualify, even though ForZe gave them a run for their money.
Oh, they absolutely did. They pushed them to the brink of, I guess, breakdown, if you could say. We had Apex right here on the desk with us, and he was saying how hard it is to play against a team like ForZe, the rhythm they put to the table, the pace they put against you. You even said it. You talked with him and said, man, when we prac these guys, it's actually madness.
Yeah, I mean, usually when you prac guys and they do all this crazy stuff, you kind of point out like, oh yeah, do that in an official, do that on LAN, you know. But they actually do, and so you can't really fault them for that practice. They're very annoying to play against.
Yeah, Apex said it as well. He said, I barely shot in that first map on Nuke, even though it was Vitality's map pick. But Apex, I think, what an arc he had, right? He really stepped up as the IGL together with the rest of his team to make it through.
And it's going to be something that we have to keep an eye on moving to the Legend stage. The fact that Apex was able to so quickly recover from a first map on Nuke when he barely saw the sun, he barely saw the light. He played probably 10 seconds per round, and then he became instrumental on map 2 and 3. And I hope he keeps that with him to the Legend stage.
As we take a look at the standings, let's also touch on G2 Esports. They made it to the Legend stage 3-0 after all, and they had a very dicey best of 3 versus ENCE yesterday. And I think a big question mark for us coming into it was, okay, ENCE has been on such a roll. They've been doing so incredibly well. Spinx seems unstoppable. Daiha at times as well. When are they going to meet kind of their maker for the first time? It seemed that G2 gave them too much to handle.
Yeah, and I think, you know, the point, I mean, we talked about it. We had a few private discussions before the event started about ENCE, what's their win conditions, and what can actually make them fall down. And you mentioned Hades, and it's a big point because in the G2 series, he really had a bad game.
Oh, yeah, and I think by saying bad, he's being almost a little bit too careful, a little bit too nice. He was a liability. We'll probably touch on it a little bit later down the road.
I'd love
a talking point for ENCE, 100%.
Yeah, I'd love to talk about it a little more when we preview their match versus the Bad News Eagles. So as we get into that, let's pull up the schedule and see what we have in store. There are, of course, also elimination matches on the cards. And when you look at all the matches on Stream B, I think you can see a couple of common themes, right? We have Imperial and Made in Brazil, the last 2 remaining Brazilian teams in the Challenger stage. We have the last hope of NA in this stage, and they're playing versus each other. Good news, one of them is going to win.
I know.
Bad news, they're going to lose one. And then we have, of course, IHC and Eternal Fire also looking to stay in the race.
I love that complexity Liquid game, honestly. Also, Junior came out with a beautiful statement. You know, in NA, it's basically 50-50 between XD and Liquid. We're as good as they are. We dominate the scenes. Well, now's the time to actually walk the walk. The interview was great, but if they were to actually push Liquid out of the major, that would be a statement for complexity.
It would be crazy. It's a bit sad that it had to go like this for NA, right, Devil Walk?
Yeah.
Are you sad?
Are you sad? That's a question.
I'm not really sad at all, but I mean, I understand the NA fans, and from that perspective, I can put myself in a
Swedish Counter-Strike is not not there yet, huh?
No, I mean, I can feel empathy in that way.
I'm happy. I like it. You're not like, oh, I'm European. It's no, actually Swedish Counter-Strike. But it used to be, at least. And I mean, NA it also used to be, right? The major win in Boston. So hopefully they'll get back to
clinging on to that moment.
Of course. I mean, what is really interesting is that when you looked at Twitter and kind of like the pro players and all that, they were all saying, probably from scrim results, I gotta guess, Team Liquid's gonna make the run. Once they get into the best of 3s, they are going to make it to the Legend stage. Do you believe in that?
Well, I just think that beating Complexity would be a step forward in that direction. I thought that Nitro's interview with Banks, once they got to that 0-2 point, was kind of a little bit rough around the edges. Like, listen, we got to best of 3 now, it's going to be fine. We'll beat all these games. It's a strong statement to make. Going from 0-2 to qualifying is an extremely difficult path. You beat Complexity today, and you're 1 game away from it.
Yeah, also commiserations to Renegades and 9Z. They couldn't advance, unfortunately. I'm quickly going to touch on some of these other elimination matches in terms of kind of the pride of Brazil. We have Imperial versus IHC for the Mongolian team. It was really nice to see their cameras over the last couple of days. They are taking everything they can get by being here. They are getting the experience. And I always hate when people say that about a team that's maybe not going to make it, because until you're out, you're not out, right? But it's nice to see that they have that energy going into those matches. And for Imperial Devil, it just seems that some of the newer maps and some of the newer strats on these maps aren't coming out to fruition yet for these players.
No, I mean, we've especially mentioned in the green room FNX. He feels there's details he's missing still on Vertigo and Ancient and these kinds of maps, which are new to him in a competitive environment, and they do get punished by that. And I hope in a best of 3 series they can maybe avoid some of these maps and play more of their comfort picks and go into that. But there's 2 teams to pick.
I think there's more room for IHC that the name value might suggest.
Yeah.
If you knew the Counter-Strike, you just open the stats page and you're thinking, oh, Fallen for FNX, Bolt, it's going to be easy for them. I don't think reality follows suits. I think, as you said, there might be a map pool issue for Imperial. And IHC, who we have been praising as playing the good, basic, fundamentally sound Counter-Strike. And if you know these maps, go ahead, take your pick. You might have a 1-0 straight in the best of 3.
Yeah, absolutely. And when it comes to now these best of 3s, this is where really the strategic depth, as well as the coaching staff, as well as kind of how much they have practiced behind the scenes is coming to fruition. With that, let's jump into our discussion about the teams that can qualify to the Legends stage today. We're going to start with ENCE versus the Bad News Eagles. We promised it that we were going to talk a little bit more about ENCE, and I know that for a couple of people, I believe it was even you, Mathieu, and you, Devilwalk, ENCE was kind of like your dark horse for making it to the final and maybe even winning the whole team. After what you saw yesterday versus G2, Devilwalk, how do you feel about it now?
I'm still confident that they'll make it far in the tournament. I have no worries there. There are obviously issues if we put it in the context of winning the whole event. But still, I think a little bit disappointing against G2. I think they gave them a little bit too much aggressive, opportunities on G2's T side. They got a lot of entry picks, and then they could kind of shut ENCE down for that.
Yeah, I guess the game against G2 was a cold shower for some of the ENCE fans, because we were trying to gauge how sustainable it is for ENCE to lift the trophy. Yes, all the conditions seem to kind of mesh together right now during this major, but if you go up against G2 and you look flat on 2 out of 3 maps, what does that say about your chances of lifting the trophy? Now, this man right here is a talking point, and I'm going to take my deep, sad voice, because that's how we are going to approach it. I thought Hades, out of the bunch for ENCE, could be the one liability, the sniper, the one that has so much on his shoulders, one that I have seen at times in the past falter in really high-pressure environment. You talk about the G2 game, that's 28 kills over 3 maps. He was a deciding factor for the worst against the likes of G2, and when you come back to your room and you're Hades, and I can tell you that because I've been there, you sit on your bed and you know you were the reason on that day. Now he has to change that story. He has to change the narrative.
Yeah, and I think he needs encouraging words. He needs belief from his teammates to pull it together, because it's a very big mental struggle to go into this and be the deciding factor why you lose. You want to prove everyone wrong from this moment onwards, and but it's all about that early start. If he gets a good start next game, it's all washed away. But if he gets a bad start in the next map,
come creeping in back in mine.
I think we talked about the same thing at the RMR. The thing is, when you get the 2-0 and then you're like, oh, I'm kind of in a couch, right? I'm comfortable because I can lose this first best 3. In fact, I can lose the other one as well. But that's where it becomes very, very tricky, especially if you didn't have the performance you would have liked on that first one. Now, we actually glossed over it, so hopefully the G2 fans aren't angry. But ENCE did run into a strong G2. They ran into a strong Nico, a strong Hunter, a strong Munzi. I'm not naming the others, but of course they were all playing very, very well. And the question we had coming into it was also Spinks, who has been doing so incredibly well, who has said, LAN, I love it. I'm thriving here. This is so much easier for me and I'm having so much fun. He's still dropping insane rounds, right? But for you, it was the question, can he also do it on a rainy day in Stoke versus G2 and versus Nico? And he actually did pretty good even when it wasn't going for them.
Look, he did well.
Yeah.
He did well. I think he held his own. He held his ground against G2. I guess the magnitude of the numbers are a bit more down to earth than he would be against other oppositions. He had a 1.11 rating. That is good without being exceptional, but I liked what I have seen from Spinks. I have liked it very much, and it is the path that he is on to, being able to carry over his immense and undeniable potential against the very best, and I think he's on the right.
I'm just going to mention Daiha as well, because he also had some insane performances, a pillar for the team, and I feel like it's always that, I guess, the perfecto syndrome, right? When you have a couple of players that are really stepping up or that are talking points for good or for bad, some don't get discussed, but Daiha was also very good in their campaign so far.
Yeah, he's one of these like very impulsive players that just have that X factor, constantly creates a lot of chaos, does a lot of weird moves, but is incredibly exciting to watch when he plays and he's on.
Yeah, they're going to have to take some lessons. They're up versus the Bad News Eagles. One thing maybe about the Bad News Eagles, Mathieu, GX had an insane match yesterday. You know, it was crazy. I don't think we've seen it like that before, and I think for the Bad News Eagles, this is something that also really has to work for them.
Yeah, it has to be, and specifically for GXX, he stole the show against Imperial. He had that massive performance, one that I personally couldn't imagine happening. And it opens up so many possibilities and opens up so many doors, because the players that we have on our screen right now, Synopsy was brilliant in the RMR. Juan Thatcher had moments. Rigon is obviously the pure fire that kind of needs a little bit of control, but I thought GXX might be a little bit of an issue going up against the best out there, and he had such a crazy series, and that builds up your confidence, and he's going to need it against ENCE.
It's all about harnessing that raw power and making sure that you can just fight them also on the strategic plane that is on the map. So we'll see what happens. ENCE versus BNE for qualification. Then we also have ForZe versus Outsiders. I'm excited for ForZe. I have been. Yesterday they played versus Vitality, and it was just not enough, Devil. But we were enthralled by some of the things we saw out of Jerry and out of those youngsters.
Yeah, I think you have to respect ForZe at this point, you know, even going up against Outsiders. There is a bit of a clash of styles there, because obviously the very methodical, calm presence of the Outsiders team versus that chaotic, you know, moments that ForZe are really forcing you into. So it's going to be an interesting one.
I like that he mentions the calm.
Yeah.
The calm from Outsiders, because I truly believe that is going to be a key point. The man we have right there, Jerry, he likes to put pressure on his opponents. We had Apex talk about it firsthand yesterday. The way he plays, the way he calls, is to make sure that you find yourself in situations where you don't really know north from south. You don't know what you're supposed to do. I feel like James, on the other hand, he's just a calm rock.
Yeah.
He doesn't panic. He doesn't stress. He knows what he's got to do. So I'm not exactly sure that ForZe's playstyle suit into Outsiders and who they are as persons, but Jerry's going to prove me wrong today.
Yeah, I guess it's up to showing, okay, can they change gears when they need to? Because we know the Outsiders, they like to grind out their opponents. They don't care if they lost the first couple of rounds, and then they're going to just break your heart if you give them a chance. James has been having a good tournament, and let's talk about kind of the Outsiders with all the outside factors, no pun intended. Kijkert also yesterday gave an interview where he alluded to the CIS shuffle. We all know it's going to happen post-major. But Devilwalk, you also as a coach in that position, it's all about then the way you deal with that situation, right? How have the Outsiders dealt so far?
I think they've dealt with it quite well. I mean, they know, you know, all these circumstances coming up into it, but I think they're still trying to do their best, trying to play for each other. I don't see that kind of egotistical way of playing that might come up when you think your team is in this rocky period. So I think that's a good sign for them. They really play for each other. They like each other. They have that chemistry with each other, and that's very, very important coming into a tournament like this.
Yeah, absolutely. We usually use the term like dead team walking, because we kind of feel like there's going to be changes coming around the corner. But in the history of Counter-Strike, there's been plenty of very good runs from teams that technically didn't have a future. But there's not only negative sides to it. No. The positive side is that there's actually no real pressure on you. What you're going to accomplish as a team, what maybe your org is hoping for you to do. I mean, this man right here, he might be the only one in the current equation that might have an added pressure.
Yeah.
Because I think if I'm Yekindar and if I'm looking left and right and trying to know find where my next hypothetical home might be, then I need to perform. I need to put my name out there. I need to impress people, make a statement. And I have to say, it's been a relatively tame Yekindar so far.
Yeah, sure. I'm sure he has a lot on his mind.
Oh, absolutely.
But I think, you know, they're still a very, very solid team, and I'm sure that Yekindar is not happy with what he's done. He wants more, and he's a very, very hard-working guy. He will figure those things out. I've seen him have bad performances and bounce back very, very quickly in the past. So I'm not too worried about him.
Yeah, it's his resilience, I think, for outsiders, and that goes for both inside the game, inside the round, or inside the tournament, right? You can never really count them out, but I still think it's going to be difficult for both sides, but I feel like it's going to go all the way, ForZe versus outsiders. Hopefully, I have a soft spot in my heart for the underdogs always, so let's see what happens. But now, let's start talking about Astralis versus Spirit, because that will be the first best of 3 we will cover here on the desk today. And I want to start with Spirit, because yesterday they had a very competitive day, and they almost mounted a comeback. They are a team that I think we've seen growing throughout the tournament and throughout the RMR. I don't think a lot of people would have had them on their list of making it even to the major or into a deep run, Devil, but they have shown us hopeful signs from a lot of the players, just to throw out one, Patsy, throughout this tournament.
No, definitely. I mean, the big vocal point for them has been the double opening, Patsy being that aggressive, you know, and obviously still Dexter is a huge talent who has a lot of impact on the server, and he is very important for them as well. But these two players, they are key for Spirit if they're gonna be able to win a best of 3.
It was a very long undertaking for Spirit to rebuild their lineup once they had to depart from the SDY and the Mir, who were staples at that point in the CIS region. They had to go for new blood. I mean, we have the Siren, we have the Patsies of the world. Patsy is delivering big time, but I just want to put it out there, the core, Chopper, Majix, Dexter, in Stockholm, they had their heart broken by the very same Astralis. They met in that very much horrifying 2-2 matchup, and at the time, Astralis just made easy work for them. And that has to be in the back of your mind. You have to know that last time you missed your chance.
It's lingering. I think also when we look at what they've done, they set aside Imperial pretty handily here at the major so far. Versus G2, it was incredible. We remember watching that match. G2, I believe they were 14-4, but Spirit was able to bring it back through the double op setup and the fact that Patsy was finding those opening kills time after time after time. That was already a super close one where they probably kicked themselves and said, oof, we almost beat G2. But then yesterday versus Eternal Fire, smooth sailing once again. Devilwalk, what do they have to harness in order to beat Astralis today with what we've seen from Astralis so far?
I mean, some of the positives, you know, we have Dexter. He's the second best rated T-sided player in the whole event.
Damn.
Yeah.
And what's really interesting, actually, is the KD difference.
I know you mentioned it in the green room, right? Does it
Yeah.
have like something ridiculous?
So he has a amazing +0 in KD
Zero
difference,
KD.
but still a 120 rating, which is incredibly impactful.
Yeah, I think the biggest discussions, to echo it for here, because the viewers weren't with us at breakfast when we were talking about it, is of course the big discussion generally is the meta and how overpowered the Silence M4 is and how overpowered that can make the CT sides. But yeah, people are really struggling, and I know that sometimes we talk about G2's T side or whatnot, but it's in general, it's an issue.
It is an issue, and I want the viewers out there to direct their attention to the red square that we have. And let me tell you what it means.
Yeah.
On their CT side, during this event, Spirit haven't won a single round in which they didn't get the entry kill. This is actually mind-blowing. 3 maps into the event, any 4v5 that Spirit had to suffer led to a round loss. Any of these entry duels is going to be massively impactful in that game if Spirit cannot get away from that one.
And you know, that is obviously a key point. Is a stat that I've probably never seen in my life before, but
don't even understand.
No, I don't really either. But so it's going to be very, very crucial. Patsy, obviously a very, very aggressive opper, so we're going to see how that pans out.
Yeah, I wanted to bring up on the other side Farley.
Sure.
Farley, who I think when we came into the RMR this year, it was like, okay, what is he going to be comparatively to Lucky? I think he has done his job and more. And what is interesting is his stats in opening duels, which could be incredibly important in this matchup specifically.
Yeah, if I'm not wrong, I think on the CT side, he's basically 100% so far.
Yeah,
Everything he's been attempting has worked out. Now, I believe that the key for this matchup is going to be the T side. I think it's whatever team figures out how the hell to get some T-sided rounds on board and deals with all the other issues. For Astralis, of course, it's going to be dealing with Dexter and Patsy, and for Spirit, it's going to be dealing with Blamef. We've established that plenty of times. Whoever can actually get the ball running on the T side, maybe farm some of these rounds, I think they'll be in a prime position to get it.
Yeah, for me, I see some issues with the map pool for Spirit going in against Astralis. I think the Astralis just needs a veto, Dust 2, and basically I feel like they have the advantage almost on every map. So that's a big issue, but we haven't really seen much of Spirit other than Dust 2.
No, they've loved Dust 2. They've been great on it. In the RMR, they did qualify by playing Nuke against Anonymous, and Dexter said, don't ever do that versus us because we'll beat you on it. Devilwalk, I do want to pick your brain just a little bit on Farley specifically because it was obviously someone you know very, very well. What have you thought of his evolution so far and the role that he's playing right now in this Astralis?
I think he's adapted well. I think there's definitely big differences from his old team and the squad that I was coaching with him compared to Astralis. They have a much more experienced in-game leader, much quicker with the responses, the calls, everything like that. They also have incredible players, but it's I think he still brings a lot of positivity, a lot of plays, and as we said, he had a 31% on the entry attempt on the CT side, so he is involved with a lot of playmaking on the CT side.
On our screen,
this guy.
Quite simple. The best CT-sided player we have at the event, period.
What a nuisance.
1.81 rating on the CT side. For those of you who aren't exactly comfortable and used for the stats, that number doesn't make sense. 1.81 actually doesn't make sense. It's out of this world. He's obviously a huge nuisance, and if you're a Chopper, if you're a Spirit, then you must know that this is going to be something that you have to handle all through the series.
Yesterday, there was a big discussion between my two analysts that is about, okay, what do you do? Do you try and shut him down? Do you try and find him before he finds you so he can't get in your head? Devil didn't really agree. Maniac pitched it, and I believe it was tried, actually, versus.
Yeah, it was tried, but I think this time around, a difference maker could be the third player we see here right there, Dexter with the AWP. Devil will mention it, the second best T-sided player. If you can actually find a way to posture the AWP, to flash him in front of Blamef, maybe, just maybe you could punish the aggression. Maybe you could actually deal with it, because obviously the former opponents of Astralis couldn't make it work. They tried and it didn't work out, but maybe that'll actually work out this time around. As we have the veto. Who's actually is that Astralis right now?
No, that was a Spirit. I think is our coach.
Oh, really? Maybe they're happy about the veto.
Let's see. So Inferno off the table from Spirit's side. Dust 2, I think a sigh of relief, because at the RMR sometimes we saw these higher rated teams still picking the best map of their opponents, so they're not taking that risk. An overpass.
Oh, wow. Well, it was an option. We were discussing if they would go in with Vertigo or Overpass for Spirit. Ancients for Astralis.
I mean, they've put.
It's a good map for them.
They've been putting in the work. I think they've established through multiple officials now that they will pick Ancient. They'll play a good Ancient. It's been a deep work for Astralis, and now we ended up on Nuke. The former Astralis used to be extremely good on it. I still think they're figuring out how to play. But again, we talk about Blamef, and he's going to be a focal point if we ever get to that pistol.
Oh, absolutely. Astralis also love Ancient, but Config can be a monster on that map as well. But let's focus in on our first one in Overpass. We talked about the strengths, right? We talked about Dexter. We talked about the double op setup and the fact that Patsy can go for those opening duels. How does that translate onto Overpass, and how do their strengths shine, or what will they have to shore up for Spirit?
I mean, for Spirit, if you look historically, they're a very, very B-heavy team.
Yeah.
There was a big game which was referenced a little bit as a meme before, where they went 15 rounds in a row B, and it was these situations like the 13th round. Surely they can't go B again, you know? And this treachery of Chopper always wanting to go B.
Look,
yeah, we'll see what happens.
I'll take that deal. I'll sign the lease of only playing B. at two conditions. The first one is that your B execute is so airtight that it doesn't even matter if Astralis read it and there are 4 people, and that's not that easy. And the second condition is that you do it early on in the rounds. Because if you have config, if you allow config to just stay in that connected area, if you allow BlameF to just eat away all the map control on the A side, and you wait, the trap is just slowly going to close on your leg, and that's it. The Grizzly's coming for you.
Yeah, we're going to just summarize it again. When they're in a 4v5 position, they don't win the round for Spirit, so you can't let that happen. And especially versus Astralis, that's going to be incredibly difficult. What an opportunity for both Spirit and for Astralis. It would be monumental if they make it to the Legends stage here. So let's get into our first best of 3 with our casters.
Good morning, Counter-Strike gamers. Have we got a treat for you? I love that desk. I feel so equipped. I've got so many numbers just floating around my brain right now. I'm going to try and keep track of them. Fortunately, I've got Chad Sponge Birchall with me. You've got it all in your magic book.
And a notebook, yeah, to keep track of all those magic numbers. But I'm excited to keep track of how Spirit are going to look on a map that isn't Dust 2.
Right.
So this is fun. Challenger stage, a map that they haven't played. Well, they've only played Dust 2, so definitely a map they haven't played just yet out the gates.
3 games, day 3, finally something that's not Dust 2.
And best of 3s for both of these teams now as well. So starting to get into what should be the more favorable territory for Astralis, right? This team coming in are the favorites over Spirit, who are one of these squads who have, I guess, impressed all of us to even be here, right? It's a team with some of these more unknown quantities. We got to do Patsy the other day. Well, we watched them against G2, right? And he was looking phenomenal on that CT side with the AWP. Let's see if he can be as disruptive as that secondary AWP this time round. But we're going to get this one underway with Spirit starting on the T side. Astralis on the defense of Overpass. And well, some of those numbers about these CT side players, I guess we'll turn our attention to Blame F early as we have a 4-man B lean. Zipax boosted up, push coming on through, and first contact taken, first bullet fired, and Magic's in the dirt.
Yeah, now they are already turning attention here. Oh, Config considered it, but so far not a peep out of them. Blame considers Monster completely clear. You can see that Chopper is on his way back. No information but sound cues and shots. So that information will be relayed. Config blind as a bat, and now out. 4 on 4. Spirit. Smoke towards the heaven side. Glaive will have Zip to at least relay information. A setup very strong and potent for this, but it's Glocks at range. It's not going to be easy. You do have Dexter's P250. He does nothing with it. Chopper is another casualty now for Spirit as 3, no 2, 1. It's running out of time and running out of heads as they all get popped. And you can hear the Danes are going to be happy with that one, trying to get the mojo flowing early this morning. As, I mean, they have got an opportunity to lock in for the next stage of competition.
Well, and straight in with the technical timeout.
Yeah.
So, as per the script around here, Blame's going to have an issue or two that's going to be sorted out. You can see, likely, an audio issue there, everybody. But that's a great way to get the day underway for the Danish side. And I have been liking the progression of Astralis upwards, right? Early on, we saw maybe some conflicts in roles and positions, but they've been able to settle into something that now is resembling quite a strong side here. Now, there's still the win conditions of Blame playing a strong game and Config if he can catch fire. But I think Farley here is an upgrade of a Lucky is nice to see, and we'll actually get to see how much he can truly develop under this team.
It is kind of, you know, it is the perfect stat to bring up when if ever one of your friends, you know, I'm talking to the guys at home here. If one of your friends says bait F, and he's one of those guys that keeps spamming bait F in the chat, you just say he's the highest rated CT player at the major currently.
Yeah, look, I do prefer Blame F when he's not in-game leading and he's actually getting used and moved around the board by Glaive, the mastermind in the middle of the screen right here. Right, I think that it takes that out of Blame's even thought process, right? He can chip in as that secondary in-game leader assist in that manner, but having him be able to focus on his crosshair a little bit more and get put in some of these positions, they can actually set him up because as an individual, he is an absolute beast. There's no doubt about it. And I think that this, you know, alleviates a bit of the problems. Previously, when you look at Complexity, it was an international team. He's having an in-game lead. I think he was the best player in that team, right, as well. So trying to set himself up for success. He's showing to be the best player in this team as well. Right. But I think there's, you know, a little bit more respect to the likes of like the Glaive and the Zipex of the world for what they've been able to achieve with Danes as well, back to native language as a conversation. So there's lots of positives here. Yeah, and you want to talk positives. You got Spirit on the screen. And I mean, Matthew, of course, bringing up a little bit of a grudge. Spirit have been so close to deep runs on multiple occasions, multiple Tier 1 tournaments, even the majors themselves. And those adventures typically cut short by a big name.
Admittedly, the name's different, both in Astralis and that of Spirit, but it's impressive to me that in the same kind of vein of Astralis, Spirit have been able to, once again, find new names, pull a Patsy, pull a Siren, and wow, sounds like there is some action unfolding in the player
Imperial
area.
IHC game. Yeah, that one's going on. So that one's an elimination match over there. But yeah, just to dig back into what you were mentioning with Spirit, right? When we were casting them during the online realms and we had the rise of the CIS region, right? Spirit was one of those teams. And Magic's playing and streaming a lot, right? Dexter was a beast on the AWP. Mir in the mix. Now, Mir's not with the team. And I didn't think they would be able to recover this level of form without Mir. But to see them here and performing at this level, Siren, one of the newest names on the screen, he's been looking good. Magic's still, right? Boris the Butcher, as we domed him once upon a time. There's some exciting names as part of this team.
As a recap for you, you did just witness the pistol. If you just joined us, it was an Astralis win. Starting here on Overpass, a best of 3, and my God, did the map pool raise a brow or two? Ancient as a second. Looking forward to that one. That's Astralis' pick. Nuke, should we require it? But map 1, round 2. Zoet with the Boden by the Molotov.
He's just going to be a full eco right here out of Spirit. We expect these rounds to play out very slow. Just baiting out that CT utility. A flash in the hands right now. Patsy to try and enable his teammates if there is an aggressive maneuver. And you can see Farley, he's flirting with danger right now. Pushed on up, does take a bit of a fight. The flash on over from Patsy is not going to do anything whatsoever. And it's going to send them actually packing all the way back now, returning towards the other side of the map. Glaive, he's going to have some action here.
Oh, and it's the SMG as well. Zip may steal a few from him. Got about 7 bullets. Might consider a reload. Config pulls out the nade at the opportune moment, and it is going to be the massacre. 3 for Config on that, and Zip takes the pair.
That's perfect. If you are going up against a full eco exactly like that, you want to make sure that you're destroying them, not dropping a body, not having to reinvest. Now, they can operate with these 2 SMGs on Config and Glaive. They can go for some water control. Maybe they want to push in towards Connector. The options are plentiful here to operate against Spirit's first buy, and it will be without the AWP in the hands of Dexter. Not going to opt to go for the Scout here, so it's going to be 4 AK-47s and Chopper into a Galil. The util is there to operate with these executes, and Config lobbing out an early monster smoke there as per tradition.
Siren does get across. The extinguish implies presence playground. Magic's, oh wow, he's brave. Smoke, flashes, and low HP. He will surely go down. Magic's lives on for a moment longer. Nade evade, and he's back, at least alive and kicking.
Yeah, well, both teams dissuaded from holding on to that territory. So in the dark now, information-wise, but that one plays out a little bit better for Astralis here. No pressure will be coming through the short position for some time. And because of that, Chopper going around the world now to group with his pack towards A. Siren and Dexter now met by the in-game leader as they crawl and take some territory back towards Fountain. Molly, flash, combo, and aggression. So this is now secured. The information game going back and forth, but now in the palm of Astralis' hands. They know that unlikely for this to be a B play anytime soon.
Yeah, nice to see Patsy. He's already managed to kind of divide and, I would say, conquer. A smoke in his face will shave time off of that progression.
They still have 2 smokes, a couple of flashes left over right now. Well, they did have 2 smokes.
God, Astralis have really got their finger on the pulse. The only, perhaps, deviation from that could be Chopper if he shows contact and takes Zip out.
That bloody train, Alex.
Oh, the train actually does obstruct. The Molotov does not stop Chopper with an opener.
They're all rotating.
Don't speak too soon. Bomb was Fountain, so it is just Farley at this point in time. Config has gone to go and support. A missed Molotov was all it took. Now starting to work it out, and Farley has taken down the first. The whole squad's here, and with 10 seconds, Spirit, fine margins here. Bombs down, surely the round as well. Farley making it look easy as he defends the site. Dexter gives a good go, but he is up the creek without the paddle, and will just hold on to that AK.
Easiest clutch of Zipex's life right there, just staying alive, gets himself the 1vX over Dexter, but got a little bit dicey for a moment or two. That 1 kill drew a full rotation. Fortunately, Farley with some good form. Second highest rated player for Astralis so far in the event, just behind Blame. Well, not just behind Blame, behind Blame.
Yeah. The Farley stat was crazy as well. Have you ever seen that before? 100% success.
On the CT side,
His CT openings, he has not lost an opening duel, and he's taken 31% of them.
Yeah, which is very curious. And you add that to the amount that Blame takes as well. The 2 of them are the ones involved in a lot of these opening exchanges. That's crazy when you have somebody like Config in the team.
Yeah, well, he kind of, oh, where did Chopper's health just go? Already, Magic's is, second guessing it, but Chopper's should push through, and Blame will greet him with hot lead. 3 remaining for Spirit's Armored Tech 9s. Bit over-invested for Degster, of course, with a saved AK, 350 he's got to boast, and he hasn't got any teammates to facilitate. Surely he could get a frag out of this. Put Blame on his bottom, not to be. Astralis, they are looking fierce in our opening.
Yeah, great stuff here, but well, now because of that Degster save, might be a moment or two, and unless there's a drop that can come on through to get that AWP in his hands, right? The Dusk was talking about it, bringing up the conversation about Degster on the T side and openings. Well, that is really going to be facilitated on a map like Overpass with the AWP. It's his primary weapon. It's the weapon he's most well known for, but he will have to wait out another gun round or 2 before he can even purchase that, because there's not even one to scavenge. Astralis don't need it just yet. Double incendiaries every time that will stall out this early play towards A. The extinguishing again, and finally up over. And a bit of an off angle there.
Okay, well.
A bit more direct this time from Spirit. 4 of them already here.
Varley is going to fall away. Doesn't have the support of Blame as it currently stands. So a lot resting on his shoulders here. It's his restraint. And it's his responsibility. He's got long. He has to check that with cursory glance now, which is the gap as Patsy progresses. Gosh, he will have the shadow if they opt for the main toilet entrance. It's Patsy. Has impressed. Certainly on some of his CT maneuvers, and that is Farley completely.
Oh, just
completely
past
misses 2 of them. So there's 0 info for Astralis. He will have to say it. Oh, never mind. There's some steps. There's some pins. And now Blame looks to activate. Coming up from the stairs. Farley spots out one. Dexter's back is turned. And that should be his frag every day of the week. Farley trifling with trouble. Multiple targets. Multiple avenues. And nicely handled onto the first. Magic's long and he's known. But the bomb now down. 3 from bankside. Farley behind enemy lines. He has the support of Blame. Is he going long? Yeah, Blame's going to flank the 2 long. Nice clear. They will not be expecting another. Can they round the corner in time? Oh, wow, this is getting crazy. Just swings and roundabouts. Still util to be dropped, but nice clear from Glaive. What does that leave them with? Long, big fight. Siren does need to get that, and now already low. Magix has yet to frag. 3 Danes chasing him down, foaming at the mouth. Magix to try and cage them. He has to knock them off the bomb, and it's only the 1. It looked promising for a second. Astralis 5.
Well handled there, but very dicey. How many players did Spirit send out just to find Farley? Multiple members coming back from long to try and take that kill. And massive work from Farley there. Got the opening, converted the round. Beautiful stuff. Be keeping tabs on this throughout the day here. And
there is a... Sorry to talk over you. There is a balance, isn't there, between, like, he lets them go, and he's probably acknowledging it's possible, but it's the fact that he let them go that leads to him being such a nuisance in the mid-round.
Yeah, well, this is one of the things with Overpass. You think that you just kind of have to stop them at the wall, but no, it's about understanding as part of your defense where they can get through with what timings and then using that against them. But this is Blame. Hyper-aggressive, had a look, didn't see a lot, flash again, still called clear.
Lots of early T utility. That's 2 of their 5 smokes already deployed.
Still no AWP here on the T side for Spirit.
Yeah. Product of that saved AK, perhaps. Patsy down and out. Blame has got connector on lock, and if you can count on Blame to keep control of the connector of this map, it's really going to limit Spirit's options. Look how quick Siren is.
Well, with the timing right now, they have to know this is a possibility, right? A minute 13, it's more than possible at this point. So they have to be aware. They have to glance on over at some point. But
Farley
right now, it's not being accounted for.
Oh, Farley. Dead. Deleted by Siren, and he is looking elite. Config has to rotate through. This is a duel. Config down and out. Siren has got the sight. You can see his eyes light up wide. Zip confirms monsters clear, and the bomb will go down on A. What do you do with this one, Astralis? You've already 5 rounds to the good.
Very disconnected, and it doesn't look like they're starting to get a move on for this Glaive. Clearing out towards B. Blame. This late lurk, if he could find Dexter, if he could take this pick, and Dexter's going to hear some footsteps now for sure.
Yeah, but they are so far away heading to T-spawn. I guess it's just for damage now, and Blame not ready for that. Well read. Dexter will post his 3rd frag, and Spirit will post their 1st round.
Getting it done without the AWP, right? I thought that might be a big problem. We have spoken about this before with teams like Outsiders when they go for a lot of these saves early, and then it takes a while to get James the AWP and get the full buys out. But here for Spirit, getting it done with the 5 rifles. Chopper has an AWP in his hands right now.
Yeah, and I was impressed as well to see that, you know, it's unlikely in many people's mind that it's going to be the AWPer that has the highest T rating for Spirit. Dexter is the one to be cracking open for these boys, and, you know, not necessarily needing the AWP.
Well, the thing is, in this CT side of meta that we definitely do have, actually, I do believe coming into Overpass today, it was the only map so far at the Major that had a higher percentage of T rounds won. But I think it was like 50.5%, right?
But it's overpass of all the maps.
Yeah, and I thought that was a little bit odd to see in this very CT-sided meta. I don't know how that's going to correlate exactly to a match like this. We have seen Astralis play it once against MIBR yesterday, 16-13 victory.
But you can see that, I mean, they are playing it by the book, and by they, of course, referring to the Danes, just taking that early info when it's free, and they've got it, so of course, does set Magix into somewhat of a slow crawl B.
Different setup immediately here, though. 3 towards A from Astralis now, and as you mentioned, yeah, they're turning their attention towards B right now. So Spirit have actually called Astralis into a position where they are on the heading towards the weaker bomb site.
Yeah, this is perfect. If you can
avoid
pull this
the train.
off, avoid the train this time. Nose flash, heaven smoke. Look how blind he is. A reaction strong, and it does seem like they're cancelling it. Was it really as simple as the flames?
A bit of utility just gets on out, and it stalls them out completely here, but a double pump possible. They have the util. Well, they're lacking the smoke to do this again.
It's pulled config back. The heaven smoke was thrown, and now they're coming in with a second pump. Interesting. Zip, it's a powerful angle, turns the flash easy. The second, he eats it up. Oh, and they keep coming. Isolating, but config, the only one with vision, is good for 2. Nice on the AK from up down. Glaive and Zip are low in the sight, and that shadow should be the end of Zip. Hunted down and still stands his ground. Nice shutdown from Magix.
But look at this from Glaive. During all of this, he's pushed past. He's made it towards Monster. He's
If he
behind
can
them and
just
they don't
survive.
know. They have no idea
If he
where
can
he
just
is.
survive. Magix is just a sitting duck. To be plugged. Dexter, though. Wow, look at the restraint out of blame. Magix is dead, man. And that should make Dexter's round almost impossible. Time alone, his worst enemy. He's going to lose the AWP. He doesn't even get to fire a bullet of it, Chad. Horrible scenes for Spirit, and immediately slapped back down into submission.
Yeah, great work from Config right there, because he rotates over and then it's silent, so he's doubting that rotation, still gets 2 kills from the heavens there, and Glaive, sure, it looks like he's kind of selling Zipex out in that entire situation. He's securing the round. Right, that position that he pushed on into right there, whoa, that first one there, see you later, Patsy, and the second was beautiful too.
But and this is all a product of this double pump. I don't know, you know, it's 1.5, not necessarily a full double, but the smoke fades. Config's had all of the bells and whistles to rotate, and he's got a nice shooting gallery onto 2. It seems a bit mismanaged.
Yeah, I think lacking that utility, not being able to commit because of the counter utility, and now into, well, a lighter upgrade for Chopper, a Galil for Magix, and an AWP again back towards B. Some early flak damage done. They do have some space, and Glaive ready to take a fight.
Talking a lot here, and the suspicions are at least acknowledged. So they're pushing through this. Look at Magix. Wow, that's fast. 90 seconds, and they're already going down. 2 bodies drop on the site. It's only Config. Can he do it again? He did manage to find 2 on the defense. Siren to clear. Or maybe they'll assume it is clear. You hear one towards short. Magix is tucked watching heaven. Chopper staring at the potential on ABC. This was a 3v5. Do Astralis really have the means? Nice engagement onto Patsy, but he doesn't take too much of a beating. Farley, fully invested, not too interested, I would imagine.
Trying to get him out here. I think Farley has a smoke to try and deploy to get Config out. They are going to save.
Go!
Oh. Yep, okay, a little bit of damage done, but they will get him on out alive, so keeping Config with a weapon up. That's going to be the AWP and M4 and an AK carried on through. The buy possible now. Blame can drop. Farley can do exactly the same, and they're going to be looking good for another gun round here, but Spirit with a bit more quickness to their play.
It's such a big win to not only be able to throw a pacey play straight after a harrowing round loss, but to win it so convincingly, it is going to keep Astralis' defenders paranoid that that can work. That is a possibility, and that util won't be so restrained in dropping.
Yeah, so now it would be a question if Astralis want to change things up by playing heavier in connector to get that crossfire going on between short and connector. It gives the T's a couple more things to worry about, but doesn't look like they're going back towards that B play immediately. We're onto a default spread, a couple of quick flashes out to deny Farley vision. He will take a pot shot. That is going to confirm his location, and Dexter one back through is helping piece the puzzle together for both teams. Door blown off. Farley now posted up long and might have a duel against 2. Or misses, has to drop off and pops a bit of a dink on the way down. Must have been through the wall right there, only to 76 points of health.
No, it was the bulletproof petunias.
Ah, I see.
You've got to watch out for them. There's a couple of them on the map.
Special type of fertilizer.
Yeah. Let's see what Config's off angle's got for him. It should be an easy tap. Oh, it's a lovely play from Config. He is already looking on his A game today.
Oh, coming through for another here.
He just wants to fight. Anybody willing to put themselves in a duel with him, he will greet them with a smile and a spray. Smoke down from Astralis. How many more we got them? 2, Farley and Blame, typically your A players.
Seems right now that Spirit are trying to pull them around, right? Make sure that Astralis are constantly rotating because they've just put pressure on A, pushed the AWPer back, and then tried to slink through Monster to find a kill. Now, they were denied that space, but trading back into 1-for-1, 4-on-4, 35 seconds, and heading towards A, where there's a bit of a stack right now from Astralis. Do they stick to the guns, or do they drop on back?
No one's going to force him to. No one's going to give him presence onto Blame's position. They can count on him, and so Glaive, he is calling a great game here. The rotates, they've been on the money. 20 seconds, I'd be nervous. Patsy isn't. Breaks in. Siren from long still, and Farley knows there was a presence there, hanging out on Optimus. 3 bodies cross into the site. He should be able to deny into the bottom of Chopper. Patsy, however, should enable a plant. Just in the nick of time.
Blame flank?
Yes, the 2 of them. The unstoppable force, the immovable object, and now just the 1. Blame the boulder, 11 and 3. Looking to go 1v3. Patsy and Dexter remaining. And okay, now the 1v1, it gets scary. He's got smoke kit. Doesn't expect toilets. Considers Optimus. He's so focused on truck, but Dexter's not having any info during all of this. Time will become a priority. Hasn't dropped the smoke. So convinced. A bit of a misread here from Blame. Can he recover? I don't know if there's time now. He really doesn't have a clue. Looking the wrong way, and nice close from Dexter to keep Spirit in it.
Must have been a miscomm there.
Maybe.
The fact that he's so glued to that position, I'm not sure what piece of information we missed throughout all the flurry, because we were chopping and changing through all of that fire, and I suppose there must have been some info going the wrong way right there. So this is it. Glaive gets spotted on up on the push on through. Patsy up and over. Patsy takes down Config, and I'm not sure why it was so glued on in of the Dexter towards
Patsy
truck.
pick up an open fire shot? You just saw
That
him pick
could
it
have
up.
been it. Yeah, that could have been the devil in the detail right there.
Ugh.
Well, either way, Spirit
Yes.
has done a great job. They've humbled Astralis right now, put them down to just a couple of pistols, and when I say a couple, a Deagle and a Scout. It's a pretty long pistol in Config's hand, I imagine.
Pretty expensive too. So they just want to go before any stacks can occur. Of course, there could be one off the call, off the break, but it does seem like they've got their intentions ironed out. Drop some mollies. Like a Saturday night, and ooh, Glaive. Oh no, Spirit. Spirit cannot lose this round. Saved by the Glock. It's Dexter to finish him off, but damn threatening and imposing presence with nothing more than the starter pistol.
May as well try and do a bit more damage here if you're Astralis. You got this Deagle. Maybe try and boost Blame up, boost Config up with the Scout, one of the 2.
Yeah, that's the play, isn't it? Maybe.
Yeah, see if you can find a fight or just swing with the USP, but no, he's going to be a kill onto Dexter. 2v3 situation. Another one from Config.
What was that? The Dane does it and Blame finishes. Astralis will take it with a single Scout, a Desert Eagle. That is a disaster for the Spirit. Oh, they were just jostled for control. A 1v1 goes their way, and then they fumble.
Glaive gets 2 there with the USB on the way in. It looked perfect, didn't it? They're not even considering that position whatsoever. So glued towards Monster. You feel like Dex has done enough. They have the sight, and then this happens.
Second shot
What a
is
shot
a
this one was.
Bang. Okay. Okay, Astralis come to play. Spirit, they might want to take a timeout. That's going to be under your skin.
That would have been a great opportunity right now to really lay down a couple of extra T rounds. It would have been a 4th guaranteed, and we know how hard T rounds in this current meta are to come by, so that one could come back to haunt them here.
Yeah. Bit of a... Can't call it an unforced area. It does take some good clicks out of the Astralis boys. Patsy whittled away through the board. Oh my god, not even whittled away out. He's been carved into 13 HP. And Glaive's got more where that came from. This util will force this boost off. Guys, extinguish. Dexter, however, worth noting, has found an opening into the site. Barrel's still a threat, and he has to pull the plug on that. Magic's, however, built onto it. It's Blame from the underpass. Finally silenced by Magic, kept to just the 1. Spirit completely undaunted by the fumble in the previous.
Well, they know that Farley and Blame are dead, and they're traditionally the A holders, so they're trying to turn tail. But is it a fake right now? They're sending the feeler of Config forward. He could catch them all off guard here.
Oh, they're not staring at it. Nice work from Siren. Addresses the issue, and Magix will confirm where that last lingers. You might hear him there. Glaive long, they say.
Yeah, lots of talking right now from Magix here, so 100% confirmed. It might even get the kill too. On the flank, Glaive's already made it halfway around the world.
Having a picnic, talking that one out. Hello?
4x3.
You actually got 4x3.
Well, wouldn't be the first time.
What is it, 70 or 80% of the pros are playing 4x3 still?
Yeah, look, I wanna have a conversation about it, but apparently this is what the best players in the world do, other than Rops and Kinder, and Chopper gets the kill. So there you have it. It will be the fourth. It wasn't against the Eco. They get it done the hard way against the gun round right there. And if I do believe we've been calculating our numbers correctly, that is the first time Farley has died as an opening kill on the CT side over 3.5 maps.
Yeah. Oh, gosh, yeah, good catch. Good catch. Chad is switched on, folks. Yeah, the 4x3 thing, I mean, I think that should be, you know, screw Twitter. That should be, we should call it getting ratioed.
Yeah, actually.
You got ratioed hard, bro.
Yeah, okay, all right, I'm with you. We can use the cool lingo of the kids.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. That comment is definitely not mid, Alex.
It will upset people so hard. Like, no one asked, get ratioed. Glaive, change to 16/9.
Yeah, take the L.
Yeah, take the L.
Are we doing it right, guys? Let us know. I'm trying to keep up with it. Over there on the B stream, IHC taking on Imperial. I do believe the first map of play is Mirage, IHC's choice. Second map, they will be moving into an overpass and Inferno as the third if they do need it. That's the Mongolian side taking on the Brazilian Hopes and Dreams. However, Furia, I think maybe they should take that mantle. They're already in the Legend stage and they look amazing. Love me some Furia action. But look at this, back down towards the pistols once more. Blame with an M4. Now, we can't count them out of a round like this. We've already seen it go in their favor. At least for Spirit, they're heading towards A this time round.
You can see this death pack. Slightly delayed, 2 prongs to this assault. You're holding that potential long flank. You don't want anyone arriving in party as you set up your nades in toilet, and they will just converge onto what is currently a 3-man stacked site. Smokes are in the air, information relayed, deep smoke.
Here.
And the M4 has made it to long. So Astralis, again, consistently in the right place. It's a question of putting your crosshair there as well. Farley could be another opening CT death here. And he is back to back. Farley stat. Taking a beating, as is Astralis. Looks good for the 5th here. Spirit really have recovered this T-half. And that's going to be starting to feel good. You can shake it off, in the words of Taylor Swift. And come in with a solid haul. 5's great, 6 sounds better. Astralis, this time, not so potent with the pistols.
Okay, well, now they're going to be getting things back together with a buy coming on through. A FAMAS for Zip and an MP9 for Glaive, so it's not the best of buys, but it's the best they can bolster right here, right now, and this is before the half gets too out of control. Trying to limit Spirit to 5 in total here. Astralis would love to get the double digits. Blame up, over, takes a peek, the extinguisher's there, and U2 coming over the top. He has a good idea about the slide jump. Spotted.
And that's another Dexter death. Has not been able to have too much impact with that AWP. Meets these M4s, and Chopper already caught through the boards. It's Patsy that's the next victim, and backs are turned. They haven't seen a single one of their opponents so far, and this round's already done. It's an early one. 3 kills to Astralis in the opening 30 seconds.
Just not accounting for that level of aggression right there. You could see it was a bit more focused from Dexter. He didn't expect the player to have jumped up and pushed towards that position immediately.
But they've been doing it so consistently. I mean, I know they haven't had that information. They haven't had those engagements. But from our perspective, it's impressive that Astralis just are so unwilling. You know, sometimes it is Farley in toilets just being a bit of a canary. But majority of the time, when Blame is over there, he's happy to take a push.
If you chop it right now for the last remaining 2 Magics and Siren, the goal would be damage. Get as many kills as you can right here because the economy is still quite fragile for Astralis. Remember, MP9 for Glaive and a FAMAS for Zip. If you could take a gun or 2 away right here, it's going to limit what the purchases are into the next. AWP has been scooped on up. There is enough money to buy right now for Spirit going into the next round of play here. So if they're thinking very, very late game, which I suppose we're already at, might just want to hold on to what they have, but I would love to see them get a little bit more pep in the step for a kill or 2.
Yeah, you've got 3 rounds to play out. Is it really just going to be a game of musical statues? Was that what we played in the parties?
Well, there's no music playing right now.
No, maybe a really small violin.
Well, Glaive's coming on over, wants to see what he can scoop.
You know, an AK does sound better than an MP9.
Yeah, and a FAMAS. So both of them are going to get upgrades here. There'll be no damage done. Now established a very strong buy, and everybody staying alive means Astralis have residual cash if they do lose this next round to play. Spirit not going to have any dramas with those purchases on in, and there's only 2 more rounds to play on out here. So I think just playing for the last in case they do lose this one with that save.
I mean, it's just a quiet 16 out of Blame here. We were talking about him being high rated and the highest rated on CT's side so far, 3 maps deep, and he's got 16 and 6, Chad. He has the only one to have broken double digits. He's got the same score as 2 of his teammates combined, if not more. Extinguished Herd. That was the deep playground molly, and they've been very, very punished for these underpass fights. You've got bangs through the boards, and Blame is a problem. If he does want to fight, though, I wouldn't want to trifle with Dexter and Patsy. They don't want to trifle with Blame F. 3 leading monster side. They look to be regrouping early, and they've had successes hitting this site as a unit. But you can see the setup from Astralis. It's like Blame wouldn't take much.
He's going to be here immediately.
Exactly.
Yeah, there's going to be 4 of them to defend this site, right? The execute is being lined on up. The one removed from the pack is config over towards long. The Farley's AWP is here. They can lock this one down. Here they come.
This is going to be a very quick round. Breaking through, kicking open the door. Magic's onto Farley. Zipex flustered. Magic's trying to be the pointy end of this spear. He's got short to deal with. Zip hiding out on the barrels. Unmolotov just yet. Chopper considering it. It's Glaive to try and take that monster fight.
They're out of nades. They can't reinitiate. Spirit want to take aim duels on the fade.
That's a nice angle found by Glaive. Does miss his chance. Zip doesn't. Molotov down, and it's 3 in the feed from Astralis. Blaine contributes. Patience does prevail, but still 40 seconds. Both here. Util dumped. It's Dexter. AWP up close. He can do some of his best work in these scenarios. He knows Blaine was sandbags. This should favor Dexter. But Blame's too good. Another 4. His frags 19 now as he racks them up. And damn, Astralis completely lock out Spirit.
Beautiful. It's up to 9. Can get that double digits. 10 is possible here. But Spirit there, the fact that they just stalled it on out, as I mentioned, they were just looking for aim jewels on the fade. The only piece of utility that I believe they had left after that execute came on through was a Molotov. So there wasn't like a let's wait, let's push into the canal, flash, and then retake these fights. It was, what can we do? We just kind of have to sit. We have to wait, and unable to initiate anything actively into the site. Config's been able to rotate on over, and they lock them out. Plenty of cash for the buy here for Spirit's last round of play on their first half of their map choice. They'd love to get 6 here.
Blame back into his cave.
This is a bit quicker.
There is pace. Patsy's really sick of this spam, really starting to have a bad day in the office, finally. Or at least it is the final round of it. Setting this boost up, there must be a contingency for it. Not currently actually established. You can see Zip forward on Monster, Glaive towards short.
Blame again.
He's lost Patsy again. This is Blame so stubborn in his hold. He will go down even for a 4v4. Config's running out of bullets, Chad. He's only got 30 left.
Well, he only needs 4. So,
okay, I see. Zip? It's a common clear. Just needs to try and take one of the 2. Does soften him up for the nades. And Glaive, lives on. Should be hunted down now. Holding firm on the site. It's Magic's a nice find. Double onto the site defense. And so Spirit looking to close with a 6. It's just Farley that can flip the script. 5-7 and an AWP. His weapons of choice. Dexter's posted, and Farley flicks. Scary now. Don't forget Siren's low. He could be susceptible to a wallbang. Farley crawling now. Siren, do you really want to take that risk? Get the info and snaps onto the another. Farley looking to come up clutch. He knows where Magic's is. Both low. Farley looking to do something rather special for Astralis, and he will with a 1v3 coming up clutch to close, and that is another nasty one for Spirit to stomach.
Dangerous indeed. That's 2 massive rounds right there on the B retakes. One was a bloody eco with a scout, but this one here from Farley, the last round of the half, beautiful stuff. And you can see there the conversation was, Siren, take contact as soon as Magic shoots, and he does exactly as he's told, doesn't realize it's on the jump, gets himself in the open, gets himself taken down and isolating that fight. Beautiful work from Farley right there. That's the type of round you want to see from your AWPer to close.
Ooh, yeah. I mean, especially when you're in, you're in a team with royalty here. That's how you earn their respect, Chad. You win rounds like this at the major. Beautifully played from the AWPer, newest edition, and certainly paying his dues, looking good. You can see GG Bet favors Astralis, and I don't think there's much of a surprise as to why.
Yeah, Blame, like, not only were we talking about him being the highest rated CT player in the tournament, I guess CT meta, so that's a huge thing to have. He is the highest rated player in the tournament. So he's doing wonders for his stat lines right here. And the way that he's playing, he's been involved in, I think, 3 opening fights. He's been aggressive up towards Fountain. He's been pushing towards Connector, but pushing towards A. And Dexter gets one. The trade, it's there. Farley will get 1 for 1.
They're across. Patsy will try and lock them in there. And Farley actually continuing to go walkabout. Heaven smoke. Farley late to arrive. The rest already into the site. This is a big duel. Patsy is distracted. And wow, Magix at least does shut Farley down quick. He is going to... Oh, nice supportive flash. And so the pistol is all onto Blame. Can he clutch as well? Inspired by that of Farley. A USP sounds better than the Glock. He will get out of trouble initially. But the bomb is on the site, so he's got 60 seconds to think this one through. He's happy to biff. He's happy to brawl. And there's more clicks to be had. He gets the info. If you're Spirit, you are flustered now, aren't you? Just a little bit. The ghost of Blame floats ethereally into the site, and he hasn't got anyone in his sight. Bomb's still there, and 30 seconds rotten off the clock, another 30 to play. Worried about pushes for info. They are starting to group up and clear.
Swinging.
Yeah. Oh, and just as he pulls out the butterfly, that should be the end of that. Spirit take the must-win pistol.
I think it started to get sweaty as well because he was there, it was missing for so long. It's like, has he actually gone around the world? Like, is Blame really going for this type of a play here to come behind us at any given moment? So pushing, taking the fight, finding him out, securing the pistol, grabbing the 6th, and a nice one there from Spirit. I was really impressed by that kill from Farley right there as he came out of door. The fact that he gets one in the immediate trade, really nice work from both teams in that regard. But once they got caught in the crossfire between sandbags and the push out from CT spawn, that's when it was all over Red Rover. And, well, similar scenes as to how the first half unfolded. Astralis will be taking a practical full save here. The P250 in Blame's hand is the best they have to boast in the buy department. Chopper about to jump and get a bit of an eyeful. 2 spotted.
Just seeing him desperately think, the only nade he had was the incendiary. Doesn't quite fit the bill. Patsy shouldn't have too many issues as he does take down Glaive. Pops him like the balloons at the party. Zip, his next victim.
One of the key differences in this round from what we saw Astralis do in their first half, I think they had 3 M4s and 2 MP9s. This is 2 Famouses, an M4 and 2 MP9s. So now when the AKs come out, you're going to be favoring it. Never mind. They've sorted that out, haven't they? They fixed that little problem they might have been having. Dexter into an AWP immediately here. So that's the difference maker right here, right now. And the stats that the desk pointed out at the start was, sure, Blame's the highest rated CT player, but then you have Patsy, you have Dexter, and you have Magix all in the top 10 as well. So these are 3 strong performers on the CT side of the tournament thus far. On Dust 2, mind you. Let's see how they go on Overpass.
Yeah, this is the first time we've seen Spirit on a map that's not Dust 2.
It's not orange.
Yeah,
this is unusual.
It's a bit colder over here as well.
Yeah. Oh, very standard stuff for Astralis out the gates here. Was a default spread without connector presence. They have a pack, a wolf pack of 4. Cleaning up the playground. Making a wish at the fountain and dropping a smoke towards the front bathrooms. Long control to be established, and Dex's AWP posted up towards Party. The contact from Long will be identified by Chopper. He's playing passively right now over towards Bank, just jump spotting. All he's here for is info. He uses utility right now to stall them out on the push, and actually he's backing on off, so the gap left wide open. Nobody will be able to determine when that Long presence is coming. It is a gamble stack towards B right here. Just Dexter alone right now.
Yeah, a bit of an island for him, and they're about to execute alongside. Chopper's going to be scarpering over to provide assistance. Dexter, though, he's really forward of all of this. He knows Blame could be hiding in those toilets. Patsy to provide support just as Blame looks away. It's a real close one, kept level. 2 members of the Danish roster remain. Farley is the next victim of Chopper's SMG. Careful, Glaive's in the server and makes it clear. With 20 seconds, he has to find Chopper. Knows Patsy's coming from behind. He has had a chance onto that first fight. But that Spirit really putting their teeth into this defensive half. They have converted, and they force Astralis down again. You can see 3.5 high end. This gap will become just the one round as long as we don't see a fumble out of Spirit. They've had a couple. They've recovered on their own volition, but this is where you do have to knuckle down.
Putting a lot of faith in Dexter there to make sure that he doesn't just go on down, because if he gets obliterated in that situation, it might be a completely different looking round. So great stuff for Dexter to get one. Hold them at the line, allow that rotation to come in, allow Patsy to chime on in and have a bit of a push to make this one possible. So flashes up and over to allow Patsy to peek, and he will do exactly that. Deagle spotted by Confirmed on the other side. Team Flash sure. But not going to be the end of the world. This Config creeping through. Would love to find the dome here of Siren. He is ahead of the smoke.
Config is no slouch. One to be feared and already connecting bullets. It's Glaive's Deeg as well that fills the feed from Long. What's their 4v5 win percentage?
Not great.
Not against Deegs though, right? Not against Deegs. Chomper, long range, AK in play. It's the perfect weapon for the job. He is concerned about the site. They have left him alone to deal with all of this. And the fights will keep coming his way. The Eagles, a P250, certainly not terrible. Finally to draw the crosshair out, and Chopper's handled business here. Closes up shop. Just Config and Zip. Recovered M4 is nice. The bomb on his back and spotting out not only the bomb, but Config himself.
I want to go down here, boys. You do need this loss bonus right here, right now. I know they're looking for some damage, but the longer they stall out the clock, if Spirit want, they can just relinquish this control, get back into the site, and force Astralis to come to them. M4 could be retained. But is that really what you're looking to have next on Config? He goes down. Siren obliterates him, and now it just is Zip. 10 seconds left. The round is done. The round is dusted. And he won't even get a kill onto Dexter right there. So removed and massive. Today's about bucking trends for both of these teams, apparently. Farley with that 100% on the CT side success rate. That's gone. We can wipe that slate clean. And now, Spirit, well, the 4v5, 0% on the CT side. They're starting to make that look a little bit nicer too. So I'm sure that will be a nice little bump up.
Yeah, I mean, let's start with the, beginner level, then intermediate.
Yeah.
Then we get into intermediate.
Step at a time. Well, here we go. Astralis into a full buy now. Everything they'd want for a standard round of play here. Farley's AWP's up to one round game right now, and Dexter, a chance. Shot just whistles by, letting him know he's going to be around to be pesky at A this time round. An extra flash or two, a run boost. None of this complexity, dry walk out long into James shenanigans. They're going to have to use some util to deal with his position right now.
The flowchart starts taking its steps, a run boost long, a flash as well. Wow, look at these procedures that stop the AWPer from viably shutting down the one-man long push.
Everybody's learning today, I think.
Whoa, hang on, what are you up to, Dexter? You got the whole squad coming your way. I think he realizes his shortcomings. He will have to tuck around just in time. Never mind, the bomb's been put on a platter for him. Ooh. Expect a boost, a quick flick out of Dexter. Perhaps Farley can peek off a Config's bait. That's enough of him. The flash is enough to deter, and he will just concede long. Instead, you focus on Chopper's position, hold toilets, push forward, and have your bank players provide some assistance. Sirens arrived to do just that. Util dumped. We've got about 40 seconds, Chad. The bomb committed to this long.
Push.
Oh, Zip is responsible for it and confirms that the presence is coming. They're in the hurt locker, and from every angle, there is CT. Look at this map. They are in the box.
You can have long. That's fine, guys. Good luck.
It's all yours. It's all yours. Can they really dig themselves out of this one? Farley gets the info. Patsy survival would have been nice, but Config catches one twice through his teammate. Farley takes down Patsy, but that's the end of that.
That's just to get on out. They had to sacrifice Config to the gods just so they could hold on to this AWP.
Yeah, they led him up the stairs, laid him down, just asked him to take a nap.
Oh, well, Magis is coming here. I'm not sure he's going to get there in time. 3, 2, 1, and the round will have transpired here, so they've got 5 more seconds to make a move on, but looking likely that Farley holds on to that AWP. And fortunately, considering how that one unfolded, but maybe getting a little bit ahead of himself with that push from Glaive, right? So far with the bomb, understanding he wants to run down against the space that Dexter continues to re-peak to apply pressure on that AWPer, but dropping the bomb and allowed that push of Patsy that was perfectly highlighted by our ops team. That was coming on through, so no matter what was going on as far as these fights, if they didn't get the kills quick, There was no way they were getting out of this alive, and
that's tough. Do you
Config
think,
knows how that feels.
You know, is it possible, even at this level of competition, that you don't quite process you have the bomb? You know, Glaive, he's a thinking man. He's not probably chasing an AWPer with the bomb on his back.
As crazy as it sounds, yeah.
Yeah.
Right, because it might have got dropped to you as you're in the pack or whatever, and you're busy calling, and you just didn't identify that little detail.
It does completely tie us up here, and with the door naded off, this sandbag's position works twofold.
It gives them that sightline into connector there, and they are going to be worried as they round the corner and connector off sandbag, off sewer, and up the stairs. They are allowing Farley's AWP here to work.
Who's responsible for Monster Lands? The conversation's had. It's Siren. Oh, good timing, but repelled. Nice support. Drop of the incendiary. It's Orb v Orb, and Dexter shuts down Farley. He's got more on the plate, and down goes Zip. No resistance at all. Magic does adjust into that secondary angle. And this could be Spirit taking the lead of our first map. Their map pick, no less. Overpass pulled out, and it seems they're not just a one-trick pony. Dust 2 works, so does Overpass.
So I think our 6th round of play here on this CT half of Spirit, and Dexter's found the opening kill in 4 of them. The pistol rounds, and then 3 rounds with the AWP so far. So finding a lot of traction here for Team Spirit on this CT side.
Well, Blame, 21-11.
This is the thing, right? We've been talking about his CT prowess, and he did his job. He did what he needed to do on the CT side. This is where Config is the tit to that tat. Right? He's the individual who needs to step on up and find them some openings. I think Farley is spotted. Damage done. Bomb would love to get it down and will be allowed to plant. So great stuff from Blame here. Glaive's going to be happy with that one. Going to give them some cash to work with into the next round of play.
A nice injection, $800 extra for getting it down.
Blame 1 on 5. This would be something.
He's got the Empress. Let's see if he can impress. Spirit caged. Staring at long, multiple peaks, info gained. Turns the flash, ready to spray. My God, did you see the damage? There's a different universe somewhere where Blame has just flipped that table and flipped Spirit's hopes and dreams. My God, okay.
If that one went wrong, I would have had to question a lot about my life, because there were smokes, there was flashes, there was 5 players alive.
And they all just swing.
And then they still thought there was a little bit of a chance right there as they take that fight onto the big man himself. A sip of water, a timeout taken, a conversation to be had. Trace, legend of the 1.6 days, now coaching this Astralis roster. Another one, yeah, I know. For the Danes to have a bit of a chit-chat here and try and set this right, because 6 consecutive rounds right now on this CT hall for Spirit. The trend needs to be bucked. Astralis only managed 5 out the gates before Spirit were able to pick up a T-sided round. That plant from Blame, it's worth its weight in gold. It should signify another buy. It's even allowed Farley to get out of the AWP again. Now, they've done quite a few A-centric plays. Just there, they did try that limp on into B with an opening kill going against them again from Dexter's AWP. They want to avoid this all, right? Identify where it is and try and push a weakness on the other side of the map without giving up a kill to Dexter, who this time is going to be heading over towards A.
Yeah, thinks better of it. The utility implies a heavy presence, doesn't want to succumb to a quick config swing, and oh, they are coming. Dexter, wise to relocate. 2 up long. There's some real pep in the step here of Config. You can see he's been given an objective, and it is to take space, ideally, with some dog tags as well.
Well, this is when you turn to Config. He needs to find you something. They parked him towards long here as this B control is established by Spirit, and they're starting to push, so guess what? Here they come, Zip.
Yeah, he could be flashed off this. Interesting angle he's adopted, but as the smoke arrives, his attention is drawn, and Patsy needed the trade and provides it. We immediately level out.
But once it's Zip, you know it's the backyard B babysitter.
Right.
They know right now that that's a standard default round from Astralis.
But Glaive knows they know. So we know there might be a change up here. Patsy does throw a couple of cursory shots through on the fading smoke.
Look where the bomb is. That will need to be scooped up at some point here. It's left over towards Playground at this juncture. 40 seconds left on the clock, so still enough time to get it. They are turning their attention back to B. Config will be late lurking long. Farley cannot get caught out here by this aggression of Siren.
This bomb's getting a bit nervy now, lads. It's still Playground. Chopper confirms long presence in its Config v Chopper. Trying to keep feet planted. Farley immediately starting to scarper, but he's going to have to really pull up his socks and tighten his laces. 20 seconds. He's in T-spawn. Config shot. Oh, okay, does meet Siren, but there is something to be said. It's Blame. Once again, trying to play the game. Does go down to Dexter's AWP, and Farley just doesn't have the time. He's only just arrived. That's going to be Spirit extending their lead, and still undefeated, Chad. Yet to see them bleed on this defense.
This info wars that's going on right now would have Alex Jones impressed. He cannot believe the level that's going on here with some of these plays, right? Chopper with that jump towards the bank position, catches that push coming up long. Siren continues forward, and all that info of knowing that you took down Zip, right? They've actually been able to play them like a fiddle right here. Yeah. This is looking fantastic. Dexter is here, there, and everywhere, right? He started on A, was taking those initial exchanges, and then these are the kills with 18 seconds left on the clock. He's able to pick up over towards B. So this is great stuff from Dexter. He is really alive on this CT half, and he's loving it. Big smile on the face.
You could just see, like, in their eyes, they're just so hyper-focused. Like, this is it. It's all to play for right now. You got 2 wins, 1 more, and you're playing with the big boys. You're playing them right now, to be fair.
Well, this is a change-up, right? They want to go for a B explode with this utility, just trying to establish this short control. And Patsy over towards Connector with the crossfire with Magics. They can shut them down right here, right now.
Yeah, Patsy will have a sight line. Oh, he knows. Perfect timing. Magics for the multi, sprays down 2, and Patsy for the slam dunk does get it down. It's only Farley. That saved Orps to getting him nowhere. On to the funny bone. Patsy ain't laughing, though. 70 seconds, bomb loose. Aggressive. Flubs the flash, Chopper's posted. Farley's quick though, already a 1v3 under his belt of overpass, and it looks like Chopper could be isolated. Farley very quick on this trigger, doesn't hard clear, Chopper profits. It's getting a little scary. 13 for Spirit, still yet to drop around. Admittedly, they are getting enough to keep pumping the AKs and the rifles into play, but Astralis, what hasn't been tried?
Well, this is the thing, right? The T side of Overpass coming back to haunt them. I think we all remember that game against Heroic where Shush retook that A bomb site on the CT side, and then they really struggled to post those T-sided rounds. Right now, we're seeing more issues of that. I think pace might have to be the option here, something a bit more brute force, something where they need to enable an individual to take a risk, to take a gamble, but back towards A with 4 one more time. The flash is good. Patsy landed on up. One back on over from Dexter to enable another peak, but there is a lot of pressure just on the other side of that playground wall.
You can see Zip is just trying to use sound cues now to the best of his ability to keep those feet planted and extinguished. That will have them hesitant.
Patsy. It's just a default again, though, Alex. There's nothing different here. It's a default round again. One connector.
And Dexter always somewhere different. This time looking for his opening onto Glaive. Oops, bit of a fumble on the flash. Second, not required. And you can see Patsy's considering something. He knows he can hear. At least one descending. Magics will unload a mag to suppress that underpass presence.
They look like they feel like they're safe here as Stars, but they're anything but. They are anything but right now. Patsy's forward position, as you mentioned, hearing everything, but now he's gone. Huge kill from the in-game leader. They needed that.
Yeah, that's a great catch. And now the disadvantage. Oh, it gets worse. Zip unloads through the smoke. Astralis' first T round looms. The Spirit losing that opening more often than not historically here at the Major does translate.
Now they just need to regroup, trade efficiently. The only player that can stop them right now on this A bomb site is going to be Chopper towards Bank, and he needs to do a lot of work.
Yeah, he really does have to turn the tables here. It's going to be so hard. All of that nade and Unity. He's managed to just separate one from the pack. Config immediately there for the trade, and so site is lost and the round is won. I guess just a stubborn default is going to be enough to break through, and it's the pick from Glaive. Takes down Patsy, who did, as you discussed, have so much room. But it all comes tumbling down, and they do finally buck the trend. How many was that? Let's not forget, a 10-5 half, 10 CT rounds, and
8 in a row, right?
I swear Blame had 21 frags at the half.
Yeah, I think it was pretty damn close to that right here. And this is the thing, it's that nobody's really been able to find a lot of traction right here on the T side. We talk about Blame, we talk about his T side prowess. IHC winning the first map against Imperial.
Oh. Wow, dude, if they go to...
I think I was the only person who predicted IHC to beat Imperial in the little Tweetosphere that we have going on right now. I have to represent the region, Alex. I was going for Renegades, and now I'm going for IHC.
That surprises me. I'd say you watch one IHC game and you watch one Imperial game. I think that's actually a pretty fair cop.
Yeah.
What was I talking about?
We were talking about Blame, CT side.
Yeah, no, I was just taking a look at to see how the scoreboard has differentiated from that first half, but...
It is really, I mean, the biggest takeaway, key takeaway, is that once you get Dexter, that big zoom banger, he's been able to have a very imposing presence onto this Danish T side. Let's see if they can strike twice. Zip trying to act like an army. Flashes monster, extinguish short, trying to keep those CTs guessing, pull some nades out of them. And it is a very heavy lean towards B from our CTs. Boosts, full underpass push, and it's just that Dexter AWP long. He must be on a timer, right? He has to start getting concerned about Banana once that util is dropped.
This is the thing, you can start 4B quite consistently here, Patsy. You have to be very careful about this. You have a teammate spamming your bullets through now as well. Jeez, gap in that smoke, so gonna take a lick of damage right there, getting away, and well, he does get away. To note, as far as these opening kills for Astralis have gone so far on their T side, they've managed 3. They've only been able to come up 1 round off of those. One was the Diga round with Glaive, where the rest of them just got minced. The other was the Zipex push, where the info play, Spirit were able to outmaneuver Astralis this time round with 48 seconds on the clock. An opening kill still eludes Astralis here, and Dexter yet to move, hasn't had to move. The rotations come across, and he's worried about this. Wow, 6th sense or something going on for Dexter here.
Oh, Config looking for him. He faked the steps away, and Config bites on the hook. Line, and indeed, here comes the sinker. Poor Blame, next victim of Chopper. Mowed down, and we could have a spotless one here. Farley trying to hide in plain sight. It's not to be, and Spirit back to their winning ways. Smirks creep onto their face, 2 away from taking their map pick.
Dexter likes something he saw there, pointing at Chopper, big smile on their face, loving the conversation. I think it worked out perfectly, whatever the plan was. Doesn't go much better than that, denying the plant, putting Astralis in this position. Sure, the loss bonus is there to help facilitate some AK-47s and AWP possible as well if they want to get Farley into that.
Put yourself in Config's shoes as well. Like, you've been so desperate for openings. They're asking you to find them. You've got to toilets. You hear like a scope, or you just hear a dismount from the boost long, and you charge. You start, your eyes go wide, the pupils dilate. You strafe up a gorgeous strafe, and Dexter's hitting a quick scope right onto your face. The rest just falls apart.
We're in panic stations right now for Astralis. 1T round. This is very, very rough from them, right? The fact that they're not even getting into these sites to make these like 2v2s or clutch scenarios that they're losing at this juncture is a little bit of a problem here. You can see the bomb has only gone down a total of 2 times. And only a total of 2 times so far. There's been 2 timeout rounds where AWPs have been saved for Farley. Having a rough go of things mentioned. He hasn't been very impactful for the team on their T side. So no AWP. It looks like they're going to focus on utility. I'm surprised not to see them come up with a bit more of a pocket strat, some kind of nerdy execute towards B. They're just going to flash and push. This time Config coming again. And, well, Dexter seems to just greet him with a smile and a bullet every single time.
Onto Patsy. It's the opening that Astralis have been looking for. It's the opening that Config has been looking for. Let's see if Spirit can continue to buck the trend. My God, imagine if he went all the way through. The bomb has been left there. Magix could have the destabilizing presence had he had the initiative. Instead, looking to address the toilets. Instead,
they're coming through. This flash could be perfect.
Oh yeah, but Siren's unawares. Magix will check in, and there should be at least an adjustment. Blame on the toes. He still stands strong. Big frag to post to maintain that man advantage. It is Chopper and Dexter, though, and you can see that they did have some unity in the previous. They can go either way with this. You can see the CTs are scattered. Yeah, faked out completely.
Beautiful work right there from Blame. That was a really important kill. If he lost that frag, this round would have been done and dusted. Config's now going to walk on in, smoke over towards the drop down. Plant will be coming momentarily, and Dexter and Chopper now know that they're out of position. The question is, do they want to try and go for this 2v3 retake? There's plenty of cash left on over right now for Spirit. He's going to deny in the back, a shot to Chopper, a gimme. He'll confirm it, and Dexter looking to hold on to that AWP. The 2 rounds that Astralis have posted right now have come with opening deaths from Patsy. Don't want to point the fingers here, but that has been the condition of how Astralis have been able to convert. First it was Glaive taking down Patsy, now it was Config getting that kill.
True.
Doesn't matter how it comes, it needs to come, and Astralis 2 rounds off the pace right now. It's a bit more of a divide and conquer approach there out of Astralis. Right, they were applying pressure over towards bathrooms, I think trying to keep and identify that AWPer, right? We spoke about this earlier. Identify where Dexter is and then look for an opening pick elsewhere, because Dexter's been very good. I think it was 6 rounds of play. I said that he had found 4 openings. I think he had found a couple more since then. You got the scores on the doors. Dexter at the top right now for Spirit on 21 and Blame on the other side with 25.
Yeah, I think it's also just highlighting how few frags they were finding in those losses as well. Lots of money in the bank for Team Spirit. 11 grand on Dexter. Let's see what this one entails. It's Patsy again, and he's not deterred. He just charges in, and again he falls first. Dexter is in knee-jerk reaction. Will shut it down immediately, but look what they were planning, and they still will.
They're going to go through. They
Straight
know they have to.
Siren, great incendiary, puts it down. Floor laden with flame, that will keep them at bay. Swinging out for the clear, needed that, needs more. It's Flame, next victim. Siren repels the invaders. These invaders must die. It is, however, Farley and Glaive.
Look at this flank right now from Chopper around the world here.
Yeah, he will have them from behind.
Oh,
the barrel. Okay, it's fine on Dexter. Continues to lay down the law, and he will finish with 3. Very quick on that AWP.
15 now.
Whoa, okay, yeah. Zip and Glaive don't have the funds. It might not be idyllic for Astralis as they look to defend their honor. They have to string together 3 here. It's been a very dominant CT performance out of Spirit. We know that Overpass has actually been one of the more balanced in those round distributions, but not here, not today. It was a 10-5 half. We were sitting 10-2. Can Astralis match that haul that Spirit brought?
Again, back towards A, even through the flames. Config taking a massive lick of damage right there. Chipped on down to 60. He wants to try and get some space. He might run to the AWP, and he will. Config down to Dexter's AWP one more time.
Yeah, I mean, at least it's a rifle now for Glaive if he can, and Brave long. Spirit looking for their first taste of some revenge, Patsy. Shadow, and down goes Farley. A 2-man advantage now. It seems like a certainty, and with every click, it gets closer and closer to reality. It is looking like Overpass pick was justified. Blame and Zip would be hard-pressed to do anything more with this.
2 individuals who you'd like to see alive in the clutch, but maybe not paired up with one another. Let's see if they can make this happen. 4 more to find. Back towards B is where they want to turn their affections. 2 players still residing right now. Util, just a nade and a molly. They're going to have to get it done with bullets here.
I wonder if Blame takes a little bit of charge here. Trundling in. Molly out. Siren and Magix will likely be calling for aid. They haven't seen and confirmed the pair. Oh, and that's Chopper. This is it. It's just Blame looking to tap some heads. A nice first, but Spirit take Overpass to get this best of 3 started with the dub. Astralis then have to take it over to Ancient as our second.
This is going to be interesting moving over towards Ancient. I'm actually excited to see this map go on down. I think that Spirit are on a bit of a win streak on that map right here, but this is fantastic. As we mentioned, teams bucking trends. Farley in the opening duels on the CT side. And on this for Spirit, actually being able to concede an opening man on their CT side and convert those rounds, that was essential in some of these situations. But a great showing. Great stuff to see Blame F playing some solid CS still, but needs a second in charge to help him on out going forward.
Well, all those trends were also, of course, outlined by our brilliant panel, and we're going to head back there now to see what they think after all of that. It was a bit of a barn burner. Let's see what the guys over at the desk have to say before we get ready and retooled for Ancient.
I think that's a great way to put it, Machine, and I want all the time that we can get to talk about this because there are so much to talk about. I almost can't find the words, but for Spirit, monumental that they are able to beat Astralis, obviously, in the opening game in this, let's remind ourselves, match to qualify to the Legends stage, and it was Astralis' map pick. So I want to break it out and start just by the halves because there was such a distinct difference between the two, of course, as there always is. But let's see. Astralis start on the CT side. We know historically always a very good side on Overpass, even more in the current meta. And there, Devil, it's a lot of what we have grown used to, Astralis, in terms of their strengths as it starts out.
Yeah, I mean, Blame F, he goes out in every game they start. Basically, just dominates the entire half. And then they switched to the T side. It was the same trend on the last time they played Overpass, where he got like 4 kills on the T side. I think he got the same this time around.
He got 7 this time.
Oh, 7. All right. Basically, he was very, very cold early on. Spirit got to build up their money to have that double up, and we saw Dexter.
Well, honestly, just if we hone in on the T side for a second here, I want to take time to give props to Spirit.
Okay.
For multiple reasons. First of all, they grabbed 5 rounds on the T side of Overpass, and we have talked about their difficulty in spite of Blame being an absolute monster. First of all, then they also had a couple of blunders. We'll touch on them a little bit later in this segment, right? But some rounds they just dropped where they shouldn't, which means they really had to work hard figuring out these 5 rounds, and I think that was the difference maker.
And we also saw the stat coming in, of course, that they had trouble overall when they couldn't get those opening kills. A lot of pressure, of course, on the youngster shoulders of Patsy in that scenario. So let's break out a couple of rounds for when it looked like they were still trailing behind, right? Because they're trying to build up as many rounds as possible on T. And then they have a couple of rounds where they fumble it, right? Mathieu, that's correct to say. So let's pull up round 10 to start. I don't actually know if it's ready already, but can you set the stage for us?
Listen, the rounds that we're about to show you guys, which are round 10 and then a little bit later round 15, are not really just to tackle down Spirit, it's to say in spite of these rounds, they were able to win, which to me I think speaks volume to their T side. We have here obviously the stack from Astralis in what is a pistol, literally an eco round for Astralis that they're going to be able to convert. Dexter with the Glock makes, but we can see here, Devil, it's already a bit messy. It's a bit too messy for me.
But I do like that Dexter has that killer instinct, even and just goes there and clear and pushes through when he needs to. They obviously fumbled this round as well. Config with some beautiful scout shots.
The problem that I have when we're watching this round, we are all in the green room, we're thinking, man, if the challengers are actually going to take down Astralis, you cannot lose these rounds. You are not allowed to lose against USPs and Scout, and yet they turn it around.
And yet they turn it around. Before we get to the turning around, let's talk about round 15 as well, because we need to give some props to Farley in this one, which made you very happy. But you can't lose a 1 versus 3 after the bomb is planted as Spirit, and these are kind of the things I think they'll also need to clean up going into the next T-halves, right?
Yeah, definitely. But still huge positives for Spirit. I mean, it's kind of the reverse. It's Spirit, they were grinding out T rounds. I was really impressed because they got the best start possible for the CT side on Astralis. They get the conversion, they get the first gun run, they convert again, 5-0, and then they still managed to pick up 5 rounds on the T side with the problems that we showed. And highlighted, right?
Yeah, I think that's what we're trying to say here, is that despite or in spite of these 2 rounds we're showing you, which are, these are words, these are mistakes, these are failures. You're not supposed to lose a 1v3 bomb planet on B. But that also means that they got to all these very positive and advantageous situations, and that speaks volumes to their
that killer instinct for Dexter, of course, when he moved on to CT. And of course, we were watching the game. That's why we grabbed these 2 replays, because we thought, oh, if Spirit is going to fall short,
I thought that was big.
They're going to think back to these rounds. But then we were in for a bit of a surprise when it came to Spirit CT side as well. And Devil Walk got, I'm not going to say angry, but vexed at some points looking at Astralis' play. The first thing I'm going to throw towards you is the juxtaposition of Blame F on CT side and then on T side. There were some situations where he was the only one with a rifle. And explain it to us. Why did it make you so angry?
So there was a round where he had an AK, they had 3 mates with a pistol, they had the saved op from Farlig, and basically he didn't shoot a single AK shot until all his teammates were dead. And that infuriates me because he needs to get the impact. Everyone else, they can pick up the AK, recycle it, and use it as a normal kind of poking, prodding round. But instead, he gets into a 1v5. Yes, he does get the bomb plant, and he does get a kill, but it's not impactful enough, I think, in these scenarios.
I think the way we can frame it is that the qualities that make BlameF such an incredible CT-sided player, which is positioning, patience, knowing when to strike, he has to reshuffle those when he moves on to the T side. There are a few situations that require that killer instinct that you're mentioning. I guess the ability and the intention to make the difference and put your life on the line going first and trying to make that difference. And I think the doubters of BlameF, that is what they pinpoint. They say when he has to do it, he doesn't. He let the Deagle go first, even though he has to make that difference. And once again on Overpass, we see night and day, feast and famine, as Alex likes to say. We love that that one, Alex, between CT side and T side.
Yeah, and it's definitely something to look forward to when we go into these next maps as well. I think we've laid out kind of the troubles that Spirit had on the T side, but they were still able to piece those rounds together, the troubles out of Astralis. And now let's talk about a huge positive for Spirit as well, Dexter. Holding long on overpass, having such killer instinct, as you said it, really deciding the rounds from very early on, making it so that Astralis was hard fought to find solutions.
Yeah, and considering the experience they have on that team with BlameF being an in-game leader and Glaive, historically, I mean, you will put him on top 1 in-game leader all time, having trouble finding solutions to deal with Dexter.
The work is so invaluable. I mean, what really strikes me when we're watching this reel right now is how many different positions he had with the AWP. And if you're Astralis, you have this riddle that you're trying to kind of elucidate. Where is Dexter going to be? Is he going to be standing in the middle of long? Is he going to be pillar on B as we have right now? Is he going to be in bathroom? And that takes such a toll on a team to have that menace of the AWP being anywhere, and Dexter does it. I'm going to take a second to give props to Dexter, honestly, just beyond that game. Dexter is someone that came up and around in the top of Counter-Strike as we were only playing online, and I truly feel like he hasn't received the respect and the praises he deserves now that we moved on to LAN. Every single LAN event, aside from a Timid Stockholm, he has been shining like a madman. It's a superstar in the making, and I'm glad that we get to see the best out of Dexter.
And it was necessary not to kind of frown at the other players on the team in this round. But for instance, Patsy, who we've praised as a secondary op, but also the man to find the opening kills for Spirit, he went for them and it went wrong in the latter parts of that game, right, for Patsy. And that's fine, I guess. It's not ideal, but the fact that Spirit was able to still pull it out thanks to Dexter and thanks to the others despite that, I think this word despite is very important, because despite those mistakes they made on the T side, they still puzzled the halves together. Despite the fact that the one person we've been praising so much for his opening prowess in Patsy was not having the impact in the latter rounds, they're able to work around that. Devil, you as a coach, that must make you a little bit more hopeful as to the outcome of this series, because before you were not that confident in what Spirit could do.
I wasn't confident. I thought that Astralis basically had every other map but Dust 2 going in their favor, and they definitely proved me wrong. There are issues with Astralis right now and their T-side approaches, and they really need to get going now.
Tell me what you said when you saw one of the rounds where Astralis was on T-side. They had 30 seconds left, and everyone was spread out on the map.
Yeah, to me that's a signal, like they had like one monster, one long, one gathering the bomb in T-spawn, and one underground. It was so spread out, and to me that's an indication they don't have a clear objective in the round. They are too spread out, they were still prodding, and it's too late to make a decision at that point, because you can make a very quick info play and just focus all your rotation towards the site that you think they're going to.
Yeah, and I think it also circles back to that Dexter conversation. I think the fact that Astralis played so slow was because they either had to use a truck ton of utility to take that space or be afraid of that AWP. So I think he grinded out a lot of time. We're jumping on to the next one. We'll talk about it later, but I think there'll be more solutions.
Yes, we are going on to Ancient next, of course, and we'll be able to talk about that at length. And I think Astralis has a lot to talk about as well before they get onto that one. After these highlights, we'll take a quick break, and then we'll be back for the preview of Ancient.
Now that's what we call Major. 14 days of high-octane action. 14 days of fierce battles. 14 days of special bonuses from GG Bet. Whoop, cheer, and make your fortune.
Welcome back, everyone. It's time for Ancient. Astralis versus Spirit. Astralis now trailing the CIS squad after not being able to make it work on the first map on Overpass. So let's preview that in these last minutes that we have before it. Astralis is trailing, so I guess we start from their perspective. And to summarize what didn't go well, seemed like they were lacking leadership on those T halves, and they were too spread out on the maps and weren't reacting fast enough to what was coming out of Spirit, and there didn't seem to be any planning. Is that a good summary? And then how do you use that as a starting point to attack Ancient?
I think this is probably where the difference is going to root from on Overpass.
Yeah.
Now on Ancient, I think the solutions and the mastery of the map on the T side is much better from Astralis. I would be very surprised to see Glaive being out of solution, seeing BlameF not finding any timings. We hear them, they're getting loud, they're getting pumped. I think Astralis has way more in the tank on Ancient than they had on Overpass.
Yeah, I remember a lot of clips from Config, how he opens up the map. When if they double molly mid CT, they smoke the second molly and he rushes out with good timed flashes. And he's extremely good in these kind of momentum-based plays where his teammates support him. And I want to see more of that. I want to see him getting more entries so that Blame can get more impact on the T side.
I think that's a great point because, you know, we've been talking about Config for a long time, right? On this Astralis, it was a consistency issue and whatnot that had been resolved. But this is a kind of opportunity, I think, for him, and also a necessity, Mathieu, if I'm being honest, for him to really show why he is such a menace on this map.
That's correct. And also because, again, BlameF, it's not exactly in his portfolio to go out and make the difference early on. Farlig, granted, he's a hybrid, at times can have impact with the rifle, but sometimes he does like that ability to open up around the way a Simple would do it, a Shiro would do it, a Zaiwu would do it. Farlig doesn't necessarily have that in the toolkit. So it kind of befalls on Config to be out there, to get out there, to go out middle, like David Walker's talking about, and making the difference. And we have to be honest, he's been relatively silent in this major. I mean, we hold him to a very high demand, high esteem, then now it's time to put it on the server.
Yeah, and also for Glaive, I think the continuing story or focal point for this is, you know, with the new setup of this Astralis, is he going to get to the same heights as he did as an IGL before with the era of Astralis? And he certainly has his work cut out for him, right, Devil?
No, absolutely. I mean, it's always tough to get into these positions when you struggle on the T side. The ideas might, because it's hard to kind of search and problem solve it sometimes. It can be one flash that just destroys the entire round. So and it's hard for them to be able to fix that from map to map right now. They need a little bit of a break to review that.
Look, I want to inspire the Astralis fans out there. I have a few numbers, a few data that's going to help them and their morale, right? Astralis, that's 14 Ancient playing in the last 3 months and only 3 losses out of 14 maps. And these 3 losses were at the hand of ENCE players, now Cloud9 and Na'Vi. These are the calibers of team that Astralis lose to on Ancient. We are barreling towards a third map. Astralis have everything they need to push it to a third.
They have everything they need, but maybe Spirit has something left in the tank, even on Ancient, now that they are up 1-0 over Astralis. Let's find out. What do you think, Machine?
I think it's going to be a whole lot of fun finding out, that's for sure. I have been desperately begging Chad every time. I'm like, could we see Ancient? Could we see Ancient?
No.
Well, no. It's been a no up until now, and we do get to see it. Spirit pulling it out, or rather Astralis pulling it out against Spirit. We do have the 1-0 leader with Overpass under their belt, and I do think the 11 wins out of 14 certainly does point towards a potential third.
Yeah, I think the thing is Matthew's trying to help the Danes, right? They get a little bit of hope behind their team. I'll go the opposite way. Spirit with the 5-map winning streak, they've just picked up their map choice. They're looking hot on the CT side. They get to start on the CT side, and Astralis are in a T-sided drought, as they mentioned, with Config not having a great major so far.
Oh, you did well.
Yeah.
Oh, you did well.
Look, this is a chance for Spirit to sneak themselves into the next stage with a quick 2-0 victory.
Yo, this would be sneaky. How many people had Spirit in the pick'ems?
Yeah, that's going to be a good question, isn't it?
Let's see. Patsy already is going to be tested in middle. Strafes gracefully into Donut, and he's got 3 coming and knocking on his door. It could just be an alternate avenue up towards Ledge. And it does seem to be the case. Interesting. So Astralis, they've got the full squad established and testing cave now. Hello? Observers?
Well, might have a technical issue or two right here, as we can see the fight's going down over on towards that B bomb site.
What's going on, Dan?
Well, we are just watching. This is Patsy View. As you saw, what is it? csgo.pgoesports.com.
Yeah.
20 POVs. You can pick your own. We picked Patsy's this round, Alex.
Yeah, for those of you watching on GoTV, check out Patsy. It's actually a very close round, and Patsy is the one to watch as he does shut down Blame, bomb scooped, and he's going to surely hunt him down. Zip. Spots him, and still catches lead. A great start for Spirit, and that is already a foreboding feeling in the stomach of Astralis fans.
See, look at this. Our observers are so far in the future,
Yeah.
they knew that Patsy was going to get those kills. Then the most important kills of the entire round.
Yeah, the rest was just, you know, trimming the fat.
Exactly.
Didn't need to see any
the
of that.
last kill's the only kill that matters.
Yeah.
Well, okay, nice way to kick things off here. And we know how difficult these T rounds have been. The fact that Spirit have got this pistol, if Astralis don't win this force fight right now, they're going to find themselves in a hole very early, deep incendiary. The push coming. We've seen this one before.
We have great flash to pop and push. And Glaive, this is the frag. This is the frag. He's already found it. Things will get very scary very quickly. And you can see, look at the rotate they've forced. This is exactly going to plan. Glaive facilitates a full open B site through fighting that fight. If he can just stay threatening, and he has managed to get himself out of dodge, he'll re-smoke mid to keep those
Be careful.
doubtful thoughts. He thinks better of it. There is a safe way to throw it.
Well, this is huge from Chopper right here.
Wow. Okay.
Lots of damage done, and he actually has information that there's less lingering in mid. Still a little bit worried about the donut position. They can tell that's a problem here, but moving back over towards the B bomb site is Magic Smokes. Plenty of them right now to lock out the long and short positions. But look at Chopper continuing to push through mid. He might be behind them before they've even executed. Jumping up over Tetris momentarily.
You can see, I mean, they're going to have to use their numbers, which will mean there is a gap to be threaded.
They're going to have everybody on B. They're reading this very well.
Yeah, just a bit late from Astralis. They had pulled the rotate. Now,
Missed a smoke as well.
With a missed smoke and a full stacked side, Siren will lose vision. Magic safe from the flash. 2 cave side, 3 up the ramp. And here's the flank we were discussing. Backs are turned, and it's only the one from Chopper. So battered, so bruised. Astralis should be mopped up here, swept under the rug, although an imposing start with Glaive's opening. It is just the two of them, Zip and Glaive, the OGs of the squad. And that's a nice find from Magic's farming up, staying nimble on the SMGs. Zip the same, and well, they're on the defuse, and that is that. 2-0. Spirit handle business.
Taken care of there, right? I think once there was no more threat felt towards A, the fact that Chopper just gets to walk through middle, push all the way up, play behind that Tetris box. A very good play from Chopper right there. Sometimes he's calling, sometimes some of his movements can cost the team, but this time in a very crucial round to convert, able to scoop it on up with impact. Now it will just be some Glocks coming out likely for Astralis here. Want to make sure that they can get, oh, hold up a second, looking like they're hedging their bets into a bit of a half bite. They know the loss bonus will be playing into their favor of 2,400 into the next. So I made that 2,900 into the next. So more than enough for a buy. And actually, they've gone heavily all in on Glaive. He even has Galil. They're trying to keep this very threatening with a fast beam.
Very fast, and already Magic's at least takes one. He'd have loved more. Farley's so low. Still alive. A longer threat. Config responsible for it. The flash is coming, but already Config has 2. Takes a big frag, takes the M4 to suppress, and now Spirit are down under duress.
big nade.
Yeah, right on top of his noggin. Dexter chunked, and it's likely the M4 bullets will take everything away if you do stick around. Spirit, they want to go for the round, and already the damage. Poor Dexter, Siren, all just taking a beating. And so, Astralis, it seems like the name of the game is going to be pace initially.
Yeah,
like, look at the two openings.
Yeah.
The two openings is Glaive being flashed up for a fast donut fight, and now just straight out of Spawn up into B.
Yeah, Devilwalk was talking about it, right? It was these openings. They had Mahone on the blast showdown. Oh, hold up. Trouble's going to try and do some damage here on the way out. They've been able to slink on past. The USB in the back of the head takes down Zip. He's going to scoop up a MAC-10, but he was just here to try and take away whatever weaponry he could. So a little bit of damage done there. Curious as well to see Astralis go for that buy because it wasn't an all-in. Like, Glaive all-in, the rest of them almost half-ball in that situation. But the openings, they're not easy to get away with on a map like Ancient, right? Getting out of middle, pushing, you need to use that best spawn to try and beat the first incendiary, right? We've had that highlighted before in the way that you can use the smokes to extinguish with the flashes, but you still want to use that spawn to try and get in the CT's faces as quick as possible. There's not going to be any dramas in the buy department for either of these teams here, but an early round on the board for Astralis, which didn't look likely, right? Lost the pistol, lost the force, thought the eco was coming, and instead the gun's back out in their face. So,
yeah, that's a seasoned veteran call. Just knowing that this not the setup is not going to be conducive with what they're throwing at them. So, after a bit of a hectic start, we will have the pace taken out of it with a pause.
yeah, I think right now maybe we could reflect what was going on over on that secondary stream of the day. Obviously, on the main stream, we have teams progressing into the Legend stage. Over on that secondary stream, we have teams getting eliminated. Yesterday, we said goodbye to Renegades and 9Z. Today, we'll be saying goodbye to one of Imperial and IHC. That's the first game of the day. The second will be Complexity taking on Liquid. And the third and final elimination of the day will be MIBR taking on Eternal Fire. You can see there the B-Stream update 4-1 in favor of Imperial on their map choice. They've opted to take the battlefield of Overpass and Inferno as the third and decider, which is a strong map for both teams, IHC and Imperial, right? It's the map where Imperial were actually able to take down Liquid, which was one of the bigger upsets of the tournament thus far. So I'll be curious to see how that one unfolds. If you want to check out that action, twitch.tv/PGL_CSGO with Harry and Hugo. You can check it out on YouTube. Just search PGO. You can rewind, 4K, all that good stuff.
Or watch 20 POVs over at csgo.pglesports.com.
Yeah, you can pick how many players you want to watch, which is fun to watch, right? Because when you go back and you watch a demo, maybe there's a player, you have a play style that you just want to... For example, if you just want to watch Dexter, which is understandable, you could just see how this madman operates around the map from his point of view, which is always fun.
Yeah, I'd probably have Dexter and I'd have Config.
Blame?
Blame would be interesting. Get to see how this how the pressure of this T side that Config is expected to deliver upon intersects with that of Dexter, who's just coming off of a hot CT AWPing masterclass and bringing it straight over to the CT side of Ancient. And your highlights of the win streak, was it 4?
5 in a row right now.
5 wins in a row for Spirit.
Yeah, it is against the likes of like NIP Academy team, right? The Young Ninjas or Sinners, Saw, etc. Not names of Astralis' caliber. Matthew was pointing out that the names that they were losing to were Cloud9, for example, or Na'Vi, some very big dogs on a map like Ancient. So we're talking top 10 teams in the world. So a difference in that regard, but still, Spirit have just done it. We've just seen them win Overpass, and we've seen them do it in quite a strong CT side, and that's where they get to pick up. Now, we are getting back underway. Thank you for bearing with us on that technical issue. Zip has the best spawn right now for Astralis, not known to be an entry fragger, so let's see how they slink this one into control. Mid-smoke.
5 leaning A side. This could get interesting. Could be the first test for Siren. Here they come. Oh, again, just so quick. Like, they're already out. They are already throwing the nades. Dexter looked them to react. Siren unwilling to give them anything early. And this is the line he chooses to hold. Config has a deep flash to stop that. And already Dexter's revealed. It's up to Siren. He was flashed as well. Does not hear the plant. Does not activate. Siren will, however, deal with Config. And it's a hard sight to pay the post plan. Let's see if Astralis can flip the script. Not yet. Farley does take down Siren. More in Temple. Resmoking CT. This is going to be very difficult for Spirit to break through. A couple of flashes, trying to regroup their forces. You can see around the world maneuver adopted by Blame. No surprises there. And Patsy's so unprepared, but he gets around the corner. At least he's aware of the fight, shuts it down, and Astralis are really sprinting into these bomb sites now. Back to back, albeit with a pause. But Spirit, like, they have 20 seconds to work it out before Astralis have locked it down.
Oh, well, ForZe might go down here as well. Magics will get the kill, not the end of the world. They have enough cash to splash, but 2 staying alive with that AWP. Blame looking for what he can. Now that's a change up. A fast A play after a fast B play, right? And traditionally from the CT side, you will see 2 mid, 3 towards B, or you can see 3 mid, 2 towards B. You don't often see too many teams who start a player A. Some like to get in aggressive, but it's more few and far between. It's not the standard setup here. So Astralis taking advantage of that CT setup after a little bit of conditioning in a previous round.
Yeah, exactly. And what would happen if you were going early donut is you sit there and you'd be screaming. You hear the whole party charging. But what a luxury for an in-game leader to have successfully hit both sites back-to-back at the start of a T half.
Shadow spotted on the jump right there. Shot taken from Dexter. So AWP identified right now over towards B. Mid control can start to be taken now by the Astralis side. The Danes smoke off top mid. They send Farley and Config forward, knowing that Dexter very unlikely to be towards Donut. They're taking the liberties here. But Red House is going to be hard to clear against these pesky pistols. Magic's and Siren with a strong crossfire.
Oh, I mean, one of them's going to have to connect, right? Farley's going to flash. Oh, and Siren's already given him the frag. Expect the flash.
He won't expect Magic.
Yeah.
Oh!
But it doesn't matter. He still gets the headshot. Config. He's going on a bit of a tear here. Chopper's only got the USP. He's got nothing to say about that. The rifle of Magic's long gone and unretrievable. Oh, this is looking like a very imposing force from Astralis.
Config's the perfect bait right now. All 3 CTs want to deal with him in this position. It's such a power position. There's an AK down, maybe another one to find. More pistol shots taken, another AK scooped on up. Config just fighting for his life, has grabbed the 3rd, but guess what? B's open, Astralis are in.
They are looking rigid and
get the ace here.
regimented. Config's already farmed up 3 and 4. It's only Dexter on that AWP. He'd love to hold on to it. Will Config allow it? Just going to have to hide out in the donut, likely hitting a couple of shots should they choose to hunt. But Astralis already looking very fierce. Farley lives on. And that's going to be Config taking an ace here in Antwerp. 3 rounds back-to-back from Astralis and locking down. They've not only had successes back-to-back with B, A, now it's a Config pop-off in mid.
That's important for Config here as well. There's some of these players who once they start a half early on a bit of a heater, they get a couple multi-kills. And ace is obviously the extreme end of this. But if they start with a couple of nice kills on pistol and that confidence is flowing and they feel like they can take these fights, they're reading the game well. It's great for a player like him on the T side. So let's see if he can continue to lay that pain down range. Config back in the early days was a guy with a grab, you know, get up to these 12, 13, 14, 15 kills within the first 6 or 7.
Yeah. Oh, he can definitely heat up.
Missed the flash.
Siren's there. Config's good, but not good enough for Siren's hold. Ahead of the smoke. He may not be prepared for that, but anticipating presence. Glaive, and down he goes. Siren successfully defending the A presence, and already all the pieces start to tumble out of this Astralis tower. Caught in the open. Blinded by Dexter, dunked on by Magix, leaves us to blame.
We can start laying a little bit of blame to that Glaive flash right there. Just an unforced error, causing a bit of a boost. Now, not even going to clear on down, doesn't get a chance to do so. Siren will pip him at the post, and a clean one there. A Spirit bite back, 3-3 the score now reads. Cash to splash, no dramas there. But Astralis, it was the little details, and then every single fight just didn't go their way. So a really strong defense here from Spirit. What's the change-up going to be right here, right now? Over towards B again with that Farley AWP. Glaive throwing out the mid-util, top mid-smoke, Infinity Molly right now.
Oh, you're not pushing through 2. You're not pushing through 2 and a HE, so Config will be at least corralled to wait it out. Crawling now.
Spotted him.
He knows where Patsy is, and there's no assistance. The flash is great to at least confirm pressure, but you can see the smoke donut.
Needs a flash, needs
Siren
something.
can push this. He's about to be Molotov'd out. Would love to find something here as he stands and looks to deliver again. This time Patsy takes the fight onto Config. And they'll put the Berserker down early.
A little bit of damage on Farley. Patsy with a second from the heavens. What a proactive mid-hole this has been.
I mean, they're quick to address the issues. You know, this was something that could have bled out.
Did it in waves as well, right? They were happy to let them establish territory and then took it back off them, ripped it out of their hands. Good stuff from Patsy here. Here's that X factor.
Yeah, and Dexter's got the dream angle. Oh, actually has let Blame through. Not going to be committing through that. Or as nice as it is to bait the York shot, you have got such few pieces to work with.
I feel like they have to save right now. I know that there's 40 seconds left on the clock and they're still all postured towards B, but they might not get a chance here. I think Dexter wants to take these guns away.
Oh, Farley's going to lose it all. At the hands of Dexter, no less, and he's not done. A quick one to Zip, strings them together. And Blame hiding in plain sight. Near the site. Very volatile this game.
The worst, yeah, indeed. I really enjoy the fluid nature of Spirit's defense. They're staying very active. Right? They're constantly pushing and prodding and poking, not allowing Astralis to establish the territory that they may like. And you've also seen the change up from Siren over towards A. That round where he immediately went on over in towards the A main position means if Astralis do want to head A again quite swiftly, they will have to deal with that potential. That has to stay in the back of their minds here. Now, the fact that they didn't save any of these guns other than Blame's M4 means it will just be that M4. And if you caught the death segment before, Devilwalk had something to say about the way that Blame operated on the T side of Overpass when he held onto the only AK. He was suggesting that Blame needs to use it first, not just using the pistols in front. Try and recycle this gun. Allow Blame to proc and prod, and then if he goes on down, someone else scoops it up and has a second crack. If he's the last man to stand before he takes a shot, that's a problem.
Well, it seems to be the case. Here come the Glocks, trying to draw the crosshair away, and this is where Siren can activate, and it is just going to be Blame's AK and Farley's Glock that's opened up the site for a conversation.
I'm not expecting this, is he?
No way. Patsy's already postured and confirms it with the barrel. At least Farley's managed to pick up an AWP, but with such low HP, anything could take him down here. The flutter of a butterfly's wing or a Patsy AK. So Spirit, they will extend their lead. A 2-round gap formed with 3 consecutive.
And this is where the issue is with that Blame save. He is now off the pace with the rest of the team's money. He's like that guy in your matchmaking games who keeps by when you say eco. So unfortunately, he'll have to go down to a bit of a Mac 10 here. And you might want to see him wield that quite aggressively because the 2 rounds, the 2 gun rounds that Astralis have been able to scoop one up have been with pace. One towards B, one towards A, and the other was an ace from Config in middle. Same utility towards mid. The Infinity Molly, the top mid smoke, and well, faster towards A with footsteps. They're going quick on this again. Same play as earlier.
And already the smokes are in the sky. They'll be blooming before Dexter gets there. Still has vision. Had a chance. He still has another chance. He goes 2 shy, and already the frags are in the feed. Hard to plant with Magics and Spawn. It's Patsy's flank that's already been cut short, and so Astralis. It's the pace that seems to be the winning condition. But already Magics and Chopper seem to have a little bit more ambition than Aiden could finish it. Clave, 1 HP. 1 HP. It's up to Magics, and he will finish the job. It's just Blame. Chopper's on it. Crosshair, he's not going to spray it, and Spirit recover. Astralis pace does break down the door, but we've got construction and repair in the form of a retake. Magic's up to 9 with Dexter. This fluid defense you were alluding to, it's there. It strikes again. It's a hard site to defend in the post plan.
Yeah, look how quickly they responded to that, right? This is one of the issues that teams have with the A bomb site right now. If you're just going to go A in that regard, there's a couple of things that need to go your way. You had that Blame F flank that previously was able to come around behind, kill Patsy, and then be in donut, right? This time, because Patsy was getting 1 step ahead and was outflanking Blame, Blame felt the need to have to rotate around and go back through main in that scenario right there. When you go A, one of the keys, if you can get temple control and actually scale quite quickly, you can stifle the rotation. You can actually put pressure on CT spawn. You don't want the CTs to have temple, CT, and donut all available as part of that retake. That's perfect for them. What positions can you possibly be in? Sure, you can boost tree, play over towards the platform. Site is a no-go zone. And if you're in main, you get smoked on off. It's easy done. So good trading on the way on out, but Magic's found a lot of impact right there. Siren wasn't too happy with how those kills went on down, but I'm sure as he sat and watched from the grave, he would have been very happy with Magic's bullets through the smoke. Plant good, buy back. Astralis 3 rounds shy now of Spirit's lead. Bit more of a standard default spread here. I think they want to put a leash on this Dragon. Key position from Chopper here, and then the spam on through. Blame knows this very well. He plays it on the CT side for Astralis. the smoke starts to fade, the molly comes on through, they clear it on now.
You're kind of taking cave and mid control in unison here. You can see it's Patsy that will have 0 to report, a smoke in his face and a full squad. It's almost a similar flight path from that of the pistol, regrouping now. And actually, no, they are crawling up mid, using that red room smoke, and there's no one occupying Donut.
But this is the info game, right? They push them back more passively on B, they push them back more passively on mid, and now you can actually start to turn your affections and attentions towards the other side of the map.
Oh, Dexter, he's got the perfect line, and just a flash of Gene Fabric, and now they commit. Siren not ready for that. He assumed his AWP would be able to provide the overwatch, but just the one. It's Config now shutting down the rotates. This is good pressure from Astralis. They have the rotate cut off, but Dexter's cutting them off at the heels. Pushing through the smoke is Farley. It's kept level as Patsy already breaks into the site. Farley over the top of the box, lucky to be alive. It's Magic's onto Config, and they know he's low. A nade with his name on it. Oh, down to 4, nearly the collat. He will go down, and Spirit, another successful round on this. A retake. It had a lot more legs to it there from Astralis.
But they're so pesky, Riot, coming on in. Spirit are killing players who aren't even looking in their general direction, right? They have no idea where this is even coming from. And Astralis did that great job, right? They did exactly what they needed to do, the press. They pressed them back from B long. They pushed them back away from cave. They denied all the mid vision. And the timing of that smoke was perfect. But the fact that Dexter gets away from so many kills right there, that is the real issue, right? They needed to trade him almost immediately. So Dexter, you can see the grin from ear to ear. He knows the level of impact he is continuing to have. 11 kills paired on up with Magic's here.
He's having a great major. Good to see Magic's as well. Getting the sleep out of his eyes. Back to B. Second letter of the alphabet. Astralis looking for their 4th round. It's been quite the drought. 5 rounds in a row as Spirit ignite.
Might just have to be a B set piece a little bit quicker. A pop and go. Nades are coming.
Yeah, reaction for utilities there, and so is Dexter. You're just trying to get this monkey off your back. Dexter still does the damage. Chopper's sprayed down too, and Astralis left wanting. It's very one track, and they are laughing at them with an 8th already. They will win out this CT half.
Dexter is everywhere they go. Everywhere, right? Like, hey, last round in Temple, this round, B pillar. Just pipping you off before you can even get on in, and Zipper's having a real rough go of things. Only 1 kill for him so far.
It's the dream, isn't it, for a CT squad to have a dynamic AWPer who can take his initiative, take his spots, and also hit his shots. He was flashed, still contributes the opening.
The Russian B again here.
Yeah,
worked for him once.
It's worked once, you're right. Half partial. Bye, and this time it's Magic's that does say goodbye to 1. A second tucked in tight. It's all Magic's. 3 in quick succession, and already that is 2 rounds in less than 30 seconds, Chad.
Yeah, check your clock, take a timeout, do something, cool on out, because this is getting away from Astralis now. I know this is a CT bias map, but in the way that some of these rounds are falling apart, in the way that this is being handled right now, it's going to be a timeout call from Spirit. They're the ones who are going to have a bit of a breather.
Guys,
this is going too well.
Maybe it is just a question of what did you see? Yeah, was there a rifle at the back of the pack? Was there anything that we need to be concerned about, or we got the AKs in for this one? Just another 10 seconds on that.
This is an issue right now for Astralis. We only have a couple rounds left to play within this first half, and we're talking over 10k for 2 of the players, and 2 not too far behind for Spirit, 9.9 for Chopper, and Dexter on 9.1. So the buys are going to be plentiful here. Even if Astralis are able to bounce back with a round, Spirit will be able to buy straight back in, be as threatening as they've looked, continue this dynamic-looking CT defense. And Astralis have been touted in recent times for being one of these teams who are looking to solve Ancient. Well, they're being stumped right now. The only rounds they were able to pick on up was when the economy was a little bit more in flux. Now, all the nades, all the goodies, everything Spirit need, they are putting Pain down range. Pushing.
Whoa, whoa, Magic's is pissed. He's furious. They came to his site with the disrespect. Now he's going to lay it back down to them. It's cost him a great deal. Good God, look at their health. And Trapped, he cannot relieve. They cannot give this up. A 3-man CT aggress has got them in full control. They can get into some more powerful, potent positions.
Look at this contact they're trying to take on A right now. Nobody's dealing with this. They'll have to now that smoke's come on over. Degs to be pulled back to CT spawn, and Siren to come on in from Donut. This is drawing away some attention. It's pulled them completely away from B. Look at the rotation. They've left lane.
Wow,
they've given up long, and they've dropped on back, but there's still a smoke blocking the doors that has just faded.
Nice little smoke, and it does leave Glaive scratching his head. They're looking for answers. Who's here? What's here? There he goes. Glaive gone, no one else, not a peep. And it is now Patsy waving the flag saying, get back to B. No info, up mid. This is a nice pincer if they can count on Zip. I think our HUD needs a refresh. Farley's the one on long here. And he's shuts them down. Config combines the two of them. Farley and Config get the job done, and it's Glaive's fake that does break Astralis' silence.
Yeah, that was a change-up right there. I think Spirit didn't like it when they got pushed back in towards Cave before, when they lost that control. So they thought, how can we deny that default setup that actually worked earlier? Well, easily, we can go with aggression. But they were so quick to rotate off of a little bit of contact on towards that A site. And look, if Astralis have identified now, yeah, boys, every time we hit a site, they're just full rotating. They're leaving gaps. Astralis can now start to play this style, right? It's a bit more split up. It's hoping that you don't just get stopped with head-to-head counter. Look at all the incendiaries. That's 3 of them thrown at mid to deny. There's no way out.
Yeah, you really have no option. No choice in the matter.
Oh, this is another different look, right? Patsy's jumped up mid here immediately, and look at that nade onto Zip. Comps that one down the back of the collar. 50 points of health remaining. Has to be a little bit more conservative as far as this is regarded. Looks like they want to go late mid here. Patsy address this?
I mean, Patsy tends to have a good feeling for it. He's managed to evade the shots from behind. He's dealing with 2 on the duel. He will go down. A combination of hot lead and the shrapnel.
This from Chopper.
Yeah, he's just been spotted on the cross
Did
back.
Config see him? I think he did.
Yeah, Config's got him on lock. Bait. Where is the finish? Chopper's going to be burnt out. A missed shot. Config will not make that mistake, but Dexter is still in the feed. 15 frags and counting. Man disadvantage still. Regrouping for B, it will be Magix, who is up in the crazy KD realm, 16-4. Better equipped opponents this time around. The smoke is great, the nade is better. Zipper's caught 2 of them. He's only got 10 HP, he hasn't seen an enemy yet. Magix has the lineup. You can see his crosshairs placed to deny this bomb. Just shy, can't find the info. He's just a millimeter off of Farley. But now Astralis have the advantage. Can Spirit kick this retake into gear? Not going to be easy. Starting their crawl. A nice line from Farley. Then there's a switch. Oh! It's Siren actually gets them both. The nade gets away as well. Farley's gone. All onto Dexter, but Siren has set him up for something manageable. Here, no time. No time for this, Dexter. You've got to get them both. He knows exactly where you are. Gets the first. He'd need the wallbang here. Or just hope. Blame gives it to him for free. The quick scope misses. No time on the clock, but he will take every single Dane with him. Wow, hectic for sure, but that is going to be Astralis back on the board. 5 now, and 2 in a row. What's the CT finances? Absolutely tickety-boo.
Yeah, they've got no dramas, right? We established earlier a couple of players with 10K, so the fact that they can buy out the rest of this half, if they can get 10, they're going to be happy with this. Dexter's such a nuisance, isn't he? He's over here towards B as well, even making a round out of this. That was great from Siren. The Hail Mary grenade, the holy hand grenade to try and get that final kill, but they'd love 10 here, Spirit. They've worked hard for this. Astralis have finally been able to work out and solve this case.
Yeah, they can get a half out of this. I mean, 5 already, not to be snuffed at. Especially on Ancient, especially with the CT. Leniency, aggression already nets them 2, and there's more there. Zip. Sick of these nades. Glaive and Zip combine nicely. Patsy's his next victim as Zipex does come alive when he's needed most. Into a very quick 3-on-3. Config leaves mid just as it's cleared through Donut. And Magix already falls foul to the Config AK. They can just dump their util here. They know they're probably isolated the bomb a bit behind the pack. It's going to be calling Zip into action. Siren and Dexter to slowly arrive from lane and cave respectively. Dexter's orb, potent, and he still hits the shot. That might send them up the ramp. Config and Zip have not got any more territory, and now it's Siren that arrives. Astralis, they had their teeth into this one, but completely removed with a swift left hook. It's Dexter for the finish, and you can see how much this feels good for the Spirit boys.
What a play from Dexter that was, because the fact right there that he comes out and he gets that pick, Siren's not spotted, then he runs away, so Config's expecting him to drop on back towards the B bomb site, then Siren peeks on out. So that wombo combo right there was perfect. It lured them in, it baited them into that kind of a fight. So Dexter steps out, gets this kill, Glaive calls the info, the steps are backpedaling here, and then Zip, poor Zip, the guy who had to go back and get the bomb, he was the guy that got the double kill on B lane, is just stranded. So a really good play from Dexter here, staying super flexible throughout. Him and Magix have had great halves, 19 and 17 respectively. The workhorses of the team have got 10 in total for Spirit, and this pistol round, it's going to be worth its weight in gold. A huge pistol round about to come into play right now.
Ooh-wee, yeah, bookies favoring Spirit. I think they're backing themselves as well. Let's see. Pistol time. And indeed, Astralis, this is, as far as the cliches go, a must
pushing
win.
main here, Alex.
They are going to be taking a two-man hold here, ready to disrupt immediately. What was that? The first bullet out of Patsy's clock, and he shuts down the entire A defense. Oh no.
Jeez.
Astralis evaporate. A gap on the smoke might motivate, but already this is bleak for Astralis. They just catch those first clicks out of Patsy. Oh, go on. Give it to him. Give him the 4. There you go, Patsy. Laying down the law.
These guys must have really strong mouse hands, I think, Alex, because you look at how they give those high fives. They are really putting some power behind those, letting them know they're here in the server today.
Yeah, SDY was talking about how much they can hurt on Twitter.
It doesn't look like it's just Dexter. It looks like it's contagious. It looks like everybody's just slamming him down. I guess stronger mouse hand, maybe that's the training. Keep it a little bit more precise. Make sure you don't start to get shaky.
It's like the boxers that just kind of slam themselves with medicine balls.
There you go. A couple of gut punches here, there, and everywhere. But this is Astralis into a force. This right now is...
Oh, it's not a great smoke. Patsy's kind of smoked himself off. You can, of course, throw into the wall for vision, but perhaps that's the intention. It does mean that Config will have a chance on the fade. A 4-man lean here from Spirit on the second round break. Config going to be feeling frisky here. The backs away. It's this duel again. It's been quite prominent between the two of them. Patsy and head-to-head Config, and actually just shy of the first bullet, and that's going to be a punish from Patsy. Another double for him on back-to-back T rounds here to open.
Oof.
Nice from Glaive. He's good on the 5-7, but will go down. And yeah, Blake, good luck, have fun. Siren will post his 11th, and this is getting into the dangerous waters of a Spirit 2-0.
The timing from Patsy right there was perfect because Config's crosshair wasn't placed if he had crossed, right? So Patsy had found the perfect gap right there, and Config's going to be feeling very unfortunate that that was actually pipped. And the biggest issue right here is, remember in the first half how Astralis was able to pick up that third round? They actually went for 2 consecutive half buys. Well, this time around on the CT side, you can't do that. You have to sit back right now and take the full eco. They have a Deagle for Blame, a P250 in the hands of Config, but 3 USPs. And I know they won a round like this on Overpass. Let's see if they can do it again, because I think they desperately need it right now. Spirit should be good for their 13th round of play. What a nade. And look at all this space from Patsy. He really seems like he's come alive on this map. The constant aggressive maneuvers, and he's bearing straight down. Jumped, heard, oh, didn't clear his corners, will go down. A Mac 10 over, and the information isn't great. If Config can get that P250 or the Mac 10 to another teammate, they start to seem a little bit stronger on this Astralis side.
Yeah, Zip's so low from those nades. It's just a distraction, hoping Farley doesn't get cleared as hard. They've got him, and yeah, that's the end of that. Magic sees to it. And nothing to report.
You could see what Spirit's intention was there as well, right? It's not let's just get into the dotted line on the ground where we can plant the bomb. It's let's make sure that any of these pressure points are actually under our control before we attempt to plant that bomb. So any options that could have made this one go a little bit skew-if against the eco was removed. Patsy's aggressive play, sure, it got punished, but it meant nothing in terms of the round right here. And now we have to turn to Astralis with their first CT-sided rifle round.
Yeah, no AWP on Farley. It's going to be those M4A1. I mean, there is no one better for the role of containing middle, but that's not where Spirit are going. They look like they want to have a little bit of a quick one here. Yeah, Siren, as soon as that molly fades, there will be a well-placed nade. Glaive calling for aid.
Gonna be mollied here.
Config in support. Extinguished, but still low. And Dexter spotted out. Usually when there's Dexter, there is Spirit. But that's a change of plans. It does seem like they have been completely cancelled.
They could just park Dexter here and wait for any re-aggress. Like, he could literally just stay in this position. If there's a peek from Temple, he will win this fight. And his presence alone is scary.
Yeah, Config's going to walk about. He's got 3 up against him. And he's ready. Ready for the brawl. 2 of the 3. You'll take the percentage. 666, certainly looking like a beast. Blame needs this duel cleanly. Okay, Magix decides he's had enough. Galil versus Blame, no issues. And now it's all onto Zip on his shoulders. You can see Patsy head on a swivel, knows that Zip is present. One single warning shot enables Magix and Spirit locking out the Danes. As easy as that. Dexter puts 2 in the feed, as easy as that. And oh, you can hear them. They're starting to get that vibration that they could be in the next stage of competition.
This is crazy right now. They are absolutely destroying Astralis. This is them on their home map, or what Astralis has tried to make their home map, getting dismantled. 14-5 the score now reads. Money is not there for a buy, which means if they take a partial, they concede 15 more than likely. And that means we might not be seeing the Danes over there in the stage where those tickets would even come into play. They're going to have a 2-2 game tomorrow. It's going to get very dire down there.
Oh man, 2-2 with Astralis in attendance. And also, don't forget, for Spirit, there is going to be a lot more eyeballs on their Ancient here. You know, that 5-win streak you were talking about probably didn't raise too many eyebrows. You talked about the opponents, you know, the tier 2. But coming in here and treating Astralis like this for a spot at the next stage of competition, that will draw eyeballs. And it does seem like Spirit have got a very firm grasp of their intentions and how the win conditions do boil on over. 14-5, and it's going to be an interesting approach from the Astralis boys. They have managed to open up with a frag, which is a welcome change. Okay, Config very brave to be trying to take that fight so actively on his own.
Well, they're going to call B clear, but guess what? It's going to be straight on towards A. You got to do it all right now, Glaive.
Concentration stations for Lucas Rossender. He's got the whole squad just held at bay by his smoke grenade. Support in the form of Farley on the fade. A cheeky bit of leg. Still vision, still threatening. Just pistols, and yeah, you really are losing the angles here. Patsy again, a bit of a difference maker on this T side. Oh, wow, that was quick out of Blame. Maybe there's something to be said. It's Blame and Zip. Regular featured pair up against the 3 of Spirit. But this is 15 looming, and it seems like a certainty when Patsy's in the form he is. Puts himself up to 19. It's all on Blame. No kit, but all of the headshots. Blame F is such a threat. But Spirit now have got 10 opportunities to get to the next stage of the major up against Astralis. Chad, 2-0 is on the menu. In fact, never mind, it's a full complimentary entree.
This right now would require 10 consecutive rounds from Astralis, and that's just to go on overtime. That's just to get us to OT to even be competitive here. And considering now that Spirit have that many rounds to play with, they can throw anything they want Astralis' way. They could be as risky as they want. They can make as many out-of-the-box plays as they're looking for here, because one of them eventually is going to land. They cannot make a single fault right now with Astralis.
Well, what a luxury. I mean, Chopper can call the fruitiest round he could possibly desire and have another 9 opportunities should it not work.
They're working on this mid control again. The top mid smoke has faded. Molly's both ledge and over towards the cutout position. Flashing forward, Config careful now.
Yeah, Patsy did it. It does not take a lick. Blame not choosing to swing off the flash. Instead, he will manage to isolate and retreat. Patsy's still alive though, and that often that's translated into victory. Oh, and Magix is already under a lot of scrutiny. He's completely turned tail. And Zip single-handedly has maintained control of B. Blame in support. They're coming. This duel's everything for Zip. The Dexter peak is swift. One to be feared. Here it comes, and he's down again. Blame still kicking up a fuss.
Gap on A right now, but the problem is if they even make it all the way over there, they will have to deal with that retake, right? And we know how potent it was for Spirit retaking that A site time and time again. You can see Magic's already parking himself over towards T-spawn, and with 20 seconds left, this will be a save. They're going to hold on to their goodies. When you have so many rounds to work with, you can understand why this would be the approach. They also know that they did a lot of damage to Magix, right? Zip knows that he put so much pepper as he tried to come through the doors over towards B. So they live on. Astralis will confirm their 6th round.
I saw a gourmet pepper store the other day. I didn't realize there was such a market.
Yeah, like, didn't Bardolph always be a big pepper man?
Yeah, but I imagined he was like, you know, quite a unique individual in that respect. I didn't realize there was a full market for the gourmet pepper.
Yeah, look, I haven't been a big fan of pepper myself, but maybe we can get into it. Maybe we can get into it.
Should have popped my nose in the door.
Well, look at this right here. 25 for Dexter, 23 for Magix, and 19 for Patsy. Those three, and especially as you mentioned, Patsy's impact so far on this T side has been nothing more than immaculate.
Okay, wow. Magix has got a full leeway, and Zipex versus Magix. The duel again goes his way. This isn't the commit, but it's pretty convincing. Farley at least solves the mystery, and okay, the mischief has been managed. The pace sucked out of Spirit. This is CT side Ancient, but the margin for error has been completely removed by the high-flying start of Spirit. Now, interestingly enough, I imagine you were looking at that Dexter bomb as well. Very isolated and making sure presence is still heard towards those A-halls. He is going to start to rejoin the pack now.
The problem is with Siren and Patsy both going here through cave is they have the smoke, so they're not going to be able to do the smokes long and short. They'll be able to limp one out from this position, but they have to take a fight. Maybe it's contact on the menu.
This fight onto Farley, it's unlikely he gets given it. And so they will just do it on the fly. Yeah, no punishment initially. Farley, tagged up by the spray, will force him a little wider. And a smoke of his own could catch him. Oh, okay. At least obscures himself, hiding in plain sight. Caught now, chasing Dexter. Patsy will put him down. Astralis, a little flustered now. It felt like it was in their hands. And oh, Patsy, 2, make it 3, the triple to end it all. It's only Glaive. This is it. Spirit have done it. Patsy again with the multi-kill, and Spirit the 2-0. Oh, Astralis, they are going to remember this game, but Spirit most definitely. Couple of drinks in the bar tonight. Locked in. Left, right, good night. Astralis thrust into the 2-2 column.
Wow, 2-0 in the danger right here. What a performance that was. Overpass, back and forth, a close game. The CT side of Spirit was immaculate, and then they move on over towards Ancient. And I think everybody would have had the Danes favored in this one, but they got sat down. They got shown how to play right here. That dynamic defense, beautiful stuff, and you can see some glum looks on the faces. I think they know what this means now. The 2-2 column, it's not going to be an easy one to get through tomorrow. Do-or-die matchup. This was their last opportunity to get on through with ease, and now it's the pressure cooker. Now that's where they find themselves. And a big performance here from Spirit, a team that I think a lot of us were surprised to see even make it through to this stage.
Yeah.
Have now secured their spot in the Legends, so great performance from them. Can only continue to sing the praises of the likes of Dexter. Obviously, Patsy here with some impact. Magic's looking good too. So a great game, very entertaining stuff.
Yeah, I mean, we saw Spirit, you know, with that crazy comeback against G2, just shy. They looked threatening and imposing. We had that Dust 2, and only Dust 2 until today. And now what have they done? They've convinced us on Overpass, and they've convinced us on Ancient. That is something to behold, and something to perhaps be feared and want to be researched coming into that next stage. But what a luxury. You know, you're 3 days in, put your feet up. Mission accomplished for this week.
Yeah, and well, people who won't be putting their feet up are going to be the panel. Maybe they can dissect this Ancient victory, because this was a quick one.
Extremely convincing if you look at all things considered from the side of Spirit. Shell-shocked faces on the side of Astralis, because they weren't supposed to lose Ancient. In fact, they weren't even supposed to lose Overpass. This was supposed to be kind of the most comfortable matchup they could get in terms of qualifying into the Legends. Easily, I should say, but that would be a disservice to the Spirit that they ran into today. Mathieu, they have surprised us all, and I think they have made many people a fan today.
You're absolutely correct. They pushed the boundaries. Spirit pushed the boundaries. I didn't think they had it in them to take on Astralis on Ancient. We talked about all the narratives. We talked about the previous score lines. We explained how this should be the Astralis show. And Spirit gave absolutely zero duck. They took that game to Astralis, and they made them the victims on that map. I cannot believe what I have witnessed.
No, I mean, I'm maybe going to reference what I said in the green room. There was something about that undecisiveness in the decisive moments. Because I think, you know, we were talking, they were working the map control well, they were getting into good positions, they had good entries to the sites, but then everything just fell apart. They were stressed, they weren't as decisive as I want to see an Astralis be.
Yeah, I know what you mean. What we're trying to reference is that Astralis in the early stages of the T half, right? They had their cards, they had the assets they needed, they had the trades, they had the way into the sites, they were using all their great protocols to take control. And this is where usually you actually strike and you could capitalize on that situation. We saw them lose a couple of clutches, and I cannot help but wonder, is that the ghost of Overpass come in and crippling in, doubts crippling in situations they should win?
And you put it so beautifully before when we talked about Overpass for Spirit, the team that is in the disadvantage coming into this entire best of 3. They lose some crucial clutches on their T side, but it does not phase them. In fact, they overcome that and they win Overpass. We see a similar story for Astralis, which is why you were even given Astralis credit as they were losing the first couple of rounds on that T half, because you saw that they had a plan. It was just the clutches that didn't narrowly work out. But that makes it so interesting to me, because I would always have given the caliber of experience on Astralis and on players like Glaive then the upper hand to be able to turn that around and get the stability. But they didn't. And that is what is most puzzling to me on this Astralis performance.
Yeah, that's the narrative that we should follow, right? It should be the players with the experience, with the curriculum that are able to deal mentally and emotionally with losing these clutches. It should be Spirit who's breaking apart and falling down after losing clutches, not Astralis. If Astralis lose 2 clutches on Ancient on the T side, then I, as a fan of Counter-Strike, I expect them to stand up on the CT side anyway and close whenever they have opportunities, which they didn't. It's a fragility that I hadn't seen come in.
Let's talk about some of the players on Spirit who stepped up. Of course, everyone deserves their flowers today. Magix is not someone we've talked about so much, but we have referenced him in the context of being a highly CT-rated player in the Major so far. But his holds were immaculate, and Dexter just kept doing Dexter things.
Yes. The thing about Magix is I think he's probably one of these players that's super easy to play with. He always sets himself in a position that matches with the other CT player already there. You could see it multiple times on Dust 2. He did it as well here on Ancient and Overpass. He just seems like that kind of guy that's like, he helps you do well.
I'm going to parlay that because we have Dexter with us actually right now.
Yeah,
Hi. Congratulations. Amazing. Devil was actually just singing your praises, and in general...
Congrats, man. I mean, you're incredibly impactful. You have big balls in these situations where maybe sometimes it feels like theoretically one should back off, but you stay a little longer, you keep the pressure on, and you do it extremely well. Is that something that you've thought about going into this to add to your game, or is it something you've always had?
I think this is that I always had. Yeah, sometimes my team can say that you should play a bit less aggressive, and I was hearing that some captains in top teams that I spoke with says to me that you can do really incredible things, but sometimes you are really passive. And I was wanted to say, guys, when I'm passive, it's not my choice. I just do what my team asked from me. And yeah, right now I feel very good because after the game against G2, I understand that, yeah, this game was very good for us. We did very good things. We did very good comeback. But anyway, I should be more aggressive. I had these ideas in my head in this match, but I don't do that. And I don't feel that it's my game. I should play more in my style. And now you can see after this best of 3 and one more game before on Dust 2, that works.
Yes,
I'm happy.
we talked together a little bit in Bucharest, and you told me this isn't the real Dexter. What you see right now, it's not the real Dexter.
Are
we seeing the real Dexter now?
Yes.
That's the real one?
Yes.
What do you think has been like the click for you to give that performance now?
I just say to myself that I should enjoy this major and I should play the games that I really see in my hands. Okay. And I'm just doing it. If I will do mistake, okay. Then just say it to me.
Did you feel any pressure because
no.
In Stockholm, Astralis, you know, that was a hard moment. Was that in the back of your mind? Now you were 2-1 against Astralis?
I will not gonna lie. After first major for myself in my career, I in this major I was in my best form, but I never showed that only in one game against Astralis on Inferno. Right now, I don't feel any pressure. I'm just playing the games that I want to play, and I'm enjoying that.
I'm really glad to hear that. Look, we are not super familiar with Patsy and Siren, sort of new players around the block. Can you give us maybe a few words about these players? They are impressing a lot of people.
Okay, look, First of all, I would like to say about Patsy. He's my ex-teammate in Espada, and I was seeing him when he was 16 years old, and we understand that this guy is talented than other people that we can choose for free.
Yeah.
In this time, we cannot buy players, and we just want to get someone for free. We get him. We had like 1 month bootcamp with him, and we speak with him a lot. We was trying to teach him, and he improved himself a lot after this month. And we understand that this guy will gonna keep with us. So we will not gonna change him. It was like 3 months of changing players, and it was finally the 5 men who was playing very good for us. And he was young. From this time, I'm playing with him. We can find words for both of us, and we support each other. That's great. You can see we are sitting together
nice,
close.
And
About Siren. Siren is a player from our Spirit Academy. He is very good. On his role, I think he improved himself way a lot from the time when I see him first time in Spirit roster. He did a lot of job, and I would like to say to him that he is very good player. He need to understand that because he is feeling a bit nervous. He thinks he reading a lot of commentaries about him, and sometimes he's getting like tilted. And I'm saying, "Come on, Pasha, stop it! You don't need to do that. Stop listening, people. You're playing very good." And I can say that to you. I see what you do. I see what you decide to do, and that's great. You're playing very good. You improve yourself. Just keep it. Don't listen other people. But he's young, and sometimes he's doing that.
you can tell him now, go read everything because you just qualified as legends.
Yes, right now I will tell him just watch this interview and just watch what people will say about you.
Are you, in that regard, kind of a leader also because you are a little bit older than some of these players in these moments? And are you trying to guide them in terms of, hey, don't get tilted, stay calm in these moments? And does that also translate into the
Yes, because in times when I was younger and came to Spirit, I was needed someone who will helps me. And I would like to say I'm not teaching them like I'm teacher and they're my kids or someone like that. I'm just trying to help if I see some moments of mental problems or stuff like that. And if I have experience, I'm trying to tell to my friends what they should do, in my opinion. Always saying this word. It's my opinion. You can do anything other.
Do with it what you like.
Yeah.
In terms of kind of the game and the strategy, there's one very interesting stat that we talked about before coming into the series. It was in situations where you get into a 4v5, you never are able to win the round after that. Now, at the end of Overpass, there were a couple of situations in which Patsy actually died early, and I think you did pretty well. But did you have an awareness that this was an issue for you?
Okay. As I understand you,
yes,
we are losing a lot of rounds when we are 4 versus 5. When they lost first,
yes,
I think yes, that's a problem for us. It's problem for every single team, and especially when I was in Espada, we was looking on Team Astralis that destroyed everyone in this time, and they destroy a lot of teams. Because when you are looking on statistic of Team Astralis in these times when they have their own era, they win like 19% or 18% when they get first kill. How can you win them? If you are losing first player who did mistake, it's very hard to get this opportunity to win round. And it's problem for everyone. But I think sometimes on this major, on RMR tournament, I'm just looking what my teammates do or what I do, and I'm just getting shocked because they find something incredible like Chopper does. He can run and kill 2 people with only one my flash, and I'm thinking, what the fuck? Hello, we are winning.
The reason I asked it is because obviously it's really hard to win those rounds, but normally teams do get a couple. But it was because in this match specifically, you found so many opening kills and you kind of just like shut it down, and you found situations in which you were in a disadvantage and you did still clutch it out. Final question, Chopper. Sorry, Dexter, because you're talking about Chopper. But final question. You've now made it to the legend stage and in a very comfortable manner. What is the ceiling for this Team Spirit right now?
Ceiling?
Ceiling meaning
what's the
maximum
you can
get?
do? The highest you can go.
Actually, I don't know. I would like to not give us any goals.
Right.
We are just playing. In the time when this roster was created, we was not thinking that we will be on this major actually, and we are here. Like 2 days ago, after we lost to G2, I say this word to myself: you don't need to think what you should win or who you should win. You just need to play, enjoy the game, And I hope we will go with this emotional stuff to Legend Stage and play. Just play. And you will see where we will finish.
It's a joy to see you play, I have to say. We've very much enjoyed it today and throughout the major. Congratulations,
Thank you very
Dexter,
much.
once again.
Thank you, guys. Thank you for support. Thank you for everyone who is supporting us. We love you.
Of course. We are going to take a quick break after that, but when we come back, we have 2 best of 3s still left to be played, and Ents versus Bad News Eagles is up next, so don't go anywhere.
To succeed in this game, you need to invest in yourself. Be daring. Innovate. Calculate. Never hesitate. Follow your instincts. Don't follow the crowd. Back yourself. Bank your wealth. Analyze, strategize, and galvanize. Now is the time. Take your shot.
Esports is what we live and breathe. For us, it's more than a game. It's a reality, where a group of letters can mean everything. Where Mirage is a place for bombs, battles, and glory, not an illusion. Where the true heroes are those in front of the screen. GG Bet. This is real.
I'm Frankie Ward, and I'm on a mission to show you that our commentators are not just one-dimensional Counter-Strike obsessed human beings. No, in fact, they're not human beings at all. They're animals, and they're animals who can also draw. Do you agree, Launders?
I really know my way around a pen.
Yes, he does. He knows almost the way around a pen and other things. And on the other side of this board, we have got your partner in crime and commentary. We have got Mr. Scrawny himself, and he's holding an inanimate object.
A Granny Smith.
A Granny Smith apple. Yeah, we don't like Golden Delicious on
Fresh grannies.
here at the PGL Major. We love a fresh granny. Now, your challenge, Launders, is going to be to draw Scrawny in 3 minutes. Yes. And to give this more legitimacy as a project of true artistes like we are, we're going to give you 3 minutes to do it. Are you ready?
Let's go.
Let's go. Okay, hang on. I've got to make it official. And 3, 2, 1, draw. Is there anything that's inspired this pose? Scrawny, if you can tell me without moving your mouth.
The freshness of produce.
You moved
the
your mouth.
importance of fruits and vegetables and the succulence of green grannies.
I don't really want to spoil the surprise too much for Scrawny. I'm quite excited. I'm surprised. Can I say I'm surprised without spoiling your surprise?
This is my good side after all, so he has an easy mode.
No, you've got many good sides. Many good sides. Can I just ask if you're inspired by any particular artist here, Launders?
Monet.
Monet.
I like Monet.
He hasn't drawn you as a water lily, though. I can confirm that, spoiler.
Is he going abstract or realism or?
It's one-to-one.
I can't quite tell yet. That is true. We've got about 1.5 minutes left on the clock, Launders. There's no stalk on that apple. You've made it look like a cherry bomb.
Cherry bomb.
Cherry bomb. Hello, Daddy. Hello, Mum.
Hello, Granny.
Granny. Oh, time check. Time check. Good point. Do my job for me. You've got 55 seconds. Are you going to give her? Are you going to give
I
the
forgot
ear?
one really important
The ear?
My mustache?
You know what? I think this is kind of Picasso-esque.
What do we think about this?
I like that addition. All right, that is your time up. Before you do the reveal, what is the name of your artwork?
It's Scrawny. It's a portrait. Scrawny.
Scrawny. You got to sign it. You're an artist. Soon to be on boxer t-shirts, available around the world. It is Scrawny.
Yes. This is fire, except I don't have any teeth. That makes me nervous.
That's
just gums.
Yeah, no, that's lips. Those lips, actually. Lips. Those are lips.
Okay.
Stop. I recognize the size.
Thank you.
But I have a bad memory, so I recognize the size, but I have bad memory. I skipped on the roses just because of time constraints.
Yeah.
And this doesn't look that healthy, but
I get the gist of it.
I didn't have all the tools.
I get
in the world,
gist
so,
of it. Yeah. Nice undercut here too.
You kind of look at the Wall Street Bets guy.
You got the gauges?
Yes.
Very nice, man.
Can I ask about one thing, which is the way that glasses work? Because I know you're not a spectacles wearer, but I am, and you are as well, Scrawny. What do you make of this situation?
I hadn't noticed that, but I think there is an element of abstract art within this. It is a near one-for-one, but I see Launder's influence. He loves right angles. Look at the Boxer logo, for example. And so that's all this is. It's a small homage to Boxer and the community that he's built.
And where is this artwork worthy of being displayed by yourself?
Right above my bed.
Right above your bed.
I get the pick, but I'm going to tape it to your ceiling. So it's the first thing you see right when you wake up.
Brilliant.
Horrifying.
Well, hopefully we're going to make some prints of this so I can have one for above my bedroom too. Thank you so much for joining me for the Artist Challenge. Launders, I didn't know you had it in you.
Me neither. Me neither.
Two regional rivals collide as Outsiders and ForZe are clashing in the next battle for legends here in Antwerp. One of these two teams will be making it through to the next stage, whilst the other falls to the last chance qualifier tomorrow. Joining myself for here's two other legends up here on the desk. We've got Pimp, we've got
Legends?
Maui. Yeah, I mean, you're legends in your own right. You would take that, Pimp, surely.
I would take that, sure. I'm just thinking this guy.
Yeah, thanks, Pimp, man. I'm doing my best, man. I'm trying to become a legend one
It's
day.
a North American legend. It doesn't take a lot of
legend. The bar's really low, actually.
Just before we dive into this next matchup on the cards, I just wanted to get your initial thoughts on the Spirit Astralis matchup we just saw. I didn't expect Spirit to be getting that win in a two-map fashion there.
Man, I think when Dexter's on, he looks like one of the smartest oppers out there. There's always in the right place at the right time. And for Astralis, I thought Ancient was a sure thing, Pimp. I really did.
I agree. I feel like I agree with your point with Dexter. I saw him play CT side overpass, saw him play Ancient, and he didn't miss a beat at all. He was constantly being disruptive, and Astralis couldn't handle him whatsoever. They got to showcase, that Astralis may not be as strong as we think. And as for Spirit, they fully deserve to go into the legend stage, especially Dexter, who's been one of the best players in the tournament so far.
Well, we're going to be seeing two other CIS squads go head-to-head ahead as ForZe are now taking on Outsiders. I feel like this is kind of the Hadron Collider in terms of the clash of styles coming into this. We see sort of two teams at the polar opposites in terms of their stylistic qualities.
I love that you bring that up, Freya, because we've seen Outsiders in the past just have these slow, drawn-out rounds, kind of prodding in multiple directions at once, and then ForZe is a team that really likes to group up. I think Jerry keeps things pretty simple for his squad. There is a little bit of autonomy for some of his players, but really, once he decides in the mid-round what it is that they're going to do, they're almost all just going to jump in on that play.
And there's some history to that as well, because I remember when I was playing back in 14, 15, 16, you almost had a feeling that you didn't want to practice against anyone from the CS region because you didn't get anything out of it. They would just rush around. They would just do constant B rushes, constant A rushes. Whenever you thought that you could play out a default, you know, someone would rush you somewhere and destroy your whole plan, and it almost felt like a waste of time. So you go up against a CAS team, you know, a young team with Jerry and the boys who still have that, you know, I guess, you know, youth to them, right? They love to play aggressive Counter-Strike. They love to go out there and destroy their opponent and be annoying to whoever they're playing against. Whereas for Outsiders, they were one of the few teams together with Na'Vi who adopted that, I guess, slow, boring European style of playing the advantages, playing the time. And you know what? I like to see what ForZe are doing, and I like to see what Outsiders are doing. But there's no doubt that historically speaking, it's two different eras right now facing each other.
So let's get a quick temperature check on Outsiders, what we've seen thus far in the tournament. Obviously, this is the first best of 3. We're going to see them gracing the stage 4. So what are your kind of takeaways, the TLDR for them so far?
So far with me, when I look at the individuals of Outsiders, I'm not really loving what I'm getting from the likely heroes. Yakinder's been kind of up and down. I think that James has delivered at least in some moments here and there, but one guy that I have been really looking at and kind of upset about has been Buster. He was a guy that was incredibly reliable for this team, especially on those small side anchors. Frequently, he picks up the secondary op for the team, and he's been their worst performer for the last couple of months.
It's been looking rough for Outsiders. Also, you know, you listen to some of the interviews and you read some of them, and right now there's a lot of rumors about Yakinder. Is he going to stay within the lineup or not? Is this going to be the last tournament they play together as a team? It seems like a very uncertain period. We have the guy on the screen right here. Yakinder is to my understanding, and I guess to a lot of people's understanding, one of the best riflers and one of the best, if not the best, entry fragger in the entire world. So far in this tournament, he hasn't really played up to par, and you can't help to think, is that because he's not sure where his future is relying? Is he not committed to this lineup? Is he also feeling the pressure of not knowing whether or not this is going to be the last tournament with these boys? I can only imagine it's a stressful situation, but I think we can see the result on the server. Outsiders have not looked great so far this major.
Yeah, I really like that you bring up the context that's kind of surrounding this team. We know that Sierra Shovel is definitely in. And Kickout was talking about that himself. I do want to bring up some other statistics from Outsiders, though, because as much as we've been talking about this as a kind of CT-sided major, not so much for the Outsiders.
It's kind of weird, right? Because we're in an era right now, Maui, where all teams like to thrive on the CT side. It seems like the M4A1S update, together with the grenade dropping, has really proud the CT side into be a very comfortable place for most teams. Outsiders in this tournament so far, they are the best performing T-side team out of all the teams, and they're one of the worst CT side performing teams. They win more rounds on their T-side than they do on their CT side. Another thing I want to note right here is that they find more opening kills on their T-side than they do on their CT side as well. That is not normal. That is not supposed to happen. So I guess there's a positive spin right here. If they can continue to perform well on the CT side and fix their, the T-side and fix their CT side, well, then Outsiders could be a dangerous team, but it's kind of worrying to me to see this trend.
They even had a positive opening kill percentage on the CT side. It's just that their 5v4 percentage is not that good, and that's incredibly concerning because I would say a few months ago, this Outsiders lineup would have been one that I would have picked to always convert those kinds of rounds because it just seems like they have excellent protocols.
And then coming into this, obviously, ForZe going to be facing them on the other side of the server. It was kind of interesting, the context that they were coming into this tournament, and we saw, you know, some real highlights from coming out of the RMR. But still, some question marks in terms of what we were to expect. They're an incredibly new, incredibly young team.
Yeah, they are, you know, and I was kind of reading over them and thinking to myself, where do I put ForZe, you know, in the landscape of Counter-Strike? What do I really expect from them? The fact they qualified for the major itself, to me, it wasn't a surprise, you know, but it was a job well done. I wasn't necessarily sure that was going to be the case. Then looked up their results. In 21, they played an awful amount of online cups. They just kept on grinding and grinding and grinding, and they ended up winning 7 of those online tournaments, you know, netting themselves more than $200,000 in prize money. So it's actually a team that is putting in a lot of effort. They're putting in a lot of hours to the game. We're just yet to see them do it on LAN, and what we've seen so far, they played a fantastic tournament.
I'm glad you bring that up, Pimp, because it really reminds me of the Nafany-led current Cloud9 roster.
Yes.
A team that just grinded up, that was incredibly hungry for such a long period of time. And the great thing about this lineup, even compared to the Cloud9 roster, is that Jerry's a more experienced in-game leader, but the tools that he's working with are really where ForZe shines. Kenzie and Shelfie have been absolute, just diamonds in the rough. These are guys that I didn't expect to necessarily show up for ForZe. I thought it was going to be the Zorte show, but Shelfie is such an excellent rotate player. His game sense and the way he's able to handle such a variety of situations has been constantly impressive for me.
And note their age, right? 20 years of age, 19 years of age. Those two players are currently the two highest rated players for ForZe, currently the two players they rely on to create the plays on the server, and they're very young, very inexperienced. They've never been at a major before, and they definitely have never felt the pressure right now, but they're still delivering. So a lot of credit really goes to those two.
Yeah, and delivering consistently. Shelfie's only map under a 1.19 rating so far was that Vitality Mirage. Same thing for Kenzie as well, just under a 1.15 rating. And it was really, I think, a testament to them for how much they pushed and prodded Vitality in that series. I wasn't expecting it to go to the full 3, and to see them test particularly Apex so much in that series.
Yeah, I really think that ForZe was pretty close in that Vitality one. Even though the scoreline might not have shown it, they had some good ideas. They caught Vitality off guard a handful of times. But looking at the map vetoes here, Pimp, I think this is actually kind of both of these teams playing to their comforts as opposed to trying to punish too.
Exactly what I would have expected right here. Dust 2 coming out of Outsiders makes an awful lot of sense. They did play it against MIBR where they only won 16-14, but they were up 15-7, I believe, and then they kind of threw away and then had to win the game at the later stages. So they feel comfortable on that map. Mirage makes sense for ForZe, and I just love when you have a matchup where Dust 2 is map number 1, Mirage is map number 2. There's the two most, individually reliant maps you have in the map pool, and then you finish it off with a complete different map in Inferno. It is nothing like playing Mirage. It is nothing like playing Dust 2. So we get to see two sides of the same coin here for both teams.
What specifically are we looking at coming into Dust 2 then, in terms of some of the players you might be highlighting in this one?
Shelfie is a guy that you have to look out for ForZe. The guy is playing the B rotator position on the defensive CT side, and that is something that Jame, Outsiders, they love to hammer that space. They try to see if they can prod through the double doors, and I have a feeling that they're going to catch him a couple times because even though I was praising him for all his skill, I think that Outsiders can just be wildly explosive on Dust 2 in a way that other maps, you might not think that's really the case.
I agree. I'm looking towards Buster, as you also highlighted, right? He's been struggling a little bit. On Dust 2 specifically, he's the only player right now from Outsiders who's not able to produce a plus KD over the last 3 months when they played the map. So that's a weak link, That's a guy you can target if you're ForZe. You can say, okay, here we have a weak link. Let's try to put on some pressure on towards his bomb side to begin with, and maybe that will crumble, or maybe he'll step up to the occasion. But that's one weak link that they have right now when it comes to Outsiders.
And specifically talking about the CT sides for Outsiders, because that's what we've been putting under the microscope, considering they're the 3rd worst rated team in terms of that. Is there anything that you're particularly looking towards coming into Dust 2, considering it is their pick?
It's the impact of Jame, right? He needs to find more impact, and it's kind of like this stylistic class, right? Because we know Jame to be the guy who's a very defensive AWP player who likes to hold angles. He's very often, quickly finds himself in a scenario where he at least considers to save, and when he's in that, thought process, he often ends up saving in a way, and I would just like to see a little bit more aggressiveness coming out of Jame. He needs to lead this team. They're in a strugglesome period right now. He's the in-game leader, so if he can step up and just be a little bit more proactive on the CT side, be a little bit more aggressive, find a little more impact, I think that could be enough to push Outsiders in the right direction.
And it's so strange that we have to want more from Jame on Dust 2 CT side, because T side, he actually has a lot of aggressive plays for himself. But I agree with Pimp that when he switches to the defense, it's almost like he neuters himself. He doesn't want to keep going for those aggressive plays, yet we see on the T side how so capable he is of doing it. So there needs to be a balance in James' play. He needs to take some burden off of the riflers on his team, because it does feel like a lot of the people on Outsiders right now have a very up and down sort of form, and I think that he needs to be the guy that just makes things a little bit easier for everybody.
And that's one of the most frustrating things when we talk about Jame, because you said it so beautifully right there. He can do it, right? He is able to be aggressive. He is able to be this proactive guy who can go out and sort of like dictate the pace in a sense with the AWT, at least put in some fear to the opponents. We just don't see it enough from him, and that's why I get frustrated sometimes watching him. I know he's able to do it, so why don't you some more?
Well, we're going to see exactly how it does pan out. Dust 2 is the first map on the cards, and to guide us through it is Scorny and Launders.
Thank you. I agree. Jame is beautiful. You guys are beautiful too. Now I love the shirt. Yeah, nice shirt as well.
Thanks, man. I really brought. I think I'm colorful enough. For
I didn't know you watch anime.
Let's move past that. I'm not a phony. I'm not a bald fraud, but I am excited because Outsiders and ForZe. This is ForZe with a very real chance, man. I want to frame this one as kind of ForZe being this sharpened spear, and Outsiders playing as like this ethereal entity, okay? You're jabbing at him, you're trying to get him done with all this preparation and all this form that ForZe have brought into this stage of the Major, and yet Outsiders just seem to dodge death every step of the way. They barely get through the RMR. A pixel is what got them here, and now they find themselves with a very great chance at just moving through 3-1.
It's a very exciting life to be playing on Outsiders. It's full of tragedy and success and glory and embarrassment. And I think that's, you know, a life is about both the ups and the downs. Oh, Shelfie. Okay. That's pretty annoying because that was their smoker right there.
Yeah, it's going to make this one a little more difficult. Norvi firing off, drops bomb, flits down, and Outsiders, all they wanted was that B exec. That's all they asked for.
This could not be worse. The bomb is in the middle of the tunnel, and they dropped one of their 2 smokes in the tunnel with it, so they can't even exec comfortably.
Now it's looking like a carnival game, dude. Just a shooting gallery into the tunnels, but there's the flash, the best chance at just grabbing that bomb back. Zorte finds the headshot, and it's the same problem with one less piece and one more player on the other end of it. ForZe nice and clean on the CT side pistol. They go for that lower tunnels peak, and from that moment onwards, it is their round to win.
Yes. It's so funny to watch Jay make this rotation, knowing that he has to end up dying in this spot. But he is going to make some kind of play with the amount of time left on the clock. James' favorite resource. If he could harvest it, he would.
Oh, okay.
Wait.
Okay, we'll take that first one, man. But remember, if anybody knows how to calculate time, it's James.
It's not him, but who is it?
It's another gush and goes down. So sure enough, it's ForZe with the first round win.
Yeah. Imagine if you could harvest time.
And just save it for later?
Yes.
Like you can with energy?
Energy.
Time batteries?
Why isn't it coming? I mean, they've literally figured out how to harvest heat.
Maybe in someone else's lifetime.
Yeah.
Once that bomb dropped, man, it felt destined to go the way of ForZe, and sure enough, it will. No force buy-in from Outsiders as Dust 2 gets going.
Yeah. Bomb plants are usually pretty easy to get on these pistol rounds. That kind of blows for them. Kenzie has a great position to frag, multi-frag here from Carr.
Oh, yes. Oh, yes, indeed. Nice little anti-eco ace.
Kenzie within seconds.
Done. Outsiders time to buy. Jame on the op. From now until eternity.
This angle just rocks, especially versus pistols. Sit back here. One of the most important spots that you need mollies to counter. And he knows they aren't going to buy one. Jame has been setting up to spot this lower pick, and sometimes the worst teams are not smoking deep into mid. This is really important to slow down Yakinder from going into lower every round.
Really repetitive piece of that early T-side setup from them.
Yes.
It's just one that's really hard to deal with, though, as well. You know he's there, but what are you going to do about it? You got to let him have it.
Yeah, it's the most important part of the default. Usually the guy who goes into lower is going to take the first contact the most amount of times, whether it's versus a cat boost, or a guy inside a middle, or someone later on as the entry. Yakindar. The point of that deeper smoke just to buy a little bit more time, but on T side, it's very easy to get all the map control you need for an exec.
Ooh.
Unlike some other maps. That's about as good as that grenade could have gotten.
You love that. 3 players now, a victim of a single A1S bullet. 35 seconds, and Outsiders, this is where they like to do their best work. This player's been boosted on this box the entire time, man. Shelfie. Yakinder, insta-kill. But through that smoke, we get 2 frags back the way of ForZe, and then a quick challenge from Jerry. Jane, nice quick scope, but that MP9 gets the better of him. Yakinder, you can run, but you can't hide. Jumps through the window, and Jerry, with the hot swap to the op and a second kill on that one, ForZe, they're ready to crunch when Outsiders finally commit.
That's one in the butt from Jerry.
Through the flesh.
pretty absorbent. You know?
Yeah, yeah. Thick meat.
Yes.
Look at this trail of pistol players. Outsider's going to crank that dial. Go for something fast all of a sudden. Yes, sir. Shalfie throwing down utils. Zorte is going to miss the first op shot, so Norvy's on his own for a second. And he'll take one. Then we got Shalfie trying to challenge through the smoke. James able to stop it close with that P250. Yakinder a victim of the pistol as well. But James with the last bullet. With the last bullet will get his revenge versus Jerry. However, ForZe continue on with winning ways for the 4-0 start.
Yeah, all things considered, really, really expensive round for what Outsiders brought into it. Purchased up from James, and they'll give it another shot. We had such a standard round, that first rifle round, working into lower control, no aggressive pushes from ForZe. They waited for the mid-B attack. They set up for the mid-B attack, and it's not every day that the CTs will go up on that boost like they used to. That was almost one every 3 rounds a few years ago that everyone would jump up in the CT boxes. That's not the case anymore. So now that we've seen you know, James go for that initial pick in Suicide to spot lower, and ForZe have smoked it, I don't think he'll try to do that anymore. I mean, he can do that, of course, doesn't really use any resources. But I think they respect the fact that ForZe are watching for it.
Jerry trying to stretch around those corners. We're going to get a challenge here inside of the tunnels. Buster with the flash. Norvy pushes in and out. Easy 5 versus 4. Yakinder looking to charge up catwalk. Couple of smokes go down. Jerry very quickly on these rotates. Man, he's been fast. And Sorte is going to be sharp. Headshot on the op. Second right there. 2 more players to drop as Kicker does exit through long, and the bomb doubles back off Cat. Nice utility, nice team play, nice rotations. Very clean gameplay from ForZe so far.
Yeah.
5 alive in this one. Shalfie walks through that smoke as James turns his head, and Shalfie's going hunting.
These are noticeably quick rounds that are coming out of Outsiders. I mean, we're crossing the 30-second mark and everyone has died already. Oh my god.
I love that.
What a move.
I love that.
Yeah.
James says, you want some? Come get some.
I feel like James is feeling it right now, but almost everybody on ForZe is feeling it at the exact same time. They just have to be taken seriously. So some very quick rounds. They're playing CT side. Opera's looking good. They're on the 2-op setup with the full nades. And this buy save cycle for Outsiders. Like you said, rotation's very quick, right up in their grill. As soon as they want to do something, CTs are happy to fight.
Dude, Jerry's just pouncing on him.
Bomb is not getting planted. The first tack pause called here for Outsiders. Probably a good time to do so. We're far from the point of exhausting options. ForZe just want to keep doing what they're doing. They can start to open up a little bit. Honestly, if you're thinking about Outsiders, I think Outsiders, either they're going to take their spawn or they're going to go a lot slower. They don't even have money here, actually, so...
Oh, he sees the hand.
Sees the boost, yeah.
Ooh, the knife out on the player at the bottom.
That was a bit of a mistake.
You know, if only models were left-handed. But he gets betrayed by the bottom of the totem pole. Yakinder looking for that quick answer. Oh, I don't think Jerry saw that one.
I don't think he did.
Oh, he did? Okay.
Yeah.
Good, good. Keeps it clean. Second player there as well, and Flitz. And the A1S damage will soften Kickert. As we see 2 smokes and a flashbang still to be used here on Outsiders. Off coming to support this. Shalfie hits his shot, doesn't get the frag, sends the nade to finish off the job. And not even that can kill Kickert. He continues to stand. Buster, in the meantime, able to crack a head open with that scout. There's a fast A flank, though. And if that scout gets stagnant, then that's the bomb dropped, and any life that was left in this round suddenly evaporates. Norvy a step ahead. Flit over top here. Flit gets a little scared by Jerry inside of the smoke. Only Kickert left standing, as it is 6 straight from ForZe's CT side.
Yeah, they're in the zone. They're in the zone. Every move they're making is working out. I mean, the most satisfying part about watching ForZe from the RMR to now is that all their shots connect. You know, every time they see somebody, it is instant death. And so this demands that you play the best CS possible. There's another example of it. Zorte with that lightning fast Tech 9. And again, they don't have anything to prove at this point from what we've already watched. Those rounds have not been close. I think, I don't know what Outsiders will do. They can be quite unpredictable, but I imagine they're going to try to slow it down because a lot of the rounds they've played already have been quite fast for their normal tempo. And I think that's been different. Oh my God, that's a quick shot from James on the door cross, and that's Shalfie who is going to smoke into lower. And the one downside about that smoke, of course, is on the initial cross, you don't have the door smoked for the cross.
You got to be fast with it.
You just introduce the ability for someone to have snuck into lower. That's the whole point of the smoke. Game-changing kill from Jame in round 7.
Yeah, time for Outsiders to get their first round win, but it can't just be Jame. Yakinder, Buster, Kicker, 2 kills between the 3 of them. They got to flex this man advantage. Very respectful round from ForZe so far as they just sit back and await the attack of Outsiders. Destined for the B site, Norvi. Going to be playing in the open here, so risky business.
It would make sense just to go through with the full execution into B. If they walk in, they'll be open to the Opera who's coming to support. Norvi waiting for the specific fight. Really well done from him.
Zorte, quick jump. Norvi gets away with the freebie. Yakinder's trying to hunt him, but that's Norvi with 2 and Zorte's op support as he burns to a crisp. We get man advantage back in the hands of ForZe. They're gone. They give up on that attack. And now it seems like they need to transition into this cap play, which would be held by Kenzie in the corner. Which that should catch Flit off guard, but a duel picked up by Flit pushes Jerry upwards on the rotate. Frag grenade indicates the spot, but a nice kill from Jerry and no chance from Jame. He doesn't chase, he doesn't try. 10 seconds fizzles out and a 7th consecutive for ForZe.
Whoa, Flit could have made the difference there. He did approach that fight really well, but the aim from Jerry made sure the bomb couldn't cross on his side. If Jerry goes down, Jame has middle. They're going to run right by him and get opt. And there's the difference. But look at the B side. 3 players dead entering. And it's because of that great off angle from Norway to kill Buster first thing. But with so little resistance in that round and Outsiders getting the opening kill within seconds of the round starting, they had every right to hit the B site, but they could have also done it with a full exec and caused a ton of problems there for ForZe. Now, they didn't want to elicit any counter grenades, of course. That was the idea. But this obviously cost them. ForZe read that situation really well, set up for a walkout, and equalized before the exec happened.
This time Norvi, again, separate angle, then he tucks. Oh, Shalfie with the support off of the frag, that's nice. Still though, a chance at an exit here from Outsiders. Shalfie's gonna put up that temporary cover of the smoke, gets lost inside it, goes over top it, finds Yakinder with his head turned, and all the while he still has 2 players on him. He's gonna get another. Jame will clear it in that backside, immediately turning attention back into the tunnels, where slowly Zorte comes, already scoped in. Nice flash to get him off of it, force the shot out, and then give Jame the advantage of just staying posted. Flashes go a bit too far. And windows under question here from Kenzie. He drops that bomb, looks to extend, and what's James' play? He knows he's pinched. He knows it's problematic. Kenzie comes through smoke and ends it. ForZe seemingly can do no wrong.
Yeah, they agreed to go through at the exact same time, and Kicker decided not to put the bomb down. They want to establish. Jame had an opportunity to get that kill inside of tunnels, but it was played well from both sides. I mean, he flashed the Opera off the position. Opera still had some aids to counter and move to the other side. Made sure not to just take that fight dry. Another tactile called here for Outsiders. This might be the quickest Outsiders match that we've ever seen.
And partly they're playing quick too, right? I feel like some of these rounds weren't boiled down to 30 seconds. Like, I've seen them crunch, what, mid to be 25 seconds once? ForZe giving them the space, and Outsiders not sticking landings, man.
Again, I mean, ForZe don't have to talk about much. Everything's good, really. Like, they can go more aggressive if they'd like to, but they've won the 5v4 now. They've won the opening kill a number of times. They've read the exact. The B site holds have been good, and it's Outsiders who have spent most of their time trying to hit B every single round. Oh, and Zorti kills Jame going for the aggressive pick on middle. He saves those for rainy days. Oh, and another one jumping up on the Xbox.
He sees the
going
third.
back for more. There's an arm.
He's going to get out of there as Kenzie is able to get his kill on long. Zorte's not going
Holy hell, look at the confidence on this kid.
Again, that consistency, right, in what Jame has been doing. I said, oh, it's hard to deal with that, but Zorte decides to take matters into his own hands. And if anything, you know, I feel like if Outsiders must have felt good that Jame was able to get that pick at the start of a round or two. Like, if anything was going their way, it was that. And now even that strategy has a question mark put atop of it. ForZe 9-0. 9-0 CT side Dust 2.
No answers, no long control. They've tried damn near everything else. One really meager cat hit that just got shut down by Zorte with the op. And I still don't even remember when the last time the bomb had to be defused at this point. Did Outsiders even score a single plant? Has there been a retake?
They always get swarmed and interrupted. Chance at a walkout here. No bomb control at 15 seconds. Just looking to shave CTs off. But I mean, the money's just near non-existent, man. Kicker's out here. It's going to die before time. Yikinder keeps the op. Kicker wanted money. Counter-terrorists win. There's the 9th. Locked in with 5 up on the CT side again, dude. $12,000 in the back pocket of Zorte.
Yeah. Kicker was on AK, right?
Galil.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that's a weird one. He's almost in the same spot.
And a third tactical pause here from Outsiders.
If they don't reinvest, that'll be even more strange. Yikinder is the one who saved the op, so he invests into grenades. There's no buy behind it, then it wouldn't make sense for Kicker to have died just now. But it looks like that buy is in fact coming in.
Bomb hasn't been planted once.
Bomb hasn't been planted once. Yeah. And they tried.
Yep. 2 rounds by way of time. All other 7 eliminations.
They secured the B site. They had a 2-on-2, and they lost before the bomb even got planted. That's how good ForZe are playing right now.
9-0.
They got to be respected.
You know, they got through their first challengers swiftly on day 1.
These guys are the #1 grinders of these past 2 years, playing every goddamn cup that you can think of in this crazy circuit that we have in Counter-Strike.
Now in the big game, the big event, shooting for that 3-1. And if you get 3-1 and your only loss is a 2-1 series versus Vitality, and ForZe are turning heads. Incredibly well-earned lead so far on Dust 2. Another chance for Outsiders. No op duel down those doors at the start of this one. 5v5 at the minute 15. Kinder's got to dodge those bullets. All good. Smoke is down, and the catwalk under question. Kicker now has 2 players with weapons to join him. Let's see if Zorte is able to handle this heat as he locks into the goose, sees those smokes come through. Frag's just searching for damage, and it does some. There goes Yikinder. First shot popped. Kicker next up.
That molly's no good.
Next down.
He still has the whole ramp to himself.
Rock solid defense, keeping Outsiders at bay. And Flit just waits out the smoke, having lost his 2 teammates and being able to do nothing in response here. 30 seconds left over. Bomb still, again, on the cusp of catwalk, but now Kenzie feels that aura of confidence, decides to go rushing at middle, and he could just gun them down before they even have a chance. Down goes Jame. Buster's going to try his damnedest to get the entry. Shalfie there to stop it. And every time this bomb tries to change positions with Flit, it's a rock wall that Outsiders simply can't get over or through. 10 straight on this CT side, double digits without dropping one.
Yeah. No pickaxe, no ladder, no shovel. No hope. And they die after time. Oh my god. Bad goes to worse.
No explosives, no wrecking balls, no bulldozers.
Yeah. This is like the first episode of JoJo's Bizarre Adventure. Pure tragedy.
Nice move, Joe. Like you said, Molotov didn't stop him, so he felt comfortable to just keep swinging. And that's Flit after time. So Flit with a Glock and a smoke and $100 to spare. Outsiders with despair as they're going to try to just smash their way into the B site yet again. Norvi, flashbangs eventually get the better of him, but so are the T's. Blind as a bat as he just locks this in on his own. Kenzie, he'll find one kill. Jame waits in tunnels for the delivery of his op. Hits the shot to Norvi. Pressure still applied as Kenzie comes through with kills and fours fly forward on 11.
You don't play like this unless you know you won. That's the kind of pushes that we're seeing right now. Fantastic performance in the B site, man. Like every single position is just around the tunnel, slightly different. Lots of nuance and only success. You know, I don't think there's been a single failed hold. Even if he's ended up dying, it's with a kill. Long hasn't been tested almost at all, so it looks like Outsiders will finally attempt to go over here.
Jerry down into the pit.
Jame with an opening.
Oh my god, these flashes so continuous. Kenzie's on his head! He's getting Goomba stomped! He's standing on him. He's standing. I've never seen something so disrespectful.
I don't know how he got there.
He's standing on him like he's just a cardboard box.
What did he jump? What did he jump on to get on top of him? Was he crouching and then he said, hey, okay, stand up, and then he jumped and then he stood up and then he was jumping on?
Man, fours aren't just in their heads, they're on their heads.
What in the hell?
And Jerry's not going to let that pressure slip. Comes walking around mid, doesn't see him here. Oh! Kicker. Nicely done. Pops up, gets the headshot. This could be the round for Outsiders finally. A man advantage in the CT split, 1-1.
Can we get like a third-person replay of that Kenzie moment, like to understand exactly what happened there? Like how? I don't know. This round is Outsiders' biggest chance so far in this half. We'll have to work for it a little bit. Back towards late long. As soon as Zorte falls off his post, he'll come back to it. And he misses a shot. Finally, Zorte misses. He finally does miss. He can miss.
He can miss. Norvi looking for the clutch.
They don't even have to cross.
Nope. Bomb's already made its way up catwalk, so Norvi, call to action here. At an 11-0, go ahead. Try your damnedest in the 1v3. Kicker, that nade just dropped him to 50s, so that's two players nearing half health. And Norvi, again, little to lose here, right? $12,000 for Kenzie in the bank, Zorti on 11K. Let's see the attempt. Flit locks into the box, and the other two still yet to cross deep down long. Norvi, yeah, more concerned about the ramp play than anything, so Outsiders have broken through.
First one's the hardest.
They'll have 3 more chances to keep this one as close as possible, but Kenzie, underhand flash, jumps onto his head as he crouches in the corner.
Oh my god. He said, hey, you're not blue bin.
What the hell is that? Like that weird fungus that takes over insects in the Amazon. Ew. Ugh. Give me the heebie-jeebies. All right, Outsiders. Feels like they, you know, succeed in adversity. What is...
Oh man, Yakinder, how did he gush him? He must have hit him running through the wall. He was full peaked, but first bullet didn't do the job. And right now, when you see anybody on ForZe, you got to kill him the first time. Shelfie's out of there.
Shelfie even gave him like the delayed reaction. The fact that he's still alive, falls back, plays A-site. Long doors under question thanks to Kenzie, tucked close to them. Kicker leaves the post. That's an open flank if ForZe decide to pull the trigger on it. And outsiders can always get to mid. They can always get to box. They can always question Cat. But it's moving beyond this point as Kenzie rounds the barrels, sees 2 players bottom mid, does damage, decides to repeat as both of them look back at him. That is his 17th and 18th frag. Flashes his way back towards middle, catches James jumping in the corner, and that is just a collapsed pile of corpses outside of door. No footing for outsiders in this one. They go stagnant in mid, and ForZe respond back. A singular round for outsiders still.
Yeah, this is a 2-1 match, and this round it feels like outsiders are not playing like it whatsoever. Not even punishing that peek from Kenzie after he gave him an opportunity. They are picking the right times to push. They're getting damage off. But outsiders aren't shooting back.
How does he survive that?
Kinder has 1 kill so far. Buster and Kickert have 2 kills each.
James trying his damnedest as he just racks up his 12th. As many kills as his entire team combined. Shelfie floating in through middle, decides to double back through the doorway. Long's been relatively underplayed, but looks like outsiders are going to come for it. CTs look to stack up close. If there's a flash here, that may work. But everybody's dangerously close to one another. Yakinder tries to go in. Shelfie point blank.
Wow.
2 kills with the op. Total dominance on Long this round. And with a minute 15, Flit just tries to creep out towards mid. There's still so much time to play. And yet the numbers, the bodies. Flit stuck in this corner. They could have heard that tap. But Jerry won't know if it's in the corner or if it was back through those doors. Jerry, he's going to fall to Flit as he forces the fight forward, falling. Gets back as Kickert looks to join James on the clearing of the corners. Norby just beckons them in, plays shadow advantage, but we've got kills here for outsiders, and by the looks of things, Launders, a 2nd round.
God damn. They even pulled that walk up onto Long. It was the right play to make. And then Shelfie just shut them both down with that off. They could have very easily lost already at that point, but full credit to outsiders. They scrapped for that. So winning all their duels in mid, even though Shelfie did so well early on. He has to save 5 HP. With his, what's that, a Gungnir?
That is a Gungnir.
Gungnir.
Yeah. Yeah, that it is.
Pray.
You know what sticker that is as well?
Which, Cologne 2016.
No,
it is...
Come on now, 3 boxes. The triple boxes, Launders, you can do it. You've been doing your homework.
It's triple boxes.
3 boxes.
It isn't Berlin, because that was the trucker one.
Yeah. No, that was Krakow, but...
Berlin. Then Berlin?
No.
It was... Okay, I'll do one more.
Think hard, man.
E-League?
DreamHack, man. Oldie, a real oldie. And a real consistency has been James kind of tagging people, killing people, doing what he does on that mid window. Mid door. A door is not a... Or maybe a door is a window. Who am I to judge?
Semantics.
Maybe windows are doors.
Norby on the op.
Not a collateral, but a nice first open. Buster's down, Flit's close, and Norby is hot. Literally, fire on his feet. Yakinder burns him out of the position, and Zorti's sniper's gonna miss. Ooh, interesting. Yakinder getting Zorti through the smoke reopens this round, and for such a quiet half from Yakinder, it'd be nice to see him get an impactful moment here just to get outsiders that bare minimum, that 3T round wins. Frag grenade banked off of the plat, does nothing. And it looks like ForZe just want to sprint through this window. They're going to burn out the back plat. And they're going to back up a little bit. But, I mean, retake needed. So here comes the util. Kicker just pressed up close against the window itself. Finds the head and the second as Yakinder also a trio of frags in the final round of their T side. Final trio of rounds as well.
Yeah.
12-3.
So that's 3 of the last 4 for outsiders as they round out the first half. And Yeah, wow, it's a good sign, at least for the sake of the match. See if they can actually turn this into a competitive game. But as far as we're concerned, ForZe are the best team in the server. They're owning. They do everything right. They have their even strength on both sides of the map. Norway had an absolutely fantastic match from the perspective of fragging, being dynamic as a site anchor, being aware of almost every style of hit that Outsiders were going to bring towards him, and never let his team down in terms of dying before getting a frag, making the rotations easy as hell.
Kenzie ends the half 20-4. Shelfie and Norvi both right behind him. Yakinder on a recovery of his scoreline, and Outsiders, them too. Important pistol here. James, Flit, both looking to face, and an early kill as that conga line of T players starts to work forward. Not half bad. Flit forces into it. Sorte with the 2 kills back, but Kicker, again, just getting these ones through the smoke. Like, take what you can get. Man advantage as the bomb has already crossed onto the ramp. Second player here, and Shelfie's just going to lock in on Carr. Norvi to the USP. P250 now found. And Shelfie feels like he's being pressured, so he decides to fight his way out of that position. He's going to go and hunt Yakinder. A 1v1 for him as Norvi comes in with the kill, but Norvi, he's also got that coverage. Shoots down onto the CT ramp. Yakinder onto the clutch. 1v2 as Norvi falls away. Bomb obviously not planted for it. And this one's weird, man. Oh! Yakinder peeks down into the CT slope. See you later, sucker. Outsiders pick up second pistol.
Norway makes a weird mistake there. That one might have been nerves. I don't know. He shouldn't be playing scared either, considering how good he's been, how good his team's been. Dropping into spawn. Just giving up a very good spot. He could have played it from basically anywhere on the site, and it would have been compelling. Try to get tricky with it. So, all right. There's something. Outsiders, they'll take any leverage they can get. Players in the team looking to recover their score lines between Fit and Yakinder especially. ForZe, it appeared James has been playing well, so that's just, at least in terms of the opening duels, that's all Outsiders had to lean on at half number 1. Yakinder opens up with his first.
See Yakinder in that kill feed more in the last 3 rounds than the entire first half.
Yeah, he doesn't sleep for too long. You know, he said, I was like, you know, like, do you ever feel like what you do wouldn't work if you just didn't have as much confidence as you do? You know, you really haven't seen yourself lose. You've had just good months over and over again. And he was like, yeah. I just think about the fact that, you know, I've done Taekwondo and competitions all throughout Europe my whole life. I've like fought people. I've had my nose broken. And then I come into a server versus a bunch of sweaty nerds, and I think, well, why would I be scared of them?
All right, establish dominance. Alpha mentality. Jerry, ooh, he gets close, and he gets Kicker. Flit comes over, Kenzie there with the AK support. Now, they don't know about James, and that's the numbers game, baby. Sorty's going to peek into it. James gets there with a prolonged burst. He'll also find Kenzie. So they're just feeding kills into James as he just locks in that ramp control. Not half bad, but everybody from Outsiders is going to have to retake up that very same ramp. Jerry decides to peek forward. He's incredibly low at 15 health, but now hands on the AK, and he goes down with nothing. Norby slides into that position, and it's James with a multi-kill. A crucial 3K to give Outsiders their 5th, to keep Majority alive, and to keep the hopes and dreams of Dust 2 alive and kicking.
Yeah, another good round, opening kill. Easily done. ForZe have afforded themselves a situation where just, you know, a couple of very strong entries. They already got a bomb plant, which is better than anything Outsiders did for about 12 rounds in that first half. So, rounds to play with. They don't have to overinvest here. They'll buy some pistols. Good to see Outsiders waking up, getting the crust out of their eyes, taking a shower, having a coffee.
Oatmeal and blueberries.
Sometimes you don't know when inspiration strikes.
And remember, Outsiders, dude, they are that anomaly. They are the undying. ForZe would not be the first team that Outsiders would rip that heart out crush it in front of him. Kinder serves up a reminder to Shalfie. Down to 30 health right out of the gate. Fallback immediate as well from that little bit of a tunnel's pry. Meanwhile, Kickert on the boxes in mid. We got numbers here for ForZe, but utility should hold them back. Frag and fire, sure enough, they wait. Have still tidbits of utility. Get a boost inside. That one gets predicted by Jerry. Good read. He's got an entire pack of players right behind him, and then suddenly everybody's going to redirect, because if they saw that boost up, then they're thinking less numbers on Cat, less numbers on A, and they'd be right. The M4s come back up that ramp. Jerry and Sorte will drop 2 of them. Jame gonna get 1 kill, but then miss a shot and be wary of the long play. Nothing there just yet. Shalfie's so far back.
Yeah, it's awkward for Jame, but there isn't actually a threat, even though he perceives there to be. It's coming out late, but his CT team is getting in position to deal with the Cat presence, and now he's getting tucked in nicely to blue bin. They can start the retake without him, basically.
Bombs down.
No
Kinder
rifles for
gonna
them to pick up.
Real close,
Yeah.
easy couple of kills on that one. Jame just dodges deagle shots, and Outsiders will lock this in.
What's that? Weakness?
What? I can sense it.
A little blood. See if Outsiders can tap into that vampiric aura. Start to feed off of it. Some shots being missed. Not the same level of presence that we saw on that CT side. And for themselves, looking around and seeing each of their teammates doing a bit better here and there. Buster still bustering out. But outside of that, not too bad.
Flit inside smoke here. Okay, bit of damage. Goes for the wild spray. Kickert gets called into that fight and now takes what was a very dangerous position from Flit away from him.
I can't believe Kickert gets
Holy
out of
hell.
that. Such low health. I mean, for ForZe, they're pretty confused. The amount of CTs that were just lingering there was so strange.
Flit wanted nothing to do with it. Kickert's like, I got you. Takes up the roll, and they both still manage to get away. Nice flash in. Flit, good damage onto Norvi. He gets 1 kill and the dink.
Yeah, and that was Flit, a low player who got flashed in.
CT still stacked up. James gonna miss the shot, but Yukinder's nade finds its target, and Kenzie will die empty-handed. A fast flank from Buster as well. Should have this one all wrapped up.
Ooh, a little
So
messy.
Jumps into the pit. Shalfie toying with James.
You could feel that.
He lands it perfect. And Zorte, the last to fall as Buster comes through those doorways. Outsiders CT side is starting to make people nervous.
Yeah, starting to crank the dial. Gas stove is going. Cast iron's heating up. Takes some time, but it's got a high smoke point. Tac pause called. It's the first one for ForZe.
That's where Jerry's got to do his best.
Yeah, which is great for them. They look like they're just getting shaky now. There's nothing too complicated about Dust 2. We know ForZe want to play it. But that long hit wasn't spectacular from the perspective of the approach, especially from what we could see. That was messy from Outsiders. I think it's actually good to know that you played a round that was messy from your own perspective and still won.
Sure.
It's all of these little things piece into the puzzle of the tapestry of a long comeback. And Outsiders have now knocked that out. Okay, we kind of messed up long control, but we still survived it. That shows us some resilience in ourselves. Mixed by here as Jerry's got the hero AK. Fitting for the hero that he is.
Kicker warned of the AK here in the hands of Jerry. The solo AK. Deagles all around it. And a very healthy amount of utility, in fact, from ForZe.
They probably read the buy. Actually, I don't think it's. I think it's pretty obvious the money that ForZe have because of the streak of rounds that Outsiders have won.
Jane pounds one through the doorway, misses its target.
Quite a bit of utility here. So ForZe have a vested interest in, yes, like, you know, finding fights, but at the same time staying alive first and foremost for whatever exec they want to pull off. doing a good job of evading a lot of the grenades coming their way.
Buster and Yakinder here inside B site. Buster's going to get flashed in. Perfect utility, but only one. That pillar saves the day for 2 of those players. There's still fire all over the front of this exit. Jerry gets out to middle for only a moment before he dives back into that door. And ForZe, they decide to give up that B pressure, so James doubles back, sees the cross, counts the sheep, and shears Norvi down. Jump up over, will escape. That still damage. Sorte hit for 30 on the op shot, but we've got a CT locked into Goose and another one standing on the ramp. Nobody's going to clear Goose fast enough. Kenzie loses his teammate, and Kickert's right there to trade frag. Now Sorte solo on his own, peeks into James, and if he kills Kickert quickly, then Yakinder can't come stop him, but that disjointed timing, still, he has a chance. He dives into the cover, and that means he's already thinking about this position from Yakinder, who has to be sharp. It's confirmed. 8 shots, 70 health, and Sorte just waits. Yakinder throws that frag deep, and it is on the money.
God damn.
For somebody who had such a flat-footed first half, Yakinder with a critical clutch, and he has tied his score at 13-13.
Yeah, he won't end slow. He's too consistent for that. Back in the game, Sorte, what a try, man. Couldn't have played it better. Absolutely did such a good job of isolating each of those engagements, hitting on the first bullet. He was thinking fluidly. I wanted that for him. That would have been a clip for sure. But ForZe beyond that, they still have to prove they can just win a standard round. Coming down to a clutch would be nice. But I can't believe the story has changed so rapidly. Again, one of the fastest dust 2s that we've seen with outsiders involved. And a second tack timeout would be called from ForZe. That rotation was quite hasty. And up until that point, it was a 1v3, so it was a very good round from outsiders overall. They did throw that flash attack in from Buster, and he only found 1 kill and failed to disengage fast enough, which gave ForZe an extra gun, where they only had Jerry on the original AK. So their odds did go up a little bit there. But I don't know. The rotations haven't been like incredibly surprising, I'd say, from ForZe. They aren't doing anything that I think outsiders are worried about right now. And Yakinder's now on the op.
And opens up. Now a positive score. It's going to leave the T's kind of stalled out inside of middle, and Buster's going to waste no time, dude. Outsiders are starting to feel it.
Yeah, full press in tunnels. They're hopping literally.
3 players ready.
Into mid from lower.
Kickert's going to get flashed into this one, but they were turned away from it. So reading into it, still James there to at least lay down the law. Flit extends around that box, drops bomb, confirms a ton of numbers. Yakinder with a Tech 9.
He's pissed. He literally has an op on his back, and he's here with a Tech 9.
Who needs it? He's got the pocket rocket. He's hot on their heels. Shalfie's going to get ended by Flit. And a missed op shot will be the end of him. Flit with a 3K on that support. Helps out James. They throw Kicker into the pack of wolves that were on Catwalk. And outsiders come out with another. This is a flawless CT side so far.
Outsiders are white hot.
There's the first one. No pressure in upper tunnels. Probably, helps Buster go into it and confirm. And then Flit awaits them with open arms. Sortie, scout shots.
Oh! Oh my God. 2 heads in a row.
Quick little collateral. That's the cantaloupe and the honeydew, and Shelfie finds the watermelon. Pop noggins all over the place.
Yeah, they got a collection.
Shelfie decides to walk away. This is turning into something. Outsiders, they are on fire. They have not dropped a CT round.
Yeah.
And unlike that of ForZe, which was just this clean streak of 11-0, every site hold, no bomb plant, these have been outsiders types of rounds. You know? Getting nitty, getting gritty. And getting ever closer to tying this up.
The fact that this game was 11-0 and James is still 23-14 says a lot. He was doing a lot of good of getting opening kills in the first half. So obviously those 3 rounds or whatever it is that they got mattered a ton.
3 of the last 4.
So
Ooh, but that's clean.
Wow. Okay.
Norby gonna smack him back with the scout. James quickly into position. And he gets a chance to go towards window, so that's where he'll find Shalfie trying to run and support this bomb. Oh, James, dude, feeling it. Giving them no chance as he continues to apply that pressure physically, mentally.
Yeah, he's been playing with a ton of confidence.
Outsiders now on 10.
The story changes just so fast.
X-Ray. There's 2 players
Damn,
there.
that's a collat.
Skewered.
You and your friend.
Fastest 5v3 I ever did seen.
It's not proper grammar, Connor.
Sometimes it be like it is when it don't. And I do. Buster flashed, but around the corner. James just waiting and waiting. And as he leaves, they finally go for that boost. So he didn't have a bad idea, just didn't find the proper timing. Outsiders really giving all the space here to ForZe on Cat.
Kind of a milestone, crossing 45, 5 alive. Oh my god, the double mollies and nades. That's just to let him know, hey.
Yeah, you want it?
Yeah, that's so much info. I mean, it's actually ridiculous. 3 mollies saying, hey, you know, if you come to the A site, we just literally told you how many people are here. And now it comes down to ForZe if they read into it or not, but they are just running right into the stack.
Jerry read like a book. Kinder clamps down on him, 20 seconds. They are playing against the enemies and the clock, but Zordy will find James. That helps.
10 seconds.
Kicker's been on Goose a time before, and as he holds it, it's Kenzie to trade it. Grabs the bomb right back, just a couple seconds to spare. Yakinder could try to jump stop, and he won't. Oh, yes, he will.
Oh, my God.
Beautiful. 2 jumps, 2 kills. The final second of that plant, and he takes it away. Outsiders are soul crushers.
Man, I didn't think he'd go for it because the op was covering, but he waited just long enough. And there was too much going on. Not even a bomb plant.
That comes so close. He starts it at like 5.5 seconds.
I can't believe he doesn't even get it off. That's crazy.
That's so close. Oh, that is such a gut punch. And now ForZe to try and hold on to this lead that they earned so heavy-handedly. It's going to be a bit of just a clash into the B site. Buster locked into the car here. Yakinder's going to go down with no frags, and Buster's fully blinded. There it is. Double entry from Zordy. Flint immediately challenges into the car, but Shelby's found his hands onto the M4. James shows his hand. Kicker throws his nade. That's Zordy down to 12 health. ForZe may have just broken through, finally able to crush a round out of Outsider CT side, and it comes by way of B-Rush.
Yeah, they go take 1 late flash is enough. They surmise the entries. I was on a plane that landed. It was a smooth landing. I saw the pilot on the way out. I said, hey, that was a nice landing. He said, as I was turning the corner, even a blind squirrel finds a nut once a season or something. And I think that's kind of a good example of what we just saw right there.
Okay. Yeah, well, a couple more nuts and ForZe are on 16. I also don't want pilots to refer themselves as blind squirrels.
Yes, I don't want lucky pilots at all.
Sir, sir, I'm going to need you to be good, not lucky.
Yeah.
All right, ForZe, that's something. Something's better than nothing. Double op setup again between James and Yakinder here. Outsiders, a well-earned streak of rounds. You know, in a weird poetic way, this would almost kind of be like ForZe giving Outsiders a taste of their own medicine.
I think it's going to be quite clear, actually, to outsiders that Buster is very targetable right now because he's basically the only one who hasn't recovered in this game so far. So he's standing out, and I think outsiders will know that as well. But they have to play the game of looking at other parts of the map. But I think ForZe are quite desperate here, so I'm actually not surprised to see the op come over into this position. And oh no! Yakinder goes down.
Look how
Buster
fast.
will need to do it now.
Oh, he's so blind, and he's dead with nothing. James, he's got a couple players on the cross, but the smoke already pops. He's already just securing his exit.
Shelfie's entry.
Dude, that is so quick. With an op posted on the exact peak, he just rocks Yakinder's world.
Yeah, Buster's been a liability. Yakinder was a mercenary called over to help out the B site. His cameo this round only, op involved, takes a deep angle versus the play that it would have worked out. I mean, it should have worked out even versus the AK. Shelfie absolutely had to make that a first bullet performance, and he did, carrying on from the first half.
Damn.
They'll find 2 nuts this season. And also, I don't know, this doesn't break the money, so that is something for outsiders. At this point, it's just extending, you know, the length at which they have to go just to tie up. We have never crossed the point where ForZe have given up the lead. It's only been within arm's reach. So that's going to feel good. Unbelievable.
Oh. And, I mean, it's ugly, but it works.
Yeah. No, I mean, they're blinding Buster.
Yeah. Yeah, Norwich shooting.
Nothing ugly about that from ForZe's perspective. Buster has been eating flashes like it's his favorite food.
Yeah,
Every round, he's eating it, whether he's at car or in front of the tunnels.
Norvey gave him a chance, man. 10 bullets in the dirt. And just a couple in the gut. And nothing was cleaner than Shelfie's opening kill.
Yeah.
Buster gonna have to give us a marked improvement, man. Yakinder was able to do it. Kicker with a little bit more life in him, but those were the 3 players that were down there in the dumps. Yakinder trying to pull him up. Here we go. Outsiders fighting off 15.
I don't think we've seen the best T side from ForZe in terms of ideas, and it's pragmatic. B side is the one they need to go to, and they've won just those 2 kind of really good rounds where they hit it. One on the eco, you'd say that was maybe a little bit luckier. That one right there was just straight targeted with an just insane shot from Shelfie. But it doesn't break the money. There is still a chance for outsiders to prove that, you know, that won't happen again. And I would say listen, this game is not ending without ForZe going B again. I'll tell you that right now.
They put James in place instead of Yakinder. Free Yakinder up to play middle with the rifle. Oh, nice grenade. That'll help. Incendiary's all over Cat. Kicker goes for the deep frag, and that one, negligible. All the while waiting for some kind of mid-play. Buster gonna try to create a pocket here within these 2 smokes. James now feels the pressure, which opens up mid. And there's Yakinder with 1, but Jerry, quick trade, immediate. Kicker takes the place of Yakinder. Jerry stuck on that corner, couldn't go back because of the fire. So good on Kicker to play it quickly.
Oof, they know. Yeah, they knew it was coming.
And ForZe's players still unable to exit from tunnels. There's James to support Buster up close. A 4 versus 2 for outsiders. 10 seconds to trickle down, and it feels like poor Jerry got stuck in the position that he didn't want to be.
Yeah, well, they didn't use a lot of nades to support it. Like, they had no mid-B smokes. They wanted to take the dry fight in the CT. They traded 1 for 1, then they didn't cross. They had to do more there. That did not look great. They didn't do deep. They could have done deep CT smoke from long. They could have done deep CT smoke from Cat. They could have done their fake nades on Cat first to set up a play like that, and then gone for the mid-B hit. Sometimes they don't want to smoke, so it's not telegraphed. That's fine. But in that situation, Jerry literally couldn't continue on to help with the split because his 2 teammates have died after the trades came through, and he just had nowhere to go. So they made their bed for them. Definitely was not the best strategy.
3 of 4 here from ForZe.
Comes down to just getting the miraculous entries. But, you know, your Kinder's going to be good for 1.
Man, just when you thought that an Outsiders game wasn't going to go 27 rounds or more.
Yeah.
(12-3) at the halftime. 3 of those rounds in the last 4. And then Outsiders still within that touching distance of ForZe, keeping them close. Kinder looking to challenge. This is a tough one. James, he's stuck on the other side of this. Jerry's looking to go over. Kinder's watching the jump up, but he just turned back around, and it's a second.
Oh.
Jerry looking for the third, but Kicker closes down on mid. At least he's there to try and recover something. Runs away, because when ForZe get 1 kill, they have flooded positions in these final attempts to close out Dust 2.
Look at how vulnerable A is right now. Kicker has to make some kind of rotation for himself, but Cat is wide open. This could be the bomb plant that wins for ForZe. They're trying to beat the timing on the upper push. Outsiders are making a good pace, however. The thing is, they still don't know if it could be mid-B. They'll finally clear out, start to make the rotation over as Kicker tells them all the nades are coming from Cat. The cross is coming in. A 3-on-4 retake. Are they even going to go for this?
They've got smoke, incendiary, a couple of frags. Molotov doesn't land on its target. Frag grenade as well, does barely anything here, so Flit hasn't set himself up for an easy success. And so instead, they concede. They walk this back, and ForZe will find themselves 3 map points here on Dust 2, because it comes off of the back of a proactive Jerry, jumps over those boxes, and he just, for a second, probably felt haunted from Kinder in those tunnels, but Kinder turned his head, and so Jerry snaps their necks.
Yeah, tons of X factor here, at least for ForZe, you know, where they don't have the cohesion to get them through some of these spots. Jerry making a move like that. We had Zorte coming close to winning a really nice 1v3. Shalfie with those unbelievable kills on the entrances into the B sites. They'll be salty to lose in that fashion. ForZe earning this one. Splash of util damage there as well for Zorti.
Oh, are they going to go for the Buster push?
The Buster push.
Oh, they're just going to smoke this off, and it's only Buster.
Oh.
No early support. They find him in the open, the no man's land, just taken over by ForZe. Kinder gets Jerry. He's going to challenge. He knows that Norby's already crossed, but now he's got 3 players to his left. We've got a CT down through the window. Kicker instantly killed. Norvy just tears them up, and Jame in a 1 versus 3 to keep the hopes of Dust 2 alive. Norvy is right there. Kenzie tries to cross it. Jame feels the chill of the loss. Oh my god, he peeks onto the bomb, but Shelby ends it. 16-12. They know what they wanted, and that is a broken Buster on a B site with no support on the hold. ForZe 1-0 over Outsiders.
Oof. Yeah, they brought it, man. That was, what a grind. That was an amazing first half, and I would say it's X Factor that made the difference in the second half, but that's also what makes them who they are, man. You know, like, they're not a tier 1 team, of course. They're just trying to get to that position. And the fact that we can look to, like, multiple players, I mean, even Jerry at the end there, making a hero play to basically allow them to just have a completely clean execution later on, just shows you how much there is to worry about when it comes to ForZe, and how much you have to respect them.
Yeah.
You know, even taking down a team like Outsiders. So really fantastic stuff.
Sick first map, man. 28 rounds. We've got more to come. Mirage, of course, up next. But first, our analysts will unpack that one.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. Yes, an attempt at a comeback from Outsiders comes to a bitter end. Let's not forget, this map started off 11-0 in the favor of ForZe. We were talking about Outsiders, one of the worst CT rated teams in this entire tournament. That was what kept their heads above water throughout this first match.
It was just a weird game from start to finish. Let's be completely honest right here. Fantastic performance from ForZe, no doubt about it. They came out swinging, going up 11-0 against a relatively strong Outsiders team. That's impressive, but as you said, Freya, nothing made sense right here. We saw them play against MIBR on the very same map where the CT side was not good, the T side was fantastic this time around. It was opposite, and yeah, I don't know what to say, man. It was just a weird game, but I guess a classic Outsiders performance.
Outsiders are never really afraid of starting down in the hole. They're always ready to dig themselves out. Jame always is there, prepared with the extendo ladder, but this time it didn't quite reach. I mean, I'm going to say this. Outsiders in this game, if they got started just 2 rounds earlier, they could have had this. But I don't know what it is. I don't know what it is in terms of their mentality going into some games. It feels like they're just so okay with kind of being lax about their approach in the beginning. And I think that's something where experienced teams can have that luxury. They can usually bounce back. But this time, obviously not the case.
I just want to give a shout out to Kinder, just to reiterate the whole point about Outsiders coming back into this game. When they were down 11-0, his scoreline was 1-13. We're talking about one of the best riflers in the world, one of the best entry fraggers in the entire world, and he couldn't get anything done. Then from that point and onwards, when Outsiders actually made the comeback, so the scoreline was 12-11, he went on a 17-1 scoreline. It was kind of facilitated by Kinder waking up. But I agree with you. Why does it have to be like this all the time? Why does Outsiders always have to come off to a slow start? It almost doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, I like that you do give some props to Yekenda coming into that second half as well, because there were some really key moments from him. I'm just thinking about that little jumping tap onto one of the planters on A site. But it's just like classic Yekenda things, and it was a little bit frustrating. I'm not putting it all on him for that dismal first half from the side of Outsiders, but it was, a little bit disappointing to not see him coming out the gate strong.
I would say that ForZe did a very strong job on their defensive end. It's hard to just look at one thing in Counter-Strike and always just be like, Yekinder's just playing badly, because I actually thought ForZe did a really good job in terms of busting out the double op very early. They had some excellent kind of proactive plays to take a little bit of space on CT. It felt like they knew what they wanted to do on the defense of this, and it seems like they expected this map pick. So I think that actually Jerry came in with a really solid game plan, but one thing that Jerry did really well in this game is identifying in the late game by doing, I think this is the coolest strat ever, Pimp, where you press tab, you look at the scoreboard, and you see which guy on the other team has the least kills, and you just begin to run at him.
I think they did the diligence coming into this as well. We talked about it, right? The one weak link on Dust 2 for Outsiders, historically speaking, the past 3 months has been Buster. He's the only player who's not been able to go positive KD-wise out of all the players, and he was targeted in this game, right? It was clear to see that they localized a weak spot. They went towards the B bomb side. They almost bullied him, I would say, and he couldn't get anything done. I will say, though, and that's a critique towards Outsiders as well, you have a player who's not feeling comfortable in Dust 2. You have a player who's not performing well. You got to support him. You got to help. You got to allocate more manpower towards Buster. Give him more utility. Give him, a player that is kind of babysitting him, and make sure that weak link cannot be exposed, because that was, at the end of the day, why Outsiders ended up losing this game. Buster couldn't get anything done whatsoever, but he didn't get any help either.
Let's talk about, along your vein, Maui, of some of the bright sparks for the side of ForZe, because we were kind of prefacing Shafi coming into this. We know Dust 2 an incredibly important map for the AWP to be really showing up on. So what was so instrumental about his impact throughout this map?
I think Shalfie just showed his versatility in this game. In the beginning, I think he started on the rifles, and then, again, being that B rotator, he actually kind of did in the end of this half, or kind of the way that he kicked off this half, was how Yekinder really wanted to close out the second half for Outsiders, where he busted out the double op, had incredible impact with it, and on the T side, he was one of the guys that was abusing Buster in that B bomb side. He was just so strong in terms of taking these fights. That peak onto Yekinder right there, that was such a pivotal round, and getting that kill on that secondary opper on the side of Outsiders in Yekinder, when Yekinder was bouncing back, when he was feeling himself, Shalfie says, hey, I'm still here, and I'm ready to show you that there's a reason that we're in this position and ready to make it to the legend spot.
I think it's impressive, especially when you consider that the matchup he had against Jame in this specific matchup went the way of Jame. Jame actually had a good showing, and he shut down Shelfie a lot of the rounds. He won 11 out of 14 head-to-head duels in that one. Shelfie only got the better of Jame 3 times. So, again, we talk about it all the time. I like to reiterate this point that as an AWP player on a map like Dust 2, yes, you're supposed to kill the other AWP player, but there's 4 other guys on the opposing team, and those are the guys you're supposed to kill, and that's what Shelfie did the majority of the time.
And just speaking about Kenzie as well, another name that we highlighted coming into this, again, again showed up in the server and its dividends. I think the aggression, kind of that aspect that we saw particularly in that first half, it was really cool to see him taking some of those peaks. Just, yeah, this long area, I think was a kind of just a playground for him as well. So what kind of impact did you see him having alongside Sharpie?
A lot of impact, right? He's this aggressive rifler who's not afraid of going for the right play at the right moment. You're going to see in a lot of these highlights standing on one of the opponents right here as well. That's just dirty. You cannot do this at all, but he's playing with this, you know, I don't care kind of confidence. And once you're in that flow state of playing Counter-Strike, it's hard to shut down, right? It's very hard to do anything about a guy like this. I do want to give him an awful lot of credit because he's a fantastic Counter-Strike player. He joined this lineup a year and 2 months ago in February in 21, and ever since, ForZe has just steadily been getting better and better and better. And this player right here on your screen, well, he's a big part of the reason as to why.
Yeah, what's nice is that Kenzie's game is actually nuanced enough where even though you could see right there his opening kill success wasn't that good, it was more about kind of his aggressions in the mid-round. Just seems so well timed. He understands when there's pressure on the map being applied by some of his teammates, and then he knows that it's his time to strike. And you need those kinds of guys that are just willing to do that over and over again. Probably helped by the fact that they were up 11-0, so he probably felt very enabled in that game, and he proved it right there.
Well, we're going to see if ForZe can continue their trajectory as we head on into the second map of this best of 3 series. The winner, of course, claiming their spot in the legend stage of the PGL Antwerp Major. It's going to be Mirage, and it's coming up after this.
Now that's what we call Major. 14 days of high-octane action. 14 days of fierce battles. 14 days of special bonuses from GG Bet. Whoop, cheer, and make your fortune.
Mirage next up on the cards in this best of 3 Legends qualification series. The pick of ForZe coming into it, and ForZe managed to take Outsiders map pick pretty convincingly on that first half of Duster. Of course, Outsiders, as always, trying to tussle their way back into things. But do you think this kind of spells imminent disaster for Outsiders coming into their opponent's pick?
Smells like a 2-0 to me, to be completely honest. That being said, I know Outsiders will always find a way to make the game close. They will always find a way to come back into the game. So when you look at stats, when you look at, good T side, bad CT side, etc., it doesn't always make sense when it comes to Outsiders. They have this ability to just discredit and discard whatever, makes sense and just play their own brand of Counter-Strike. So I'm not ready to rule them out yet, but nothing really tells me, statistically speaking, that they should be able to take down ForZe, a team that is very strong on Mirage, wins by far the majority of the games, going up against Outsiders, who as of recently have struggled a lot on this map.
I really worried about ForZe when they lost Flit originally because he is just one of the best Mirage riflers out there. But there have been a handful of people that have stepped up for this roster in order to make them such a formidable Mirage team. I think Shalfie in particular is a guy that frequently is lurking towards that A side of the map, and he has been just so dominant on their T sides in the past. I've seen him have so much impact there. And when we look at when we get to the CT side in the second half of this game, he's also just such a sick secondary opera for them that it's really tough for teams to actually try to break through whatever it is ForZe is doing, because Jerry also, just the calling style that he brings to this map makes it really easy for his less experienced players to get activated, because they stay grouped up a lot.
I'm glad you brought him up, Shelfie, because you're right, he's a fantastic player on this map. Him and Sorter right now are both combining for one of them 1.28 rating on the map, another one 1.24. Those two are the hardcore hitters, right? Those are the two players that you have to look out for if you're a viewer at home. They're good on this map. They're very good on this map. I like what you said as well. The way they play the CT side, they don't leave a lot of space for their opponents. They constantly try to be disruptive, especially in the mid area of the map. You're going to see a lot of fighting from window. You're going to see a lot of fighting from connector, and you're going to see the short guy as well pushing out. On the other side of the server, you have Flit, who's still a formidable Mirage player. He's still the highest rated player for Outsiders coming into this map. Actually, the only one performing up to level. Yakinda, again, the last 3 months with a 1.01 rating on average on Mirage, which is not really good enough. And then we talk about the weaklings, Buster and Kickert. Kickert in this tournament have surprisingly enough been the best performer for Outsiders, but on this map specifically, he's the worst performer for them. And that, to me, is a bit of a problem. He has to play better than he normally does. Otherwise, I smell a 2-0.
Yeah, that definitely doesn't smell good signs, or spell rather good signs for Outsiders.
An odor.
I do want to, no, it is an odor of some sort. I do want to ask though, because we were talking about the clash of styles coming into this. If you're Outsiders coming into this one, sure, it seems like they've awoken a little bit into this series potentially. So what are you going to be doing if you're on Outsiders to be kind of countering that more aggressive, classic Jerry style that we know is going to be coming out from ForZe?
What I think that Outsiders need to do, and what I actually liked from Buster from last game, even though he was having a hard time getting on the scoreboard, is that he stayed aggressive. And against a team like ForZe, they do like to group up a little bit earlier than other teams. And so if he's pushing on those extremities, along with Kicker, him, those kind of site anchor players, I think that they can find some gaps in what ForZe is doing. So if they're able to somehow kind of get themselves out of this mental rut and start strong, start aggressive, then they can actually take ForZe out of their comfort zone.
I agree. I hope that's one of the few areas that can get it going. James as well, we like to talk about him, being the defensive AWP he is. Mirage is his playground. I think he's, under normal circumstances, doing a very good job on the CT side. Good at shutting down, pushes when they come in, as this Wolfpack mentality you tried to describe before. So for James to play well is also essential for Outsiders to even stand a chance here. Furthermore, I can't help to think who wants it the most, right? ForZe, you're looking at a team that, surprisingly enough, is one map away from qualifying for the Legend stage, whereas Outsiders, just yesterday, they were out saying that we don't know if we're going to be a team anymore. We don't know if we're going to play together. This may be Akinda's last time with us. I can't help to feel that right now that there's this feeling of a team that really wants it a lot, and a team of Outsiders where it's just more so, do we really care enough to get it going?
I think it's an important context as well. We're kind of coming into this saying, are they going to be like Vitality in terms of what we saw at the latter half of last year, or is it going to be like the first half that we saw from Outsiders?
Right. For Outsiders right now, you usually have one of two options when you're becoming a dead team. You're either going to just play way better and everybody's going to play freer and looser, or everybody starts to realize this is a waste of time and let's just get on to the next thing in our lives. And I think there's kind of a disconnect in Outsiders where some of the guys like Buster, for example, are kind of just saying, screw it, I'm done. Yeah. And then Yakinder is realizing that this is supposed to be a time when he's supposed to show off what he's made of so he can get on a team in the future.
I agree.
Well, we're going to see exactly how it does go down. ForZe 1 up so far in this series. We're going to see if they take it in 2 with Scrawny and Launders.
I like to breathe because then he doesn't know if he should talk.
I'd never know. It's living with this guy, I tell you. Here we are, man. One map away from ForZe locking in a spot at the Legend stage of the Major on a map they like to play. Look at your wingspan.
I'm a long man. I'm a
It's the
long
whole
man,
screen, dude. That's
I have
ridiculous.
the same size arms as Jeremy Lin. I measured them in real life once.
He's huge.
Okay. All you have, I mean, they care. I'm telling you right now, they care, okay? Because all they have to do is beat ForZe, and they're legends, dude. Like, then you're just playing even more fun CS. You're in the legend stage. I get it. I know this has happened before, and that is very true, that you might have been of two minds. And maybe when they were practicing coming into this matchup, some were probably like, this is probably whatever. But you're literally
here.
You're playing one of the easier teams you could play to get to the next stage. It's not like they're going up against Na'Vi right now, you know? So I think ForZe are playing insanely hot CS, but Outsiders know that they can beat them. And I think that it feels close enough that they're going to give this their best shot. But yeah, ForZe, they're fragging.
They're close, man. The sharpened spear looking for the jugular here on Mirage. Jame 1v5. He's going to fight versus Jerry, who had a pretty impactful couple of moments across Dust 2, called a great game. And it will be forced to walk away T-side pistol. Now only 15 more rounds.
Yeah, and then they're legends, which is also insane. Long time coming. Just didn't think that ForZe were going to be that, you know, the Copenhagen Flames story of this major. But nobody ever is able to really call something like that with any of the runs that have happened in the history of the game. There's, you know, people who expect it from all their teams every major, and then they don't make it 90% of the time. Then they do it once, of course. But it's always got to be unlikely. That's why it's special.
Nice unspotted walk here. Love it. Everybody inside a connector. Smoke grenade goes out towards ramp from Kicker on ticket. Meanwhile, that overstack of the B site still going to be kept with some util on that end as well. Again, bodies haven't been seen. Utility heard all across the map. Now they'll find that final contact, and it's immediate kills here for ForZe. So a second round goes swimmingly.
I had no idea what was coming. Great call there from Jerry. Bear.
And what a story he'll have, because, you know, there was a time where we looked at ForZe as kind of being, you know, the next up in the CIS region back in like Blast Moscow. 2019, before the COVID era. Before ForZe had to go back into that murder ball of online Counter-Strike. Like you said, right, these guys grind. They play everything and anything. And Jerry has done a really good job of bringing up some of these younger players.
These guys are playing hundreds of maps a month of CS in all these tournaments, like, to the point that it's like, when do you even, are you even scrimming at all? Are you just literally competing all the time? Which, of course, that would be the very best practice. You still want to have server time if possible. But if they're doing that on top of it, I mean, that's why they're here right now. That's why they're playing this well. They have just put in countless hours. So it's always sick to see that pay off.
I'd kind of forgotten, to be honest, that Flit was pulled off of ForZe to join Outsiders, and that he really unlocked them and gave them, you know, a second support to the likes of Yakinder. Saw that rise from this roster, and now here he is, Jerry on the other end, man. A little anime betrayal. Still no weapons, of course, other than that scout saved from the previous. And we get the CTs leading onto the opposite site. It's A. Kicker had a chance there as the grenades were being thrown out, but they're going to use that as a chase attempt. Kenzie jumps into the Tetris. James has been able to get out with the ticket. Support from jungle smoked off. And the kills start to slowly but surely rack up to the favor of ForZe. Nice here from Shalfie. Very confident to go push into the jungle. Really minimize any possible threat.
Yeah, done. What an attack. Already looking very good here on Mirage. And again, this is brought up on the desk, a map that Outsiders not had the most success on recently. ForZe definitely want it, have come to play it, understand it, love it. It's dusty like Dust 2. Call it Dust 3.
Are you sure Mirage isn't dustier?
Dustier than Dust?
Yeah, I mean, it's all in the name, but sometimes names can be deceiving. Look at this pile of dirt right here. It's at the bottom of the screen. Right there, look at all that dirt.
It's sand.
Dust.
It's not dirt.
Dry dirt is sand, right?
They make that into mirrors.
Yeah, that's a fair point. I've heard we're running out of sand, actually, as a resource.
Go to the beach. Touch grass.
Eat dirt. Flash Prime. Looking for the Buster pop. They're not going to bully Buster in back-to-back maps, are they? He feels the pressure of the utility. Norby very quick, dude. Buster, just no chance at finding anywhere to run to or to hide in. And with that quick kill, I think we could just see Outsiders save it. Call
I
it
wonder
quits, let
if
it go.
Buster even knows for sure what team he's playing. He has been blind so much in this series.
Targeted. I believe Maui Snake tweeted this in between maps. He said, Jerry made the big brain strat. Hold tab, find the bottom fragger.
Yes. And the thing is that Outsiders, they clued into it as well. I mean, they tried to help.
Yep. Yeah, true.
And they recognized it. But you do lose a certain amount of chances. You can't just overreact to that kind of information. And even when they tried to help him out, they had Jakinder coming with that op in that round. It just wasn't enough. The best solution is to figure out how to have a better game. I mean, that's the main thing. Otherwise, it just makes everything harder on the map for everybody. Of course, you cannot pick to have a good series. Sometimes you have a bad series. That's is that a sticker?
Yeah, that's his first one from Stockholm.
Oh, wow, that looks awesome.
Yep. You should see his new one.
Yeah, I haven't seen his new one. I didn't get one somehow. I thought I opened every damn sticker capsule
it's his
on
name
the market.
Katana. Very cool. But smoke onto the connector fire already. We get pressure, double nades. So had he stuck around inside of that, he was destined to be doomed. We're gonna come pick up the cache of bombs and grenades and goodies. Take that towards the B site instead. And of course, we do still have Shelfie throwing the mid util. Flit sees it coming, blocks the smoke, gives himself a gap, and keeps 3 CTs trained here in mid. But really, it's the apartments that could be under question.
Well, yeah. A lot of vision here, man. With mid fast rotations, but they're kind of off cat, not playing 2 and B, knowing the market window spotting. Oh boy.
Buster sees it coming. Again, tries to duck back, and here we have Jakinder already on the support. Buster doesn't run away, but rather comes right back through that smoke. Jane gives cover, and Jakinder also kills one. So ForZe, they hit a wall in the form of Outsiders in its near entirety. It's not just Buster, and it's not Buster hiding, but it's Buster properly supported by 2 important teammates.
Yeah.
As Outsiders will lock in this B site with 0 casualties, their first round in the 5th of this second map.
At first, I thought they were getting farther away from him, like playing on cat in the middle. It's like, well, they just confirmed no one pushed off of that mid smoke. They didn't see anybody. They held out for long enough, but they made the rotations very convincing at that moment, and Jakinder helped out Buster. There's been some great flashes on the attack, so it's not all to say, oh, you know, turn around and just dodge it every time. It can be harder, harder said than done. But in this situation, at least he had Jakinder right there on get right to support. And
if Flit doesn't block that smoke grenade in middle, I wonder maybe Jakinder sticks around on Cat a little longer. But
yeah, at least he can keep a slightly deeper angle to the top of mid. Sometimes people miss window smokes on purpose to keep the window guy in window.
Keep him anchored.
Keep him anchored so he doesn't rotate over to market and stop the B attack.
But that's exactly what Outsiders did. Pulled Jakinder off Cat, put Jame around on the wrap. And nice to see Buster also lock in a kill there. So 2 full-fledged attempts from ForZe to get into that map, into that site. They go for the boost, holding on to connector. Jakinder back towards middle. No window support from Flit this turn.
This turn, what are you playing, Magic the Gathering?
Dude, I just, yeah. I have been playing Magic the Gathering. I'm telling you, dude, Ob Nixilis right now. Oh my God, my Rakdos Sacrifice Anvil deck is through. Oh, it's crazy.
Oh, he's coming. I don't know if he saw Jerry, but he can feel Jerry. Fuzzy Jerry.
It's a close one, man, but Buster, he's got to have a step up in performance.
Yes.
And it's clean as can be.
Buster.
Drops Jerry in a heartbeat, and that's going to send Jerry's reinforcements frolicking back through the T-spawn and heading towards A instead. Shalfie has been here a long time listening. But then James immediately moves over. So we get 3 CTs inside this A site as they go into the exec at the 40-second mark. Smokes over top. Kickert flashed into the ramp. Doesn't get a kill off of that and decides to come back a little bit. But he's met by fire. Therefore, pressure.
But they counter the under balk molly with the A ramp molly and allow Kicker to maneuver wherever he wants to go.
Oh, what?
Somehow James gets the second player swinging Kenzie. Will he know to clear under balk in this position? Kicker snuck back into here.
Nah, nades out. And with that, Kicker locks it in. Flick comes in with the assist, and that overstack on the A site works wonderfully. Outsiders, the fact that James let the first...
He thinks he's a god. He's lucky. He's lucky.
He's blind. Lets the first one cross.
Yeah, but you can't flash the third eye.
Eyes open, man.
Yeah.
James. That's his theme song. He wakes up to that every day.
Wish that could be a music kit for James.
Just ask him. Opping's not a skill.
What?
It's a feeling.
Okay. That would have been a great quote, by the way. Stop right there.
This time he's going to miss his shot, but still presence being shown. Force not shying away.
Yeah. And not
showing a little skin towards that A site.
Not lunging on that attack. And look at Buster playing his game, not scared. Took that peek by himself on Jerry. You know, rocked around for sure with that win. Oh, that's big.
Ooh, Norby has to look from the flash. Nice trade there. Very quick from Zordy. And he's working with 16 health as well, so you can imagine that could have been the 2K from Yakinder. Here's Flit onto Shalfie and Jerry.
Wow.
Locks in the A push on his own. He had Kicker to support. Ignore the smoke.
It's a bench smoke.
Does it? The classic. You see that lineup? .40 seconds, and this one fizzles out for Force. Outsiders going to get a third early in the CT half. And they're hunting, too. I feel like Buster's just looking more confident already. The fact that he's inside of the apartments this round, layers to his play.
Yeah.
The first round had me not convinced when he just tries to hide in sight and then gets overrun by the quick Norby
Yeah, it looks
entry.
like, oh, no, it's going to happen again, but it's
Yeah,
good.
but...
I mean, he's been around the blockbuster.
Yeah, he's
Blockbuster.
Oh. Are they all
Hopefully
closed
doesn't
now?
end up like Blockbuster.
Yeah. There's probably one
yeah,
still
they
out
went
there.
bankrupt. They went bankrupt, and then Netflix came through.
Flit dead. Saw that AK, man. He wanted it. And that's going to be the fourth one. A little stall here from ForZe on attack pause.
Let's see. Money here for Zorti is going to buy. And, yeah, okay, they have enough to go in behind it. Any idea could work. Still early. Still early. I think right now, Outsiders, they know that they're a little bit better in mid. I think ForZe probably need to take that away from them.
How are they going to do it?
They can default. They can default if they're scared. They can default slowly. They haven't tested it too much. Been seeing a lot of sets pieces out of ForZe. They end up there, but they need to take it away from Outsiders eventually. If we have that position where Kinder's at the top of mid, James opping and flashes for him to kill the guy there later on. They don't want that to happen. They don't want to know Kinder can feel comfortable chilling in that spot. But they're doing another set play, jumping into connector.
Great nade. Oh my god, barrage of frags at the bottom of mid, but it's actually just Zordy who really eats it. Outsiders all nearby. Yakinder easily catching that one. Shalfie to fall right after. And now James going to feel very primed, very bolstered by his teammates right behind him. And even then, he doesn't take that risky peek. Good thing. Zordy instead still holding that angle. Jumps back across, sending Kenzie into 2 versus 5.
I got smoked on this.
This one got rocked.
Only had Tech 9s in mid, so they tried to go through with a fast play, top mid smoke, jump through the smoke into connector. Totally fine thing to do. The idea is just put so much pressure on your stairs player, top con guy, that the A split can come out, make it an uncomfortable hit for him to turn around, and then have the Tech 9s trade him if possible, and hit the site from there, but the half buy doesn't work out. Awkward part is that Zortu was the first investment with the op, and now he'll save, and it'll be a situation where they can afford to buy the exact same guns again. So you wonder if they might try. Not that they necessarily should.
Hoping to hang on here. Nice first one, but
Whoa,
James is quick.
Oh, that's a big punish. I mean,
Kenzie, don't you die after time, my friend. It's going to be a long 5 seconds.
He should just run at them at this
Just
point.
get out of here. Kenzie, oh, he fights off half and hides.
Oh my God, he did it.
Oh, he holds it.
Oh, that's enormous.
Not bad, kid.
Could not get the op. Still has this money. It's kind of
Not
so
bad.
awkward. He gets a 1 AK, but it's $600, and his teammates will just buy a little bit.
All right. All tied up here early on. 4 rounds each. ForZe with the first 4. Outsiders the second batch. Obviously, the CT side starting to get a little bit streaky. Kenzie needs to get cheeky. Solo AK. Where's it going? What's it doing? Floating top middle for the time being and hoping for some aggression. We've seen it, but the setup doesn't look likely this time. Double incendiaries at the bottom of mid. Again, just using that utility, but not any impact. And Buster's sniffing out a play.
They haven't been putting a lot. They think their window smokes are doing so much more than they are. They're actually just tossing them, and there's a CT sitting on cat almost every single round. They haven't been doing much in the way of conditioning outsiders. We can see this entire portion of the round has been countered simply by outsiders loitering on cat, outside a window, in connector. So this changes nothing. And we've seen ForZe become pretty obvious to outsiders on Dust 2 as well for similar reasons. And as we can see right now with the final B push coming out, 4 over on A, ForZe don't even know they've lost already.
Yeah, they're going to try. You know, let them have hope while they think they can. It's like watching a child. Smoke go down in front of sight. Quick ding. That ain't half bad, but kicker primed behind triple. Kenzie will get one with that AK. Zordy, doing a little too much with a single Glock. Tech 9 keeps this one alive. Buster's flank. Ah, yes, the eventuality. Eventuality. Okay, and that is why things are still interesting. 27 health, 10 seconds. Don't you tell me they throw this. Yakinder, he's behind the triple, and it is Jerry to fall. Finally, Buster maybe regaining too much confidence.
Yeah, well, he didn't know the last guy was, but okay, they somehow made this work. Kenzie was the only AK on this round. But as you can see, they had to work as hard as possible to get in. No bomb plan either.
Sketchy, man. Genuinely costly for outsiders, but still 5 in a row.
Expensive is one thing, but I think the important, more high-level thing is that if ForZe are throwing some tactics out there that outsiders are disrespecting, and they don't even know it.
Yeah, they're going to think that that went so well that they really caught him.
I think they're actually going to realize that they
are being read.
Yeah, I mean, there's 4 guys in the A site, so hopefully they can take that message. All right, more aggressive look on mid here from the T side. They work on it eventually.
Zordy's nailed this shot before. Oh, flip flash, Buster, good. Gets Jerry top mid. B-site wide open. And that's not a problem for the on-fire Outsiders. Jame being teased by Shelfie. Yeah, try it 3 times, I dare ya. He knows better. He'll walk away as it's still 3 players from ForZe inside of middle. Trying to get into connector. Follow-up volley of nades here. Zordy, yeah, he's been waiting for Jame or somebody else, anyone.
What a shot.
To make a move on that A side.
Sandwich is uncomfortable, but
Kicker's in there. Flit's gonna go ahead, get a kill towards mid, tries to find the headshot over top connector. Those boxes are not impenetrable, and neither is Norvi. Sure enough, shots start to fly. And Kenzie does get a little bit of space to work on towards the ticket. He decides to come back at it. Flit's going to get Kenzie behind that box, and it's Shelfie locked into Tetris. Armor and an AK. Oh, and Yakinder's so sharp. He keeps 3 up from Outsiders as they go ahead and bag 6 rounds straight.
So they won mid at the cost of a player when they first went to take it. Early on, they set up with their nades. They waited for a push. No one came top mid. This is a good look from ForZe. They come down, yeah, 4v5, and they bring it back to get the bomb plant. That's something a bit better. But Outsiders still won their first duel, still pretty comfortable with the setup overall. So I think in general that's representative in this 6-round streak we're seeing. And there will be a bye once again. I mean, there's always room for set tactics if you want to, but I think in terms of conditioning, you really want to respect the fact that mid is important for the T side.
Ooh, nice nade.
Wow.
Yeah,
they're getting called out.
More than half of Jerry on a gun round. And he still gets split. He's going to try to push his luck a little. Jumps into the window. Great trade out from Kenzie. Onto Yakinder. Shelfie chasing frags. Kicker, though, and James still alive. And as that op fires off inside B site, the 2v2 is where we're left. Quick redirection here from Kenzie. That'll be held off by Kicker had he continued, but instead he doubles up alongside Norvi, and they're both just going to push connector while it's wide for the taking. And while one player sticks around on stairs, that's the bomb.
Yeah, bomb's a little slower.
Now Kenzie's got a tough job. How does he get across?
He's going to go for the dry duel.
Oh, and Kicker not able to stop it. James starts to hunt around the ticket. Oh, that's hot. Norvi insta headshot onto James, and we've got Kenzie posted on top of default. Kicker now knows the positions of both. We've got fire on Norvi if he just wants to try and play time. Kicker closing the distance, gets in behind triple, suddenly goes silent, and then makes sound as he wraps back default, being dodged by these T's. Kicker starting to think that there's maybe someone behind him. Won't find either of the two, and ForZe fight their way through to a 5th round win.
That's nice that they managed that one. Wow, they pulled it off. Jerry at the bottom of connector. Another crazy play from him. Gets the spray down, and that's after so many nades landed right at his feet. This Outsider's trying to let him know, okay, we see you. We can feel your presence. We've seen your fast connector splits before. That was pretty solid. Mid gets overrun. They go back to it again. Love that.
Oh, easy. Oh, Zordy's just looking for a second, man. He is hunting. But Yakinder doesn't overextend. Yakinder actually catching Jerry on the bench.
Yeah.
And then the fallback, he escapes. Comes back, though. Exchanging grenades in middle.
Oh my God, Kicker's playing sandwich again.
Wow.
This is really risky if you are worried about top connector, but of course we have Flit here. Oh, but its support goes down. Kicker will have to fall out, and this is where it gets tough to play in sandwich.
Norvi able to jump over, bomb in tow through Palace. How can Yakinder stop this? What can Buster offer? Norvi looks so good in that last round when he snapped it back into the CT spawn. Looking for the same fight. Yakinder now known and Yakinder picks up the win. That gets Zordy off the bomb, and Kenzie, I think he's been
Made
hurt.
noise, yeah.
Yep, Buster still not able to stop it, and because of the low HP here from Yakinder, despite him winning his duel, the 1v2 just seems impossible. Forced to tie at 6 rounds each, another A-site squeeze.
Yes, they pulled it off. Wow. Not a huge fan of playing sandwich that much. I mean, it can be a good spot. I feel like when you're up numbers, it makes even more sense. Versus, you know, Palace is not that great of a fight. It's good for timings because anyone, you know, as soon as you hear them swing or they just don't want to hold sandwich anymore and they start to go over, you can get a kill that way. But getting out of sandwich is damn near impossible. If connector control's taken over, going up on top of stairs to fight sandwich is a beautiful fight for the T's. So, yeah. And if you ever in a spot where your support player dies, even crossing the A ramp, no one able to throw a nade for you. You can't throw any utility from there without that position being known. So not my favorite spot to see a player in a 5v5 or 4v4. Of course, situational things, but Kicker's been there a couple times now.
Did feel like once he lost Flit, he was doomed.
Yeah.
Doomed.
Yeah, like he took his first fight, and then suddenly it could be top stairs, A-Ram, and Palace all at once, and he didn't know which one it was.
Yeah.
So
as that one closes, we saw the AWP actually get taken down by Yakinder and not rebought for ForZe. So we'll play 5 rifles instead. And Jerry looking to make contact versus Yakinder here towards B site. Oh! Fast pop-up from Yakinder. Fast 5v4 to Outsiders.
an instant double dink.
Window smoke goes in. Jame playing bottom connector. Stays crouched. Catches Kenzie crossing. And an immediate fallback. Good amount of damage done, but Shalfie's just going to slowly creep his way outwards.
Wow, they rotate to let Jame go into the B site. It was open for a moment there. Kinder goes down. He was the low player.
They still don't know about Shalfie. Flit now a little cautious about connector because of that T kill. Zordy just chilling on Cat with bomb still.
The longer this round goes on, the better the spot that Buster is playing gets.
Fair.
Less likely it gets mollied.
Okay. Kicker makes his play. Norvi still inside of the connector. They did get a kill, of course, inside window. Kicker. Oh,
wow.
Clean, man.
Okay.
Gets the Cat player, ends Norvi on his attempt to get into A. Just an easy lineup for Kicker.
Yeah, that was huge.
Nice finish
What
here.
a
Puts
move.
Outsiders back in the lead.
They didn't have everything either. Buster was just on a pistol, and Yakinder refreshed his spot inside a B, took that duel with Jerry. He's probably a bit confused. Why is there just another rifler that's not Buster here? Well, it's because Outsiders actually had a mixed buy. But based on what they could see, it was all rifles. Very nice 3-piece from Kickert. It was very dark and full of secrets.
Dark and full of secrets.
Wow. Love that quote.
Listen, if there is a CIS shuffle on the horizon,
yes,
there's only one name I want to see.
Jerry. Oh.
Sanji. The
yes.
comeback is nigh.
Yes. Bless us.
Bow to your king. I mean, listen, man, he could come back and play 5-7s and Tech 9s. Dude, it's meta now.
Facts.
He was ahead of the curve. Norvi, not going to dodge that frag. Down to a quarter of his health. And Buster, yeah, feeling like he wants to go to bat. Norvi, he's out of there. Outsiders putting together a respectable CT half. Close push from Flit.
Ooh. See something late.
He's happy to toy with him a little. There are 3 players, of course, on the other end of that peak. And he's going to chase him around the corner. Now he's standing in the open for Kenzie to trade. The follow-up here from Yakinder should catch Kenzie off guard. And Meanwhile, the A site and underpass being locked in. All is good for Outsiders versus these Pistols. 8 rounds at least on the defensive half.
Hard to tell you where the rest of the map goes from here based on what we've seen. Definitely, obviously, good rounds from ForZe, good rounds from Outsiders. Nothing too special about this one, I would say. Some set plays, some attempts on defaults, adjustments from ForZe. That looked pretty good overall. But
Come on now, one more.
That was Hardy.
He's going to chase it. Yeah, wants to die before time and gets his wish. Still a nice couple Juans.
Took some souls with those frags. He has been absolutely standout this stage. Throughout, even at the RMR, we've been talking about Zordy a lot. And maybe not even enough. All at the same time.
Final attempt here from ForZe. Zordy back on the op. James takes a blind one, and no contact here. I think we've had a nice varied half from ForZe's T side as well. They shied away from that, what was looking like just B assaults. How about a cat to B? Ykinder looking for the bench jump.
Oh. Wow, even after eating that nade damage, he stays alive, gets
Nice
a little bit
trade.
extra on Zordy, but not that much. You know, Zordy makes
He'll
it
be
a
all
4v4. But
when the smoke fades, cat becomes a problem. Meanwhile, Zordy doing, again, a continuous job. Kicker popped by Shalfie. Zordy, he is going big. Swing in the green. It's Jame in the 1v3. And Kenzie, point blank headshot. ForZe gonna send a message, a final gift to the Outsiders at the end of the first 15. That is 7 terrorist round wins for the challengers.
I know the big thing for me, and the thing that I kept repeating, is just that they were able to start winning those defaults. And I think the set pieces were pretty cool. Worked for a bit. But I really like the most that they started to get back to mid and make sure that Outsiders couldn't just like hang out there all the time. And throughout basically 15 straight rounds, Outsiders had somebody pushed onto Cat, sitting at the bottom connector or near the top of mid, whether it was Flit, Ykinder, or Jame. And that worked out exceedingly well to help them get back into the match and give them this kind of small but numerical lead over ForZe moving into half number 2. And I don't think ForZe are going to be too worried about it. They got CTs to look forward to. But it was a very even strength match for that reason.
How fast are we going to get? Outsiders just looking to gun down this B-bomb site, and it's rapid. 3 headshots as they just flood out from the apartments, and this one's already over. We're tied, folks. Kenzie.
What do you mean tied?
8-8. 9-7 is not a tie.
You could have said, well, of course ForZe will win this 2-on-5 retake against all odds.
I could have saved it. A captain sinks with his ship. Which is a rule I never really got. You know?
That's because that's what people say when they finally see themselves becoming ship owners. Like, would I?
Would I?
Also,
I mean, listen, I'll be the last guy off, but I'm not going down with it. Like, if the boat's waiting for me to step off and everybody else is already evacuated, I'm not going down with the ship. Foolish. Foolish. Just like thinking you have a damn chance versus the Ykinder peak. He gets traded by Kenzie, and that's the only person to survive it. Kenzie keeping it clean, 15-6, but Outsiders deny the tie.
Yeah.
9-7.
We know this map is one for ForZe. But this is also a game of pressure. I mean, even though ForZe have shown us they're damn near inhuman with how amazing they've looked versus insane teams consistently, the pressure gets higher and it's the final stop, right? They're no longer 3-0, they're 2-1. This is a chance, but if they don't win this series, then they only have one chance. And it doesn't really matter how well you start at any stage here at the PGL Major. It's the 3 wins that's important. That's it. Nothing else. No matter if you did a best of 1s, it always has to end in a best of 3. And psychologically, no one can, you know, wash their hands of that pressure. It's something that everybody has to deal with. If it becomes really real, then yeah, you'll find yourself making a mistake here and there. That's why it's oftentimes easy to side with a team who have been there more often, and why ForZe might be a touch scared of outsiders even being up a map.
Shelfie more worried about Cat than the 4 players about to hit him from apartments. Oh, and he wants that. He gets it. A couple shots off with a deagle, and Jame will fall. That's an ump taken out of the round. But all of the primaries, the real rifles kept here from outsiders, they'll establish that 10-7 lead.
Des brought up who wants it more, and I could totally understand ForZe. Like, despite, I would say, you know, outsiders going to Legends, like, when you're this close, like, you're going to be full concentrated, 100%. But, yeah, in terms of overall who wants it more, who's put in more direct, concentrated practice, who knows they're sticking together.
Yeah.
If that is ForZe, of course. And it would be awesome to see.
ForZe also just coming just to continue like the performances out of the RMR as well, right? ForZe kind of exceeding all expectations. You could argue they had an easier route, but still a victory over OG, victory over Fnatic. You know, they took down bigger names. They got a higher seed than many people would have argued they deserved, but it was still unarguably earned. This is just the best chance, right? To qualify for Legends and to only have a 2-1 loss versus Vitality?
Yeah.
A team that was designed to win events with major champions?
No shame in that.
No shame whatsoever. A 23-year-old Jerry, 5 young Russians exceeding all expectations. But of course, still hanging on versus outsiders here in this one. 3 rounds they trail. And it should be a 4th with this kind of a bye and an overstack on the opposite end of the map. Util over top. Poor Kenzie.
That's too many grenades, man.
Yeah, I'm just
Why are
like,
they trying so hard? We just have pistols.
Like, bro, please, don't go through it, dude. You're done. And so he backs up. Zordy, he's got a freaking tarp in his face. Oh, who's drying their rugs in here?
Well, they see a little bit, but outsiders are being so slippery right now. Barely giving them a chance.
Come on, Zordy, take that shot. Smoke comes down on jungle. And sure enough, the scout still finds its impact. Jame is going to press himself very close to the smoke with the Tech 9. Bomb being planted, opposite triple. Everybody's here for ForZe.
They haven't seen anybody. They've done lots of damage, actually. Buster's been tagged.
You know, they're looking, they can hear the party inside, but they're just still they're a little nervous about knocking.
Yeah. They
want to go in. They're going to try. Start to push past Ticket. Just a bunch of pistols. Flit, he will fall. That's the scout getting something for their efforts. Tons of damage here too, but ultimately just that 1 kill. Outsiders and 11th.
Yeah, that was a very thorough exec with a lot of utility involved and a lot of patience as well. And they even re-smoked things. Straight dry run exec here from outsiders on the A site, even though they know that ForZe didn't have full buy. I'm sure they knew that was an anti-eco. They knew they had some recycled guns to go up against, and they're taking it very seriously. The full kit will only cost $1,000 around $1,000 most of the time. Going into the next round, it's a small price to pay. Still look like a team to me.
Ooh.
Wow, a delayed peek.
Zordy
that was
gross.
Very smart from Zordy, yeah.
Yep. That's Jame down. So, first gun round from ForZe and an opening kill with it. Yukinder looks for the trading connector, will catch the counter-opper.
Oh, and he sneaks out of mid.
And that draws it into Buster.
Buster at the top, yeah. One spot
that landed.
It did.
Yep, Kenzie tagged to 67.
Okay.
Must have been leg through the wall. So Kenzie gonna still keep some pressure on middle. Bomb starts to wrap back through A, and the underpass players will leave.
Shelfie up in the ladder room. Love the activity from the CT side.
Gonna take back mid during this moment of silence.
Yeah, they don't want to leave this alone, and it's such a great idea. But do they go to the top of it? Yeah, they're expecting this to be respected. So very, very nice play from ForZe. Such a good tempo, but the A site has been completely evacuated. And actually reading this wrong, they think it's ending B. Yeah, they thought it was going to be B for sure for some reason, but no audio cues to tell them one way or the other.
They'll realize the error of their decisions. And, I mean, listen, this one still has some life on it.
It does.
ForZe very quickly starting to carve their path through that T-spawn. They've got Outsiders boxed in. Can they knock them out?
Fair few grenades. They're splitting two big flanks here, A-Ramp and Palace.
Right now, Kickert's still back turned. He starts to check Palace behind him, but he has missed a little bit of timing, and Jerry's even ahead of Buster. This is just going to come down to the kills. Kickert quickly holds in on Palace. Nicely done from both of the Outsiders players. And then you just see them turn their attention back. The counter-terrorists want to save, but they're locked into this fight. If one of those two flanks goes the other way, then maybe. But instead, it is Outsiders with a 12th.
They had good awareness in those positions. And the only problem that they had with these two flanks coming in, they lost one player, so they had 4 total. Then they only have 2 coming from other spots. If there were more than 2 coming from other spots, then they could draw more attention towards those spots and take attention away from the big flanks for a few seconds to allow those players to turn the corners that are really key and force the players like James and Buster, who were up in Palace in the A-ramp, to have to fight into the site, but they didn't have the resources to do that. Still very good for Outsiders to have a player in both spots, both able-bodied, full HP'd, and watching.
Quicker pace to this one. Outsiders flit setting the tempo here. Wallbang nearly does it. Kenzie hangs on for dear life. And Shelfie gets caught out by Yakinder. Good patience, just holding on the gap of that smoke.
Crazy awareness there from Yakinder.
Right, to find that. So already looking for the Deagle trade. Knows that Flit's already compromised Catwalk, so not a comfortable place for Zordy to be.
Looks like they're reading the stack incorrectly again.
Outsiders, man, starting to make mincemeat of this T-side.
Yeah. Really not even close in a couple of these spots. I'd say overall across the 2 maps, Outsiders definitely have outcalled. ForZe just had such a tremendous first half on that CT side of Dust 2 that it made it, of course, easier to win the map, no matter how well they played in the second. But this attack is too strong. This game might not be so clear-cut. 11 rounds deep on Dust 2. I thought we had about 30 minutes on the series.
It did really feel like a total blowout. But that's what Outsiders will always do to you. Lull you in and gobble you up. And they're chomping down these rounds on the T side very quickly, getting ahead of ForZe. Putting a huge gap between them. 5 rounds now on this T side. Flawless.
Yeah, really like the way they're moving so far. Outsiders will kind of leave him in mid. Throw smoke there, and that just baits out some attention. Look at that, actually. 3 grenades come off the 1 smoke from Yakinder. Though no one's sitting top boxes. And the CTs are kind of concerned about it. Wow, it's an ostensible amount of utility. There's absolutely no impact grenades left over for ForZe at a minute 16. And Outsiders will go ahead and win mid. Yeah, that's... Ooh,
again, man, again.
Big
Kenzie's been
duel.
getting dumped on when it comes to this connector play.
That might be a bit too much leverage at this point in the match. Jerry finds one back.
Could be an answer. They've got Flit now kind of stranded top connector, and he's known about Norvi. That's a risk to go peeking around top mid, but because Jerry got that frag, then why not? Felt like he had the space to work and was right. Meanwhile, we still have Shalfie inside of the site. The nade finds him. Beautiful from Buster, but he still dies nonetheless, and Kickert carves an opening through this B site. That is a call to action. Kickert and Jame.
Damn, and they're just shuffling their feet over on A, thinking, man, it's just going to be prolonged, but eventually end here. And that's just not the case. 15 seconds left. The bomb is making its way over. Of course, this op has to be cut off. And oh, there's a free frag for Kickert. He wanted to make sure that that would be stopped. And now there's no chance to even plant this bomb safely. Jame knows that they can just dive him, so he's got to just tuck.
Yeah, he'll save his AWP.
Oh, what a find, actually.
They're going to chase him. They're going to get him a little bit of damage, but he's fine. He's fine. He's fine. Coverage. Kickert peeking in, opening that possibility for the bomb plant to be denied, and with it, an 8th for ForZe. Nicely done by Jerry. Felt that space in mid, because without this kill from Jerry, I don't know about the peek from Norvi off Catwalk. I feel like that's way more dangerous.
This one?
Yeah, where he, without a kill top mid, I don't think he can go out wide enough to get top con. They knew Flit was stranded there for the time being.
I guess they, just because they escorted someone into connector, that's when you'll leave them, So if they didn't see anybody around the bench or whatever, then he felt okay about it. He absolutely could have died to somebody still late on Cat, but the right risk.
They'll find their reward. But even that one had that little bit of X factor with Jame in the 1v3. A little more time. Or just Kickert still to lock in the market, rotate.
The awkward part is, James, okay, make sure that I can, pull this cross off. And he could have just crossed, but he didn't know if the Opera was posted up watching the window. Any utility would have been enough instead of using him as a person. Oh, that's really risky. Yeah, they commit all the way through.
Yo, Outsiders just called that timing so well,
they've got it. They know there's a second locked in here, right?
Oh,
no.
for sure.
No, it doesn't. He doesn't
Did
know.
They not? Now they do. Yakinder tearing him up through middle. Double frag for him. Still wary of Jerry inside a connector, but even with that initial peek, poor Kenzie, dude, he was thrown into the apartment's peak with a frag grenade on his head. That slows down his peak. There's nobody in the open when he comes around the corner. He's just standing on a silver platter for these T's to pick up and flip. Gonna rock Jerry's world inside of the mid window. This is a clean sweep from the Outsiders of the 14th round. 6 ahead of ForZe and 2 from a win on Mirage.
Goddamn. Sometimes you do have to take map control like they did, but not overextend into the full rush into lower. Of course, they could have got both kills and then got back out. But in that spot, they lose one gets hurt. Not even comfortable going back or forward. I feel like there was just an overinvestment just into that tactic. One player going down or risking it for information is one thing, but we wanted to make it happen. Oh, quiet but scary moments here for Sortes. Things are happening around him.
Man, sometimes Counter-Strike turns into a horror game. Is already feeling hunted as... Oh, finds a pocket, but now he's been heard. He's good, he's good, he's good.
They smoke it even though they won't come through that, just to scare him.
Whew. Man, it's basically in an escape room, and he will be given the chance to save that sniper. Move it forward. As Outsiders do the exact same thing, moving forward to the finish line on Mirage. 2 more to just brush off Dust 2, push this series to Inferno.
Inferno will be very tough.
Kinder just dominating right now as well, eh? 21 and 12.
Wait till you see him on Banana.
Sign me up. What a recovery from that first half of Dust 2. 3 great halves ever since. That's the mind of a Taekwondo master.
Double A ramp setup from ForZe. No one inside and around connector. Done playing games in mid. They're giving Shelfie here an opportunity to take some liberties. Oh, that is really risky from Tim. Oh, he will die for that. Flit has made his way up connector as well.
It's this double ramp setup. This is all ForZe have to hold on with, and Jerry survives the Buster peak.
He's going through the smoke as well. Oh my God. And James not going to read this push whatsoever. He might get into Palace. Oh my God, he's heard Jerry.
Yeah, Jerry thinking that he's gone.
Did James not make any noise? Maybe he somehow managed to not make a single piece of noise. And Zorte sitting in the ramp, but they don't know about him either. God, this is so awkward and complicated. Flit's just waiting.
Layers, dude, layers.
Maybe he does.
Oh! No scope, point blank. James still able to just exit through the smoke, and now Yakinder can help out from top stairs.
He actually has the right to fight, and the bomb's planted within triple, so he's going to be the loose piece.
Yakinder just crossed stairs, and somehow Shelfie didn't see it.
James is sitting on the opposite side of triple. He's about to be spotted here instantly.
I mean, that was just a sitting duck. James looks like a fool, and Yakinder's not able to pull anything out in the clutch, so that's ForZe with a 9th.
Wow. Yeah, that got crazy.
It's because Shelfie didn't see Yakinder crossing stairs to jungle, so then James thinking, well, if he didn't get shot, why would I?
Yeah, that's fair.
Shelfie comes back, reaps the rewards. Jerry, 2 kills on that ramp hold, and, you know, kind of kept the question marks surrounding Zorte.
Yeah, he didn't have to shoot an op, so Flit nearly killed him.
Yeah, that
was a nasty no-scope.
Point blank. ForZe still trailing by 5, but buy on the cards. Double op setup here between Shelfie and Zorti. This looks quick. Ooh, this looks fast. They're going for the boost with the offer, and already Kicker insta-mac 10 headshot. Shelfie's here off of the catwalk. This is ForZe under pressure. Flit and Buster both behind the van. Molotov, not going to be a problem for them. Norby, he's just trying to lock in these fights. He's even going to push up against them. He's basically behind them.
This is the play.
He's going to have to wait. His teammates have all gotten here, but now they're starting to push beyond. Norby locked into this spot between James and his 3 teammates. He goes for his activation, stops the bomb plant in its tracks, and now still has Van to be covered, but he doesn't know about the guy on bench. There's a solution here in Buster. Buster pops up and gets shut down by Shelfie. Now suddenly James is on his own, and that was a chance from Buster, but a hot shot from Shelfie instead should be ForZe's 10th. James sticks around. James likes to play with his food, but instead he gets rocked by Norby. Dude, what a slowdown in the middle of all that carnage.
Yeah, what a beautiful round from Norby. He saw that there molly that landed on Van, got smoked out by outsiders. He tried to use that to his advantage when he saw that they were starting to take their time. That was a great shot from James. I love the play that Buster made, actually. I like myself, I was thinking I would have shot right away, but then when he saw the second player on Cat, that absolutely made more sense, especially in the 2-on-3. That would have been the difference between winning and losing. But Shelfie's awareness was good enough. Whoa, they're looking for the walkout. I don't know if outsiders can pull this off. There are 2 players sitting here inside connector. Jerry watching Palace, but it is 2 rifles in this spot, and they are making it out now.
They just pulled back. Kenzie somehow surviving on 8 HP. The ticket player also started to depart. Kicker's going to just go ahead, try to hunt into connector. Sure enough, finding Kenzie.
Oh, he had no idea.
Shelfie denied vision. Zordy still not able to get that op going, but now he's up close and personal versus 3 inside the site. Down goes James, and the bomb's still stuck in the open. Kicker over top, and Shelfie through the jungle smoke. Impact being found as Yakinder falls back. He's got Flit here to work with him. Norby unknown, and as he takes down Yakinder, Flit will force the 1v1 clutch onto Zordy, and he's got him falling away, step by step, ever closer with wallbang damage on top. The CT also hits it. A back and forth affair with a bomb plant is a breath of fresh air.
He has to give him a chance. Flit will plant it. How is he going to read the 1v1? Zordy's made a fast rotation. It looks like he'll get out of vision. No easy round now for Zordy. 33 health on him.
He grabbed the smoke. He's got the kit. A critical clutch. And Flit falling back to the ramp. Smoke goes on top. Zordy's so nervous, but now he knows. Oh, he knows. And Flit's going to have to eventually challenge. Zordy's going to have to eventually defuse. He's lost on top of the bomb, comes around, but there's just simply no time. And with it, Outsiders, a 15th round. Back and forth in that bomb site, but Outsiders clear the board.
Oh, they make it happen. Nice play from Flitz. The 1v2 ultimately, yeah, and the outplay in the end. God damn, that was a hectic rounds. I don't even know where to begin. Kenzie getting lost inside a connector, not expecting Outsiders to have scaled as fast as they did. This play right here, they found a timing to walk out of halls just as a rotation comes out from inside connector. But you know what? If there's 2 rifles at the top of connector and I'm walking out of palace, I'm happy to take that fight. As long as I know there's no ops on me, I'm fine with the contact explode. I think, of course, that's not something you can always plan for. All right, so Zordy takes the next round into his own hands. Opening kill here. This takes the edge off a little bit.
Ooh, Jerry's locked into this. Jerry hanging on for dear
I don't
life.
know. It's just going to die. They
Never.
have no one to help him get out of mid.
Hell, that Glock on Jame would be enough to kill what's left of Kenzie's 6 health.
This one's got to come down to Zordy. He has done so much. But his teammates barely have guns or nades. Look how deep we are from Norway, at least inside of the B halls. Great spot for the MT9 to find itself in. Kenzie's had some struggles. Lower on HP. We'll have a timing here. Beautiful take out Jame.
He's just trying to do as much damage as he can before he goes down. But he's actually been kind of given a pocket of relief here. Nobody else to deal with him and his measly 6 HP. Norvey's position up close could be enough to kill Kicker, but
no, Norway, he switched. He switched.
A misclick that could cost them if Zordy can't lock it in, and Kicker is right there to punish, right there to break their hearts on Mirage. If it's not Shalfie with the clutch, then this one is over. And Kicker looked like he was toasted inside of the apartments. But a single button, a single chance. And all of a sudden, this map slips through the fingertips. Shalfie trying to pressure, goes for it. Utilities out, hits that insta-headshot. Kicker's now dead. It's Yakinder pressed close on the corner of the site. And Shalfie rounding it. Again, these duels, man, back and forth. He pushes in, and Yakinder's going to end him and ForZe's chances of the 2-0 sweep.
Okay.
Outsiders fight on.
Yes, they do. One more map, and suddenly even board. Again, coming into Dust 2, that first half, it looked like this was written in stone already. That's ForZe were going to win, take it to Legend stage, and now it's completely up in the air. Outsiders have shown resilience. They look good. That was a very strong map of Mirage. I think they've shown better T-sides overall than ForZe, and their individuals now are at least on par,
Yes.
where ForZe looked indomitable on Dust 2, and now just look as equals to Outsiders. And honestly, Outsiders in spots even look a bit stronger.
Sure.
So it feels like it's starting to normalize in a bad way for ForZe.
We'll see if they can do it. One more map to separate the two. ForZe not down yet, and Outsiders always ethereal. We hand this one back over to the desk.
Normality restored a little bit as Outsiders bounce back with the T-side. We're more familiar with a complete 180 from map number 1. It seems like they've definitely wiped the dust out of their eyes coming into Mirage, gentlemen.
For sure. I mean, a great performance coming out of Outsiders this time around. Yakinder stepping up. Kicker, we talked about him being a weak link, you know, overall. The past 3 months, they've been struggling on the map of Mirage, but Kicker this time around played some fantastic Counter-Strike. We saw a great example here last round, full of confidence, jumping out, killing left, right, and center, and he was a big part of the reason as to why Outsiders could win here.
You painted the picture very well, Pimp, in the pregame of the first map, that this is really what we should be expecting from Outsiders. T-sides that just keep the opposing team out of their comfort zone. Every time ForZe tried to make an aggressive play, something proactive on the CT side, Outsiders just completely stomped them. They had no chance of getting space from them, and I think that's kind of what I'm used to seeing from a team like Outsiders, and I think that Dust 2 was a little bit uncharacteristic, but I think we still look at the scoreboard here, and there's a couple guys that have just yet to join the server. Buster in particular is still not in this map at all, and that's incredibly concerning when you go to Inferno.
Yeah, you were talking about him as, a difference maker, especially previously for this Outsiders lineup. I did just want to question one thing that you were saying, obviously, on that Dust 2, saying, ForZe were getting that 11-0 start, and it wasn't necessarily the Outsiders were doing anything too bad. ForZe were just looking stronger. Was that the case when we were sort of flipping the script coming into that second half of Mirage, where Outsiders, they only dropped three rounds on that T side?
Well, it seems like ForZe there on their CT side had a couple, just the problems were basically that their pushes weren't airtight. That's something where when you start putting those aggressive plays out there on the CT side, you need to make sure that you're either trading or there's just perfect utility to support it. And sometimes their pushes, for example, when they push underpass, they just didn't flash the player at the top of the stairs. There's a couple ways you can do that. You can throw it from over in B site, over the just kind of the roof, or you can throw it from underneath. Sometimes combining them is the best. And we saw that ForZe right there. I think they only did one, the underneath flash, and that just wasn't good enough. So if they maybe throw a couple more nades, try to actually make sure that those opening plays are where they're ready to make their grave and just kind of don't go 1 foot in, 1 foot out, then I think there's a better chance for them to maybe catch Outsiders off guard or at least find the opening picks, because they struggled to get openers on that second half.
Yeah, I agree. Not only in the second half, but throughout the entire game, right? They lost the opening duel 17-9.
Right.
Yakinda and Kicker, they combined for 11 opening kills together, only losing it twice. So those two were two players they just couldn't handle. And, you play Mirage, and we talk about, the Wolfpack mentality. We talk about the way ForZe would like to play Counter-Strike. If you're playing 4 against 5 like that, you are more often than not going to lose the rounds, more often than not going to lose the game. And that's exactly what we saw here.
Yeah, let's continue to put some of those players under the microscope as we begin to look at some highlights from that map of Mirage. Kicker in particular, just for any viewers that weren't too familiar coming into this, maybe missed the pre-game segment, obviously we were saying Kicker for the side of Outsiders, he's been the highest rated player thus far at the Major. But then Mirage, Pimper, it wasn't painting a great story for him. So it's really good to see him kind of pushing those statistical lines to the side.
Yeah, it's vital. It's vital to Outsiders not only to win this game, but also to be a team that, coming next stage of the Major can be a threat. We're still talking about a team that for a long, long period has been a top 10 team, a top 5 team in the entire world. Last Major, they won the quarterfinal as well. So we are talking about very experienced guys who must come into this Major, despite all the circumstances going on right now, believing that they should be part of the next stage. So for Kicker to find this much confidence, for him to play so well throughout this tournament, and finally to play well on Mirage as well, that's definitely a positive sign. And for me, I just want to highlight one more thing, right? If you're Outsiders and you can win 16-10 on ForZe's best map without Jane being on the server, only doing 30 damage on average every single round, to me, that's a healthy sign. That's a very healthy sign, because that means that you have more strings to play off and you're not necessarily dependent on Jane playing well.
I actually think that this is a weird game where Outsiders went and showed that this is the individual strength of some of their players, because sometimes actually, even though I was critical of some of the opening plays that ForZe made, I think that they actually made some decent moves overall, but they were just caught by people like Kicker. And when he's able to just still win the duel despite the fact that ForZe had a plan to specifically defeat him, there's just simply not a lot you can do. I mean, you're making these cool plays, cool plans that they probably drilled in practice, but Kicker, he's just too experienced.
Yeah, and then we go back to that first half of ForZe. Unfortunately, we didn't see them closing this one out, but there was a couple of looks that you liked coming out that T-side, Maui?
Right. So before Mirage started, I was prefacing the fact that basically ForZe just like to group up very early in some of these rounds. So I think we have one here that ForZe actually ran twice, and it was successful both times on their T side. So what we're seeing here is a 4-man mid play coming out from Jerry and Co. from ForZe. You can just see when they are grouped up, they are exceptional at trading. It's what you can do when you have a younger squad. You just kind of cut some corners, you make things easier for everybody, move together. I know, Pimp, you like referring to it as that wolf pack, and that's exactly what they do. When they're together, it seems so obvious that they're a stronger team than when they spread out in that sort of default setting. That's when people like Kicker just tear them apart.
Yeah, they're simplifying how you play Counter-Strike, and sometimes that's a good thing, right? It does have limitations, and I think that's what we see with ForZe as well. If that's the only way you find success, that to me is a problem. Not necessarily in this specific matchup, but if you have any ambitions of becoming a top 5 team or a top 10 team or do any damage at the next stage of the Major, you got to be able to do more than what we're seeing right here. here. I agree that is the strength of ForZe, but again, you know, one-sided and teams who are a bit too one-dimensional for my liking are teams that are going to struggle when they go up against the likes of Na'Vi, FaZe, you name it.
Just really quick, I mean, just to provide some history, the teams that really used the 4-1 in old majors were the French teams with Happy, and those teams really fell out of style not too long after Happy just kind of fell off slightly as an individual. So it's kind of a dated way to play, but it was effective at one point in time.
Well, it is one map apiece in this best-of-3 qualification series. One more map to determine who will be going straight through to Legends today. It comes down to Inferno, and we're going to be diving into it after this short break.
To succeed in this game, you need to invest in yourself. Be daring, innovate, calculate, never hesitate. Follow your instincts. Don't follow the crowd. Back yourself. Bank your wealth. Analyze, strategize, and galvanize. Now is the time. Take your shot.
Esports is what we live and breathe. For us, it's more than a game. It's a reality, where a group of letters can mean everything. Where Mirage is a place for bombs, battles, and glory. Not an illusion, where the true heroes are those in front of
A man who has seen quite a few maps come and go in his time is, of course, Mr. James Banks. And so he's joining me here today to put his knowledge to the test by proving that he could be a professional map designer. James, you've actually planned something to draw for us today, haven't you?
I've thought about this in detail. I'm going to make D banks, but it's not about me, it's going to be about an actual bank. And we're going to go and plant bombs in the bank and blow that up.
It's a bank of bombs by banks called D Banks. Brilliant. Okay, right, we're done. Thank you so much for watching the video.
Bye.
Right, let's draw. Come on then, pick
All right,
a pen.
cool.
Only rule is, obviously, you've got spawns, you've got to have 2 bomb sites, because we want this to go into the competitive map pool after the major.
Yeah, I want someone to make this. I'm so down for this.
Okay, because for a second I thought you were doing another road. We were going 80s with a game called Frogger.
Yeah, that could be cool.
A riverbank and some vans and the CTs are frogs.
So the bank itself is just going to be this area. Now, so this area here is going to be like a wall, basically, so that the CTs have some protection. But then we're going to have like little alleyways here, the access into A.
Building then?
Yeah, so this is a building. This is an actual bank, like a Lloyd's bank. There you go.
Oh my God, it's
yeah,
a bank.
that's what I meant.
A riverbank.
bank? Oh, no. I'm thinking like an actual bank, you know, like we're going to have a vault. So this is going to be as a vault, basically.
Oh, it's about money. I should have learned from the channel. I thought you were into like wildlife and that, because you've got tattoos of animals.
Now, for this A site, I want to be able to have like some alleyway which goes down here, but then you have like stairs that go down, and you can also get in to then come up into the site. So this is like going into a lower part.
This is down.
Yeah, so we're going to go into some like verticality of it, and the vault is going to be there as well. Then you're going to have loads of like cashier stands, you know, like on this side that they can hide behind, little spots to be all secret and stuff. Now inside the vault, I want loads of little bits to like hide behind and sit behind. So they got to have like boxes and stuff here that they can work in. I'd need an actual smart map designer to think of all the little details and stuff that come with it. Then I also want, like, in this part, I want this to be like a big fountain.
Can you jump on the water feature in the middle of the fountain?
Yeah, I want to be like that.
Honestly, if you jump onto that feature in the silver match on CS, the other players will lose their shit. It's amazing.
On this part here, what I want is like the little cashier stands of being bits where there's glass, so you make noise if you break it.
Yeah.
And the CTs can defend from here. We have some areas. And in this part here, basically the bomb plant will be in the middle, but I want like stacked boxes up on here and here.
Amazing.
Like, right
You've got to write it on the top. Also, it feels kind of Flemish as well. De bank. You've got to sign it.
Oh, cool. Boom. And if someone wants to make that map, I'm all in for it. Come hit me up. I want to design this map and see what happens.
And I'm going to take a percentage.
Yes, there we go. 10% pass over to Frankie for giving me the opportunity to showcase this madness.
Yay, thank you.
The ultimate third map decider. It all comes down to Inferno to decide who will be making it straight through to the Legend stage. Outsiders in one corner of the ring, ForZe in the other. Question is, gentlemen, how are these two teams stacking up coming into this third map of Inferno?
Good. I'd say it's both the team's best map, you know, and that's why it's such a great handshake for a third deciding map. None of them really feel comfortable picking it against each other because both of them are good on it, but in terms of win percentage, in terms of how they're doing on it recently, the past 3 months, both of the lineups are feeling comfortable on Inferno. That's why they get the job done, you know, most of the time. ForZe won 7 out of the last remaining 8 games, and Outsiders is also a team that win the majority of those. So I think we're coming in for a close one here.
I think this is set up to be an excellent showdown between these two teams. I'm looking forward to this one. Before this all started, I would have picked Outsiders, and Dust2 had me feeling pretty shaky about that one. But now I have hope. I think they're going to make it. I think Outsiders are going to make it to the Legend stage.
I have hope just because of one particular gentleman who we've seen get continually more and more fired up. That is Yakinda. You know, he's saying 2 of his favorite positions to play. One is A-Ramp on Vertigo, the other Banana on Inferno. So I'm really excited to see if he can deliver, as he kind of always does in that position.
I will say, though, that we saw them played 3 times during the Arma event, right? And I'm just going to list up the results right here. They lost a game to Mouse 16-12. They won in overtime against Dignitas, who recently disbanded. Not a great team. And they won 19-16 against Saw. And you all remember what happened, you know, going into that overtime. We're talking a no-scope. We're talking a split second from going out right there. They probably shouldn't even be at the major, to be completely honest, had he hit that shot. So, yes, they win a lot of their games. And yes, historically speaking, as I said, Outsiders get the job done on Inferno. But you're looking at those results and you're thinking a close win against Saw, a close win against Dignitas, a loss to Mouse. Those are not good results. So I'm sticking with ForZe, Maui. You're wrong.
Okay, all right, Pimp. I think the one thing that I think works very much so against ForZe is Jerry. Jerry, I love how he calls. I love how he's got this roster up to a position where they're competing for this spot in the Legend stage of the Major, but he is not performing well in this series thus far, and he plays Banana on CT and T side. And you know who he's going to be up against. Freya, you already preluded it. It's going to be Yakinder, it's going to be Kickert. Both of those guys are in form right now, and I think that Jerry just has his work cut out for him. I don't think that he's going to be able to match the firepower, the maneuvers that Kickert and Yakinder are going to be throwing at him.
No, it is a really good point. I do just want to bring up some past results for ForZe as well, as you did for Outsiders. We did see them taking down Bad News Eagles 16-7, pretty convincing fashion. Kind of makes sense when you're going up them against them as an opponent. So how do you think that kind of sets up this playstyle that we're talking about from Jerry? What should we be expecting to see from ForZe if you know, you're going to be correct and they do take down Outsiders.
More of the explosive stuff, more of the apps, where you send 3-man out with a couple of flashes and you explode into the face, basically, of Outsiders. That's what they like to do. Sorted is a player we have to look out for as well from ForZe. He's fantastic on Inferno. I think he gets a lot of good stuff done. Overall, Inferno is a map that, I think both the teams are going to accept that it's going to be a slow-paced game. I think Outsiders will try to force the tempo down, whereas for ForZe, they'll try to, not necessarily buy into it, but I don't think they'll be allowed to play as explosive as they probably would like to. So I'm curious to see what the pace of the game is going to be like. But as said, the explosiveness coming out of ForZe, I think is going to be too much to handle for Outsiders. I don't think they're playing well right now.
Well, we're ready to see exactly how it will be going down, who is going to be taking that spot hands-on at the Legends. But I'm curious to know, Launders, Scrawny, are you Team Pimp or Team Maui coming into this one?
That's an easy question.
Well, last time you psyched me out. And to answer your question, Team Maui. I think Outsiders, bro, they are the consumers of souls. And you guys alluded to it perfectly. We know what they did to Saw on this very map. A no-scope that will haunt Saw for eternity. Outsiders they rebound, dude. They rebound and they never die. And that's their entire shtick. That's what they do, Mo.
Uh-huh. I'm Team Maui as well.
Let's get into it, folks. We got one map separating either of these squads from the legend stage.
Yeah, this one's it.
Of the PGL Antwerp Major. It's Inferno. It's where all the best series go as a third.
You got to like best of threes because they gave us all the build-up, right? I mean, if it was just us two, we wouldn't have known enough. We wouldn't have realized Outsiders are actually playing a little bit better than that. And right now, I'm giving them the edge because we've seen enough good stuff out of them. Plus that strong second map. But ForZe can absolutely do this. Absolutely can.
Kenzie's going to hear this ruckus outside of middle. 4 bodies to his left. Oh, Yakinder just hits the delete key. Zordy also rocked by Flit inside of the apartments, and with that, A site entirely open for them to swarm inwards and plant that bomb. 3v5 retake attempt in the pistol from Jerry.
Okay, man. We're not even on CT side yet.
Poor guy just wanted to throw a sky nade.
That's when it gets really ugly with Yakindar.
Trying to keep his stock at an all-time high, despite his team facing a current low.
What if they just pull the ultimate clutch and stay together?
Yeah? You think you can fix a broken heart?
Whose heart is broken?
Their fans. Maybe their own if they don't even...
Why wouldn't staying together fix it?
I don't know, man. I don't know.
Just didn't think it through.
Toss me a bone.
Don't know what the hell you're talking about.
No chance, brother. No chance in that pistol. Not once Yakinder and Flit got those quick 2 entries. A-Site had nothing to offer. Jerry's just throwing sky nades. Gets splattered. Watch this one. I want to see it through the smoke.
You think he calculated based on the trajectory of the grenade that came over?
Of course he did.
Yeah.
I would expect nothing less.
That's Taekwondo.
FOMAS MP9, 2 smokes, frag, and flash. ForZe looking with the force. Look at this train of terrorism from Outsiders just running up mid. Or B. The other mid. They haven't really announced themselves. So they're just going to try to hit this, dude. But this is a stacked bomb site. You better be cautious. You are walking into the lion's den. Yakinder and Flit able to answer, but they took so much damage that, yeah, Shelby from the top of the box would have been enough. Had Yakinder not just dropped that back with another critical headshot. Kenzie pushes down to the base of middle. James is running outwards. There's the first off the CZ. Further damage.
Yeah, right, he gets
but
that.
Yakinder, 3 kills, 16 health, and a solo in Norvi.
Oh my God, he's going to go back B. That's ridiculous. He actually would have only... That's such a big brain play.
So ratty.
Yeah, there's such a big chance that Norway could have come down through Banana. And now he's going to be on the wrong side of the map. Totally open. Ykinder can do anything in this spot. And it's actually, you know, easier to find a way to get a, you know, a 0 damage kill, which is what he's looking for. Let's see where Norway guesses that he's going to be. If he reads into this correctly.
He's coming.
Yeah, there's a chance for him. Oh, he doesn't go through Con, and Ykinder recognizes it.
Yeah, Ykinder just hunting his prey at this point. Norvi's going to put that smoke on top of it. It's a long stick. And Ykinder with that execution. Dude, what a denial.
What a play. What a play from Ykinder.
The fact, dude, they were in that smoke, jumbled on top of each other when the MP9 starts to shoot down, and somehow Ykinder still just rips it away from ForZe. They had both hands on it, and he still rips it away.
Yeah, peeled him off, one finger at a time. Low health down to the end. That's easy, even after he had to jump around the corner, tuck it to a wall that didn't exist, pull out an AK when it was too late, and hit a first bullet headshot to bring it to a 1v1. Even then, he still didn't even have odds. He had low HP.
Ykinder.
He is really damn good.
And ForZe are really damn poor. So, CZ's and 2 Deeks. Outsiders, how many rounds are they going to rack up on this T side?
Every stage of the major just ends on Inferno. Ykinder just ripping the soul out of some poor team.
That's what I'm saying, dude. I feel like Outsiders power up with that. You know, they have a piece of sauce still with them here right now. Like the Grim Reapers from the CIS region. Ykinder just playing with a USP, man. That's confidence. And he's dead.
Yeah, they try to hunt with that, and what CZ almost takes him out, and then the AK behind it.
Oh,
in fact, he does. Yeah, it's another 3-on-5 situation.
Yo, hold up. Hold up.
Late stack coming in.
Hold up. Norby's got one. Back's turned. They do it.
Wow, they pulled it off.
With that?
That's creative. Oh, my God. And, yeah, Ykinder, no investment. They try to hunt with it. Actually, you know, how does that CZ take out the first player who's just supposed to be a bait? Flick can swing behind that and trade, and he ends up having to run away because he's scared. 3 players going into the site, and ForZe are in creative spots once again. That was the trade. Flick needed to basically instant trade that.
Instant trade. Just commit to that one right there. Right there.
He swung. He just.
Oh Lord.
Really, really missed.
Listen, it's early days, and there's always a late stage with the Outsiders, but that is a quick turnaround here from ForZe.
I like how they do a new stack in the B site. They have the
and the late boost. Yep.
New positions on the site. There's less people, but just different spots. Oh, really good. I mean, that's the creativity you want to see in a half buy, and it's good that
very
they have
true.
2 variations, 2 different rounds back to back. Similar guns to use. You absolutely love to see that.
Now Outsiders got to bounce back with nothing.
Yeah. And on the second round, Outsiders won that. Yeah, Ykinder had to drag him out of the mud. He was actually just, he was dueling him.
That AK looking as scared as Flitz was on Arch the round prior. Smoke grenade goes down. Shalfie's not going to shy away from this fight downrange, but they do tag him up, so a bit of a slow departure. Kenzie here to help. Tons of damage being done. Kickert still comes in with the Glock kill, but it is just that solo frag for the Outsiders full save. 2-2 early.
Yes. Money's enough. Not fantastic, but enough. And Op comes in on the CT side. All right, so a full strength round. Really good ingenuity on the ecos already from ForZe. Haven't even got the game started. Team Liquid have beat Complexity. They're actually 12-12. Made that a 16-12 scoreline on Ancient for their first map. That one's for elimination as well. But this one isn't for elimination, actually. This one's for a move up. They're in the 1-2 games.
The big ticket.
The doldrums. The look away.
Let's go. Zordy.
Talk to him, Zordy.
Nice op shot into the Kenzie 2K. Into the fallback onto this A site that beckons James forward. We do have Kicker getting through Arch, but there's 3 CTs wrapping mid. And now that bomb is completely cut off. If James thinks there's one player here, he is doomed. And even if it was just Shalfie, that's still a loss of the bomb. Kicker, in the meantime, has just disappeared off the radar for ForZe, but what a rock-solid defense, dude. Apartment solo op kill.
Nice 2K spray down from Kenzie. Zordy hot shot with that flick back. The no look. Honestly, great place to save. Lots of books. So.
I just wasn't ready for that.
I mean, it's quiet.
What's your favorite book?
Invisible Man, actually. Ralph Ellison.
Okay.
It's a book about racism.
Oh, that's an important subject.
Yeah. Good story. Amazing story. What about you? Moby Dick?
It's up there. I'm like a green eggs and ham kind of guy.
Okay. Anything without pictures?
Shantaram.
You're not even done it.
I'm working on it.
You can't tell your favorite book you haven't even finished. Just say Harry Potter and be done with it.
Moving on. Well, ForZe is working their wizardry. That force by victory, not even a force by victory, dude. The bare shillings of upgraded pistols to kickstart a little 3-round streak. Kickert solo AK. What's that got in store? Zorti giving that warning sign as he saw the shoulder jump down into the underground, and Yakinder's very quickly moving up mid. They're met by a flash. Stuns him for a second, but Yakinder's still looking for the entry. Not with the USP, but the Tech 9. And a blind Zorti, able to start it. Then the peek from Shalfie. That's actually a chance for the AK to get into this mix. And if Flit can get a deagle kill right here, then he grabs a gun and they pinch that A site. Because right now, it's Zorti with a smoke in front of him. Kicker just trying to fire blindly through.
Yeah, CTs are very scared, but there are enough of them. They are at the same time in an okay spot. Low guns here. The T side, that bomb gets dropped, acts as some kind of bait. And like Outsiders are still trying to get back into this A site, somehow clamber up onto it, but the rotations are just occurring because it's so confusing. Outsiders, they didn't look like they were finally attacking it, so the op ends up leaving.
Molotov and Kenzie gets away. Zorti just turning his attention. There's nobody on Arch, dude. It's all in on short. Kenzie spots at least another player. Jerry comes back from the Arch side, off now here to set a crossfire, and that crossfire locks in the round until Kicker fights back ever so slightly.
Okay.
Still, between Zorti and Kenzie, they hold.
Yeah, Zordy's steady, man.
And Kenzie's killer.
Yeah, he was looked really uncomfortable on Mirage, insane on Dust too. So maybe a little bit of work to be done on that map, but back to it, back to Dust 2 Kenzie here on Inferno.
Kickered up close. Oh, Jerry blinded. Good flash assist there from James. Meanwhile, Shalfie, he feels like he can go. And Yakinder drawing the attention. Oh, Shalfie can't escape. No, sir. Yakinder, that's so cheeky. Just tucks back in, keeps Shalfie's attention. And just as he thought he was going to be able to get away through that smoke, it's a denial. But there is still a player up in the apartments. Kenzie, top of the scoreboard, looks away, and that'll be his end. Now it's on to Norvi. He's going to hear the player running by. That's Buster. Meanwhile, they all kind of head back to the B site. Zorte's still over there.
Yeah, whatever works. I mean, they got to trade one up.
Yeah, I mean, there's time, you know,
If
outsiders.
if they mess this up, Zorte has a great round, but otherwise, Zorte shouldn't have a real way to hold. However, he does have a full kit of utility, so let's see how good this kid really is. He's been put to the test. This would be the ultimate one. Solo from quad.
Kinder the first, gets
Shot
hit.
Connects.
Molotov to the front of the
Okay.
site, finds Kicker, but the frag grenade from Flit homes in on him back sight.
Yeah, and that's the spot where it's just too much to do with the op in your hands. And so some good utility here from Outsiders, and it's all chill. I don't like how Kenzie is floating when he's in the halls. He's open to the end of the halls there. He plays within the halls sometimes. I think he probably needs to fall out more, play on the balcony. But even that last round, he smoked a little deep, and there was a T just sitting in it and could have phased that smoke versus him and had a big advantage. So I'm feeling a little light to risky on that style of play, but
a red flag early.
Outsiders punish it this time. Doesn't necessarily mean it'll keep happening. Of course, he's having a great map so far.
That is 3 to the T side of Outsiders.
This is going to be a banger one. This is going to be a banger matchup.
Yeah, feels like it, right?
Yeah.
They recover from that first economic wobble. Guns spell success for Outsiders.
Still the most played map at Majors by a huge margin. Enormous.
And that's a good thing, right?
Yes, it is. It is absolutely for a reason.
Shot up top. You know, that could have been Kinder dead as well, but he survived the bullet.
Yeah, Stewie would have won that.
But there's no more clay. Kicker, the front runner of the banana push, and Jerry just jiggling on the side. Norvi tucks his head as the flash goes over, and Kicker was hoping maybe that would be an opening kill, but it's enough to elicit a reaction in utility. Outsiders peel back.
Wow. What a nade. That was just
How does that
that was
find
just
him?
almost nade targeting left side fountain in the middle.
I feel like that's the same nade that you throw in, like, it gets balcony. You know, the one from, like,
Yeah.
your arch
Yeah.
or porch. It lands 1 every 15. So specific.
39 health on Norway.
Hell yeah.
Norby. They got 3 CTs interested in a B site attack.
Kicker on an island between the fire at the moment. More utility being thrown at the front of this, but gap.
Outsiders are actually playing with them here. You can tell that ForZe do make some blind rotations that are incorrect sometimes. Yeah, there's still 2 left over, but Kicker is just taking space like crazy. 25 seconds. They're leaning towards the A site. Kicker, is he going to make presence or yeah? Surely they got to commit off this because he's gained too much ground. Oh, and Norway just dies. So yeah.
Jerry.
All right, stop the bomb, Jerry. That's kind of the thing.
There's 1 and 2.
Okay.
Bro, he's supposed to be in for a world of hurt. Now James going to give this one cover. And Buster punches in the digits.
Oh, in the leg. 5 HP for James.
This is still a winnable retake. Frag grenade could be
Absolutely.
destined for the backside, but Flit is on the flank.
Oh, you dirty boy, Flit. You dirty, dirty boy.
And if ForZe aren't on the gas pedal, then he's going to hit him from behind while they're not looking. They get into construction, all 3 of them.
Oh, but if he doesn't? Okay.
Now he's got Shalfie guaranteed. That's going to force the
He's gonna
hand
smoke him into construction.
of ForZe forward. Frag grenade, not going to be anything too important, dude. If that nade finds James in the back of sight, then they could at least still push inwards, but nah, Flit taking his time with that flank, locking in the kill versus Shalfie. Jerry trying his absolute damnedest, and the bomb leaves Kenzie on 1 HP.
Damn, and Zorda dies. He'll pick that up. Oh, and he doesn't get the op.
Kicker creeping into that pit.
Yeah. Yeah, that was a mistake. And yeah, rotations overall, man, I'm gonna give ForZe a 6 when it comes to rotations on this a series so far. They've clearly made some blind moves. Most of the reads have been off. Outsiders been calling better in that regard, and here there was just a glaring hole. I mean, Outsiders, up until the point that Kicker just meandered over towards Pool, they were just toying with him. They already had 1 top banana way long ago. They were nading with two within the site, and ForZe had a 3-man stack, no ideas for re-aggression whatsoever, just chilling there, and decided to leave for no reason because they were too scared to go back and get info. So that was a very, very strong round for Outsiders, and they, again, knew they were just playing with their food. ForZe cannot let them do that, man. Their aim is too good.
Too good.
Too good to sit back in sight. So you know they can be aggressive. Now's the time to do it.
Too slick. We're all tied up. 5 still on each side. 3 players here. Grenades find Jame, but he gets away with more health than maybe he should have. Norvy's going to go ahead with that flash, and still Kickert kills him.
That is so insane.
Kickert knew that was coming. He saw the flash.
He started that spray. Early. I mean, he cleared that so well. Obviously, like, so lucky to get the kill, but, like, it was so perfect. I mean, the way he cleared it.
Wow. The fact that he commits to that. Props. Cool kill from Kickert. Leaves ForZe split 2-2. And Outsiders fall silent.
They've been waiting for reactions, but ForZe don't have many.
Ooh, Jerry's frag could be big. Yeah, Buster taken down to half, and Jerry's going to finish off Yukinder through that smoke. Kenzie not able to get the better of Buster. Jerry again trying to shoot through, but that's going to cost him a bunch of his HP, and because he takes that fight, he doesn't wrap around towards sight. He's smoked off regardless, and a bomb plant from Outsiders spells a 5th on this T side.
Buster just cleared out a crossfire by himself. Peeking both sides of mid. That's his first kill. That was a round-winning frag. The lane player allowed them to take out Halls, and it started 4v4 with that Kickert interaction at the top of Banana, but no reactions from ForZe into Outsiders just going to bracket to see what's going on, into ForZe losing their duels. They don't want to let it come down to that.
Everybody going to exit here from Outsiders. Could have been just 2 of them, but missed shot on Buster means he also survives. Outsiders with 5 pull ahead.
Pull this off up again. Let's make the opening play happen. Zordy.
See if what was saved will be enough.
Yeah.
Oh, that's thick. 57 damage grenade on Kickert. Oh, 2 backs turned. What? They both clear porch, and Kenzie's going to make the most of that one. Again, the CZ on Arch side. It's been the bane of Outsiders. Kenzie's going to continue to chase it. Shalfie with the P250. 5 versus 2. Jame, he loses a little bit of health, but Flit's able to just at least get into this bomb site. He's got CTs trying to challenge around the smoke. They are so outnumbered.
Yeah, they're all behind this one smoke, but it is 5v2.
And equally outgunned now. AK-47 picked up.
Jame does not come out of halls, and he has the bomb, so they can re-smoke to allow him. But now the CTs are starting to get a split off. Jame coming late out of the halls. Will this work?
Oh, frag onto Norvy. That's not
he finds
bad.
One.
James down into the pit now. Feels like he could activate and just save this one. Flit's forced into the depths of the site. He's trying to hunt them behind the cart. Gets another kill and dodges even further damage. Jerry's waiting over on Arch. And Jame, dude, he is just the puppeteer pulling at the strings right now. He attacks, he falls back, and he goes again for more. Kenzie right there. Oh, that could have been an equalizing 2v2, but now the bomb is starting to become an issue. 15 seconds to get this into the site. Flash is good for him. Oh, the no-scope from Jame. Jerry peeks around from Arch. Now it's Flit's turn. He swings out wide. Little bit of cover on the porch, and that is what makes the difference. Oof. They do it again.
Wow.
ForZe not supposed to win these.
Yeah, not supposed to, man. Their pistols are crazy. They're CZs, like you said, especially Was it Ken's there that time on Arch? I don't even know, but I think it was the same player twice.
Yeah, man. Now the P250 added on top.
Yeah. They are cleaning clocks with these small guns.
Deadly duo.
At least, yeah. It doesn't really matter how some of these other rounds have gone. That's just 5 to tie up, to put a stop on the economy. Buster only has a deagle in this round, even though Outsiders have a full buy inside of that.
Oh man.
Whoa, Jerry and
Look at that.
Norway. They got half a guy left between the two of them.
Need
Do
damage.
the math on that.
31 could carry the fight. Too many numbers. Too many players softened up before the gunfights even start. And there it is, Sorty. He looked really frustrated when he missed that shot on Buster, who peeked mid a couple rounds ago just as they were going for the save. You're always curious,
It's good.
right?
You gotta be mean to yourself. You gotta be mean to yourself. You gotta call yourself names. That's how you get good.
Most important match of his life. Not looking for a subpar performance. That kill right there, that'll help. And they move him immediately into this B site, which Outsiders have an affinity for. Smoke will delay things, you'd think. Still a full-blown exec coming in. Norvi boosted. Zordy just looking for sanctuary behind this new box, and so far so good.
No quad molly. They'll take it slow. It's the re-exec again, waiting out grenades.
No arch flank, despite Jerry being cautious for it. Galil at the front, and Zordy's able to kill that.
There's that peek and the boost in CT spawn. They've got layers.
Buster gets hit by a nade. That's going to turn his attention, and that's going to force the hands of Outsiders to just hold off as the 6th for ForZe slips onto the scoreboard. 3 alive on the Outsiders side.
That's pretty good. They'll have to go for a reinvestment again, Outsiders. Enough money to buy back, so they'll be low on grenades on 3 people this round. Which is quite an interesting position to be in if you're ForZe and reading the money. But that one's super solid overall. It just escapes my memory. How did that first kill happen?
We had Flit die inside of the apartments to the op, I believe.
Oh, right. Yeah.
And then Zordy just sprinted for the B site.
Nice that he's making these big rotations.
Nice and mobile.
Absolutely needs to be up front. Oh, some last minute math from Outsiders.
Yeah.
Oh, and they don't invest actually. They
Flit's still in the buy zone. Finally gets a deagle.
Interesting.
Meanwhile, James opens up. Shalfie still under pressure here. James got 2 kills.
Damn, that's
Any
huge.
round that James has an op, right? That's the whole
they
thing.
threw a molly in mid, so he knows. He'll get comfortable. Oh, and now he knows they drop pit. I'm pretty sure he spotted that.
Should have.
Rotator spotted as well. There's a lot of information from the T side. You know, James is starting to work.
Piecing this one together. Jerry throws a smoke ahead of Library. This creates a little bit of ambiguity. Buster wants to go through that smoke. Norvi. Oh, he's got the back of Buster. That's an easy equalizer. Still, though, op in the hands of James.
That's all 3 players spotted. So now, will they be hesitant to go is the question, but they've leveraged the bottom half of the map. And there's no one in pit right now. Jerry finds one.
Yeah, Jerry, dude, he's always on the cusp of going for those pushes. This time commits to it, but they decide to go stack B.
Man, this is actually kind of weird. I don't know. The bomb is coming back. No, it is going to start wrapping.
And Kenzie, he's just standing on top of this box, dude. If Flit does it silently, he could just kill Kenzie for absolutely free.
Yeah, he's about to see this soon.
I mean, this is a sitting duck.
Ooh.
A-site just left wide open. A miscall from ForZe. You know, you said the rotations have been a 6. Well, their clutch better be a damn 10, because they just let Outsiders grab guns and plant both members of the T side now inside of pit.
Yeah, Kenzie had to play for 1 there.
Now they have the Molotov. They could burn Flit off of this position, but what if he just cleans them? What if he just takes their heads right off? Jerry's utility starts to fly forward. That pushes Flit into the open. He's looking to double up with Kicker in the little pit, but they concede.
Oh, they're not even going to go for it.
They grab the op on the departure, and ForZe with a miscall in a round where they had a much better buy.
Man, all he did was reclaim space. I want to give credit to Outsiders, but at the same time, you know, Jerry comes in, finds the attack. Someone comes looking for Jerry. Jerry's not there anymore, and then suddenly, you know, the wrap comes on A, and the timing's not called, even though it's understood that Jerry's leaving, Kenzie could have said, leave me, I'm fine. But doesn't play with Arch in mind. And even if he had only gotten 1 kill, that would have been enough, because it would still be a 2-on-1. But they basically allowed Outsiders to find the only way that they could to just win in the most easy fashion possible. So it's quite a slip up, but they still have lots of money.
Strong round from Jame as well, right? Opening up with the op in middle.
You know what? The T side's not looking too, not looking too opulent either. So
opulent,
like
I don't even know what that means.
Just rich, opulence. Just,
okay.
Yeah. Very wealthy.
Thanks, man.
Yep. It's like when they was, you know, that's like medieval.
Oh yes, the opulent royals.
Yes, exactly.
Okay, well, I don't think my
I mean,
ancestors were very opulent.
Actually, is mentally instant transmission to that time.
Dude, I'm a time traveler.
Yeah.
Money for the poor. Smoke down bottom banana. Molly ahead of it. Kicker, he's going to have vision at the very least.
Your Kinder has a deagle.
Oh, Kenzie's feeling this. Kenzie's getting his peek on. Kicker flashed. There's that deagle at play. And it's just a warning shot for Kenzie. He'll back up. No need to die on that hill. Frag. Nice.
Nice.
That's kind of like the reverse of the front fountain frag that we saw from Outsiders a couple rounds ago. These boys got strong throwing arms.
Did he miss?
Yeah. Yeah. Nice try, Cinematic.
The bracket control here. Oh,
Ooh,
they're going to
well-timed
peek.
flash.
Anyone anti? No one's anti-flash. Great timing.
Just a pack of blind bats. ForZe fade away. Now don't go too far.
Yeah, they like to go kind of far.
Look.
Yeah, they think that that's all it takes to get Outsiders to leave.
Dude,
Outsiders
they go too far. It's
crazy. Yeah, they gone far.
But Shelfie's coming back. All right, there's still this little pocket.
But now the rotations are smoked out. Arch and Moto.
Zordy better deliver.
Oh no, Zordy misses.
And gets dinked. Kenzie now, he's got a chance from Pit. No, he doesn't. Yakinder finds that kill.
Zordy's dinked.
Shelfie's able to hold off on Arch, but they did not give themselves the best positioning to make this hold happen or the retake. 3v3 still, nonetheless. Jerry, Skynades inbound. Smoke grenade and a flash as well laid down from Outsiders, so this retake going to be nigh impossible unless it comes in from short, and Jame instantly locks Norby out of this one. Again, ForZe offer an opening, and again, Outsiders push through.
Oh, I hate to say it, but man, I was giving Outsiders a 6 on rotations. That's 5 now. We've just seen too many, and especially that play repeated, where they literally gave him space that same exact way with Jerry taking a kill on Arch and then running to the other side of the map. Outsiders do not run to the other side of the map, so that part I just don't get. If there's 30 seconds left, they're going to take their shoes off, read a book, and then walk over. So why is it that ForZe are running every single time they get a kill as if Outsiders are scared of them? They're the least scared team when they lose a player that you'll ever find.
Because ForZe are scared of them.
Right. I was projecting. That's what they're doing. The classic. But yeah, that was it. They just alleviated all the pressure and all of that information that they gained right there. You know, they didn't even reveal too much on the mid peak, right? The one excuse they may have there is that they feel like they showed him a bit too much, but in reality, no one was playing anti-flash. The one guy who was exposed got killed, and only one guy got a kill. So yeah. ForZe just a bit too excited. Great shot from Norby. That must have been.
Pops up, insta-kill. Still though, just Kicker. Only Kicker. Towards that B site. Zordy decides he's going to lock in Arch. And Shelfie, yeah. Not yet needed. Kenzie opens up. Flittle fall victim to the balcony post. And Buster's able to escape with 1 HP. Where's Jame in all of this? Luckily, that frag grenade doesn't actually enter. Jame tries to go over the hay cart, and then Buster still kills Zordy. Again, 1 health. That's all he's working with.
Oh, Jame has an op too. Kenzie And James knows now that he's not in big pit. Oh, Kenzie goes down.
No way.
Gave him that info. 2v2. Rotation coming in from the halls, and Buster literally kills himself jumping out of the halls. James now at a 1-on-2, 54 health. There's
35.
time to get this back, and they don't know where he's gone. Right above him is Jerry, and Jerry will get the kill. Buster, what the hell? You know you're getting old, man. Those knees aren't going to hold up.
This guy's looking geriatric.
He laughed.
Try not to laugh, man. Oh, damn. Now listen, had that frag grenade just landed in the doorway, he's dead already. The fact that I mean, he's 2 in 10. Should be 3. I don't. Oh. He picks up such a sick headshot.
This is for a legend spot.
And that's a 7th round for ForZe. Off of the back of a couple bad knees. Kicker looking charred as he comes around the top of Banana. Norvy's going to just press into the orange boxes.
0 nades on Norvy, so he's playing up close.
Who's coming to support
Jerry
him?
has 0 nades, man. They have no nades to defend the B site right now.
Zordy's bringing some over. Throws a
Full
smoke
exec
down.
coming in.
He's going to try to flash Jerry into the fight. Some blinded players here. Jerry doesn't see too much. He goes back into the CT smoke. Opper's trying to rotate around onto Coffins. Norvy from New Box gets the better of Buster. 5 versus 4. Pistol's also trying to push in here to close out the half. And Jerry's going to line up the headshot to Yakinder. Norvy still locked into this position. A jumping Jane with the Tech 9 kill. We've got bodies flying in front of him. He has the bomb in his hands. And as he turns back to Banana, he's going to give them back the bomb. Now the pistol player's stuck and stranded, and things are breaking down for the Outsiders. ForZe in 8th on this CT side. Flit fights with that Desert Eagle, but it's not his round to win. Instead, they'll trail by 1.
Okay, all right. They take the small lead. What a ridiculous round. All things considered, got through it. That's just ridiculous. Close-ass half. Good half. Fun half. Second half is going to be even more fun. Kinder playing Banana on CT side, and we'll get to see the ForZe T side. They know they're not perfect, but I think it's true. It could come down to who wants it more. How bad do you want it, ForZe?
They've looked sharp enough to do this. 1 half to separate them and a legend stage in Antwerp. And a legend stage that also gives them like a promising question. They just grind out some 2-2 matches. No, ForZe clean. CZ. Yakinder, taps into 2. Flick comes out. That's bomb delivered to Yakinder's feet.
Well, been doing a good job on these pistols. This honeypot setup. X's between the O's.
Going to be near impossible to get this back if Outsiders decide to sit on top of the bomb.
Yeah, that bomb looks so comfortable inside of the cubby right now.
It's chilling. Ooh, but a gush onto Flit. Yakinder not far off of that angle, but now has been spotted, and he's got support in the library door. But once they're drawn around the corner, that is the end of them. Jerry was hoping for a cubby peek, but instead it is Yakinder to keep it clean with the USP. 3 kills to his name in round 16.
This would be one hell of a statement if they could do this versus Yakinder on this map on CT side. One hell of a statement. I don't think they care about the statement. I don't think they care if they get lucky every single round until they win this map, and I don't think anybody should. But in this situation, if they win, it'll be very impressive.
All about the result. All about that force. ForZe, Tech 9s, and grenades aplenty. Woo! Frags go over top. Yakinder, easy. Alongside the fire from Flit. Front end of that push denied entirely. And then a smoke to cool it all off. Frag over top as they walk away. Good amount of damage done there, of course, but Outsiders comfortable lockdown on Banana.
They do all that damage and go.
Yep. See ya.
They want some fresh targets.
Jame playing with the UMP lately.
Has he?
Yeah. Yeah, he bought it on Mirage as well.
Must be secrets in that UMP.
Yeah. Secrets in the darkness.
Yes.
Little peek around the arch side. Kicker teasing him with the shoulder peeks. That's the bomb. Probably spotted. So they'll know that arch not as important. Let them find their cubbies. Let them find their cracks.
They're trying to be so weird right now.
You want to get freaky?
Yeah, they're waiting outside in CT spawn after showing bomb in the halls, but slowly wrapping back, but playing this like they have a billion guns and all the utility on Earth, and instead they have 30 seconds left, 3 pistols.
And they're right back where they started.
Yeah, back to square one. But Outsiders have no goddamn clue what's going on. So there's that.
James got the SMG up. Kenzie could just clear him, but it's Kicker with the easy close. 1, 2, 3.
Yes. Solid stuff. Solid stuff.
Pressure's going to start to sink in.
Zone into a match like this when you're just so damn close.
Yep.
I think every time a team plays Outsiders, you know, at the stage, and in the next, if they get there, it's going to feel like this is the one we were supposed to win for free. But like we watched Outsiders play, man, they're a good team right now. They're still good. They're still a very good team. They don't look any different than they did 3 months ago, 6 months ago, or anything like that. Just playing solid CS. They play together for so damn long. It's not easy. It's not easy at all.
Not a fun round for Norvi. Cut down to 16 health. They wait. There's a ton of frag grenades here for ForZe. So that could be something fun. It's always good to have fun, but don't bully Buster, please. He's already fallen to his death, and if he holds that angle...
Oh, they're coming for him.
Oh!
Okay.
He gets away after the first, and the other frag's just a little bit too late. So he's got the rotate Yukinder. Buster going to go hide behind his new box, and a desperate, desperate look here from ForZe as they just give them bomb again. That's going to be double digits established. Yukinder and Flit making money on the SMGs, 10-8 before the buys get back underway on this T side.
6 to go for Outsiders to close out this series. It's been a hell of a battle. Time for ForZe to build their case.
Not too much here from Outsiders. ForZe not playing it nearly as aggressive as that utility had hoped for.
Looks like a late reaggression is in store. So secure the help of Flit. Oh. Looks like he's come to make a delivery.
Yeah, James taking a little peek here.
Yeah, only got the MP9. Knows he's probably going to take a spot of damage.
Lets the smoke pop, waits a moment, throws it while he's blind. Oh, it's Norvi who actually gets hit really hard over towards Banana. That must have been another one of those sky nades. Wow, this late into the round as well to find a target, that's mad. Outsider's going to leave a little bit of a gap open here on Arch, and, well, ForZe could try to toy with that.
Oh.
So much utility, though.
Oh, the nades are so well timed. 3 players damaged. The guns are still good here for ForZe. They're trying to make their way.
Bomb goes back.
Yeah, routing through CT spawn, and Flit is getting nice and close. Jerry gets taken out. Trade goes down. They don't know if it's going to go through CT spawn, so that is a question that's open.
They think to go back to
25
A.
seconds, yeah. It is the right call, actually. It's harder for the B players to rotate at the moment.
No smoke for the CT's. Kickert, though, little gap onto Kenzie. Fire extinguished immediately, so Kickert's able to just swing out into the wide open. Zordy's just going to try to desperately jump in. They don't even bother clearing the site, and that is panic, man. That is nothing shy of panic.
They just have no time.
Norvi is going to be fighting tooth and nail. He needs to die. Now he's doomed.
Oh, yeah. no concept of the time. I guess they ran in.
10 seconds, man.
Yeah, he has to plant. Someone has to cover him. They can't clear everything. They got to hope that they've got the rotations they needed, but it got a bit frantic. They made a last-second call to go A. I don't think it was a bad call, but their molly and big pit doesn't hit. Then their rotation's over. The guy in Arch is out in the open.
Jerry dies.
Yeah, and they have 2 coming through lane. Kicker does a great job from the pit. First uses his one-way. First of all, preemptively throws his smoke.
Yeah.
So when they come back to the A site, past that point, he already has his gun out on a one-way. Then they molly his smoke. Then he swings on Arch. That's free. His smoke is still peeking out of the edge. So then they have no choice. They get so scared.
Shell-shocked into an 11th one for Outsiders.
And all of those, the nades, the Flit nade, James nade, nade from B, they were all at different parts of the round as well, not just right off spawn. And they all chipped ForZe down low.
Like 3 of them, like a minute into the round, still found perfect timings. Wild. Again, this one, round 20, starts with Outsiders finding Shalfie down to 68. Fighting for Banana a little bit more than the last round. Deep grenades into the logs, and obviously players behind this smoke. Kinder at the front of it.
They've done a cutesy job of not pressing up into Banana for a couple of rounds.
Buster onto the wall. Kinder with vision. I mean, what? Zordy's just going to get wrecked.
I just wouldn't believe it that Kinder would do this. Did he have a nade to pick up?
Didn't catch it.
Top of him. Shelfie, maybe a flash that could drop. Oh, what a shot.
All right, listen, if you
take it a run.
Yeah, just sprint, baby. Run for the damn hills. They're going to go for the boost as the smoke pops. That's Yakinder above them, and Norvi not going to clear it. Dies instantly. Further damage in through the smoke. Yakinder's not going to let off, and that could be an issue here. We've got an incendiary to go deep onto the feet of James. Little bit of room, in fact, for them to work with. Another boost. Bomb still planted, but Flip with the double kill. AK in the hands of Jerry. Kicker cuts him down, and that is Outsiders to hang on to a B site that was frantically under pressure.
Dude, they're playing so free, man. Like, the peaks are taken, and ForZe almost are able to pull it back. Yakinder with a second re-aggression, no utility whatsoever, just flies through, dies. There is a chance, ForZe can get that site, take the guns that were dropped, and potentially win the round, but Outsiders are just not scared of them anymore. 5 rounds in a row. From the half ending 8-7 to not losing in the second half.
Outsiders looking good on fire.
Literally Buster's biggest moment this game is killing himself, and they still have a 4-round lead.
Oh my god. What? Yakinder's just flying through fire. Just gives up 90 of his health through flames. Like you said, dude, they're not even playing scared. Confident that they've got this. The system of the Outsiders still works. James going to throw himself in the front of the banana hold. Yakinder to look to tuck safely into the numbers.
And their rotations have been 10. And they've been just sound, like, good enough, right? Always in the right spot. They've been 4 on A every time it's needed. They've never been too slow over to the other side of the map.
James with the first one. Flit also kills Shalfie as he tries to push out onto the A site.
Oh, that flash slows them down too. They're kind of tilted about that. And a one-way thrown here from James. They're going to run by it. But will they run through it?
A miss. Gives him a little bit more of a chance. Jerry looking to clamber over top oranges. Support comes out from Coffins. Buster, he's got one. Oh, but Jerry with the P250 runs into his teammate's Molotov. And Zordy's going to go clear the flank. Kicker is crisp and clean, and Outsiders are on their way to victory. As yet again, these crazy moments.
Barely any resistance.
But the consistency is Outsiders.
I swear James runs to emo. There's not going to be another molly there. I can't see it, him thinking that. I swear he runs to emo just so Buster can run through the smoke.
Just to draw
attention. They try
to
shoot him as he's going to emo, and Buster comes through and gets his damage off. Doesn't get the second kill, but gets almost 2. It's like a 2-for-1 reposition. I don't know how you would calm that, but I can understand why he even needed to move.
Telepathically, man.
Yeah.
At this point,
he is magic.
James is time itself. This is now a flawless CT half coming out of Outsiders. Franticness setting in for ForZe. What was supposed to be their 3-1 victory could slip from them. 3 best of 3s to get into the Legends stage. And they are getting dangerously close to losing out on that second try. They will only have one final chance. For now, they're going to have to lean onto this AK from Kenzie. Lots of utility for this one. ForZe all grouped up. But, of course, Outsiders properly stacked here.
Yeah. See, this is another spot. One flash gets a B back. Rotation's out instead. Got a very hard fight on A, but they want to take it. Counter utility comes through. They have enough for a full execute in terms of utility.
Pressure from James, jumps away. Norvi not able to catch that. Now there's going to be a crossfire set. Yakinder traded instantly by Shalfie. That is a little life. But the bomb on Zordy. And a rock-solid deagle shot to the forehead of James. Flit's going to quickly chase. Buster doubles back from the B site. And if he wants impact, if he wants value, deliver now. And Shalfie has again taken off that pressure as he storms through these CTs. Norvi presses into the tree, and the bomb can be safely planted. There's a smoke ahead of Norvi's position, and Kicker just tries to spray wildly through that B site under wraps from ForZe, and Outsiders let this slip. Shalfie, name of the game.
Yeah, huge, man, on both refrags. That was actually amazing. I mean, the 1D from Zordy was nice, and you could see he wanted to grab that op. He was like, that's that moto. I can go and take that. That's for me next round, but he forgoes it. But Shalfie's second refrag, Buster makes the exact right play, gets the first kill, but the kind of game he's having, even when he makes the right play, things go wrong. That's how it goes sometimes. Shalfie, instant refrag. It was so beautiful, honestly, the shot that he hit.
So important as well for Zordy to get that deagle kill on Arch side, right?
Yeah, and then he wanted to go get the op.
Yeah. He's looking for it. Feels like almost every other round, James going to hit that. Finally, a little bit of something
James
else.
was too close to the wall, so yeah, he knew if he went slow, there was no way James could even see him. And Outsiders tried to speed up the rotations. Normally, if you know this happens, you're going to go through lane first and respect the fact that like you don't have any good fights anymore. As soon as they take over CT spawn, could wrap towards library, could just be there and continue to fight, or could full on hit A and turn the corner fast. But they knew it was going to be a B split. They got scared. Try to deal with it right away.
This pressure. Norvi barely standing, 3 HP. Jerry gets out of the cubby, but he looks away. And there's the trade from Norvi, 2! 3 health, 2 kills. And all of a sudden, again, ForZe just looking to crank this dial, looking to run right in. And Shalfie gonna deliver yet once more. Zordy's incredibly low. Norvi's incredibly low. And ForZe are incredibly close to keeping Outsiders out of victory lane. Another save called from the CT side.
They got heavy hitters.
ForZe are fighting their way tooth and nail.
Some serious entries. Yeah, Yakinder just has to get more than one at this point. Buster cannot. He can't keep up. They're too good. They're too good and they're too sharp. And a couple of times now, Yakinder's getting his first frag. He's getting damage off as well, but that's not quite enough.
One extra tick of Molotov damage, and Norvi doesn't deliver that double kill.
Yeah.
One extra tick. ForZe are hanging on.
They are.
Finally.
They are hanging on, and they're hurting the money a bit. Still enough for a full buy, though, here from Outsiders. Might be the last before kind of a break. Attack call will be called in this position. And Outsiders, if they know, right now I think the main thing to exploit with ForZe is that they are jumping on almost every small advantage that they can get, which of course means that they're playing like the underdog team, which is not a good sign. But Outsiders are not exactly trying to lean into that. And if they had played 3B in that spot and had pushed down with 2 and then had 1 played back at quad, or for example, with a rotator coming in late, ForZe would have ran right into the site first of all and probably forgot about a third potential player. So there's a lot of room here where I think Outsiders can play games with them, and they need to do something similar to what was going on Dust 2, where Buster was having a hard time. As ForZe, you know, on the one hand it's Yakinder, but on the other hand it's Buster. So, you know, they're both here on B, pretty much yin yang, and I think they know they're going to at least fight Yakinder first most of the time as well. So there's a lot of incentive for them to test this part of the map.
Ooh. He gets dinked. Frag goes deep. Oh my god, he gets away. Yeah, Norby just skating on the thinnest of ice these last couple of rounds.
He has the RTSR now. He's on low HP. He's got the buff.
Oh, nice frag grenade into
Is that
Yakinder.
enough? No, it's not there.
No, sir, he's gone. He's tucked into the underground. Yakinder, though, he's got a cache of utility. Doubles back and grabs some more. 4 is on the cusp of Banana here. Of course, it's him and Buster. Full exec starts to fly over. Jerry's just looking to put out that threat. Yakinder blindly spraying and dead, but here comes Buster. Double kill as he finishes off Norby. Now, he can't play new box, but he's hoping the rotation can come and help, and surely Flit will. Buster not able to get himself another. We got smoke spam both ways. Quick jump from Zordy, and that's a bomb plant. A man advantage for Outsiders as James wraps around Banana. Trying to deny Outsiders a 14th. Zordy looks for the peak. Kickert's going to get that headshot, and Kenzie has a quarter health to try and fight back versus 3 members of Outsiders. They take a moment. They take a pause. Smoke onto coffins. Kenzie fixates onto the CT cross. James eventually going to come around, but that's a freebie. Oh, Kenzie with a chance. But Kickert comes in back around the other side, and it's Outsiders to arrive on 14 rounds 1.
Yeah, he was tapping like a pro. That was real close. Had some headshot fights, couple of chances. That was too much to ask, though, for, 28 HP. First kill was good. Buster puts up his end of the bargain this time. Aquad holds his nerve. First and second kill. Helps out with CT spawn. Yakinder, of course, gets assists from partly his utility damage and a little bit of the blind spray. But the point is just not letting those bodies go. That's when it becomes hard for your teammates to come and help you out. And Buster was able to create that space, even despite Yakinder this time dying without anything. So another tack will be called here for Outsiders. But they can take a breath once again as they just win another CT round.
The fact that these guys hang on, dude, through thick and thin, through everything.
Yeah.
Buster's showing us a sign of improvement, too. Had the utility and the positioning to succeed. Had Norby incredibly low as he tried to jump around that CT cross, and that was that second kill Buster was able to post up. Two away from victory, 2 away from a legend stage. Back-to-back majors, back-to-back legend stage for Outsiders if they can close this.
Crazy that no matter how good at ForZe's entry pack are, they're not scared about taking those early engagements. Yakinder will still swing on logs. He'll still take the headshot angle. He'll still go for the dink, and he has scared ForZe a few times. Not doing a whole lot outside of that.
Outsiders keeping it together. Seem pretty happy to let ForZe just play their game plan. It's that util, dude. That util and the timing from Outsiders. It just feels so cerebral at times.
Yeah, it's following them wherever they go. They're just playing Battleship, basically.
Meanwhile, ForZe missing the mark here and there. Could
Tomorrow
very well.
Tomorrow the games are not going to be easy. You know, we got depending on, let's say, if Liquid win, we have potentially Astralis Liquid tomorrow, depending on how matchups go today. And did Liquid beat Complexity? Because they had one map up.
At this moment, we got Complexity 15-6 map 2. So let's say Liquid win, Complexity out.
Wait, sorry, Liquid are up or Complexity are up?
Yeah, sorry, Liquid.
Oh, okay.
The Liquid. The cannibalizing North Americans.
Then what?
Let's say Liquid win and let's say Eternal Fire win. That's when we're looking at the ForZe Eternal Fire, the Liquid Bad News Eagles and Astralis versus Imperial.
Oh, okay.
Assuming Outsiders end this, dude, but I don't know. I'll sit back and wait.
Yeah, that is the question. All right, back into the game. Round 25, but Outsiders just touching distance. 20-yard line. Plays that have been working. This time not aggressive over on B early at all. Actually leaving it wide open. Every time they fought it, ForZe have come and tried to respond and push right into them. So they might be doing this as a read on their attacks. Jerry's found some space through the arch smoke as the rotation comes out. 3 CTs kerneled up. Will they expose themselves to this? Jerry is now on a mission, and suddenly the B split isn't actually a very easy possibility. Oh, this could be kind of awkward. Yakinder is going to spot him in CT, but Jerry wins it.
What a weird fight with that.
Oh, there's going to be no help for Buster now. I mean, they basically have to save in this spot on CT side.
Or he holds.
Yeah, or he holds. 5
First
coming
kill.
his way.
Nice and clean. Shelfie then stutter steps, gives Buster a chance. Zordy gets him to the side of that smoke. Kenzie will be killed on A.
Well, now they got a 3v3.
Low HP on 2 of those 3, and not even Shelfie at full health. He's able to get back to that new box. Instead, we've got this double emphasis inside of the construction. Outsiders, do you take this chance? Or do you let it slide?
Yeah, I don't know. They're too far back. I think they obviously, looking at the HP and knowing what Jerry just went through, there was a chance to pull this back, but I think they just feel more comfortable trying again. Letting Jerry slip through a CT spawn, something I think they probably don't expect to happen twice. Here they're doing a fair bit of damage to the economy. They're actually locking out all exits as well.
We know Outsiders power up, so they'll let that 11th one go. Jerry versus Yakinder in that CT spawn fight, so awkward.
It was like a fire hydrant, right?
Yeah, whatever that thing is, man. It's like a... Oh, it's a well.
Is that a well?
Yeah, it's like a fountain.
Oh, it is a fountain. Oh, it's a bird fountain.
It's like a European
it's
garden
like a dog.
gnome.
It's a foot bath.
Ah, foot bath.
Foot bath for your bird's dog.
For when you're lounging. It is a nice little terrace we have here. The counter-terrorist spawn.
I think a situation like that occurs, you let it slip. You go, all right. He can push through arch. All right, we're going to watch that. You can have this. We have 3 alive. We have a buy again. Reset. We still have a huge lead.
It's an Outsiders move too, right? It's character. It's character. Not the only team that would let that save happen, but also just confident to let ones go. They really power up from round 25 to 30.
Yeah, it wouldn't be right just to end it now.
Wouldn't be their style, their flavor, their precedent. Still 2 to go. Easy rebuy as well. So let's see if ForZe can just rinse and repeat. Nades exchange down Banana, nothing too bad. See Kinder and Jame here though, not Buster. Buster already moving around in Library. Norway, oh, he gets dunked on. Still able to lock into the coffins at least.
Oh,
Zordy sends a shot through smoke, and Norvy's looking for the kill here. Jame.
Oh, he missed the molly.
Oh, he's sitting inside the fire.
Oh,
no, it spreads. It spreads,
oh
and he's dead.
Oh my god, okay.
For a moment, he tried to master the elements, and he gets splattered on the side of Banana instead. Yakinder locks into the coffin, and ForZe decide to walk this back at A. Kicker presses up. He's got Flit with him.
Yeah, no overreaction. Kicker's just waiting for Jerry to try to lurk through into Arch.
This could be big from Kickert. Flit's got a double. There's the execution in from Kickert. Shalfie took his teammate down, but Kenzie's able to get out from pit, drops down into Buster's waiting arms. Zordy with the 1v3, and he nails that first shot with minimal losses.
He's got time.
73 health in 25 seconds, 2 players to take, and Buster inside of the pit, that much is known.
Yeah, Yakinder has to go slow because it could be the B site, so Zordy knows he has a one-on-one.
Buster's gonna give him that bomb site. Buster's just waiting for the over-the-top graveyard peek.
10 seconds. He can't clear pit now, and also
he's making sound. Oh, he's just going to pull out that bomb.
Oh.
And as he tries to dance into the bomb site, it's a dance of death for ForZe. Outsiders pirouetting their way into 4 match points.
Oh, they made it happen. They laid that trap, and it wasn't Arch play once again, but they had Kickert made the play, man. Got into Cubby, had Flit on the corner. Flit took the first contact, took Kickert on the second. Kurt choreographed absolutely exquisitely for match point right here. And Buster does a fantastic job within the pit. Staying alive, getting 2, not dying to Zordy in the end. That's it, 4-round lead. Just with this, Outsiders will have done it. Made it to Legends.
Push ForZe into an incredibly uncomfortable spot. Fresh talent. Clear high skill ceiling. But a painful reality that 2 of your 3 chances have already gone by, and you will have no extra shot if you lose tomorrow. Yakinder is already breathing down their backs as they set up this A hit. He goes ahead, cuts off with a bomb, and that is all the information. He doesn't even run. He doesn't hide. He goes back at it with 15 HP. And Jerry will punish that 3rd peak. Shalfie still waits inside of Boiler. There are numbers here for Outsiders as they lay down another smoke. Flit decides not to, in fact. Almost welcomes them in, beckons them forward.
Yeah, they've got 3 here. It's the place they want to go. This will be sussed out, I don't know. Or he's going to throw a flash on B just to get the CTs moving at all if possible. I don't think Flit saw him underneath the balcony. Shalfie's going to drop a nade in his position, but Flit's covered well, and they'll start to move out of this spot, actually. It's all a fake 30 seconds, and B site is being left.
This is great.
This actually works out beautifully. Buster now runs back. I don't know if something's been heard, but he's starting to make his way over. 20 seconds, and he could actually cut this off. It depends how far they think he's gone.
All on him, and he's up close. Double headshot from Buster, tracks that 3rd. And for somebody who had such a rough series, such a rough map, he is the exclamation point at the very end. Back-to-back Legends stages at back-to-back majors. The Ethereals, the Undying, the Never-Ending, the Outsiders.
Yes, they make it work. What a match. Great to have Buster put that capstone round on a very arduous journey through this best-of-3 series. You know, a couple of rough maps there. Overall, the team as a whole did look very solid, and this is all after surviving that 11-0 start on Dust 2, where ForZe just looked so insanely hot. I mean, it didn't seem like anything could get in their way. But Outsiders, of course, are just something that they're the unstoppable force. You know, they're also the immovable object. Sometimes they're just whatever you need them to be, but they are survivors. That's for sure.
Consumers of souls, man. They go ahead and take those hopes from ForZe, push ForZe into a very tough spot, but not a spot that is hopeless. This is a team that looks so promising at times, but Outsiders just steps ahead of them in this one. And so with that, we say congratulations, locking in a Legends spot and forcing ForZe into a game tomorrow. But that's that series all wrapped up. What looked like it could have been a 30-minute series turns into this burner from the CIS region. We hand this one back over to Freya.
Outsiders inside the Legend stage in a series that definitely didn't start in their favor, but classic Outsider style, gentlemen. They managed to make a complete 180 sweep. They make it to back-to-back Legend stages here at the Major, and what a fashion to be doing it.
Yeah, it's a classic Outsiders game, isn't it, right? You can never count them out, and shame on me for doing so in terms of ForZe. They came in, a little bit shaking as well. I think we discussed it a couple of times in the green room. ForZe looked like they were, they were not feeling comfortable. Nerfs got to them. They were well aware they were only one map away from qualifying, and you could see the experience coming out of the Outsiders players, especially Akinda. He was everywhere on this map. He was involved in 12 opening duels throughout this game. He had 117 ADR, and he was by far the driving force behind this Outsiders comeback here in Inferno.
Even when Outsiders were down 11-0 on Dust 2, they were still being aggressive. They were still trying to carry out their game plan. Despite the fact that ForZe was on such a heater when they came into this series, they definitely cooled off by the end of it. And I would give a shout out and probably think that ForZe are going to make it to the Legend stage. But Outsiders, they punched in their ticket, and off the back of Yakinder having such an excellent performance.
I just want people to take note right here of the ADR on the ForZe side, right? There's 4 players below 70. You cannot win a game of Counter-Strike if that's the case. You simply, as it is with Counter-Strike, yes, you can have good strategy, yes, you can have good setups, but if you're not killing your opponents, if you're not finding enough damage on the server, you cannot win. Obviously, some of that is a result of Outsiders also having rounds where you're saving, but in this case, ForZe, individually speaking, as well as they played on map number 1, as well as they played on Mirage as well, they couldn't quite get it going here in Inferno.
Yeah, and it is a good point that you bring up, Mario, as well, the fact that ForZe will be putting them into a game tomorrow. They're deciding final chance to be making it to that Legend stage, so not down and out for them just yet. But the fact that Outsiders, the fact that they make it work after an 11-0 deficit on the first map, on their map pick coming into this series. We talk about the mental fortitude that it just kind of graces the side of Outsiders. You put it perfectly, Maui. The fact that they kind of don't give a damn what round it is, how deep they are into a map. There's always a chance for them to come back into things.
I don't think James looks at the score until it's round number 15. Then he realizes he can't save anymore for the rest of it. I really think that this Outsiders team are just that lying beast that's just waiting to get poked. And when ForZe finally poked them too much, they started out with that hot Dust 2. Then James and everybody else woke up and they're just like, come on, really? You guys think you're going to dethrone us as one of the best teams in Eastern Europe? Not going to happen. Not today. And I'm glad that a few of the players on Outsiders stepped up to the plate. People like Kicker, Yakinder. I mean, even James had some...
Buster in the last round, huh?
Last round for Buster. But there were some messy moments for Buster. Let's not... I know we're going to look at one later. We're going to look at one later.
Listen, let's be honest, right? Outsiders is, as you said, so perfectly put. Outsiders is a team you do not want to face. If you're FaZe, you don't want to face them. If you're Na'Vi, you don't want to face them. They always have this ability to make a game of Counter-Strike not so pretty, and they always have this ability of fighting their way back into a game. There's a reason we call them the team that is paid by the hour or paid by the round, because they always make all games competitive. Sometimes you can be a little bit critical that they're not able to finish off their opponents in a more clean fashion, but you gotta give it to them. They always show up and they always put up a good fight.
Well, we're getting to see some Yakinder highlights on our screen, and we do, in fact, have the man himself up here on the desk. Yakinder, a smiling face definitely after a marathon of a series. Can you put into words, what it means to you for be making it to back-to-back Legend stages, back-to-back majors?
Well, I mean, it's my second major. It's like the 4th or 5th major for my guys. And major is always a different tournament. Maybe only for us, I don't know, but I think for everyone, everybody feels a little bit more stressed than usual, and the games are more hardcore in terms of like mental strength. And I'm glad we qualified. Last major we qualified 3-1 from Challenger as well, so maybe we can do the run again. And yeah, good game to ForZe, and I'm happy we won.
Yeah, I imagine it was quite a sigh of relief after the initial start on Dust 2. I don't want to focus on that for too long, obviously, because we saw you going down 11-0. But what do you think what was the matter in the opening stages of your map pick?
I don't know. My hands were shaking at the start, if I'm completely honest. I don't know what was it. Either was it that we didn't play ForZe for a while and they played pretty good, or maybe... because I respect them as players. I'm not sure, but I don't know about other guys what happened, but the communication wasn't there. The micro skill of our like aim and everything like that wasn't there. And at like 9-0, I just yelled, "Yo, can we actually win at least one round and then we can lose the map?" But yeah, I'm glad that, the important thing about this too is that those rounds that we got back on CT side, it gave the momentum for Mirage. So overall, we ended the map good.
I have a question, Yakinder, about some of the roles on your team. I mean, there's been kind of some speculation floating around about just kind of with the tumultuous time your team is in that some kind of positions or spots have changed. I haven't really seen anybody's spots change too much or anything, but is there any truth to that? Like in terms of calling priority or anything like that? Are certain people stepping up that aren't before?
I mean, we changed on Mirage that I'm now short. I used to play A before on Katowice as well, I think. And Buster went B. Kicker went back towards A.
Okay.
And that's the only spots we actually changed. But communication-wise, a lot more clutch situations are on Flit now.
Oh, okay.
And he's focusing on his game in clutch, but James still is the main brain.
Sure. Okay, cool.
Yakinder, for you personally, it's been a bit up and down. You know, your individual performance have been okay without being too good. This game, you're playing much better. How do you feel? You know, as Yakinder coming into this major, do you feel like you're in a good shape?
A lot of people were saying that I don't look happy when we won the games, and I actually was a bit sick the first like two days, and now I'm feeling better. And people wanted to see happy Yakinder, they got happy Yakinder.
We have a smile on your face, right? Yeah. This game in particular, right? Inferno, can you? When I watch you play, right? Sometimes I think you're a maniac, right? You do stuff that you're not supposed to do, and you had a round where you ran down Banana as well and took 90 damage from a Molotov for no reason.
Oh yeah. I was like,
what's going on in your head?
Yeah, it's just, guys, you know, it's mind games.
Also,
you're feeling good.
What about the re-peeking with the MP9 where you peeked, you got one, you peeked again, you damaged them?
Oh yeah, that's
the third time.
I wanted to go away, but Buster's like, oh, I'm gonna give you a perfect flash, and Jerry's just sitting there, boom, flash. He's not even blind.
Not even blind. Oh, okay, yeah. I guess that is what happened. It said flash assist from Buster, but it killed you.
Yeah.
I mean, you weren't team flash though. Actually, it's just what it says.
Yes.
Speaking of Buster's name, I know Maui, you wanted to bring up a particular moment from Buster.
Oh,
It's
yeah.
kinda good that we have Yakinder here, maybe to explain this.
Yeah, but Yakinder, what did you think of this when this was actually a pretty tense moment? You guys were
Oh no,
and Buster misses the bench.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't see this reaction, but I mean, it happens to the best of us, and you know, just maybe one round doesn't mean anything.
No,
and,
No,
like,
we just wanted to break. It was
like,
just funny.
Yeah.
it would be a bit sad if we lost the game because of it, but even then we would all understand. It's all good. We all understand that I tried to touch a bit Buster so he doesn't tilt. But yeah.
I wanted to ask a little bit about the mentality of the team. We were kind of making a slight joke that we don't feel like you guys are actually really affected by the scoreline at all. Kind of at any point in the game, you guys can put your foot to the floor and kind of get back into it. Does that kind of reflect inside the server for you guys? Are you kind of not thrown off, not put into pressure? If you're seeing, an 11-0 deficit, how is that kind of mentally for you guys? You're not bothered by it?
Well, if there's a viewer that has time and has patience and will to check the games that we come back to during these two years, there have been like at least 15 or 20 comebacks, and when you win a lot of comebacks, you just believe you know that the things you're doing are the right things, and you know it's gonna work if you do it really good, and usually why those heavy starts for enemies are starting is because we're making mistakes, and until we actually do it properly, it's hard to win round.
So the way I've framed this before about you guys is it feels like you are always just kind of playing a number theory sort of game where like you're kind of saying if you do a play 10 times, that's going to work 8 out of 10 times. And it feels like the 2 times it doesn't work, it looks so bad. Yeah. But when it does, and which happens more often than not, you guys look really smart. Would you agree that's kind of part of your philosophy?
Well, you're describing how do I say it? A team that tries to get into the hole like by random calling that round. You know, they expect, because for example, if we think of Mirage, right? You think nobody's going to be con and they're going to play 3B. Yeah. Then we're going to do a set strat where you walk out con smoke without any grenades, for example, yeah?
Right.
And if it works, oh my god, they're geniuses. Yes, of course, that is, it is like you think, but we have a lot of more depth inside it.
Sure. I kind of reference, I think day 1 you were playing a Dust 2 game and you had 4 alive versus 3 and you guys 4 stacked A, for example, though.
Yeah.
Those kind of plays when they actually just end up going B. I think it was a Brazilian team.
It might be.
Yeah, because like better not to lose guns, and you know, like if you're 2 on site against 3 people, especially on those 2 Mirage, or
Yeah, it can be
like,
tough to hold
yeah.
anyways, right? Okay.
Yeah, exactly.
Yukinder, just before we do let you go, I want to get your thoughts on our final series of the day. I know you've obviously been focusing a lot on your game, but Ents versus Bad News Eagles, who are you favouring to go through from this game?
As much as I love my friends from which team? How do you think?
Bad News Eagles.
Of course.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're my FPL buddies. But as much as I love them, Ents are playing really good CS. I rated FaZe #1 team at this tournament before, but now I even don't know because Ents seem to face roll, and they have insane firepower. Spinks, man. He I used to play FPL with him a lot before, and he just got so much better. So I'm gonna give it Ents, but I would root for.
Yeah, go for it.
Okay, what do you think about the way that Snappy calls, where it's just out of spawn based off of their spawn points? What do you think are the limitations and strengths of that kind of calling?
Yeah, if they're winning, then it's good, and if they're winning duels, then it's good. So if you don't win duels, it's gonna be bad.
That's deep.
Yeah, CS is not a hard game.
Well, Yukinder, thank you so much for taking the time to join us. Yeah, looking forward to seeing you guys heading on into the Legend stage. And of course, we have one more spot today for either Bad News Eagles or Ents to be making it through. We're going to throw it to a quick break, but when we're back, we're going to be breaking it down.
Thank you. Follow Yukinder on Twitter.
Now that's what we call Major. 14 days of high-octane action. 14 days of fierce battles. 14 days of special bonuses from GG Bet. Whoop, cheer, and make your fortune.
We're back here for the PGL Major Antwerp, and we're doing some more lunch with Banks, where I get to sit down, chill with some of these guys, chat, and enjoy everything about our beautiful game of Counter-Strike. I'm starting with my boy Rigon, Bad News Eagles. Rocking it from start to finish. Already won its opening game. We're gonna have a chill chat. But first of all, mate, we're gonna grab some food. Now, you look like you'd be a healthy guy. Are you a healthy guy?
No, I'm not.
Not a healthy guy.
Definitely not.
Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you too.
All right, I'm gonna pour you a water because you know you're like on this elite level now.
Oh, nah, stop with this, please.
we got to be looking after the
I'm
future.
still down on earth, bro.
Nah, because that's what I like about you guys, right? You kept it the same.
Yeah.
You're still the same as when I first met you guys, all happy, hungry. But the first thing I want to start with on here, right, is you're obviously Swiss representative. You've got it on your shirt, but your family come from Kosovo, yeah?
Yeah.
So, in terms of that, what was it growing up for you like in Switzerland? How was life? How was the early life?
The funniest part of me is because I have two parts. I have one Albanian part, one Swiss part. The Swiss part is
Yeah.
more educated and
Yeah.
more people, and the Albanian part is like be toxic and look at people angry and stuff like this. So yeah, I mean, raising in Switzerland helped me a lot, I think.
Yeah.
In financial and mental, because you get more educated than in Kosovo, I guess. So yeah.
Now, when we're looking at your career, what made you get into CS? When did you start playing?
I played 1.6.
Good man, there we go. That's
I
what
played
I like.
1.6, but back then it was harder to play because I had only one PC, my brother and me. So when my brother went to school or to work, I used to go on his PC. And then back in 2012, I played League of Legends because there was no. It was CS:GO went out in 2012, I think, but I didn't play, so I started CS:GO at 2015, and yeah.
What attracted you to go into CSGO? Like, what made you maybe not go the League of Legends route?
I think I played CS earlier as well.
Yeah.
So I had the talent in CS already, so I started with CS:GO and just looked how it's gonna go, you know. So I qualified for FPLC, and from then it just went up like the rocket.
So once you qualify for the major, right? What did your parents say then? Was that like the okay, you've done it point?
Like my father was more supportive, but my mother was like
interesting. Normally it's the other way around.
No, my father was more supportive actually because of my brother as well, because my brother played as well, so he told him, you know. But my mother was not. So when they sent me a video on WhatsApp with my brother's little son when we won the major, and when I saw my mom watching it, so I knew they were a bit of proud, you know. And when they saw me as well with the Prime Minister of Kosovo, so I'm glad, thanks. I was pretty sure when I joined these guys, my team right now, Ben News Eagles and Blink before, I was pretty sure that we're gonna achieve something because we are all eager, and those people, they gave the live in Internet Coffee, you know, my teammates, they gave the live, and I knew like we're gonna do something, and I think we're gonna do it even more. We just need more experience, so yeah.
Nice. And like I said, you qualified for like the showdown. Okay, you may have not got through, but things are looking better and better. But when you qualified for the RMR, obviously there was a load of people that believed you, but it was such a close, like, you just think Fletcher getting them last 2 kills, just a few bullets left.
When I remember this, I get tears in my eyes.
I did like a reaction to the video afterwards, because I saw it live when we were there doing the event, but I did a reaction on TikTok, and even I was like, Fletcher, like literally, he saved the day in that pit, you know, because otherwise it's going the other way. And at the beginning of that round, like they got the advantage in it and stuff. Like, so for you guys at that moment, obviously you all hyped, we saw the videos, saw the excitement. When did it sink in though that you made it and you're going to the major? Was it like an instant feeling, or did it take some time?
I'm really honest with you right now. I'm playing right now the major games. I'm still not realizing I'm a major. I swear. I'm honest. I don't know about the other guys, but when we qualified that day for the major in Romania, I was like in my bed and I started to cry, bro. I swear I started to cry because I didn't realize I made it, you know? I made it, I'm playing major.
Rigom, it's been an absolute pleasure talking to you, man. Thank you very much for the insight. It's been a pleasure listening to your story, and wish you the best of luck, and we'll see how it goes at the major, man.
Thank you for the interview, and yeah, thank you.
last chance for Legends qualifications on day 3 of the PGL Antwerp Major, and it comes down to ENT versus Bad News Eagles. Joining me to break this one down, I've got Pimp, I've got Maui as always. Gentlemen, there's been other games going on as well. These were elimination games coming into things. I mean, North America, one person survived. That was Liquid. Complexity, unfortunately, out of the tournament.
The floor is yours.
R.I.P. to Complexity. Not the most experienced roster. They showed some signs of life online, but I think when it comes to LAN, this team still has a long way to go. But I think people can still be pretty proud of what Floppy brought. I think Floppy is NA's next hope.
Yeah.
He's putting a positive spin on it. You know? Honestly, it's been very uninspiring what we've seen from Complexity in this tournament. I'm gonna be honest with you, right? I cannot imagine that team, you know, staying together as it is right now. Something is going to have to change. And it's kind of a bit of a shame, right? Because I feel like in the beginning of the year, we talked about Complexity and we said like, okay, he has some potential. You know, it's a team of misfits in a way, and they're getting together, and maybe that could motivate them to be the best version of themselves. But for me, at least, I had the expectations of them to be somewhat competitive against some of the better teams there, but they haven't been at all. And to me, that's uninspiring.
I really think that roster right now needs a couple more voices. I know a couple of those guys on that team, and I think there's just a few too many quiet people on it. And I really think that if they got one more kind of veteran presence on that, there's a couple guys out there. If there's an NA shuffle after the major, I really think that some of those pieces on Complexity are worth digging into. Sure. But I do agree, Pimp. I think that as that lineup stands right now, it's tough to justify keeping it together in its current shape and form.
Well, in South American news, Imperial do live to fight another day, although it did come incredibly close against IHG. That did go to the full 3 maps.
Yeah, I think we got to give some credit to IHG, right?
Yeah.
Everyone's 0-3 pick, myself included, goddamn. So
just yours, actually.
Didn't really work out. I'm sure there's a lot of people in the Twitch chat who are with me right now and feeling that frustration watching our pick'ems just go to hell. But to be completely honest, we gotta be praising them a little bit. I think IHG played a decent tournament. Unlike Complexity, they came in with no expectations whatsoever, and they won a game, you know, and they remained competitive against Imperial as well. So despite them losing, I still think they can be proud of their showing here.
I really think the thing is, my takeaway is that Imperial's playing a little bit better than many would have expected. They're now a game away from making it to the Legends stage, and for a roster like this, that means everything. It really does feel like this is a team built for LAN, built for big moments, because their results in Brazil prior weren't that spectacular, but now that they're facing international competition and the stakes are even higher, they just seem like they don't change their game at all. Whereas some of these teams, they're breaking under pressure. We saw ForZe making more uncharacteristic mistakes in that last series. I don't think Imperial really feel that.
Yeah, we had Fallen saying it would be an absolute dream for him to make yet another Legend stage of a major too, so looking forward to seeing how that one goes down. But first on the cards, Bad News Eagles taking on ENT. Of course, a spot at the Legend stages on the line for both of these teams. And it's going to be interesting because, Pimp, this is the first time we get to see Bad News Eagles in a best-of-3 series at the Challengers stage.
Yeah, at this tournament, right? We've seen them play some best-of-3s. We saw the Blast Showdown, where they took on NIP. NIP coming into the Legend stage, you know, they qualified as one of those teams from the European qualifier, and they should have won that game. They lost 2-1. Third deciding map on Inferno. They had a fantastic T-half. They were up 12-3 against NIP. Then unfortunately for Bad News Eagles, NIP made a fantastic comeback and they ended up losing. But that game to me is a reference. That tells me that BNE is a team that is ready to play best-of-3 games against some top-tier opposition. I consider ENT to be better than NIP. I consider ENT to be a very strong team. I definitely echo the sentiment from Yakinda saying that it's a team that we expect to go far in this major. They could potentially even go into the playoffs. So for BNE to win this game, they have to be better than they were against NIP, but they've shown me already that they're ready for a best-of-3 against a good team.
I think that this is just the biggest mismatch, actually, in terms of games to advance to the Legend stage. I think that ENT is such heavy favorites here. Bad News Eagles have had a fairy tale run so far. It's impressive that they made it so far to the Challenger stage, but I think that this game can't go their way. That would actually just be a shame for ENT. I think ENT has been playing so well that it would just be such a massive disappointment for Snappy and everybody else on that roster if they drop this one here, if they find themselves in a 2-2 situation. This, to me, is a must-win game for ENT, or else we just simply can't consider them contenders for this major.
No, it is a good point going forward, and I think for the side of Bad News Eagles, we came into this stage of the major looking at all 5 of these players and saying, you know, there isn't like a clear start, and that was actually a really good thing. Everybody can kind of step up when they need to most. So what are your kind of thoughts now that we've seen them in those 3 best-of-1s, Pim?
I think that's the trend we see right here on the screen as well. You know, there is no clear real star within this lineup. I'm happy to see Rigon playing better. He was kind of I wouldn't say he was crumbling under pressure during the RMR, but he didn't play up to his high normal standard. But it feels like to me that was a learning experience for him. The nerves have settled a little bit, and he's playing much, much better now, having a good tournament so far, actually being the highest rated player. But when you look at a team like this, it's very well rounded. It's very, you know, small from top to bottom, and I think that's one of the strengths of BNE, right? They don't have necessarily a weak link, and all the players are able to, from game to team, to be the difference maker on the server.
I think another thing that I like a lot about Bad News Eagles is that they don't play overly complicated CS. They're not trying to imitate a style that doesn't fit their personnel. You have a lot of guys here who haven't really played under too many strong IGLs in the history of their entire career, and so they just play a style that's very explosive, very poppy, and sure, they segment the map a little bit with some utility here and there just to be safe, but it's not like they're going overboard and having these incredibly layered strategies where so many things have to come together for them to have this perfect pinch. It's pretty much just simple stuff, and they rely a lot on their aim.
And that's a big question for BNE coming into this particular stage as well. How long can that kind of last, and particularly coming into a major, particularly coming against opposition like Ensign? It's only going to get tougher and tougher going forward. And another struggle they had, Pimp, you noticed, was the pistol rounds.
Yeah, the pistol rounds haven't been looking too great for BNE so far, and I guess that's, you know, painting a clear picture right here. Only winning 16.7% of those pistol rounds. It's 1 out of 6 to make it easier to understand. Whereas for ENCE, they won 6 out of 10. So we talk about pistol rounds, we talk about momentum, and we're in a scenario where I fully agree with you, Maui. ENCE are the massive favorites right here. They're supposed to win the game. They played so well, so there's not space for bad start. There's not space for BNE to lose their pistols. They cannot afford to go down 6-0, 3-0 on each half and then have to fight back. There's not enough room, basically, for that. So I think the pistol rounds, you know, under normal circumstances between two teams who are kind of equal, I don't really pay that much attention to it, but in this scenario, we need BNE to get off to a good start if we want a competitive game.
In terms of the flow of the games for BNE that I've seen them be successful in, it's usually either a back and forth sort of affair, and then they just kind of squeak it out at the end of the game, or they just have so much of a lead early on in the game that they're able to just continue with that momentum. I haven't really seen this team be able to pull off those crazy comebacks that you know that some experienced teams out there, even ones like ENCE, can pull off, ones that we saw Outsiders pull off. Those kinds of games come with just trusting everybody on the team. And the thing with Bad News Eagles is that I often find that they look for little gimmicks to actually close out rounds. They sometimes just jump through a smoke. Sometimes they think that they need to take a raw aim duel late in a round in a 3v3. I don't always feel like they have every single late round procedure ironed out. So a team like ENCE should be able to close those kinds of situations out because they have just so much more history as a roster.
And it was the cooling style that you were talking about, particularly coming out of Snappy. You were building the narrative yesterday. You know, these out-of-spawn calls might be kind of easily readable for G2, but for somebody like BNE might be more of a struggle.
BNE won't know what's happening. I don't think that they are going to recognize all of when there's early smokes thrown from ENCE. A team with Alexi B and Nico can tell you what strat it is right out of spawn. Sure. But a team like BNE, I have a hard time believing that they have put in the same amount of prep work because they simply just don't have the same amount of resources. There's a huge org backing a team like G2, where BNE they're pretty much grassroots.
Yeah, I'm glad you brought that up. That point, you know, the whole, you know, supportive element behind the team, right? ENCE is a professional organization. They have a lot of people working them, helping them. Whereas for BNE, they're currently, you know, dealing with everything themselves, coming into this tournament without an organization as well. It's definitely not an easy playground for them. The fact that they get to play Dust 2, though, is something I like a lot. We've seen it in the tournament so far, this intense game back and forth against EF, where they ended up winning 16-14. That must give them a little bit of confidence. Nuke coming out of ENCE, not too big of a surprise. That's a very strong map for them. They look solid on the map so far in the tournament as well. And BNE, well, it's hard to say how good actually they are on Nuke. Third and deciding map, classic. No Inferno. We got Ancient. That's, I mean, it's a good map for BNE, but I consider it to be one of the best teams in the world. Yeah. So it's already by the map meter right here. It's looking like we need to see more than just one surprise for BNE to win.
It's nearly impossible for me to pick BNE in this series prior to seeing the vetoes, but once I see Nuke and Ancient, it is impossible. Yeah. I have to side with ENCE in this veto. I think that Dust 2 is definitely a little bit more of a coin flip. I liked what I saw from BNE against Eternal Fire, some poppy plays into that B bomb site, some good flashes actually, but it's just such an uphill battle even if they win D2.
Yeah, a whole different beast when you're facing up against ENCE. I do want to talk about some of the star players from the side of ENCE as well. Spinks, I kind of sound like a bit of a broken record. We're always bringing his name up. Good. But yeah, and it was a question, particularly yesterday going into that G2 game. We were looking at some of his statistics against, you know, the top 10, top 5 teams in the world, and that was kind of the ceiling that we wanted him to be pushing through. Sure, they didn't win the game, but I still feel like we saw some good signs from him.
Absolutely, especially on Ancient. I mean, if it gets to Ancient, which I'm going to just say I don't think it does get there anyways, but if it does, Spinks was a monster. Any little hole in anything that G2 did, Spinks pounced on it, found all these gaps in what G2 were doing, and he hard carried them in so many different rounds. So if BNE just miss one nade, don't have perfect trading procedures, a player like Spinks of his caliber, he's going to absolutely manhandle them.
And that's the problem, right? There's so many strings to play off. We saw Duha play super well yesterday as well on Mirage. We see Madden, of course, play some solid Counter-Strike. This aggressive entry rifler as well. Snappy is a player that I've noticed as well, you know, individually speaking, yes, he's coming too short against teams like FaZe, Na'Vi, some of the big dogs. But when he's playing against players who are on his own level, you know, or at least close to it, Snappy can be a bit of a fracking in-game lead as well. He's not too bad, you know, at least not as bad as people make him. So I just see so many different ways that ENCE can win this game, whereas if you look towards BNE, I'm almost willing to say that they have to play the best possible game and probably their A+ game in order to even make this game competitive, right? They are very big favorites here when you look at it.
I do want to point out one small hole for ENCE, though, just from that game yesterday. And unfortunately was Hades. Was not the reason that they lost on that series. No way, no how. But the fact that, you know, he's going to be coming off of that, knowing that he didn't play in his best form, I'm looking at him to be really proving himself coming back into the matchup.
Hades is a problem when we go into the next stage. Hades can be a problem if they go into the playoff and he's not performing. Against a team like BNE, I think this could potentially be the other way around, right? We could turn it into something positive. Yes, he's had a rough tournament so far, but this is a game where he can farm some confidence. This is a game where he can get a feeling for it, move around in the map, and go unpunished for some of the shots that he's going to miss. Whereas if you go up against Simple, you will get a shot in your face if you don't hit.
Yeah, I mean, I know you wanted to bring up the flash stats too with BNE, and think of how is Hades going to mess that up?
That's the thing, right? BNE is the worst team at the tournament so far at flashing their opponents and getting flash assists. So for an AWP player, that is a dream come through, right? You're going to have easy shots, so it's all up to Hades just to hit him.
Well, we're going to see exactly how it does pan out. Dust 2 is the first map on the cards, and to guide us through it, it's Launders and Scrawny.
Yes, thank you so much, Freya. Really happy to be...
No. Don't address BNE haters, okay? No doubting BNE here, okay? We don't pay attention to people like you.
No.
You know what I'm saying?
I heard Pimp just say that BNE is the worst event at the team. I heard Pimp say BNE is the worst team at the event when it comes to flashing opponents.
Yeah.
That's kind of a very crucial part of the game.
You know why? Because flashing's boring. We don't do that at BNE.
Yeah, we're all about them headshots. Bop, bop. That's the game plan. That's the game plan from BNA. Hit them hard, hit them fast, and hit them 2 maps back to back. But Nuke's in the middle of this series, so it may be a long one, or it could be real short if ENCE decide to have their way with it and get that locked in, that legend spot that everybody expects ENCE to have. You know, BNE, they've got the hearts of the viewers, but ENCE, they've got the brains of the viewers. We know that this is meant to be their victory. It's all about the potential upset here from what has been a rather Cinderella story. Map 1, Dust 2, the pick of BNE. Lots of utility here. You know, they may not be good with flashbangs, but they've got Molotovs and smokes. 3 smokes. Total long control for free. This is ENCE just playing a waiting game. Hades going to be hippity-hopping around boxes, waiting for the spots. And there they see it. Regon's deep. It's a map they can just keep simple. They are really good at shooting people in the face.
Okay.
Regon going to show us that. Missed smoke.
Oh.
Not ideal.
Oh, no.
But remember, the bomb's actually over towards this B site.
Yes,
so this is
it's
all
working.
fake.
It's working. It's working.
It's so sick.
Let's go.
Snappy's going to rail him with the dual Berettas. Synopsy decides to push through those doors. I was thinking maybe that's a little crazy, bro. Bomb's down. Right now, we've still got BNE just splitting them down the middle. Very cool pistol round here from BNE. Very patient with that bomb just working through. And now in hindsight, I'm like, I wonder if that bad smoke on cross was on purpose. Because if you're trying to slip a bomb into the B site, I feel like giving them a gap in the wall of smoke would be just this next level idea.
Yeah.
So even if it wasn't intentional, I'm going to give them credit for it because we're the casters and we tell the story.
Yeah, we lie.
Through our teeth. Every step of the way.
Got some in my throat.
I can imagine.
All this love for BNE. That was a good fake. You know what? No one does that anymore. What happened to simple fakes?
Yeah, it's been a while, huh?
Come on, no one's faking. They waited outside tunnels too. It was a good, like, if they had pushed through, they can get the kills, right?
Nice long con.
They had other options there too. It was a good fake.
Let's see if they can convert.
Because the Europeans, all they do, they leave the site, they go get ready for the A retake. They don't stay in B. They don't even look for the bomb anymore, you know?
Euro nerds.
So that's why BNE.
You know, they're all there like, I'm European. Look at me with all my teams at the legend stage.
Oh, I'm 3 stages deep. I'm not even going to play in the site anymore. Well, you better versus BNE.
Yeah. Get with the times. Get with North America, where our two teams have to beat each other to just have a chance tomorrow.
For an NA team to win.
Snappy, missed scout shot, but then he finds Regon. As he comes around that first corner, these AKs looking for the trade frag.
Uh-oh,
We
they're
got
challenging these
layered
scouts.
man. Layered scouts. I know you love your aim, but it's still a dangerous game. Smoke in front for Madden. Trying to find another angle here as Dia comes in with the Deagle. Can't quite get it in the bag. Oh, on Flotro with a nice little snap into the player top ramp.
They're all so low, dude.
That's nuts. 61 health for the 3 players left. Spinks is going to give him a little space. Hades looks to attack from the back. Scenari. Dude, this is weird. A Galil, he tries to stretch for it. Scenari tags him down low. Diha comes in with another Deagle kill. The bomb can just get on site, but Hades will grab that Galil. And now one Flotro needs to grab this clutch. 9 health. Spinks close. Hades back. And bomb is picked up. He's able to run into the cover, but we've got that quick pistol play over top. No plant, no chance. Ents. Forced by back.
Really well done. I mean, they hit all their scout shots, but oh, that would have been hilarious if it was BNE and just started yelling. They lose that round. They didn't throw their flashes. They could have flashed these scouts off very easily, but
that's the whole thing.
They wanted to win their duels. Oh yeah, we just talked about flashes.
Yeah, that's the whole thing, is they're not throwing too many flashes.
Yeah, those ones they shouldn't have skipped probably. It would have been very easy to get the scouts to unpeak for the scaling. There wasn't much utility coming from Ents either. Still almost won, but it wouldn't be a BNE match if it wasn't exciting. Oh, nice shots, Hades.
Quick, easy pickups. Last man's GXX, and he gets naded to 58. Still does some damage. He's got damage in him. But there's a quick flank from Madden, and it's Ents to convert, doing what BNE couldn't.
Hades looking for a revenge series. Just signed a fresh new, brand spanking new contract with Ents.
2 years, right?
Yeah, I think 2 more years.
2 more years.
Yeah, 2 more years. But doing good outside of that one series versus G2. Of course, not an easy game either.
Still got BNE in your throat? Give us some time. I'll take care of this one, because it's just P250s. Should take care of itself. Spinks just tippity-tapping his way into the 2K. Madden wants a little bit of money, and Snappy logs the bomb on long. That is the 3-1 start, and so far Ents very easy. You know, they win a round they're not supposed to, and then they keep everybody up in the following 2. 3-1 start, BNE by back. And the strength of BNE is that they don't need nades all the time, right? They're little bouts of success, dude. If you don't use grenades, then you just need less money, which means you can buy more.
Oh, true. Now, yeah, okay, so then we have to see if they're buying grenades. If they're not buying grenades, then they're not making mistakes.
One Flotro, quick pace. Down into the tunnels, but there's nobody here for him. There was. Madden's gone. But looking to come right back. Hades making sound while Flotro going to pull the trigger, runs into the frag grenade, runs through the fire. Still trying to get that kill, but Hades is going to burn him to a crisp. Madden still is a statue, still locked in on those doors, and Snappy wants to play around with Synopsy, which will work out wonderfully.
Laid a little trap, waited for that play to come forward. Gave him the duel he was looking for.
Oh, Madden, he finally makes his move. And a fatal error. Snappy instead locks in this flank, so they're going to go ahead and throw this cap play at it. Of course, first contact will be Goose, gets set ablaze. Flash comes over for the Goose peek, and Recon's actually able to take Spinks out of this one. That could be the bomb plant. Diha could also just jump up and denies not to. Holds off.
Oh.
There it is, though. Yeah, plays it a little bit smarter, pinches perfectly with Snappy.
Jeez.
And Snappy's on one.
He's having a game.
3 kills this time. Locked in last round with the final blow, and that's Ents. 4 rounds in a row.
Yeah, four pretty clean ones. They look sharp, man. And they got some good practice yesterday, man. That was a heater.
100. Yes.
I just stayed back after the whole thing and just watched it in the green room. That Ents first G2 matchup was very entertaining. And that's the kind of game you talk about, and you're pretty much ready for anything after that. And it was also a loss for Ents. Is the reason they're playing against BNE right now. Uh-oh.
Miss Smoke. Not going to make Juan Flatro's job any easier. And Madden decides not to stick around too long. Falls back onto a frag grenade, so nice to see Ents just playing that cached utility. What a great change to Counter-Strike that was.
Getting rid of cash.
Do we have a name for flashes like that? When you like use a curved wall to help you throw it? No specific name for that.
That would be the most esoteric thing to name. It's just a...
I feel like Maui's got a title for
jumping
them.
throw. Yeah.
Maui must. Everybody grouped in here from BNE. They got the nades for an exec and also the nades to hold off a retake. But they get a little bit of counter utility thrown back at them, and Madden going to get on these boxes.
Oh.
This could very well go unchecked, and they're going to go ahead and jump down 2 into the CT spawn. He sees that one inside smoke. There's now 3 players in there, and this is a slaughter. Madden holds his line. Everybody else around him dies. Recon able to answer with the 1D kill, but that's it. Single frag for him, as that's a ton of money being stacked high on Ents' side. Look at that cash.
Oh my god. They've got...
moolah.
Yeah, they're all at least now 6 feet standing on their money. Who'd be the tallest guy on Ents? Diha?
Tallest guy on Ents? Probably Diha. Yeah, probably Diha.
The poles are very tall. I don't know if it's Hades tall.
Honestly, I feel like I've seen Hades the least.
Yeah. Great hair.
Thank you.
Hades. Specifically.
Madden gets hit by the op. He'll be sitting down on 32. GXX would have loved an opening pick there, but you get what you can get. At least they're back on buys.
Let's see if... Yeah, I don't think it was this lineup that missed last time.
Nice. Oh, I love Counter-Strike.
Yeah?
Just so sick, dude. Somebody spent the time to find that pixel. You know, Rob scares me with how what kind of level he takes it to. That's like horrifying Counter-Strike.
Okay. I think that's pretty pinnacle right there. That's... We have to slow down.
More util shown on catwalk, but looks like Synopsy wants to try and pry through middle. Flashbang kind of scares him back for a second. 4 players looking to just hit mid. Madden sees it on the jump spot. Spinks is going to be able to get to car just as the smoke plumes. They turn their attention back towards CT, which is smoked, but that snappy push. Oh, he gets covered by Regon, who eventually gets there. We've got 2 Ts, very low health, still able to fight off any closer rotates, but it's the sight they need. And here comes Spinks, 3 kills, almost able to get them all, but damn, BNE. 27 health for what's left. They were wrapped on all sides.
That's crazy.
Got stalled out by the utility and still able to break their way through. That is their second.
Yeah, very nice try there from Mr. Spinks, but overall, Regon getting the kill on Snappy, I think, was the big one. Yeah, he had to fight pretty hard for that one. They were going for the burst spray battle back and forth, and Regon won it. That allowed them to just kind of like sit outside of the doors. They had an extra player to use to try to entry. That made things a lot easier. Man did a good job jump spotting, getting that smoke down on the door to their entrance, but it wasn't enough.
Oh, wow. That could have been much worse for both parties. Spinks gets Scenario. That's through the smoke on tunnels.
Oh, tough. And Snopsy comes off Cat.
And it's looking to hard reset BNE here. Only had 2 players survive by a thread in that last one. Smoke fades ahead of the double doors while Flatro's still up close to it. Madden tucked left. And he hears Dika, but yeah. Oh, almost able to react fast, but not fast enough. GXX tucks his head down. Bullets whiz by. Hades all the while patient and waiting for the Cat play. Smoke gives a little room to wiggle. And he jumped.
He got by him.
He got by him, which is at least an opening here for Regon. But, I mean, he's so outnumbered here. This is a heads-up 1v5, and he doesn't know about Madden creeping close on ramp. He may get the plant. No, not even.
So close.
Everything shut down here from ENCE. It only costs them Hades, and that's a price they're willing to pay.
Yeah, yeah. That was a overall solid positions throughout. That was, you know, a spray down from Spinks over on B, just dead shots him through the smoke, and they try to pull off a lurk at the exact same time. So BNE attempting to fan the map, go for some individual engagements. The money coming into round number 8 is not spectacular. So they were on max loss. So yeah, they only had the one. The question is, do they want to fully invest? I feel like Regon, I'm not sure if they would have had a really, really healthy buy last time. So I don't know if they're going to spend all their money here, but they probably shouldn't. Yeah, so he'll have the 1 AK on the round. Yeah, this buy looks pretty solid here from BNE. Long control as well. Let's go for it.
Trying to make it work.
Oh, he had the they had the long spawn.
Consistency in the flashbangs, but the CTs throw one back, and he's not ready for it. Damn. Flatro just stretching those arms to grab back the AK, peeks into the op. Hades gonna lock this one in. He's confident to re-peek and continue this fight. He's got Snappy right behind him. And Juan Flatro will still kick it up a notch. Can't manage Madden. Back on ramp, though. And if Synopsy tries his damnedest, he should be dead, and will be. Snappy right through the side of the smoke as GXX responds.
Yes, sir.
Keeps it going with the double dig.
Let him know.
Woo! That is hot. That's the good stuff.
And there's a minute, man. The bomb is totally within reach. 2 on the big flank. And you know what else? Madden's got 31 health.
Winnable.
They're literally not even defending the A site right now, whether or not GXX knows it. He's just going to go for it.
Nothing to lose.
There's a plant. 1v2.
This round all starting with an AK, and as we see, being hunted from behind as bomb is planted. Oh. He's still worried about Cat, though, worried about the boxes. Now that engagement from Long's going to pull his attention until he knows they're both there. He's going to be on high alert. If only he had the chance to fixate on the shots that come from Long. Spinks denies him his hopes and dreams as ENCE establish 7.
They just walked up. I don't think he had armor. No armor there. That changes it, too. You're going to start pre-firing everything. Seeing ghosts in the walls.
Look at this second one, dude.
I thought these servers were vac secured. Look at this. Ow!
GXX, the god. GXXX. Op shot down mid. Nothing hit. Real spread defense, and B&E still trying to use that contact down suicide. Hades, you can feel the call to action, but he's going to try to hone in on one Flotro instead. Nice flashbang for the door push, but it blinds both sides. So not ideal. Still, it's a CT off a position, and Diha pulled out of the B site to play close wall on mid.
They'll molly both mid and on cat to allow the repositioning of Hades to come in. And it looks like every time B&E want to make a decision, there's a piece of utility that is decentivizing them from taking that spot. Looks like Ants want to push him onto a cat hit if possible. B&E looked like they wanted mid B, and it looks like they might wait out the smoke and try again. Snap will be the insurance policy. Oh, they're jumping up. Oh, Snopsy goes down, but now they're going up cat.
Madden's going around those doors on long.
Only 2 here. Oh, 1 here.
Yeah, just Hades. Oh, but he's still able to get one Flotro as he dives into Goose. Scenari on the plant, runs through smoke with bomb. Wow. Oh, Hades keeps it on cycle and keeps it hot as hell.
That's crazy. I can't even believe he made that rotation into Goose from the ramp. He could have been... like his teammate had pushed through long, so he had basically everywhere else to go if he wanted to. He could have chilled on the ramp. That was pretty cool. I like that.
The fact he extends into Juan Flotro as well sets this one on fire.
Yeah. I felt like he knew like how many were coming his direction. But he had so many teammates as well to help him in just a couple of seconds.
That op firing as fast as possible for the multi-kill. Oh, and then he finds Synopsy. It's not a frag, but it's still 1 man low. And it is still long control for B&E. Snappy going to lock into the car. Very powerful Hades at the moment. 12 and 4, 10 rounds deep. B&E's T side just not underneath them right now. Hades looks over top of the site. And Spinks is still just carving out the information, bolstering the confidence of Ents to just keep eyes drawn towards long. Molotov onto car.
Oh, it's a
tricky, right?
Made it very late, yeah.
Yep. Still able to cross. 1 player gets over. That's Scenari to take down Hades, but the bomb being dropped in the process is so weird. Still, they're able to scoop it right back up. Regon on skates, and then Spinks in from Cat. Finds Scenari in the open.
Oh, they can't plant now.
So much utility. And Diha dangerously close to this, rounds the side of that smoke. Sanofi's trying to draw him into the fight, and sure enough, there's the kill. And we've got players low on the side of Ents, but grenades again and again and again until B&E are just bombarded off of the bomb site. A Molotov to follow suit. This thing has been on fire for what feels like 40 seconds.
It's charred.
CT's back through their own spawn. Synopsy grabs bomb. Snappy and Madden just walking up into what's supposed to be Ents' 9th win, but what a tap!
Oh, Jesus.
What a tap into Spinks. Snappy right there to trade it, so it's not a problem for Ents. Not one whatsoever.
See, that tap was so fast, the client side bullet went through the wood. Wasn't even a wall bang. That flick didn't even register.
Messed with the machines.
Quick one.
B&E trying some tricks, right?
Yeah, I like the
late molly. I like the car molly.
I'm such a big fan of contact explodes. You could just take the best team in the world, you know, super well prepared, and then hit them with a contact explode. It's just such a leveler. It just makes it. It just removes all the issues with, you know, how many things you have to think about.
Again.
And layers of abstraction between you and your next level of competition. Yeah, Xbox Smoke. You saw him get a little shaky in the end and miss. Spinks up close. Surely he gets cleared. Surely he gets cleared.
Nope. He gets his vision back, turns it into a double kill. Madden will shave one off of the back of the tunnels, and then Diha comes out from car with the hold.
Damn.
A solid defense here from Ents. B site belongs to them.
Oh, man. Spinks ate every flash. It's a shame that the flashes were so good, especially versus Spinks right there, and he still doesn't get cleared. 2 players that he gets. I don't get Spinks, man. He's so good all the time.
He just says it feels more natural on LAN. That's what he was quoted as saying from HLTV.
Yeah.
Shows up on LAN and it's natural.
Well, I think for sure LAN is easier, except for the pressure, like the game you're playing. You know, Like, it's so much better. Like, 0 ping, instant contact. Everything feels so sticky, you know?
Yeah.
You aim at someone, they die.
Smooth.
Right away every time. But if he doesn't feel the pressure, then that's why it would only just be a buff.
Yeah. Just be better. You know? Be so good you don't feel pressure. It's a simple solution.
Some people feel too much pressure. Some people feel not enough. Remember BJ Penn back in the day?
Yeah.
That guy didn't feel enough pressure, you know? Now he's getting beat up by drunks in Hawaii. Lose a fight to anybody.
I mean, Maui Snake winning over him. Madden's found a nice little gap here through Suicide. GXX taking off of his own damn spawn. Oh, what? Oh,
Wow, he's just doing...
Did he even land on the ledge?
Yeah, he completed.
He did land on it?
He completed
Yeah.
the
And then
kickflip.
just-
You didn't see that?
Oh, okay. Regon inside of the smoke. Dia senses his presence. And BNE, dude, just getting outclassed right now by Ents, but, you know. Ents are, of course,
good.
The best they have ever been.
Yeah, Ents are in a tuxedo right now.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, so are BNE. But they wouldn't wear tuxedos. They would wear undershirts.
Yes. And like...
And muscles.
Yeah.
And haircuts.
Yeah, I swear, I traveled in with them, actually. When I arrived in Antwerp, I took the train from Brussels with them, and all of them had the sickest, freshest fades. And I can just picture all of B&E rolling up into the barber shop at the exact same time and being
Hell
like,
yeah.
we're going to the major.
Yeah. Or they just like sit in a circle facing the back of everyone's head and cutting each other's hair.
Okay, like a powwow.
Yeah.
Well, they look good, but this one doesn't feel good. And it's definitely 2-3 steps ahead tonight on Dust 2. T-side not over yet, but we got another couple to get through. And GXX still not able to find those mid picks. Madden disrespecting that op presence, getting into the lower tunnels. And that could be the end of Synopsis. He's going to get attacked from both sides. Diha keeps it clean.
Two between the eyes.
Fast response, though. B&E going to try to crack the whip-up catwalk. GXX will catch that lower tunnel play, so if they just go fast enough, then maybe they can still overwhelm what's here. But Hades has been incredible. Hades. And as he hits that second shot, he will finally fall. An A-site that seems open. Again, utility ever present. One Flotro looking for that contact versus Diha, who is low from that first fight in tunnels. And sure enough, we got a man advantage in a post plant, but Spinks around from long, shut down by Flotro.
Yeah, shut him down.
And that's Bad News Eagles with another.
Solid. Good spray there by Flot. Man, if Spinks comes around a corner like that, you think the first one's done. It's easy. And the 1v2 is possible.
But one Flotro's got it.
Yeah, said no.
He's got that special ingredient.
Stop right there.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, I need somebody with a human touch.
Nades, man.
Yeah.
You know, if they took building out of Fortnite, they could take utility out of Counter-Strike.
Oh, he hit him.
And they exchange shots through tunnels, but it's Spinks with 9 health on the winning end of that sniper fight. Madden, yes. No.
You lied, you lied, you
Maybe.
lied. You lied, people died.
Synopsis is going to be a little less health than everybody else. If you can find Spinks, it's nearly a fair fight.
Yeah, Spinks got tagged through big box. But he hit his opponent back without a wall bang and had an op 2.
Going for the long play, huh? Snappy in the corner.
Snappy 15 and 7.
He's been very good on these long plays. Just kind of left to his own devices, more or less. You know, he helps out on site when he's needed, but let's see what he can do on his own again. Regon, ooh, lets off the clear. He cleared everything else except for that deepest corner, and it costs him. Juan Flotro, quick trade. Diha pops up from Carr, and that is clean as can be from Diha. 12-3 for Ents, as a rock-solid CT side will stun the Bad News Eagles here on Dust 2.
They really didn't have many problems there. That'll be test for BNE going on the CT, but now they need the pistol. And yesterday we saw like tons of set plays. Maui was bringing up that they're not defaulting a lot. They're calling out of spawn and doing a lot of set stuff. And it's kind of fun to watch for that reason, like seeing how things end up all the time. They just have so many plays. And Snappy has been known to just be incredibly thorough and prolific with the amount of strats that he's put together. So I think it's culminated on this team in such an interesting way, because I do think that gives them so much identity. They can afford to, of course, default a little bit more, just like anyone can default whenever they'd like to. And the fact they have so many kind of set pieces in the playbook to fall back on is a pretty intimidating thing to think about. What will be the move? BNE, they've got 2 CTs on this side of the map. An upper tunnels push, but GXX has been caught on the ramp, and there is no space for Juan Flatcher to pull back in. But he's still going to fight. Wow, what a shot!
How? He somehow finds Spinks' head. Madden fighting over the ledge. Juan Flatcher wants the boost. He taps into Hades. Another fight right there, but I think he just shot Scenarii in the back of the head as well. Still, it doesn't matter. That kill feed full from the Bad News Eagles, and that's a little bit of energy.
Back in the game.
Little bit of power trickling through Juan Flatcher. That's a pump for the squad. Those pistol kills were clean. That one inside of the smoke, dude. Nonsense.
Yeah. He makes magic happen.
Crazy to think how long Snappy's been playing, right? And this resurgence to the top brings another squad. Highest they've ever been.
What strain? Okay.
Tangerine Dream, man.
Okay.
But what if Ents do it again, dude? What
Well,
if they
look
win
how
the
much
second?
utility they have.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. I'm like, oh yeah, they've got a chance here, BNE.
Look how few opponents there are on the B site.
They did win that first pistol.
Just little Synopsy in his one smoke that he's using.
Oh, he's standing in the open, fully flashed.
Oh, they don't kill him, though.
His gun's empty. He's going to have to get that reload as GXX hopes to give cover, and oh,
What
does he
a shot.
ever. Synopsy, fresh magazine, back into the gunfight, swinging to hold on to what is his B site, locked down.
Nicely done. Did he say?
Hubba.
Yeah.
Look, it's like a JDM chair lean.
It's just the chair lean, yeah.
It's aerodynamic.
It's a counterbalance to the lean forward.
I like this energy, man. There's not many teams that would be losing 12-5 and would still be a little fired up.
That's true.
And without that, this game is already lost.
Facts.
With it, you got a chance for as long as you can manage to hold off.
He's got a USB too.
Oh, Regon with just the sidearm. Tapping away at them. Snappy will find an impact with the scout. We've got 2 of the other players of BNE lower, but Spinks is in upper. And Bomb is in spawn. As Juan Flatcher crawls on through Catwalk, looking for this fight versus Spinks. He'll wait. He's got all day. This is the liability, actually. GXX has 34 health in the back of the B site. Let's say he misses this shot, or he just loses the scout duel. Then maybe B site crumbles, bomb plant with it. Instead, he locks Snappy out of it, and then the support's going to come over because it's the warning sign of that first frag. And it's GXX with a solid couple kills. BNE, keeping it going.
A little bit more.
Keeping it
BNE,
going.
keeping the movie going. What an epic movie it's been.
One of those miraculous runs that actually kind of exist outside of just Counter-Strike. Saw the local support from politicians.
Yes.
We see that when like Gambit won Krakow. The boys returned to Kazakhstan.
Welcome home by the PM.
Amazing. There are moments of Counter-Strike that are bigger than Counter-Strike?
The president or PM? I'm not sure.
Not sure either. Don't know how it works.
The king? The goat of Kazakhstan?
The goat of Kazakhstan. That's Hobbit.
Yes. Well, his goat. Anyways.
Gun round.
The emperor.
On Flatro.
Chieftain.
Close cat. Oh. He gets out. Oh, dangerous, but he gets out. And that's going to be Regon's invitation closer to this mid setup. Hades staying crouched, and as long as he's crouched, he won't be spotted, but that is contact.
Yeah. Oh, Regon, he knows he can get something a little bit more out of this, but he's also got this off behind him. GXX flicking up.
They come back.
What a nasty shot that was.
Diha right there behind barrels. Now Regon, he is stuck, but luckily GXX is going to lend him a helping hand. Hades firing hot as ever. Goes back in the middle, but GXX is going to counter it. And now BNE have arrived.
Now they're winning for Rio. Now ENCE can't remember the last time ENCE have won a round. That was super solid. Picking apart middle, like how Regan uses his position kind of as an outpost in between for GXX as well, knowing that nobody can come lower tunnels and peek him in front of the door. As long as he's in that spot, that helped a ton. Lots of leverage in that 1-2 punch play.
Tech 9, wow. Way too sharp. Scenario gets double tapped. GXX, though, looking to, again, bail his team out of a stickier situation. But this is one that they should definitely hang on to. Flatro making sound. That's going to be heard by Diha. He's going to make his play off of that. No support towards long, but luckily GXX catches both as he comes back and nails Diha to the side of Cat. Snappy looking for the trade, and GXX just not missing.
He's coming alive here in the second half.
Juan Flatro with the final piece of that one, but the Opper in GXX is definitely being a key piece to stunning ENCE on this T side. And we all wait to see how long this flawless run in the second half keeps going.
Looking every bit as strong as ENCE were in that first half. Some cool ideas there. And again, they play with a lot of confidence. Obviously, a little rough around the edges, but the confidence is unmatched. I mean, the communication's always high. The energy's always high. And even when they were down 12-5, they were in good spirits. That's like a show of good faith, you know. It's not only good when it's amazing.
Yeah.
It's.
And how many teams do we have to talk about that where like they get hyped and rowdy when they're winning, and then it's just a dead heartbeat when it's lost.
Right.
But now you saw it. You saw the rumblings of it from that moment they won the second pistol. A 12-3 half turned 12-8 as BNE catch fire and push GXX, who's been on fire, into the lower tunnels. He's got a challenge coming at him. Madden pre-firing the angles, and that's a bit of a warning sign here for GXX. Still, he sticks around.
Oh, this is awesome for him. He's, oh no, he'll miss the first shot. Snappy, can he really approach him? Yeah, he'll actually go for the re-peek. GXX going down.
Everybody else is going to have to pick up that slack.
There's no cat push behind it, and there's actually no one from, you know, ENCE on top mid as well.
Synopsy inside of the bomb site, faced with 3 players. Oh! He gets the end of Madden as the frag grenade softened him up, and then the smoke in the door. Juan Flatro catching Snappy in mid, and is he just going to run through this window? A flash comes over, the player beneath him is blind, but Spinks regains vision and control with a double kill. Regon in from window. Hades has the tall box, but his intuition as he turns it into mid and turns it into the 1v1, looking for the clutch, but where has Hades gone?
Oh,
He's got it! Regon keeps it going, and Bad News Eagles pumped!
What a move! Now we see Regon play. I swear, he looks like the most seasoned one of the bunch. I love the way that he uses utility. He's showing it in the clutch here too. And I think the one player that didn't come up kind of living with them, right? Just
Sorry?
the one player that came up not living with them, right?
I think so.
Yeah.
Sorry, the blood's all in my head. I didn't hear you. Look at this guy. That's how I feel. What a clutch. Oh, when Hades gets behind that box, I think maybe the Opry peaks and ends the hope, but...
Yeah, he did, but he missed.
3 rounds to lead now.
Maybe an unaffordable miss at this point. There's such a long streak here from BNE. That was the best chance to shut it down. They finally killed GXX. Before he was able to get a kill, they isolated him lower. And honestly, BNE, could have set themselves up for a position to refrag. There was actually a lot of ways that whole spot could have gone better. But Snappy just won it straight up with his AK alone. Money's bad once again for ENCE.
Sending multiple players to go clear out those tunnels. Well, Flatro thought about leaving for a second, sticks around. Could have been way worse.
We're gone. Another opening.
And one Flatro, quick reposition. Oh, dude. They just clamped down on it. And thought they kind of found like a nice little soft spot, somewhere to camp out a bit, have a picnic. Instead, they get torn. And now BNE,
The question is, why should they lose at this point?
2 rounds away.
They won a clutch in a round that ENCE had to work hard to make close. The 1v3, of course. Then on all these other rounds, GXX has had insane efficacy with his op, both on the A site and B site. Actually, playing anchor in both positions. Recovered his scoreline drastically. Everything else has been pretty relaxed.
Well, Flatro going to go back at it. This spot wasn't seen last round because he so quickly moved through CT.
Oh, it's a risky spot. The boost is coming in.
They've tried that a couple rounds.
States are very decent. I mean, and Madden is incredibly low. Keeping it pretty simple. They might have already met their quota for unconfirmed damage on this round.
Whoa, Spinks walks through that stream of bullets. They whiz by as Juan Flatro locks in.
Hard to say exactly what ENCE are doing right now. They're not, of course, fully execing. Oh, spam comes through. Teaser low, 2 health on Hades, 10 on Madden, but ENCE have the kill.
Met by a Molotov, that's going to slow him down. Regon comes over, picks up the dead utility.
Oh, why are they running from the Molotov? They simply do not want to fight it, but 35 seconds and mid gets smoked and the rotation comes in.
Doom and gloom. Smokes plopped. Flash right ahead of it, and then another incendiary. ENCE, this is not a comfortable play.
Yeah.
They got to wait it out. Crunch time at the 15-second point. GXX, who has been on point, he's going to give them a little space to work with. He gets blinded. He has support, but Diha also has mid, and Hades finds Recon walking up. These are the kills that ENCE most certainly need. And there it is, near flawless. They took so much damage on the entry, but then with GXX missing shots for once, they found that footing into the bomb site, and Z peeks out. It's 3 players from ENCE ready to stop that streak.
That was actually really composed. I thought they were losing it for a second, but they did such a good job of not being subservient to the utility, but instead just using it as an opportunity to relax for a second. They still had 20 seconds after everything went down to exec across cat, and it was actually at that point that BNE wanted to fall back a bit. So they started to run out of utility themselves after those final Molotovs, and they were probably hoping for a mid-B at that point. Oh, that was honestly a really strong round with everybody saving a few dollars on top of it for ENCE.
Good chance for them to just get right back into the game and then end this. But they'll have to bank on GXX again, missing a couple shots. Also very nice from Diha to get that mid push. Catches the B player. Fights on multiple fronts as Sceneri locks into blue. Snappy turns it around. The spray's there for a bit more damage. One Flotro just gunning him down, but Hades will catch him, clip him through that smoke, and this time it's Regon to win out in mid. Man advantage picked up for Bad News Eagles. Still, Bomb will eventually trail behind Diha into this cross. The two smokes they need down. Regon jumps off of Cat. And he's going to get real close. Nade will find him down onto 50. Synopsy trying to flash his way around the long. Diha fully blinded. Bomb plant stopped for the time being. A jumping dink certainly helps B&E.
Oh, okay.
But here comes Hades. Pops up and gets toppled by GXX. Counter-opt as Bad News Eagles keep that one win event on its own.
Yeah, just a bit too fast. A bit too fast. As great as that round was, it was only one. Now the thing is, they had 5, so they'll still have money, actually, for another chance to play. But a great answer back instantly here for B&E. Off comes out in the full buy, long control. It's going to be attacked.
Fast and clean from One Flotro. Poor Diha. She gets steamrolled the moment he comes out of those doors. Nobody's able to exit with him. This is a quick transition from Ents. There were, in fact, 3 CTs on long at the start of this round, so if they just try to go into this B split, it is numbers advantage. One Flotro is still stuck within his own spawn. Synopsy chucking nades deep into the tunnel so that maybe he can lend a helping hand to the mid-hold that Hades tries to give cover to. Regon on the boxes.
Oh,
what an
let's
angle.
go.
2 kills as he falls down. It's Hades on the op up close with one. One Flotro just jumping and serving a distraction. We've also got this exit as Synopsy cuts into the site, catching them off guard. Spinks is thinking this is clear, but no, sir. And One Flotro says, let's keep it clean.
Yeah, that was nice. Synopsy, man, he hit for so long.
Keep this hyper-focused.
He was just ready to attack on window or wherever that split came through, and his the teammate was looking for where he could be. Where's this extra guy on the site?
6 spots. Regon on these boxes.
Regon was so good on the hold.
Synopsy hiding and waiting, and you saw the reward that nets them. Third tack pause called here from Ents. Bad News Eagles within spitting distance of this lead.
Yeah, I'm shocked to see it, man. What a comeback. Looks so compelling. You can tell where Ents are actually sweating like really early, and now you can kind of see why. They're no joke.
And starting to look a little nervous. But they are only 3 rounds away. Bad News Eagles.
This is an interesting investment. It's very lopsided. They have a few guns, not a full buy. But it is somewhat of a commitment.
Yeah, Madden 500 left. Diha, excuse me, 200. Hades with an awesome turnaround, but he's not going to be swinging much this time. P250 only. Will Regon check this corner? Snappy is on an island on his own.
Really rough.
And he gets Regon on the fallback.
Yeah, that's really rough. They're about to peel out, and they're running there too to go set up for the A-hit, man. Snappy actually could have just walked out into the site in that position. But that's one in the pocket. I'll take that every day of the week. They're setting up for a long hit. He can continue to lurk. Anything extra he gets can already be too much. B&E are the ones who want to make this a 4v5 if possible. Bomb's actually coming back to mid.
GXX feeling like he could get set up for a big round right now.
There is a chance. I mean, they have slight cat push here.
Pistol starting to apply pressure on long. Snappy will offer that kill back. Scenario on catwalk, 1 and done. Spinks is so close to this site, and One Flotro's busy. He's just holding a nade. Oh, yes, it is an easy frag. A simple execution.
Uh-oh.
Madden hands onto the AK, 25 seconds. What a critical round. And the fact that they made this with so little. Not yet over. And yet it feels like it's happening. Madden's just locked into position.
They're not in the most comfortable spots. Synopsy has an incendiary as well.
Yep, and that's going to land right on top of Madden with a flash over it. GXX looking to combine with a long peek, and he doesn't see anything just yet. Now that should be confirmation. Synopsy with the headshot.
There it is!
GXX has got it. And what Flotro wants to hear, is there time? Yes, there is.
Bravo, let's go.
Yeah, he wanted to make sure, man. No celebrations till time is on their side. Up and over, dunked on.
That was a nice shot over top of the single box.
Tied game.
Yeah, man. And man, I feel like ENCE actually overthought that. They had the 5v4. They were out for long control as well. They kind of added a layer of complication coming back via cat and also splitting it long. And they didn't have full guns as well. So I wonder if they made a mistake by trying to go through with the split and still nearly won it. But in that 2v2, they also didn't try to do anything together. Instead, sat on the site and went for those engagements versus CTs who had an op, a rifle, extra utility, including an incendiary. And that would make their spot very uncomfortable. There it is, and Snappy just walked down middle as one of the 3 guns.
Man, if he misses that, I feel like Spinks is able to just hide behind the box and would have, taken down maybe just enough time to win by explosion. But you give him...
If Spinks hid, the round was done. He
right?
had to hit it, yeah.
That one bullet, that one chance,
he would just
right there.
Sit behind single box for
And
10
it's over.
seconds. So that defuse already came down to the last second.
Insanity. As Bad News Eagles have run this back 12-3 to 13 all.
With clutches too.
With the full-fledged buy.
They've kind of won a whole spectrum of rounds, whether it's the regular holds or interesting pushes or coming down to the wire clutch rounds. Quite a spectacle here for BNE.
No, ENCE are just targeting this B site. We got Synopsy pressed up close to the corner. Regon back behind him. Rotates so far away, and it's just an all-in. They don't check initially, but he doesn't pull the trigger. It needs to be Regon, and he's going to die to the hands of Diha.
He had to shoot there, man.
Right?
I don't know, but he can't hit his teammates on the side. Oh, they're going through.
And Spinks stops it.
Oh, they got to get out. That was a mistake. There are going to be continuing flashes as well. He's got to be lucky to be able to see someone coming out in the first place. And he has a teammate on the site. He's got to help out. If he takes the first contact, his teammate on the site can take the second. But you get a chance to kill someone in that spot, you got to take it, man.
Do you think he thought he was just going to go like unchecked, or?
I don't know. I don't know if he would, because you will get cleared by the next guy.
Next guy, yeah.
You will get cleared by the next guy every time. It's not cleared on purpose because there are more important angles, but that doesn't mean it's forgotten about, because sometimes the guy in that corner is designed to be flashed anyways.
Oh, he doesn't bring anybody with him.
Oh.
Regon only able to offer up one, and that is a 14th for ENCE.
Yeah.
They are not the first tier S-tier team to get pushed by Bad News Eagles.
Mm-hmm.
NIP were also on the brink of defeat and still brought back a game. Obviously, ENCE had that massive lead, but just cut them short.
It's true.
That's the problem with Bad News Eagles. The promise is there, but devil's in the details, and closing games, they themselves will say, has been problematic. Double op setup here from Bad News Eagles. A little bit of an adjustment to try and get 14 all. Hades hanging around.
Oh, yeah, that's an opportunity. They missed the molly.
Again, though, how many missed grenades have we seen out of the Bad News
tough.
Eagles?
You take one small detail, of course. An opera like Hades is going to figure out how to use it against you.
They've still got 2 ops of their own, but what route can they take back in? Oh, look at that.
See that, yeah.
Oh!
it's excuse me. It's being covered so well by Regon inside of middle. That's still like 2 ops so close together.
Snappy,
that
dude.
setup is so hard to see.
He thought he had that in the bag. That's such a moth to the flame type situation. And with it, Bad News Eagles back to the even keel. 4v4. Mid-door smoke. GXX is going to stay posted while Flatro's over towards Car. They throw a player over. GXX now giving them a route to push in with, and that's not ideal for Juan Flatro, but still he fights outwards. Hades is able to stop that, bomb down in the dirt, and GXX tucked into the CT spawn, but Catwalk has been given over. And there is a world where Synopsy, yeah, he's going to run this all the way around long. And just as Hades turns attention back, he's able to nail it. Second player here from GXX, good trade, 2v2. And Recon's able to just work his way upwards, but these are ops in the clutch, and they get hard cleared as Spinks just stomps down into the cubby. GXX swaps out to the A1S, Smoke to try and help himself over. He does have the kit, but he needs these kills. And that's at least one player confirmed. Madden able to lock this in, and ENCE will have 2 chances to close Dust 2.
Oh, the smallest little advantages, and ENCE will take it. Off that one door swing, oh man, it's really tough. Such close calls, but some good ideas from ENCE. Some good ideas back for BNE to try to equalize. A really nice shot from Hades on that first swing. Ends up dying to the second player re-aggressing, and that's where it gets a little scary because the bomb is actually planted for long plat, so Hades is the last guy that needs to die. But 2-on-2 on the site for the 3rd time in a row, and they finally grab it. And now on the force-up, BNE trying to just bring it into overtime. Are down to 1 rifle, and it's not even an M4, just a FAMAS on Juan Flatro. GXX will have to squeeze water from stone with this AWP and figure out a way to put his team on his back. He knows he has to get mobile. But what's the itinerary?
At the very least, those nades have done a decent amount of damage. Suddenly those Deagles and 5-7 could be so much more lethal versus Snappy and Hades. But long control.
It's going to be very hard to stop this standard with the up. I think he has to peek early if he's off Cat.
GXX is coming for it. He's right above this smoke.
Oh, no.
You got D-Hub very close. Spinks right behind him. Op shots through. The FAMAS of Juan Flatro's just tucked. They've got so much gunfire flying both directions. A pressure cooker of a situation. D-Hub alleviates a little bit of stress. And now the boost is in from GXX, but that one gets caught by Madden. And we have a comfortable 5 versus 3 versus BNE. Smokes begin to fade, and so do the hopes of the CT side. Those pistols start to press up, and it is an execution. Regon down, and ENCE are through the challenge of Bad News Eagles.
Yeah. Oh, what a big win. Snappy, boisterous yell. Let him know he's got energy too, but he waits until it's over. They actually are so much more calm overall as a unit. Some good calls there in the end to pull it together, and some small mistakes, of course. A missed grenade here or there. Those were used against BNE. So much heart, though, as per usual.
As always, man.
So fun to watch these guys play. And
as always.
So many good, almost a fairy tale style CT side comeback, and they clearly had enough to actually win that game. They absolutely did. We saw it in the quality and quantity of those rounds in the comeback. The X factor in the clutch.
They've got it.
They won the 5v5. They had an op firing off like crazy.
It's a team that doesn't stop fighting, right? It may not be perfect, but it sure is passionate. And with that, we'll wait for Nuke to come up next. But first, it's Freya.
A major of CT sides, and that was definitely the story on this map. A 12-3 deficit for BNE, heartbreakingly close though in that combat, switching the script. I mean, the CT side coming out of BNE, I didn't think they had it in them after having such a deficit in that first half. Unfortunately, wasn't enough to pull it over the line.
They really had to fight for it, huh? ENCE came out swinging, Snappy came out swinging. The entire team of ENCE looked like they were in control from the beginning of the game, you know, more or less up until the point that we begin with the second half. I gotta give it to BNE. They lost the opening duels 21-8, and you look at those stats and you think it shouldn't be possible for them to make it a close game. It shouldn't be possible for them to even be remotely close to pressure ENCE as much as they did. But once again, I just must say, BNE, right? They may not be the smartest team out there. They may not be the team with the most, you know, flashy strats or the best utility usage, but they play with a certain fire. They play with a certain decisiveness in the way they go about that. It's a tough team to beat on any given map.
any single player from BNE can come up in so many different moments. I think that no matter what's going on in a single round for BNE, 4v5, there's always someone that's ready to step up. But that also sometimes gets them into trouble, where sometimes they can compound the losses that they're facing in a round. But I will say that BNE, for a team that had some pretty bad flash assists coming into this exact series, they actually had some really nice reactive ones for the CT side there. It set up a few of their riflers, and it helped propel them into that comeback there that made this game and made ENCE sweat a lot.
I do want to go back to the first half because I like that you brought up Snappy's name there. Not only a big brain in the server, but also big fragging in that first half.
At least when he's facing teams on his own level, right? Yeah. You know, firepower-wise, Snappy sometimes get a bit of critique for not showing up against the best of the best teams. Obviously, you know, fulfilling his duties as a caller, controlling the entire team, and the style he is calling, he's often running in first, creating the space for the likes of Spinks, Madden, etc. So it's not always easy for Snappy to shine, but when he's facing a team that is on his own level firepower-wise, that's when he can come into his own good, right? And he started off like fire in this game. You see the highlight package right here in the beginning of the game. It was Snappy all over the map. He was by far the best performing player, not only, you know, in middle, but also towards long, towards short, everywhere on the map. So for Snappy to play this well was one of the big, I guess, win conditions for ENCE here in the first half.
It's surprising, and it's not usually what we're talking about when we speak of ENCE, but I think that's actually a very scary sign for BNE. The fact that Snappy can hold his own, mechanically speaking, in a match like this, where BNE's main win condition versus teams that we saw in the RMR and even earlier on in the challenger stage, is the fact that they shouldn't be losing to an IGL that we usually don't. I mean, yeah, he's a fragging IGL against this competition, but he's not at the tier 1 level. So does that mean BNE has sort of hit their ceiling with this? Have they done as much as they could in this series already? Because I just don't think the series is going to get much prettier. And I think that some of the flaws of BNE, when it came down to this close of a game, they really came back to bite them. Misutility especially, that sort of stuff. And sometimes just not knowing how to get back into a round when you do have the opening casualty, especially in the first half. It was killer for them.
Yeah, we did post this as a huge kind of must-win for the side of BNE going forward, and we're looking at the map pool for the rest of this series. I do want to throw a couple of other names into the ring from the side events. Obviously, Spinks. We've said it again and again and again, looking really, really stellar. But also Hades. We were giving him maybe a little bit of a hard time coming into this after that a performance that was a bit more to be desired versus G2 yesterday. Obviously, he's coming into this one, and you post this as potentially a positive for him, you know, coming up into this one.
Yeah, we can flip the coin and put a positive spin to it and say, okay, he's going in against a team that by all means ENCE should beat them. So it's a great opportunity for him to showcase the best version of himself. He's getting an easier task here than going up against G2. We also briefly discussed it, you know, coming into this matchup. BNE is the team in the tournament who have the least flash assist per kill. That means that a player like Hades playing with the AWP, his work conditions, his, you know, surroundings is going to be much easier for him to feel comfortable. He's not going to be, you know, I guess, occupied by a flash. He's not going to have to maneuver around smokes as much as he does against a team like G2. So for an AWP player to play a team that doesn't utilize their utility well enough, that's the dream.
Yeah, and I think we saw Hades capitalize on that pretty well in this game, especially in kind of mid-round, late-round situations. I think BNE have a good idea of how they want to use their flashes to take that initial space in a round, but when it comes down to the more hectic moments, it doesn't seem like it's instinctual for them to always use all their utility in the best possible way, and that's kind of just fleshing out their game more and more, and I think that they're getting better at it over time, but they're still a ways away from, say, how a top 10 team would be using all their flashes in a 3-on-3 post plan.
Listen, we even saw it in the 14-13 scenario, right? Hades coming out towards long, a failed Molotov makes him able to sit inside long doors and then kill the guy coming around the corner. Had that not happened, had he not failed that Molotov, we could be in a scenario where we're going into overtime or maybe even BNE winning. So it's these minor details, these small, you know, failures of grenades that, you know, dearly costed BNE, but also, you know, to build the point with Hades, well, he wasn't affected by that Molotov, which he should have been, and he definitely capitalized from that.
Let's talk a little bit about how BNE were kind of able to put it up against ENCE in that second half, because we were kind of prefacing this going, you know, Snappy's style of calling is going to be kind of difficult for BNE to counter, particularly on that T side. So were there any surprises for you coming into that second half for BNE?
I would say that the main positive that I got out of BNE in that second half was how good they were at controlling Cat. I really actually was pretty impressed with the fact that they would layer Molotovs, smokes, maybe a proactive flash play off of a timing that they're kind of reading in what ENCE is doing. Those kind of moments actually really do show that Dust 2 is a map that they are comfortable on. It's one that they know how the map just functions in terms of modern meta timings, but still they did make just some mistakes with utility overall, which did cost them in those high pressure moments, and even actually the first round of the game they missed a smoke. So I'm not gonna go on and say that they use utility in a fantastic way. I'll just say during cat holds, they did a very good job with that space in particular.
Yeah, we talked about pistol rounds as well, right, coming into the game, and B&E actually ended up winning both pistol rounds. They won the first one, they won the second one. Unfortunately, they didn't capitalize off the first one, right, and that was the problem here.
Yeah, that's about as good as it can go in terms of starts for B&E too, and this felt like they were actually playing a very high-level game by their standards, and yet they still didn't win.
Yeah.
And I really think that the series doesn't get any easier at all for them when we switch it to Nuke. If we even somehow get to Ancient, I don't think that's happening, Pimp. I don't think Ancient's happening, actually.
It's going to require B&E to probably play the best brand of Counter-Strike we've seen them play ever. And
I think they just played it, Pimp. I think that pretty much was it, actually. I'm not going to lie. I think that was
I was impressed in them, you know, regardless of the outcome here, but I agree with you. Looking at Nuke, looking at Ancient, it's looking pretty rough for B&E.
Yeah, I think it was. You know, we've got to give them credit for that mental fortitude, the fact that they were down such a deficit on their own map pick, and they still have kind of the balls to be getting back into things there. And we can kind of see it on the cams as well. They're always fired up going into those situations.
Man, we've seen a lot of cool teams throughout the years that have just been kind of fiery ones, really emotional, and it seems like they have these little hot streaks, but then they burn out eventually. And it's something where we've had this topic before. I think, for example, MIBR with KNG, that roster in particular really took the scene by storm. Last one that was super fiery, but then when they don't have those emotions on their side, they get quiet. And then I think everybody notices that there's an emotional shift in the room because, guys, why aren't we excited anymore? Oh, wait, because we're not winning. And then that just capitulates into a team that loses all their steam.
As much as I agree, you know, I don't think that's going to be a problem during this part of the major, right? This is still the biggest tournament for them. It's still, you know, a unique opportunity for them. They still have the stickers in the game. They're not playing with an organization. We talked about them, you know, not having the foundations behind them to perform at a high level, yet they still do it, which to me is very impressive. So I agree, you know, that's something we can look at in 3 months, 4 months, 6 months and say, okay, maybe we saw the best of B&E during this stage of the major, but right now I still feel that passion. I still feel that fire coming out of them.
Yeah, I do want to bring up a point that we were just chatting about in the green room, the fact that, as Ron Fletcher said in an interview, that, you know, going into those best of 3 series, sometimes they can kind of feel that physical drain of them getting too hyped up, screaming too much in those early rounds. It is tiring, physically tiring for them to be doing that. So it's good to hear that they're kind of aware of that coming into these games that are going to be going a way longer distance.
I'm actually curious from my perspective, Pimp. When I've played, and I think I want to know when you played, when you have adrenaline rushing through your veins when you're playing, it feels like you do ride a high for brief moments, but then it leads to inconsistencies. It's like if you smoked and you just had nicotine rushes, and then the downs and ups, like, they can help briefly, but then it doesn't. It leads to inconsistencies, which is bad. Like if you're pounding just energy drinks too, you're gonna have these weird spikes in terms of your physical capabilities.
Yeah, I wouldn't know about the smoking part, but I guess you're right.
I just see a lot of guys vape.
Yeah,
in these camps.
I guess you're right. It depends on who you are as a player. It depends on whether you thrive around that. You know, there's different personalities. I think in this case for B&E, it's a good thing, right? I agree. It can create some inconsistency. It can create you losing focus, maybe losing a grenade that you're supposed to hit. But overall, you know, you take the good parts, the bad sides, and I think for a team like B&E, they ride on a wave right now, and they need to keep riding that. You know, they need to keep pounding in the energy, and I don't necessarily think it's something that's negative for them as a ride.
Well, they're going to be seeing if they can claw themselves back into it, but it is going to be a tougher challenge as Enter's pick of Nuke is up next. A spot of the Legends is on the line. You don't want to miss it. We'll be back after this break.
To succeed in this game, you need to invest in yourself. Be daring. Innovate. Calculate. Never hesitate. Follow your instincts. Don't follow the crowd. Back yourself. Bank your wealth. Analyze, strategize, and galvanize. Now is the time. Take your shot.
Esports is what we live and breathe. For us, it's more than a game. It's a reality, where a group of letters can mean everything. Where Mirage is a place for bombs, battles, and glory, not an illusion. Where the true heroes are those in front of the screen. GG Bet. This is real.
ENCE one up in this series, and the sky is about to get even more turbulent for BNE as Nuke is up on the cards next. And we say that because the stats really don't lie for ENCE, do they, Jacob? They are looking hot to trot on their map pick.
Listen, there's a case to be made right now that ENCE very well could be the best team in the world on the map of Nuke. So going up against them right now is definitely not a good thing for BNE. They play Nuke, not to a high level, but ENCE, the past 3 months, they played it 15 times. It is the map they played the absolute most, and they won 13 of those games. Incredible consistency. They've taken down Astralis, they've taken down NIP. They had a single loss against FaZe Clan 16-13, but outside of that, they beat everyone they face in this map. So for BNE to come in here and, you know, to get a feeling that they can make it happen, well, as said, it requires them to play the best brand of Counter-Strike we've ever seen them play.
If ENCE aren't the best team in the world, the only other competition they have would be FaZe. So they sure as hell are the best team in the Challenger stage at Nuke. And in this matchup, they're the best team on Nuke, hands down. This is, sadly, this is just where BNE's road ends in this series for me. I can't see them winning this one. The victory that they had recently against Sinners was based off of the fact that they had a fantastic CT side, but ENCE has such a deeper playbook. ENCE's T side on this map is fantastic. 50% win rate on it. That is just a ridiculous number when you're playing against tier 1 competition as regularly as ENCE is. And I think that Snappy has such a great feeling on what the calls are. Everybody on this team knows how they want to call on it. And the thing is that this is one of the few maps when I watch ENCE's T side that they mid-round very well on top of that.
Well, we can see the players getting ready to get the game underway. Of course, incredible comfort thanks to Secret Lab, the chair sponsor for the PGL Antwerp Major. I do want to delve into that T side a little bit more because, Jacob, you had some interesting statistics that you were bringing up for the side of ENCE, just as to why they're so dominant on this.
Well, they're good on both the CT side and the T side. They win 50% of their T side rounds. 50%, right? We're talking about a game that right now is being dominated by these strong CT sides. We're talking about a game where the meta right now is the M4A1S, it's the drop grenades, and it's tough to pull off great T sides. We see a lot of the top teams struggling. ENCE, in the past 3 months, have won 50% of their T rounds. That's strong, whereas they win 67% of their CT rounds, right? So they're good on both sides. They don't really have a weakness. Another thing I want to point out is that if you were to look for a weak link within ENCE, we talked about it. Hades has been a little bit shaky. He's playing good, he's playing bad, he's playing good. He's the highest rated player in those 15 wins that they've had, right? So the one weak link ENCE has is actually their strength on the map of Nuke. So I'm having a very hard time to see how BNE is going to do anything here against ENCE.
And I think that what's really cool about ENCE's T side beyond just Snappy's calls is that when Modern came into this lineup, he had a lot of ideas from his previous experiences with FPX and Godsent that added so much more value in terms of when something goes wrong in the first 30 seconds of the round, ENCE can still piece it together. Their 4v5s on this map are also very solid, even on the T side, which is something that you don't usually get to say, because if you've missed the opening pick on Nuke, it's probably round round over, but Modern knows ways to have contingency plans on this map. He's brought that into the system of ENCE, and at this point, it's really tough to see BNE having comprehensive rounds consistently against ENCE because they will always have a second response.
It is painting such a dominant picture for ENCE coming into this second map, potentially the decider for them going to the Legend stage. But are there any flares of hope on the side of BNE? You know, we're pre-facing this saying they're going to have to play the best damn game of Counter-Strike of their lives. We didn't see them playing a half-bad game on Dust 2, so anything you're hoping for that to continue from that?
I mean, they get to start on the CT side. That's a positive. Yep. You know, they get a chance of maybe winning the third pistol round in a row, getting off to a good start, you know, share a bit of doubt inside the minds of the ENCE players. And I will say, yesterday, we saw ENCE lose to G2, and I thought to myself, yeah, obviously they would have liked to win that game, but you could see by the body language that they were very disappointed. They were almost shaken by that loss against G2, where I would initially think to myself, yeah, of course it sucks to lose, but you're still in a great position. So maybe there is something to be said about the mental capacity and resilience within ENCE, that if they get off to a bad start, there may be a shot for BNE, but we're grasping for straws right here.
Yeah, I'll throw BNE one bone here, is that I actually think that their CT side on Dust 2 looked better than I thought it was going to going into this series. The nade usage was a little bit better than what I'm used to seeing from them. So if they actually prep for this matchup specifically, this map, maybe they have a couple tricks up their sleeve. It's all going to come down to what they've changed from the RMR to now, though. So that leaves us a little bit more open.
Well, we're going to see exactly how it does play out. But the question is, Launders, Scrawny, are you still on the Eagles hype train?
Still on the Eagles hype train. I can see one guy who's turned his back already on them, but I think you got to see ENCE here, man. They played better. I think that the Bad News Eagles heart helped. It definitely helped. We're freaking huge. And we're huge on both these teams, right? This is the unfortunate reality. Bad News Eagles versus some of the other teams still in this event. I'm going to be there, Freya. But for now, I'm looking at ENCE. They showed some resilience, some brilliant resilience. And for that, I think that Nuke is just way too much to overcome. Personally.
They're done.
That's blunt, Launders.
I'm just kidding. They got CT side. It's true.
What do you hate about CT sides? You saw CT side and I saw you cringe.
I was in the elevator with Dupree and we were just complaining about CT side the whole ride.
Yeah? All 8 minutes?
It's way too long. Or no, yeah. Oh, where do I start?
Right here, right now, baby. BNE. Gonna try to take this series the distance. But the ENCE, they are the finished stars. Jump over top of it. Flatro's gonna hear this. The old hell wrap. Madden tried to jump through. Nice support from Regon. Deep within ramp, he got that first one. And Synopsy gets the better of Hades. Maybe I'm a fool for not believing in the BNE, but it's a long run. And Spinks brings it back with at least one kill. Bomb down for ENCE on the B site. The lobby push comes back to wrap around ramp. Spinks will kill Regon, and that actually gives him a great chance to get into cover. However, caught by Flatro. GXX with the dual Berettas. Diha tries to turn this one back. Snappy in the meanwhile is just being locked into his own gunfight, and it's basically Snappy in the 1v3.
Yes, it is.
He chopped off that first one, and there it is. Bad News Eagles going to win a third pistol in this series.
They got a pistol. They got energy. They're going to have a lead. I'm ready to talk about it.
I'm ready to yell about it.
Let's go.
Hades looks so good on Dust 2.
He looks like he's carrying generational anger right now.
Snappy
just
trying to
from
lock
losing
in.
this one pistol round. He's pissed.
That's not one. That's 3 pistols. All 3 pistols. Can you believe it?
Actually, yes, because you know what? They're the only team doing things we haven't seen on pistols.
Oh, that's fair.
So.
Ooh, looking like a fast one. Spinks gets ahead of the grenade. Dead. Scenario, nice double kill here. Holds on versus that pressure, but Madden's AK-47 with 2 kills. And Diha, tough challenge to take with the Tech 9. Synopsy crawling across that smoke.
Oh, he can feel it. He knows it. Yes, he smells it. He senses it.
Very nice.
He deals with it.
You can tell he knew about it. But not everybody would have the sense to pull that trigger, which he does. Rewarded Snappy.
Boy.
That damage was heard. And with it, Flatro able to peek out from behind that vent, looking like the BNE will lock in the second round. Madden dead to rights. Ents fall short with the force buy. They tried to crank that dial, apply that pressure, and instead it's Bad News Eagles 2-0 start.
Dude, Maui started talking about their set plays and everything. And now they were like, it might do it too much on Mirage. And then they did too much on Mirage yesterday. And then I started thinking like, where have I seen that before? And they did it on Nuke once, where they kept trying to pull off an upper hit over and over again. It was like kind of the same, but a little different. But it does fall into Snap. I mean, Snappy's consistent. He said, if a rush doesn't work, you go next time do it faster.
Simple as that.
Yeah. So they want to try that, but that might be something that B&E can clue into at least.
Well, Flatro's holding outer for the time being. Taps at Snappy. I'm going to fall back from it. Synopsy instead to take the helm. Woo! There it is.
He didn't even ask for that.
Yeah, you peek the Deegs enough times, and the Deegs will deliver. But Spinx's Deagle towards ramp instead falls short. Well, Flatro could be the next victim.
He's putting in work. He's not getting the kills, but they are getting tagged.
More and more damage, but unfortunately for Hades, he can't cross with Snappy, who has gotten down secret and towards the B site. But the bomb belongs to one Flatro.
They could only survive for so long under the guise of Juan Flatro.
We will end them all.
Not the guys to watch. Watch Flatro. That'd be a good Twitch name for him.
Watch Flatro?
Yeah.
Yeah. Market that.
YouTube.com/Watch Flatro. Make it happen.
Clean conversions off the pistol win, but now the challenge starts. Ents on their map pick with rifles in hand.
There's a lot in the lobby. The blue open squeaky. They're throwing some fast utility. Getting ready for a second go of it. Yeah, they're entering upper.
They're chasing him down. CT puts a smoke up. Synopsy plays behind it, wins his fight. Then we got Spinx up close and personal with a 2K. As Scenario gets rocked, then Hades denies Juan Flatro any pressure out of the vent. They set the back of that site on fire. And there's still 2 CT standing, but look at this, dude. It is clean from Ents once they have their guns.
Yeah, they got a sick-ass upper exec.
God damn. That is so fire.
How many times do you think Snappy made them practice that?
At least 1,000.
Just every night.
At least 1,000.
Every night, no matter what map they're scrimming that day.
That smoke adds a cool layer to it. Obviously comes as a CT response, but Spinx did a really good job of pressing into it between the silos. I like that. Made the most of what Bad News Eagles offered him.
That is a lot to deal with if they haven't run into it in practice before themselves. It's also a fun way to win rounds, you know? Nice and fast.
Oh. Well, Flatro not able to jump over cleanly, so 2 kills immediately for Ents. And Snappy's Mac 10 finds Juan Flatro's head. It is damage. And the deagle that's not going to land. Unfortunate here for Regon.
Never take too long with a deagle.
Just shoot. You got to feel it.
Because you're going to miss anyways.
If you're already aiming, you've missed.
Exactly.
You must be one with the deeg.
Because if you take time, you're aiming now with pressure.
You must be Juan with the deeg.
It's like, don't practice for a test, but get B-. That's a win. Practice for a test, get a B. That's a loss. They're going to do it again, aren't they?
Why not? Mac 10 in the front of it. Oh, good flashbang from Spinx to help out Snappy. Jumping around, looking for that second contact, and it's Synopsy in heaven that they look for. Already a bomb plant. Dude, that is so fast. You're going to have to see if Bad News Eagle can even handle that type of heat.
Oh, they have so much utility left, too. They didn't lose anybody on their way in.
Might just be a save call.
Yeah. That's a bit of a flex here from Ents, I think.
That is a horrifyingly fast A-hit.
It is. It's very strong. I mean, you know, what they're doing, they practice it for so many other teams. You know, B&E can obviously, they could stop it. Let's see if they can figure it out, though. I mean, they could know Ents will take it to nuke. Of course, Ents had options.
Run, Snappy, run. GXX clips his wings from the CT spawn. That's 4 alive from Bad News Eagles.
Yeah, on the upside, they have Scenari's only one who died here, so it's really not that bad.
Yeah, you just let it slip.
The thing is, if they want to buy, they can all just get all their nades again. And a really cheap gun here for Scenari. There's actually a FAMAS, not too bad. Now the question is, would they go again? And it doesn't look like it. Get the opponents to over-prepare. Then subvert expectations.
Long-range fight. GXX not alone out here, but Juan Flatro close to a couple of players from Ents. Smokes holds things off for now. Oh, standing in the open. Juan Flatro, dude, is so ready for these fights, but bad utility. And there is the headshot that makes up for it. Diha just looking for the secret stairs. Secretly scared.
He has so much confidence.
Of headshots like that.
The M4 running around, peeking everything in yard, and it does deny yard. No one crosses secret.
Deep T smokes. One for Mini, and the other one on the Hell windows.
Oh, he didn't see it.
Just gave up his gap, but Regan over towards ramp. Haven't had to see too much from him. As the op shot hits him, so does Juan Flatro. Double kill, drops bomb on the ramp push, and Bad News Eagles have survived something of guns.
Yes, and they do it with the A4. Juan Flatro running around, taking his duel outside. Happy to swing on Ents. And we've talked about this before, sometimes underdog teams playing too much like top teams or whatever, not being the way to go, because then you just lose at just a Counter-Strike that they're better at. But BNE use confidence to their advantage with the individual efforts and let Juan Flatro have a lot of space to take engagements like this. Like here it is, nice clip of the wings for Diha, and
oh, that's second.
Free rotations to come back too. Yeah, great spray. And you can tell he's kind of the heart of the team in terms of the energy on the squad, even though everyone's contributing.
10 and
feels
2.
Like, feels like that's where the vibrations start.
Critical 3K from him to keep BNE in the lead. Still early days.
It looks like Ents could delay and go upper again. They throw cross smokes. They could obviously have gone secret. They score the 2 rotations they're looking for downstairs. BNE did not take space back though. They only reacted to this information outside. Oh, a commitment onto the upper side. This is good from Regan.
Comes at a sudden push in. Regan, no, him and Scenari, only 1 kill between them. It's the first squeaky player that gets killed, but that was such a sudden burst. And then Madden locks Synopsy down into the vents. So again, A site hit, but just a different tempo, not straight out of the gate like those other 2.
As soon as Regan made that rotation into the site, you knew he thought it was going to be upstairs. That's a good sign, but they didn't have a smoke ready. There are ways to use smokes to counter these Molotovs that also give you one-ways and make it really hard for Ents to scale and get onto the site, but they've just got nothing, no context for it when it comes to stopping it together. So I think they got a whiff of it. They got a good read, at least for what's going on. But there's just so much chaos that is being caused from Ents. And it's seemingly a bit hard to deal with.
Won't get any easier if the bank accounts start bottoming out. Got another buy for the Bad News Eagles, but on the brink of a hard reset. Tough recession.
To be fair to BNE, they're kind of forcing Ents to use these upper hits. Actually doing a pretty good job versus some of the yard control we've seen.
Yeah, definitely. We've had like a glimpse into the ramp play, and Regan did well there as well, so See if it happens once more. D-Hub blind, they cross paths. He doesn't know. And Regon's able to slip a kill against Snappy. Here comes the pop-up from Juan Flatro. He gets the better of D-Hub. And remember all that damage that was done earlier. A quick fight from Bad News Eagles. And you allude to it, right? It doesn't need to be technical. Sometimes it's just an attack. It's an assault. It's an aggression. Bad News Eagles looking for the fist fight. Duking it out.
Yeah, genuinely, I love how much he peeks. Like, okay, here we are up. So he doesn't need to spend too much time doing this, but it just adds so much to the map, and his team can be like, yeah, there's just no one outside. If there is, you know, Juan Flatro is literally trying to take this fight if he can find it. He's in the bar every night looking for opponents. His goal in life is just to be beaten.
Yeah.
That's his goal. Can't find the man to do it.
Hunting the fisticuffs. Has he done enough? 2 left inside of the doorway. On Flatro tucked up close. Scenari here to support him when the swing comes in. It's all about this smoke, and now it's gone. So is Juan Flatro. He actually decides to tuck into Mini.
They have no molly for the opposite vent, so they'll have to walk out.
Nobody's watching, though.
This should be a free fight for the CT, but Scenari's not peaked quite enough, but Juan Flatro is here, refreshed in the position. The guy who was in secret. You know?
So mobile.
Yeah, he was in secret, and he got outside of into Mini.
And you know what's wild, too, is the last time he got a kill in, like, credit card outside, he was also then a part of the ramp play with Regon. So they can't even save in their own damn spawn at this point.
Yeah.
Synopsy going to keep Bad News Eagles CT side alive.
It's kind of comical, but, like, it's time to hit upper.
Right? Yeah.
Yeah.
Have you guys thought of rushing A?
It's got to be so frustrating because I'm not. It's really hard to game plan against like a, you know, okay, here's our reactions. I want to see them stop an upper hit. I really want to see it because right now I think they at least know they feel good about everything else that's kind of going on.
Yes.
They're going to want to wait for that to come again.
Yep.
They've definitely thought about it.
The last piece of proof to prove that this could be a good CT side. And as long as they keep running into Juan Flatro, it feels like Bad News Eagles are going to keep those rounds flowing. 3 crossing to secret slowly. GXX opts not to pull that trigger. Spinks on the solo door lurk. Who's downstairs? Of course it's Juan Flatro. Anytime they think something could be happening, he's there.
Yeah, he's sniffing it out.
And the question really remains to just be, how long can he keep up this level of a performance? 14-2. Everybody else just par for the course on Bad News Eagles. This frag grenade could be huge, but they're going to go for the shoulder peek. He throws it. He dives into the cover. He hits all of them with that huge impact from Juan Flatro.
When will he quit?
He gets them into the cross bomb drop as Regon comes downwards, and Spinks is on his own on 9 HP. Bad News Eagles pull ahead, getting that 6th CT round win.
Drop the whole damn totem pole.
He is everywhere and everything.
Actually awesome, man. He's rotating like simple, the amount he's rotating. And only using a rifle as well for a lot of the engagements that he's taking that most others would be too scared to take. Almland versus a very strong opponent.
16-2, 10 rounds deep. And he's got highlights from almost every position.
Yeah. This guy is like Nico on acid right now.
I think that's a Nico I could beat.
Giving them the freak show. You couldn't beat Juan Flatro though, could you?
No, I couldn't. I couldn't. He's built for it. And like you said, right, the vibrations of Bad News Eagles start with him.
Yeah.
If he keeps this up long enough for the CT side to stabilize,
he fosters them.
And the rest could follow suit. You get GXX's op back into play like it was on Dust 2. Maybe Ents will have their hands full. But for now, they'll take their first tack pause, talk this out, as they trail by 2 rounds versus this Bad News Eagles CT side.
2 big rounds. So many reps on Nuke for Ents. So many world-class teams beaten. But B&E have provided almost everybody a nice fresh challenge.
Wow.
A new way of looking at things. Like, why, hey, you know, when are you supposed to stop peeking?
When you ever
When
be
you
what
put
you
the-
want, but then you are, they are?
Yeah, is it an S or a P? When are you supposed to stop peeking?
That
When
is a
you
tough
just
one.
keep winning duels.
All the smoke's down. GXX not going to be able to see anything here. Hades lining up all the nuts and bolts.
He's in heaven now?
Yeah, dude, he simply is. But all those smoke grenades have enabled Diha to get into the secret stairs. Time to go back to A. This is the last piece of the puzzle, the last thing that Bad News Eagles have to prove they can stop. And if Juan Flatro's there, then
fake.
maybe they can do it. But Regon's the guy to be tested, gets himself 1 kill before Madden trades out on the MAC-10, swaps into the AK, and we get this quick dive down the vents. Diha chases GXX. And if that's because he heard him leave, then Diha should be on for impact here. He's going to see the gun. Easy execution into GXX. That makes any type of a rotate all the harder, but Juan Flatro's still able to shut down Diha. They don't go ramp, they double back. And with that, they snap the necks of this A site hold, and they win on A again.
They're making it happen. Synopsy's coming up the vents, and he will absolutely be spotted here. Oh my god, I really want to get out, but he can't do that. So they go through with the upper fake into ramp, kill Ragon, and use that kill to allow their outside lurk to take place. Diha takes a ton of space. Makes sense after what we've seen. Of course, you're going to respond very viscerally to seeing the nades upstairs. It's been a huge problem for you. You know, in the early round and late round, Ents can pull it off and still beat you in kind of whenever they want. So
I'm pretty sure with that hell kill as well, with Regon dead on ramp and the hell kill, I think that's when Synopsy drops down the vents. So then A's even harder to hold on to.
Right.
2 guys left are just standing in the rafters.
And they end up just going back.
Yeah. You know, Ents here. Varied looks to their A plays. First timeout called here from Bad News Eagles, 11 rounds into the game. They're hanging on. You know, Ents are definitely racking up a formidable T side. Ents looking control of the A side at the very least, but Bad News Eagles, most notably Juan Flatro.
Ents are hanging on.
I think Ents are winning.
Yeah. I'm here to tell you why numbers aren't real.
Oh, it's quick, huh? Lickety split into the vents they'll go. Snappy at the head of this one, and there are limitations for Bad News Eagles. Just a couple pistols. Juan Flatro looking to flash Regon into lobby. They're just looking for something, and they'll find Spinks safely tucked around the corners as bomb is planted B. A second kill for him, then that peek from Regon. But check this out, we got kills at the very least.
Hey.
Kills are something. They're going to drop down 2 of them into the vents. Madden gets that back. GXX up close versus Madden, and that is the end of Bad News Eagles in round number 12. Ents tie 6 each.
Just a quick vent drop. Yeah, no, there's no money here. Oh, there's no money here for BNE. 2K to 3K in total. Basically an anti-eco here for Ents. And a solid hold. Overall, yeah, I mean, it comes down to the 2v2, but it's just well handled at the end by Madden. Sometimes that's going to happen too. Vent drops are hard to stop.
18-4, man. Juan Flatro just giving this his all. Commendable. Dependable.
Yeah, it's pretty damn impressive.
Easy cleanups inside of Hunt. That's 3 for Spinks. Juan Flatro, of course, it's him to add anything to the board for Bad News Eagles, but Ents have a lead now. So Bad News Eagles are hanging on.
Fine, now they're hanging on. Yeah, but soon it's going to be Ents to be hanging on again. Okay.
We'll see, we'll see.
Yeah, I know what you mean, though. Second half, CT side for Ents.
Yeah, we had a lot of missed utility from Bad News Eagles, even on their own map pick, and I feel like those, you know, on Dust 2 you can get away with it.
It was like the Xbox smoke, and I mean, these are not even hard pieces of utility. So if there's any nerves or whatever, you're definitely going to forget some of the harder stuff or not be as quick and sharp with it.
Not hard, but very important.
One Flatro can die.
First. Shy of 20 frags.
You know what the problem was? They gave him a silenced M4. He wasn't
Man
getting
needs
kills
the
with that.
A4.
Yeah.
He's a loud guy with a loud gun.
They poisoned the well.
Silent cross here from Ents. Quieter than an A1S. They all get down secret. Except the man all the way in the back. Still throwing nades on A. Spinks just serving up a distraction here. Ents getting dangerously close to that B site. And I don't even know if we have a rotate. No. Nobody's even close to the B bomb site. So
damn, no timing called. No rotation. One Flatro. He was the whole intercom system.
Right? Feels like communication broke down with that one. The moment the bomb gets planted, Synopsy just jumps into the vent, and with that, dies instantly. Ents had that one locked in the moment they got downstairs.
As soon as they took out One Flatro outside, because One Flatro's a snitch. He'll literally kill somebody, see somebody, tell everybody about it.
They're all crossing.
And the whole, yeah, exactly. And then Ents, there's nowhere for them to go. He keeps peeking. Even when Ents try to fake something and he's outside, they didn't kill him, he's going to peek again. But here, they got him right away. There's no one to re-peek. There's no one to take care of Yard. They let the T's run around free.
So Ents happy to take an 8th on this T side.
They killed the important guy, the high-value targets.
The MVP.
The Juan.
The Flatro.
All right.
He's kind of got a little art in him.
Yeah, true.
He's got a little art in him.
True, true. Polish art.
Yep. Another fast one, perhaps, Ents? What flavor would you like to end on, my friends? Lickety split into the A site, quick and easy with Snappy and Spinks a kill apiece.
What a nightmare, have to deal with this over and over again.
Oh, Recon looking for something, but even the AWP can give great cover. While Flatro, tagged by the flames, going to be pushed into the gunfight that he is not prepared for, can't see a damn thing. And GXX, a nightmare of a situation, gets gunned down through that smoke. At least he didn't have to see his killer.
How many times? It was 6 rounds, upper hits, probably?
Yep.
Yeah, 6 rounds at least, ending upper.
And I mean, Bad News Eagles did a really good job of at least keeping enough of an economy at the start to always have a few guns, enough guns to keep it competitive. When they finally got busted, dude, when the economy broke, that was just Ents every round.
Considering they did not stop a single upper hit, so every single time Ents did try to go for this, they won it. The fact that B and E still got 6 rounds is insane. Basically,
Fair fact.
Every single other type of round, no matter what the attack was, especially outside, they won virtually everything else. So that was actually really good overall. Of course, a lot of that had to do with the fact that One Flatro's 19-7, so much impact, great rotations, extremely pervasive, whether it was being close up outside, in heaven, downstairs. He was a father, a brother, an astronaut, a lover, a mistress.
All in one.
All in one. A friend, a teacher.
Should write a book.
An author.
80s dual Berettas. Oh, that almost was perfect, but instead it's Spinks' USP to go dry in the middle of that fight, Madden around the back of the site. Oh, they don't get anything.
They don't lose pistols too.
That's 4 for 4 in the series so far.
Now we just need a map.
Now use that for everything you can. How does that get turned around, dude? One Flatro with the double.
Dude. Oh, triple.
And the last.
This guy don't stop.
But that's the kind of energy that kicked off the second half of Dust 2. And I know it's tough to equate the second half of Dust 2,
yes,
the CT side of that, to the T side of Nuke, when it's, of course, Ents' pick, and they have such a record on it.
Mm-hmm.
But that's the... Oh, he's dead.
Yeah.
Wow. Well,
and
nice while it lasted. of course somebody else can step into those shoes. You can't just let Juan Flatro die and then the heartbeat falls flat. You got to keep this dream alive. It's not elimination in Antwerp that they face. But one of two chances, still very much alive. CT's press up close. Madden with the 5-7. Deagle to his left. He gets 1.5, and there's the Deagle of Snappy for again some further damage. Spinks is here now. His head popped as Regon hits a critical shot and looks to turn this one back, maybe to join GXX inside this A site.
But they're walking.
Diha is in this corner.
Wait, is he ready for this? Yeah, he is. Somehow controls that.
The scout of Hades through the window into Regon. That is Ents with the force buy win.
Oh, man. We're like 18 rounds in, and Juan Flatro has 22 kills. His teammates have 24 kills between the other 4 of them. So, yeah. Oh, well, you had to hit a shot like that to kill him?
What?
Hats off. What? Yeah. Well, if you do it like that, that's in style. He deserved that.
And to stop somebody who's already, like, he was crucial for all of the rounds in the first half, critical in the pistol with the 3K.
Yeah, and he was just trying to help out the NT.
I know the nades.
Look at these nades.
Oh, it's
Juan
still.
Flatro.
You see, if you don't kill him, you're gonna get dished a little bit of damage. Yeah. And Juan Flatro on 10 health with his 23rd kill. I mean, this is just absurd.
Uh-huh. Having a match.
Map of life. Keeps B&E alive. Oh, now it's Regon's turn to get a kill with his Deagle, and Snappy's going to take off some pressure here. We've got wounded members on Bad News Eagles, and Spinks now feeling comfortable enough to take these duels, keeping that nice long-range distance. His reload's in. Monflatro hunting for it, but again, just such a health advantage there to Spinks and weapon advantage on top of it. GXX 1v3 as Ents are cementing themselves an 11th round win here on map 2. SMG of Madden chases down that frag, a little bit of extra money, a little bit of extra space between Ents and the 7 rounds of Bad News Eagles.
And a lot of big pressure outside. Lots of good nades later on. And a huge opening kill for Juan Flatro, at least. Regon as well with his Deagle. It's a 3-round game. You want to hold out hope. CT side is very scary. Ents are very scary. B&E know that. And for now, they'll just have to see what they can do with these single flashbangs.
Not bad.
Gets them onto the site, yeah.
P250 kill a little bit more, but that's it. Madden and Diha combining for the easy cleanup. 5 rounds the gap now. Ents meant to pull ahead, but guns in the hands of Bad News Eagles. Their real chances in full-fledged buys will be far and few between. This one is a critical round.
Absolutely, something we need to pay attention to.
Round 20, very important.
And we'll have to see how ambitious they want to get on a round like this. We'll have an idea of what they're going to try to go for. We know that they bring a lot of set plays themselves into these matches very regularly. That is B&E.
Diha trying to charge him down. Oh! Regon's able to win it. Og in the hands of Hades. Hunting for the head of GXX, but he's got to be careful because Hades, you got 3 guys down on the ground floor.
He doesn't care.
They're smoked off for the time being, but he will reposition back towards Garage, and they waste no chance here. Bad News Eagles with a player slipping through secret. It's going to be held by Ents, so what can Regon really do here? A quarter of his health as Spinks looks to come up.
He is so low.
Oh! It's close. Spinks able to escape. And at the very least, Bad News Eagles have done a good job of pushing back this forward positioning from Ents' CT side.
Yeah.
But what does that really mean for them? What more can they get? Oh, the lineup from Hades. The AUG perfectly played for the 2K. There is still Synopsy, so there is still hope. Bomb stranded in the open. Oh, GXX with the first and second. Turns his attention down onto Spinks just in the nick of time. Keeps the man advantage held onto.
Oh my god.
But this is so stringy, man. This is also split.
Is the bomb going to go secret is the question. 26 seconds, and it looks like no. Unless he mollies just to get the rotation out so he can go back. And now
it's gotta be
it is just Madden. But
Madden
GXX has the bomb.
Oh, and he gets stopped.
Oh my god, it's 15 seconds. They have to go back
They
and
need
get
the
it.
kill.
No way.
And Madden, he's standing in the open. Scenari given a chance.
Jesus.
Frags only at the end of that one.
That's ridiculous. There was actually a way that Madden could have played around the box instead, and it could have come down to time. But he also risked getting chased down, and you know Madden doesn't like to fight like that.
He tries to hold his ground, and he'll end there. 2 kills in the 1v3 for Madden.
Yeah, that was a big attempt. Hey, they really did a good job of being aware of all of the different positions the fights could come from. Punishing the snappy lurk, getting the refrag on Hades as well. Couple nades swinging to upper. Looks like they might wait and then go.
Snappy about to be tested. Frag grenade could be big.
That's an amazing nade
especially
too. Yeah.
with the spam, and the second one made easy. Regon tries to chase. D-Hook comes through. This is such a cookie cutter sweep. GXX in the corner, not going to be able to get anything more than the one. Perfectly played there for Ments.
Yeah, that nade was amazing. Actually, from Snappy, he landed right in the middle of maybe 4 people.
First time we've really seen like numbers thrown towards ramp. Bad News Eagles try to send something fresh, and instead they have a second one-off round. No consecutive round wins on this T side so far. And they're not going to have many more chances as this one sends them back into the pistols, right? That's what I said before. It's about those far and few between rifles. Round 21, so flat. Oh, and Regon gets dunked on by the frag grenade, so his deagle going to be all the weaker. It's looking like Ents will push their way into the Legend stage. Bad News Eagles playing with heart, but economy's against them. Talent's still there on pistols, man. I tell you, they can get kills with every gun. Recon wrapping around Mini. He's found a little bit of timing.
No one in heaven, actually. So the 2 upper guys, I mean, they can be aware of it, of course. Diha has a fine position to watch this, but it looks like they're trying to cover Hut and Squeaky as well. There is a chance for a lurk, and Rigon, if he has calculated this properly. Oh, he doesn't take the duel versus Diha, but through the door.
Little bit of a murder hole. Then GXX also cut down by Madden. It looked...
I think Rigon might have seen him Squeaky, or maybe didn't see it yet. He was clearing it, maybe he didn't see it yet.
Yeah, looked down. And Diha, with a fast reaction, covers his teammate inside of the bomb site, who then goes on to chop down the last 2 players from Bad News Eagles in what was a round that was never meant to be. The buy back in from the T side. And if they lose this one, it's the 4 spies to the very end. Ents losing to G2 yesterday. Not able to get through this stage of the major with a 3-0 record. No shame in that. If they can survive that comeback attempt from Bad News Eagles and then dominate on their map pick.
Laying it on pretty thick here. I don't know if they're going to try to exec behind. I don't know if they're trying to exec behind this drop vent in this situation, but the bomb is in front of Hut, so they actually score some space outside off of this pressure and made their way into Squeaky, or Secret. Will they know what to do with this? Rigon can also get back up through vents, and if he gets a kill down here, well, then he can get that extra rotation, but Diha wins the duel. Vanilla, straight up off the stairs. Another smoke comes down as he's the only one spotted.
Oh, that'll help.
But 2 entries.
Scenari and Waflatro just sliding by that Hut play. It's a bomb plant at the least. Frag grenade with Juan Flatro's name on it. That is huge impact from the frag. Going to give a massive health edge here to the majority of ENCE's players. Smoke to the left side. It's going to give Hades a little bit room to wiggle, but Juan Flatro snaps him as he tries to come in through Mini. And what do these last two CTs decide to do? Is this a save?
They have no nades left over, so they are going to call it. B&E pull out the 2 upper entries that they need to simultaneously. No way to get back in.
I mean, listen, you lose that fight down in secret. We saw Diha just dive right back into the B bomb site.
Yeah.
Felt like things were going to kind of fizzle out for Bad News Eagles, but quick and easy on the A site.
Yeah, that was a good round. I mean, they put some pressure on Squeaky. They did throw some upper nades to make it seem like they could exec. Then they took the outside space, escorted 2 across, showed 1 outside, and tried to get Rigon into a position where he might lurk kill someone lower. And if that happened, he could cause a vent rotation, a ramp rotation down, pull one of the upper anchors out, and then they could hit upper. He died, and then they still won. I think that's actually really cool. The ideas were good, and they had a response when just one part of their plan didn't go out.
Met by fire this time. Hades giving him a warning. Oh, Dia, great damage. And it's on Juan Flatro. We know he's crucial to some of these openings. Definitely to some of the comms. Rigon spotted as the shadow gives way of his presence. Draws Spinks back into the outer action, but Juan Flatro has already gotten halfway towards CT spawn. And this is like a weird corner where if Spinks clears all of this and sees nobody on Garage, I feel like you can forget about that corner that Juan Flatro's holding on to.
Yeah, it's just what's he ultimately going to do with it? Spinks is looking for everything else, and he doesn't have any other job right now. So what's important for Juan Flatro is that his teammates make something happen, which can be kind of a catch-22 with B&E at the moment. He's the guy who is doing such a good job with the opening kills. So they can exec behind it, but Spinks is now in a position to try to catch the lurk. Juan Flatro might be able to crouch underneath him.
Oh my.
I think the shadow got revealed, or no?
I didn't see it. Spinks, oh my god, they back up.
Jesus.
And he's able to win that fight. Then the mini wrap is smoked off and the door player cut down. We've got 2 inside of Hut, and that is also not going well. Bad News Eagles just killed and culled on their attempt into that A site. Ents are too sharp on that upper site.
Yeah, yeah. In this match, this is Ents taking it to the legend stage. And man, they just have this aura about them where, I mean, for a while it was just they had streaks where they were super solid, but now it just feels like there's a certain level of consistency. Is like Spinks is really standing out in these past few months as such a star player. Overall, I mean, I personally have so many good things to say about Madden.
Oh, it's fast, Mo.
Okay, yeah, we're going quick upstairs.
It's as fast as you can get, and just like that, Ents a single kill away from the legend stage. Diha's gonna call that Synopsy's been spotted, and there it is. Ents doing what ForZe couldn't from the 3-0 game yesterday into the legend stage with their next chance, and they looked clean and easy.
Yeah, they made it happen. That was super solid overall. I mean, Bad News Eagles absolutely made that hard, and I think on Dust 2 they were super impressive as well. But Ends just a touch better, and yeah, I think between the calling, the versatility in the calls, there's still some stuff with Ends where it's hard to say that they are on par with maybe the top 5 teams at the event so far, but they may be just outside of that in terms of what people expect from them. So it's only fitting that they make it to the legend stage and do it at a pretty fast pace. And I think for Bad News Eagles, there's still a chance that they can qualify forward, and their matchups tomorrow could be quite interesting.
Yeah, I mean, this was going to be the hardest match for Bad News Eagles, hands down, right? Tomorrow, more of their caliber, and with this promise versus what has been a very hot Ents, you think about the fact that Ents have just qualified for like Blast Lisbon and now the Legend stage. This is the best Ents have ever been. This team is just white hot. And so for Bad News Eagles to even show composure to come back from that 12-3 on Dust 2, I mean, that right there is just earning respect and showing promise. They've got some things to clean up on, and everybody else needs to maybe step up to the Juan Flatro level, but at least they've still got him at the head of this project and a chance tomorrow. Meanwhile, massive congratulations, dude. Ents very much looking for a chance to chop down those top 5. And will they be able to do it? We'll find out at the Legends stage. For now, we close out the day with Freya and her analysts.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. Yes, ENCE managed to do it in 2. We knew it was going to be a tall task for BNE as they moved on to their opponent's map pick, and ENCE, they looked dominant on that nuke. They looked confident, and I'm thoroughly looking forward to echoing just Scrawny's sentiment of seeing what they're going to be delivering as we move into Legends.
Yeah, me too. I hope we get to see a rematch between ENCE and G2 at some point in that stage. It'll be fun, you know, because I wasn't disappointed of them losing yesterday, but I thought to myself that if ENCE want to be a contender to go all the way at the major, to win at the major, them winning against G2 yesterday would have been a sign for that, which is also why I'm super, super happy to see the way they conduct themselves today, right? They get it done relatively easy. I know BNE, they put on a bit of pressure on the first map, a bit of pressure on the second one, but at no point were we doubting that ENCE were the better team, and to me, that's a good sign for the next stage.
For sure. And the thing is that ENCE winning this one, to me, felt like a little bit more of a formality, whereas G2, that was perhaps a playoff preview, depending on what happens in the Legend stage. And for them to fail that task, but at least to be able to bounce that back on this one, it's a good sign for them, because this is a team that we are considering indefinitely a tier beneath ENCE in Bad News Eagles. That being said, I think Bad News Eagles actually showed some great signs on Dust 2, but it's just that I feel like when they get into these BO3 series, you see the vulnerabilities in their map pool.
Yeah, no, it is a good point. And going forward, of course, BNE do have one more chance to be qualifying for that Legend stage that, of course, will be going down in the last chance qualifier and matches tomorrow. We don't know exactly how those matches are going to be playing out, though, so make sure you stay with us until the end of the broadcast. We'll be finding out that then. I do want to highlight some of the individuals on the side event. So, I mean, again, Spinks, I feel like we can just throw his name into the ring pretty much every single series, but Martin as well. I was impressed with what he delivered.
Yeah, Martin is a guy that has actually had some difficulties with ENCE. He actually has a worse overall rating on his time with ENCE than he did with FPX and Godsend. It's actually kind of significant, too, in terms of his drop-off, but he has shouldered some more responsibilities in terms of the calling. But Nuke is a map that Martin has down pat. Not only does he have a lot of ideas, but he has so much impact as an individual. When he is clearing things out on T-side, he is so procedural, methodical, and his mechanics are so good. It feels like he clears every corner perfectly. I don't see really flaws in terms of what he's doing in that sense. It's just that when the going gets tough for ENCE and he has to be another factor in terms of contributing, in terms of the ideas, that's when I think he falters.
I agree, and I'm glad you brought up the T side, because I feel like that's where he comes into play. He was just one of 2 players that in this game went positive KD on the T side. You know all players at the moment, they're struggling to find impact, they're struggling to find frags on the T side, but Madden did a fantastic job together with Spinks of getting them over that hurdle. You know, you have 2 very potent fraggers in those 2, and as I said, you know, you look at ENCE, you look at the way they win, you have your win conditions playing well, Spinks playing well, Hades playing well, and now Madden playing well as well, even Snappy being a fragging in-game leader in this game, right? There's so many positives to take away here for ENCE that I stand here feeling that is a... It's a win that means a lot to them. It must give them a lot of confidence coming into the next stage, still feeling they're one of the teams that should make the playoff.
Another positive, just to add to that growing list for ENCE, their T-side. There was one particular round that you really wanted to put under the spotlight for this one, Larry.
I preface this game by talking about how strong ENCE's mid-rounds can be on T-side, and this is a prime example of that. Round number 14, we see an opening pick coming out from ENCE. They throw the diagonal smokes coming out, and watch just how they move down lower. Completely outmaneuver Bad News Eagles. They do this completely silently, and no one from Bad News Eagles is even in the bomb site right now. It's just free for the taking, and because of that singular pick and the conditioning from prior rounds, Bad News Eagles isn't sure, is ENCE actually going to commit towards this lower with their smokes, or are they not? And once they get that bomb down lower, the round is done and dusted at that point. They kill some rotators, but this is off the fact that ENCE at some points threw cross smokes and didn't actually use lower. So because they've conditioned their opponents in such a fashion, they were able to manipulate the defense so much from Bad News Eagles.
Well, some really impressive
Props
stuff.
to
We
Snappy.
do have Snappy. Yeah, but I mean, speak of the devil, he may appear. Snappy, thank you for joining us upper on the desk. We've got a headset for you, so you can join in the conversation. First of all, congratulations. You must be feeling good making it to Legends.
Yeah, it feels good. It was the first stage, right? So, but we are obviously here for more.
Were there any surprises, just going back to that Dust 2, because we were kind of surprised to see BNE pulling out such a strong CT side. Was there any particular surprises for you in that?
No, I think our Dust 2 was pretty good. I think yesterday was not a very good showing. I think 5 times during that CT half, we gave an entry within 10 seconds to Monesian Suicide when we watched that back, and that's just not good enough, and then it's impossible to play a good CT, right?
Right, yeah. I want to talk about a little bit of maybe Bad News Eagles and their comeback on Dust 2. Why do you think they had such a chance there to make that so competitive?
I think every team in the world is struggling on T side sometimes when you don't get off to a good start. I think we were down 5-0. And when you get to that point, the money has built up and it just becomes hard. So we had to pull out some good rounds. I think we had a few chances. I think we had a chance on B, and we also had a 2-on-2 where Spinks died last second and GX ended defusing.
Right.
But overall, I think we actually played decent on T when we actually had weapon rounds.
One more thing about Spinks. Where do you think he is in the tier list of riflers in the world right now?
I think he's pretty high so far in 2020. I think 2022. I think also that he's obviously he's really like comfortable in our system, and I think that helps him a lot. But also mega credit to him because he's like such a good teammate. I can always trust that he will do what I want him to do, which is not something that is necessarily like usual in CS. So he's just a really hard worker and a really good teammate.
Snappy, I think most of us agree that ENCE right now are one of the more interesting teams coming into the major. I think a lot of us expect you guys to potentially even go into the playoff. From your point of view, what are the goals for ENCE? Is it enough just to qualify for the Legend Stage, or are you looking to go into the playoff and potentially go all the way?
Yeah, I mean, our first goal was like we do like small goals. It's always one step at a time. Yeah, so this was the first one. The next one is the playoff, and then if we get there, we'll set a new goal, right? But I think deep inside, we obviously expect playoffs at least.
For sure, and let me put you a little bit on the spot, right? Because I feel everyone is so positive around you guys for good reason. There's a couple of weaknesses that maybe is a weakness or not. We often talk about you being a very, how do I say, you call out our spawns a lot, right? You have a lot of set strats from the beginning of the rounds. And is that a misconception by us? Is there a lot of mid-round going on? Or is that like you guys being a little bit too one-dimensional, perhaps?
I think it is a misconception. I do have it a lot, but I think it is a misconception. I think it goes back to the day I played back in Heroic, the first version especially. It was my first job as an in-game leader. And there I had Glaive, which were helping a lot with the mid-round. So when he left, it made it hard for me, and it was something I had to develop. But I do think it is a misconception very much these days. However, we do also have a lot of surprising things. But I think you actually need it, especially in this meta. You need these surprising things, because if you just let the CT sit and play slow defaults and let the M4s in the current meta just take their duels on their conditions, it's not going to be a very fun T-side usually.
Okay, and another thing that people have been raising a concern about has been Hades' performances. I think we see him play well, then we see him play not so well. It's very much up and down. Is that something you're focused on? Are you guys trying to help him out or make him feel more comfortable, or are you happy with what he's doing right now?
Yeah, I'm happy. Like, people have to realize it's Hades' first like good team, and actually for most of these players it is. So we develop, and we develop together, right? And I think there's a lot of upside in having all these young players, because they get a little bit better day by day. And I think that's also what you've been seeing since we gathered the team, that everyone is like getting 1% better each month. And that's why we are like having such a good trajectory on the rankings.
Just in terms of how you kind of help these younger players, some of the more, I guess, inexperienced players on these LAN stages, you yourself, you've been in Counter-Strike for a long time. You're a veteran of the scene, really. So how do you kind of help some of these players coming into situations like this, and potentially, we're going to be seeing you at the Blast finals as well in front of a crowd, potentially making it to the playoffs as well. How do you kind of help your players with that?
I mean, I think the thing is that you need to kind of take the nerves out of it straight away. It doesn't matter if you lose at the end of the day. It's an experience getting to the stage. Like, I've played on stages before, and to be honest, like, I actually felt that it's not really something that gives you nerves. And I think I can kind of tell the boys why. I mean, like, when you have 50 guys in a room and some of them are your family, that's when you get nervous. You don't get nervous when there's 10,000 people and it's just a picture. You can't see faces. And I think that's one of the key things that people need to understand in the team. And I actually don't think it's really going to matter, because most of these guys are pretty ice cold, to be honest. And Spinks is just happy to play with 5 pings. So.
Listen, Snappy, I have one more question for you. It's very, it's very popular to talk about age in Counter-Strike, and as said, you've been around for a long time. I don't want to call you old, but you are one of the guys with the, up there, How do you feel that is affecting you? Like, you seem more motivated, you seem more happy playing Counter-Strike than ever. Is that the same feeling you're having right now?
Yeah, I think in this team especially, like, people support each other really well. And I get to be the in-game leader I want to be, especially due to having Saw. He's helping me out a lot, taking a lot of the pressure off my shoulders. And people understand when me or Zoe are raging. It's something that they need to kind of listen to. And I just think that the age thing is just going to be something that develop with time. I think it's not really been explored. I left CS for 3 years, right? Then I came back. And I think a lot of the older players did the same as me because it was not like a career path back in the day. So you had to do something else. So age is just going to rise. And I think especially as an in-game leader, the experience is going to benefit you more than anything. So yeah.
There's still hope, man.
Can you give us a few words about Saul, your coach? Because I'm familiar with him from obviously the Javi project as well. But I don't think we kind of have heard too much about what he brings to the team. How exactly do you work with him? Why do you think he's such a good coach?
I think he's such a good coach because he supports me in the way I want to play. And he kind of elevates what I want to do. And he kind of challenged me to get out of my comfort zone sometimes. And he has natural authority. I think the entire team also have to give everyone credit for like respecting like the system and the way we do things. But I just think he's a really smart guy. I can listen to him. I get a new perspective. I think he just does everything. You can always count on him doing everything. Like I don't even I don't even go to do the videos anymore because I know he has everything under lock and he's not going to do mistakes. He don't do a lot of mistakes. So he's just he is literally just as an important piece as every player in the team.
Well, I'm really looking forward to seeing you guys enter that Legends stage. Maybe just a few words to what you're going to be doing in between that sort of off time before we go into Legends.
Yeah, we're gonna look at our game. I think especially the game yesterday, there was some frustration because we didn't play good, and a lot of it came down to sloppiness more than anything. Sloppiness regarding doing bad peaks, sloppiness regarding missing nades, and it's something we have some days to fix now because I definitely wasn't happy, and I don't think anyone else in the team were happy when they watched that game back.
Are G2 a team that you kind of want to be refacing at Legend stage, or are there any other names out there that you're like really hungry to be taken on?
Not really, to be honest. I don't really think we have any. We don't really have any teams that we have a beef with. Like we are from. Everyone is like new to the scene. So at the end of the day, I think we don't really care who we face.
More importantly, though, how are your pick'ems doing right now?
Yes.
I think I am through already because I had Renegade 0-3, and I'm pretty sure I had VP. Or Outsiders, us, Vitality, and G2. So I think
you're doing better than all of us, perhaps combined. So well done for that one, Snappy. Really looking forward to seeing you guys entering the Legend stage. We're going to be throwing it to a quick break, but when we're back, we're going to be back with a B stream as Eternal Fire taking on MLBR, and we're going to see how that one wraps up.
I think he's turned that around now. I think he's proven himself a bit of a land beast when he's called upon, and obviously we have to jinx him. We talk about him and he has his head caved in from Exit's Deagle, but the damage has already been done surely. They line up, Woxic takes down one. They nearly actually lined up for a collateral shot there, but Yota and Exit are able to plunder their way down into Secret, or at least Yota is. Exit's just lagging behind a little bit, and Yota does have the bomb. Taking hefty damage in the process, but one Deeks X-Cloud? Okay. How is that even possible? And considering this is a post-plant now, one of which is low, there was a way forward for Yota to have some serious impact. Even a bomb plant out of that round, all things considered, is pretty huge, and 2 kills on top of it.
That got a little scary. Woxic was down to 2 points of health as well, mind you. Eternal Fire, and we'll get their 8th. It was... okay. They will get their 8, I repeat. But yeah, MIBR making them sweat a little bit, making them suffer a couple of casualties. And despite the lead being 8-3, you can see the economy of Eternal Fire isn't exactly looking supremely comfortable, right? You can see Emor down to sub 1,000, Xflout as well, Calyx at $50 as well. So MIBR, a couple of good rounds coming up from them right now, and they could just break the economy. And even though they can't get the lead in this half, 6 rounds on the T side, for example, maybe potentially even 7 if you're being extremely optimistic for the Brazilians. Very much within the realms of possibility here. So once more, they're going to be deploying the wall of smokes towards outside. Xantares is going to go poking and prodding is the question. Emor waiting patiently next to the vent, but they're going to completely avoid him. And it is going to be Calyx to find one, though. Emor is still waiting around the corner. He needs to find a kill here, but he will get traded immediately. And in a blink of an eye, everyone falls for Eternal Fire. Woxic left wondering how it all went wrong. Although that being said, Exit is so very low in health. Woody is down to 46 points of health as well. So Woxic, this is within the realms of possibility, Vince, but does he go for the save looking at the money?
Well, he is the man to make the call. As the IGL, Wood is likely to die unless the smoke comes out afterwards. I'm surprised if you throw in the Molotov, you need to check it for at least a second to see if the player leaves. Pulling the smoke out right afterwards seems like a bit of a strange decision to me. But regardless, Woxic's about to walk into Yota, completely unbeknownst to him. Maybe anticipating that if a player's on 100 HP, they may take an extra second to peek. So maybe, like, to play devil's advocate, that's why he pulled the smoke out. And plus the fact there was so little time on the clock as well in terms of the bomb detonating. So, fair enough, but still, like, should he have just saved?
At that point, yeah, I really feel like he should have just saved. Maybe there was a little bit of comms coming in from his teammates, and a couple of them are really low. So and they were kind of low, in fact. So maybe hoping to find a couple of kills and pull off another miraculous clutch. But because of that, Vince, was that a miss by Xantares?
Uh-oh.
They're going to go for it.
Well, looks like it could be a force.
Yep, it definitely is a force right now. Now, I don't know if it's predicated on the fact of the fact that Xantares went for that or misbought, or he just went for the call, because he's the first one to go for the FAMAS spy, and everyone's like, well, screw it, let's go for it. Round number 13. 3 remains to be played in this half. MIBR, they have successfully almost virtually broken the economy. And in fact, you might, depending on your school of thought, you can even say they have broken the economy, because it's a FAMAS, 2 5.7s, an MP9, a solitary, well, good gun, so to speak, in quotes, is that off in the hands of Woxic. But here we go, fast play coming into the upper bomb set. We've seen this only a couple of times here. Okay, Exit, that's your teammate there, son. There's no one in the upper bomb set, and that is such a fantastic call coming from MIBR. They find an empty bomb site, and if I MIBR, do you go for the save right now? Because you haven't lost any members. Or do you try and go for the retake? And it looks like the call is for the save indeed, Vince. And I think that is going to be the right call indeed. One of the unicorn rounds coming out here, especially in a map like Nuke, where the bomb gets planted and the T's are going to win it with no one dying in the server, no casualties. But MIBR, they get their 5th. Great call from MIBR there.
Yeah, excellent call, all things considered. And keep in mind as well, this was preordained. They knew this. They had a MAC-10. They purchased a MAC-10, even though they had more than enough funds on multiple players to get an extra AK-47. So this was by design. This was preordained, and it's had the required and requested outcome. That being said, though, because Eternal Fire have saved all of their weapons, they're good to just go again. They're going to be maybe coming in with a similar kind of mentality. What I'm curious with is, with MIBR upgrading their MAC-10 to an AK-47, do we see something a little bit faster pace? And I think it just completely caught Eternal Fire off, because for the most part, over the duration of both of these maps, Blair, MIBR have played like a pretty slow, steady, stagnant kind of T side. It's been methodical, and they are going to go in again hard. Exit, though, walks in by himself, but he gets punished, and now the cavalry arrives. Exit and Turtle decide this site is theirs. And as they plant a flag into the A site, they fully plundered it, they fully pillaged it, and now they want to watch it raze to the ground. And I don't think Eternal Fire are going to fight too hard to reclaim what was once theirs.
Yeah, you can see they were trying to work with the weaponry they had from the previous round. And they still have that op in hand to Woxic. Now, they can still eke out a pretty decent buy here later on. Xantares can drop a rifle, maybe even drop his FAMAS towards Calyx. And xCloud could drop one for Emor, but right now, MIBR. We said it earlier, Vince. You know, a little bit of like a, I don't know, like a jump, a little bit of pep in their step in the past few rounds. It's been much more faster, much more convincing, much more committed. xCloud trying to be a little cheeky there, but he will be taken down. And there we go. They're back. They are back.
All right, I understood some of that one.
Okay.
Can't repeat it. Let's just say he's amped. He's hyped.
He's hyped, yeah,
he's
there
happy
we
to
go.
be here. He's happy to be alive.
I mean, when we're, you know, sometimes even when we're sitting down, some of the after parties in the bar, we also like to yell a bit, Vince. It's totally fine. Watch, especially when you're watching a game of Newcastle.
Oh my god. Yep, that's true. Up until recently, we've been all right, but MIBR 3 rounds in a row, going to get aggressive. Turtle wants to pick up the pace, but Xantares and Calyx, they've seen this too many times, and they have the perfect answer. Yota, though, through the smoke, through the door, takes Xantares and runs away with him for the final time in this half. But even with that exchange and the revenge kill coming to the forefront, MIBR find themselves a player behind. xCloud has to vacate the premises. And now MIBR, as the new landlord, has evicted him from his home. Back to the B site, he will fall. And there are more CTs here laid in wait, one of which is Woxic. That's the bomb that's been put down on the ground, and that puts this into such a tumultuous position for MIBR now. Just to retrieve the bomb is a huge deal, let alone somehow clutch out from this point. And Woody, on only 4 kills, having a bit of a slow best-of-3 series so far, could make amends if he was to pull off what would end up being one of the plays of the entire tournament if he clutched this. He has no real utility other than a molly and a flash, so no HE he can toss to the back of the site. And obviously the other downside on that one, as soon as he throws this molly, they know roughly where he is. So now his days are numbered. The bullseye is painted on his back. And as he comes round, he does connect a very quick shot to Woxic, turns it round, then nullifies xCloud, but he's about to get flanked if he's not careful. Tech9, no idea how that didn't back the kill, but Emor comes in, bodyguards his IGL, and gets them across the finish line to a 9-6 half.
Nice attempt there. But in the end, great hole coming out. I like the attempt from MIBR. You know, they're like, all right, this is a winning formula. There's fast upper hits. Let's do it again, right? And it all started when we had that round, that opening with the CZ, getting a couple of kills early on from Cello. So in the end, unfortunately, it doesn't bear any fruit. But still, 6 rounds here on the T side of Nuke. You're feeling pretty happy. It's your map pick. You're leading by 1 map as well. The question mark here for all the Eternal Fire fans around the world is, Vince, have they done enough here? Have they got enough rounds on the CD side? Enough of a buffer to work with as they try and close this one out and take us to the deciding map, which will be on Dust 2?
My question is, if Yota is a CT-sided player, are we going to see the same Yota as Vertigo? If we do, that could be a determining factor. Turtle has done more than enough, but now he needs the rest of his teammates to awaken from their slumber and to help him out. Eternal Fire, though, are coming outside, but simultaneously also occupying the ramp lobby area. There's no smoke's been deployed so far, so this would be a dry peek. With a player up in heaven with the USP, this could get messy real quick. Xantares, though, on that pick, forces him away for a few extra seconds. Yota behind the vents will not be able to help Woody out. He's mainly just keeping an eye out, a bird's eye view of the outside position. And now Emor's moving in through on the hut with 2 of his teammates. Julie's rattling off some fire from Turtle. Needs to be careful. He's actually got so much support structure around him, though, but Yota somehow doesn't get anything done from that position. Fortunately, though, Exit is going above and beyond, and he has some feedback from Exit and Cello as they lock it down. Yota can breathe a sigh of relief and say a big thank you to his teammates, because how he got no kills from that vent area is unbelievable.
Exit might not necessarily be the big fragger for this team, but it looks like it's crunch time. That's when he seemed to deliver. We saw the way he closed out Vertigo as well in the 1v3, and that round was all on Exit, because Yota completely fluffed it. Like, that should have been like 2 kills. No one was looking his direction. Vince even runs out of bullets, but Exit shutting it down to the upper bomb set as MIBR. They win the pistol. Of course, the force will be coming in for Eternal Fire. It's going to be pistols all around. Woody blinded is going to be saved by Yota as they attempt to make their way in towards the fence. But amongst all the chaos, they are taking so much damage. However, the bomb is crossed on through, but they don't have the utility to cross onto the bomb site. Already a player lying in wait. Never mind, Woxic. He's going to punch the numbers, but Cello's going to find him in the smoke, leaving Calyx alone in a 1 versus 5. And he might be able to sneak on in the smoke, providing him some cover.
I'm not saying it's doable, but there is maybe a small slither of a chance, especially as that defusel's coming through the full 10 seconds. No kit with it, but Calyx isn't going to peek. He's hoping and praying it's a fake, but he's just found out firsthand it won't be. However, I was going to say, if he doesn't get a push from Woody, he would have been able to hold on to that Tech 9 and the Kevlar, and that could have at least maybe squeaked out a hero AK or two. With that bomb plant, it's not enough to get them a full purchase, but they have some options in terms of half buying or even fully investing here. So they're going to buy down to like $1,000 on a couple of players, and this gives them Mach 10, some Tech 9s, a decent healthy dosage of weaponry.
Yeah, could be another upper pop coming in. For MIBR though, it's going to be yet another round with the weapons they had from the prior one. Again, they didn't lose a single player, so the MP9 still very much in play. The smoke's going to be deployed towards outside, but it's all a ruse, Vince. It's all a ruse. It's going to try and keep a couple of the players' attention focused towards outside, while the remaining members slowly creep back towards the lobby. Once again, it's going to be the hit towards the upper bomb site, and timing is everything. Turtle's going to smoke off the entrance of Squeak. Molotov's raiding in. Now they know it's going to be an upper hit once more. They come charging up through the flames. Emor, like a firewalker, finding one. He's on the site, but still alive. Never mind. Yota will strike.
Woxic and Calyx have their work cut out for them, and now it's down to Tech 9, and that's not going to bode very well. MIBR, get it done, and only lose one player in the process. But that was the appetizer. Now comes the main course. They have to deal with a fully bought up Eternal Fire. The only player that may be dishing a little bit less into this round is Antares, who had 3.7k, which is just enough for the AK-47 and some Kevlar. So he's lacking a bit of utility. The rest of the team, though, is very healthy indeed. This is a bonus round, though. 2 MP9s, money brimming to the full, except for exit. If MIBR can pick this round up and get it done convincingly, not only can they pick up the weapons from the corpse of Eternal Fire, but they'll be on a fast track to a vast lead. And they've got the first pick as well. Yoda comes out swinging. He's definitely turned it up on this second half. He's already up to 14 frags. And now Xfloud in the hut was thinking about maybe going for a peek, but thought better of that. Eternal Fire on the back foot one more time. And they don't really have any real estate either, Blair. It's not like they've got any outside control. They haven't got down into ramp yet. They are literally stuck around T-spawn, only just starting to emerge outside, and they have a couple players in lobby.
Yota's position here is pointed out because they have no eyes. Oh, it's all about timing. Calyx, though, aware of the possibility. Yota. Somehow Calyx has managed to sneak his way in, but it still needs to cross on over. Smokes will be deployed now by Eternal Fire. 48 seconds still on the clock. A lot of time to work with here. And right now, it's going to come down to Yoda to find information. You can see the smoke. It's really not going to obscure his vision. Now he knows where one player is, but the remaining members slowly creeping on up. Still, this MP9 in hands of Turtle up close and personal could completely ruin Eternal Fire's day.
They could. Just shy of 30 seconds. Turtle, this is tailor-made for these kind of angles, especially when time is dwindling away. The Calyx gets one. It will only be one. There's some damage to Xfloud, but more importantly, Zentares bolsters up the aggression. And that battering ram has now found its target onto the A site. Cello maneuvers his way into hut. May get an exit frag. There's one. Needs Yota to strike hard. Is waiting for Yota to have a bit of impact, that he's coming in from the main side. Zentares is relocated. Perfect cross-set placement, but Cello removes him. Instantly takes his head off. And now Xfloud is stuck with his back quite literally to the wall, and 2 players pushing him down. MIBR and their bonus have survived with 2 players. And there's the screams we were looking for. The passion is back.
The war cry. What a round from Cello, Vince. What a round. Firstly, he's able to somehow find the perfect time to sneak into HUD, gets the first kill. Zentares, as you pointed out, that crosser placement was absolute perfection. And we're talking about Zentares. And Cello's just completely deletes him, shift deletes him from the server. What a round. Because firstly, MIBR get the opening pick. Eternal Fire, they really have nothing to work with. They go for that upper execute, and they win all the duels. They do whatever they needed to do to get the bomb plant. They have the man advantage, and MIBR, they just say, yeah, no, not happening. We're still going to win the round. That is so huge for the Brazilians. 10-9 now. It was 9-6 as we enter the second half, and MIBR have strung 4 in a row together. Now for Eternal Fire, though, they have the loss bonus, max loss bonus, plus they get the bomb down. So they will still have a bye, but they are yet to get around. And that is going to be weighing heavily on the shoulders over here. They have all the utility to work with right now. Once again, we're going to be setting up for the outside smoke. It's going to be one player. That is Calyx making his way towards outside. And once more, it's going to come down to Yota. He's going to be defending here. It's going to smoke off the entrance of Secret. I like that. It's a little bit of a cheeky one-way afforded for him to try and spot someone, try and find someone crossing over from red. But also looking at the smoke, if you're Eternal Fire, you are aware, you're cognizant of the fact that that smoke is for this very purpose.
Oh, precisely. And we've seen the smoke down a couple of times already, but not really have any impact as of yet. A lot of damage to Zantares, could count himself lucky. Yota is going to draw out a HE, a Molotov, just to deal with his position. And they're having full focus over on Secret. They have smoked off main, now making moves in. Woody does even more damage. They're limping towards the outside now. 2 players so low in the form of Calyx and Zantares, and he can scratch Zantares, and he can scratch Calyx as he puts 2 more notches on his belt. But Cello has found himself X-Floud. Woody continues to go from strength to strength. He's picked up yet another one. He's on for the ace.
Emor, though, they're going to be grouping up with Woxic. They really need to regroup real quickly. 41 seconds, a bit of a wide off angle here being held by Yota. It's going to time the peak to perfection, and unfortunately, Woxic too far behind to trade. And what Woody started, it looks like Yota is going to finish this one off. And look at Yota immediately evacuating the premises. It's not going to give even an opportunity for Woxic to try and find a duel. For Woxic, flashbang, AK-47, 100 HP, but no time. He's got the bomb at 15 seconds. He's just going to have to just sit in the ramp room, just simmer. And MIBR, they have locked this one down. I want to point your attention to the money of MIBR. Yota, 7,000. Cellos, sure he died, 10K, 11K. Exit Turtle and the final member as well, all around the $4,000, $5,000 mark, and that is with the weaponry they already possess. They are not just starting to string these rounds together, Vince, they're starting to string them together convincingly. They're building up the economy, and they're really building up this base where they can try and just close this one out. Still a number of rounds to go. Still the lead, just a couple. But the fact that Eternal Fire have not been able to crack this defense thus far in the second half is starting to be worrying if you're a Turkish fan.
And MIBR go up in flames in the best possible way, but Woxic not losing any health. Entries onto the CT King, Yota, who's onto 16 frags, but he will be adding no more to that mark. Turtle, though, the audacity. Moves over the corpse of his teammate to push through and gets the rewards, and Taurus goes down. He sees no more players, so it stands to reason either it's a fast ramp pit or it's outside. And they're already making moves outside. They know exactly what's coming up. Look how fast MIBR rotated and reacted to this threat. Spraying through the smoke, Turtle picks up another one. Bit of damage inflicted to X-Cloud and Woxic. An exit is here. He is laid in wait, anticipating that this play comes to fruition. Oh, one headshot in, and Turtle down the fence. That is a masterclass from MIBR on how to find information, but more importantly, how to react to it.
That was, I think, the best round we've seen from MIBR thus far. That was played to perfection. And even at the end, when they drop on down, just a commitment to holding onto that angle, Turtle dropping in from vents, just shutting it down. Turtle has been incredible. Absolutely incredible this entire game. And not just the T side, mind you, on the CD side as well. He was a guy kind of leading the charge initially when MIB were able to scrap a couple of rounds here and there together. Again, got to bear still in mind, though, that was kind of like the half-buy coming in from Eternal Fire, but Woody, he just spraying down Emor through the fire and flames. Zantares is going to drop on down, but he's going to be caught limping, and he will be taken down. That's a bomb dropped as well, Vince. They have the upper bomb side, but the bomb's lower, and Exit is still looking to farm these frags. X-Cloud left alone in a 1 versus 5. With 1 minute and 22 seconds on the clock, MIBR have come alive. They are on fire, and they're looking to close this one out.
Their unbeaten CT fortress continues. to pick up the pace. After this round, assuming that xFloud doesn't clutch a 1 versus 5.
Can happen.
It can. Stranger things have happened. Would effectively be like the royal flush of Counter-Strike though. And instead he just had a pair. Unfortunately, that will not beat MIBR this time around. That is 7 rounds in a row on their CT side. Money accruing nicely. Fantastic reactions when it comes to rotations. They seem to always be a step ahead of their Turkish counterparts. It just seems to me as well, in that previous round, a bit of desperation crept in, Blair. We saw a couple players vent dive, a couple players pushing outside.
Yep.
The ideas were there, but they were disjointed.
They were absolutely disjointed. And that was also because of how disruptive MIBR are being over here.
True,
Eternal Fire, right? They're trying the best, trying to get out towards upper bomb site. And then Xantares, he just sneaks his way through, and he's like, all right, I finally made it on 4 points of health through the flames, but gets absolutely destroyed. The bomb is down, and then even then, it's still a 3v5, still a chance for them to get a couple of kills and recover it, but then Exit just shuts it down from the CT vent. Total 26 and 12. And MIBR have thus far been flawless on the CD side. 7 back-to-back-to-back-to-back-to-back. And Eternal Fire yet to find one.
What's also really scary here is in 7 rounds, they've only got 2 plants.
Yeah.
So it's not even like it's been close rounds. Most of them have been pretty lopsided. MIBR now getting outside quickly behind the red container.
No.
A play we haven't seen yet. Jonah with 2 through the smoke. That is just a kick straight to the plums of Eternal Fire, who are trying to get some kind of momentum outside, and it completely stops and repels the push. It's only Calyx that's limped downstairs.
And that information as well as one towards outside. Sorry, one towards Secret. It's Calyx and a Molotov being a dead giveaway. And of course, xFloud getting the kill on towards Yota. So MIBR being proactive finds Woxic. That should be the tell, actually. I think they should have the information. Looking at where Woxic was present. Firstly, that was an unnecessary peek, in my opinion, from Turtle, but he's feeling it. And now they know where the final 2 players are. One was towards outside, one was towards lower. And although at A4, A1 has been picked up by xFloud, and although he's got the bomb, this is going to require a gargantuan, a Herculean effort from him. He's all the way towards upper, towards the lobby. He snaked his way back. And Calyx is making a little bit of noise to try and keep the attention of MIBR towards the lower bomb side. But Exit, he times the peak to perfection. And MIBR round 14 coming up in the next few seconds.
Yeah, the other problem is that Calyx faked the squeaky doors downstairs, but Cello was just sat there watching it. He's like, yep, I just saw him fake it, guys.
Yep.
You're not fooling me at all. So they just stayed in position. Although Calyx looks like he may be able to retrieve and take out an AK-47 from the round, the fact of the matter is that's just not good enough anymore. You've got to start winning rounds. You have yet to pick up a single T round on Nuke. This is going to be 8 unanswered rounds. The curse continues on Eternal Fire. And that AK is not even guaranteed. And it will be taken away and stripped away from MIBR. Turtle moves on to 28 kills.
A little fortunate that Calyx died right before the time expired, so he will get the bonus money. So once again, yeah, you hit the nail right on the head, Vince, with a sledgehammer. Yeah, you'll have the money, you'll have the weaponry, you don't have the rounds. MIBR have put on a masterclass of a CD side here. Yota, this is the first time he's been this aggressive towards the outside area, finding a couple, Turtle catching Woxic as well off guard. And they're starting to feel so almost nigh immortal at times, right? Even though when having such massive player advantages, they're just walking in at will, getting kills, and they're like, guys, we're just better right now. We're just feeling better. And that knife's much better than the one I have.
Yeah, that's worth a pretty penny. I think there's quite a lot of expensive
That's
knives.
also nicer than the one I have.
Is that a Ruby M9? Yeah, that's no joke.
No, is that a Ruby? No, that's a Crimson Web.
Oh, is it a Crimson Web?
That's a Crimson Web.
Oh, my boomer eyes. That's still expensive, mind you, especially depending on the float of it.
I got a Boreal Forest gut knife.
I got a butterfly black laminate, mate.
All right. Stop flexing on me, Vince.
Flex. Get flexed.
I got flexed out there. But Machine did lend me his knife, which is a really nice skeleton one, case hardened. Anyway, we'll get back to knives later on. Yota, once again playing aggressive. Calyx, he doesn't spot him. The smoke obscures his vision, and they're going to walk on past.
Oh, no.
Oh, this could be absolutely brutal. Woxic, he still checks. Woxic checks.
But Woody, though, he's called it. Woody knows this. They could line up for him. This could be multiple kills, but they go 1 for 1.
Woxic's that one guy who clears every single angle, no matter even his teammates have walked on past. That saved Eternal Fire from disaster. That potentially might have saved them from MIBR getting the map and match point in this very round. But still, We've seen MIBR, even when it comes to these man disadvantageous positions, somehow come out on top. And we can see now Turtle slowly making his way. He's been seen. Woxic saw him. Couple of bullets in his direction, down to 60 HP as the remaining members slowly inched away up to an upper bomb site with a crossfire. It's lying in wait, Vince, but exit will fall. Marcello replies back with a trade, but it's all down to Turtle and he gets nothing done. Finally, Eternal Fire, they break the streak. They find one. The question is, can they find more? Because I still can't believe, unless, I mean, this just feels like a flash in the pan, considering how convincing the MIBR rounds have been on the CD side.
Yeah, as we said before, that was by the thinnest of margins. If Woxic doesn't check his angle, 2 or 3 people die. Woody nearly had a triple spray down, and then Turtle tanked someone down to like 8 HP. They had multiple duels that went slightly against them. So well played, Eternal Fire. You got yourself on the board. You stopped the flames on MIBR. But now you have to douse your own. It can't be a one and done. If it's a one and done, this could be the map. This could be your tournament life on the line. Antwerp Major maybe coming to an abrupt end for the Turkish team if they can't convert from this point and they find themselves 2 players behind. They've got utility, they've got firepower, but they don't have all 5 members. And they haven't really got any part of control on the map either. They do spot a brief glimpse of Cello. Molly down onto elbow will allow them safe passage, at least into ramp. But that's only one small moving part of the bigger picture, the machinery that they've been getting caught in time and time again. Has been wielded by the Brazilians. And now Cello downstairs is just basically waiting an off angle. He's waiting to call for the rest of his team to rotate.
There's still an opportunity here for Eternal Fire. We had the flank coming in the form of Calyx. They're just waiting patiently, and Yoda's getting a little overeager. The timing on that peak, the Yoda able to find X-Flout, but at least he's able to get a kill before he falls. And now Calyx, there we go. That was a flank. 3v2 right now. Molotov going to be lobbed in. Turtle's feet's been spotted by Calyx. They can get the bomb down here. And there we go, bomb getting planted. Woxic and Calyx, they need this clutch, Vince.
This is everything. Eternal Fire may not get a better chance to bring themselves out of the fire and back into the fight. Calyx has the angle for Turtle, but Turtle's been so good today, it may not be good enough. Calyx gets caught in 2 mines, goes back in again, 1-4 on trade. There's still enough time on the clock here for Exit to get back in and clutch this round out. Flash will proceed the peak, and he does have a smoke, and he also has a kit as well. But he has no idea where Woxic currently resides, and he's took too long. Woxic, even if he misses the shot, should still be good to stop this. Trades out to the M4, full defusal comes in, and there we have it. Woxic and Eternal Fire live to fight another day by the skin of their teeth.
Great calling, great round from the side of Eternal Fire there. Even though they were man down, Vince, they waited patiently. And the fact that MIBR were kind of turtled up on the upper bomb site, they had no eyes. They gave up ramp, which is fair enough. You have 2 players playing towards the lower bomb site, but that allows Calyx to cross all the way from outside from Yard, come in from Secret, and then even though MIBR aggressed back towards ramp, they weren't expecting the timing from Calyx. A small little hole in that defense from the side of MIBR, despite being the man advantage, and Eternal Fire are able to exploit it. A much needed round. That looked like it was done, and it came down to the final dying seconds of the round as well. Somehow sticking the bomb. And by the way, if Woxic hadn't switched over to the M4A1, if he had his pistol out, for example, that could have gone the way of MIBR there. But Eternal Fire, the flame sputtering, but not quite snuffed out yet. 14-11. Signs of life. And MIBR, they still have money. They still have money for days. Turtle. So all they bought up, still have $3,900 to work with. He can probably drop a weapon in the direction of Exit. Woody can buy for himself. Woody can buy for a couple of players as well. So money is not a problem right now for MIBR, but they're also cognizant of the fact that, Vince, the lead they have is tenuous. 3 rounds can easily dissipate. And if Eternal Fire are able to win the following round, break the economy, all of a sudden, it will be, or potentially could be, Eternal Fire tying things up. A tactical timeout getting called here by Eternal Fire. That's the final one, Vince. That's the final time they have a time to kind of take a breather, talk to the coach, get a little bit of input, and figure out how they want to play the final few rounds here of what could be the final map, their final map in their run here at the Antwerp Major.
Everything currently on the line for these 2 teams. MIBR at least have the cushion of having won the first map. They have that in their back pocket. That can't be stripped away from them. It can't be taken away. Eternal Fire have yet to secure their own. That clutch, that ability to plant the bomb and have the clarity and chaos from Woxic to clutch out could get them back in this. It's a tentative lead from MIBR, but still a lead nonetheless. And Eternal Fire, lest you forget, have been very poor and very unsuccessful on their T-half. They would have to get more rounds in the upcoming 3 or 4 than they've picked up in the entirety of the half so far. And with a small gap in the smoke, Woxic is looking to exploit this and expunge the presence of Cello on ramp. But Cello, intelligently, will not be peeking it.
Cello completely messed up a couple of his nades there, but at least he doesn't get punished for it. They're going to be going for the boost. They haven't gone for this at all. This entire half. Woody needs to be careful. He's going to be caught out of position. Xantares will find him. Are they going to clear him? Yes, they will. And Cello, good for just one. Xantares with a 1-2 wombo combo. And that's the lower bomb site. Open for business. Yota quickly making a little bit of haste, though. He's found himself right behind the double doors. As Xantares, 3K for him. He's taking matters into his own hands.
That's the bomb. The bomb's been spilled down, though. And someone's going to have to go and replenish that and pick it up. Retrieve the bomb, get that onto the side. Spray is good from Exit. Suddenly this becomes very doable from MIBR's perspective. Exit's position may be compromised, but Calyx has been battered and bruised in his exchange. Molly towards Shadow, Flash is there to counteract. It's still going to be tagging Woxic down, who misses his shot, gets punished for it, and now Exit can clutch this. One bullet will seal the deal, and Exit is able to clutch it out and give MIBR 4 match points.
Clutch is his middle name, and the number of times Exit has bailed MIBR from what seems like a seemingly unwinnable round. I've lost track. The guy is just, he seems to be born for the clutch, Vince. And this was after Xantares pulled off some phenomenal fragging. But Exit playing this one to perfection. And unfortunate for Calyx, even though he goes for the duel, he was so very low after winning the duel early on. 4 map and match points for MIBR to go 2-2, and for Eternal Fire, look what they have to work with, Vince. 2 Deagles, I was about to say, but now it's down to 1. Tech 9 left, a Mac 10, the Galil, 1 by 1, they start to fall, the dreams start to dissipate into the ether, and MIBR 3 rounds away from making it to trying to somehow close this one out, and Yota fittingly might be the one to finish it off.
It's Cello that puts the final nail in the coffin, and Xantares is the final to fall. The Turkish team has been eliminated from the Antwerp Major, and MIBR go 2-2. But as we discussed before, Blair, it's celebrations right now, but there are some very good teams in that 2-2 bracket that they still could be playing against.
It's not over yet. It is absolutely not over yet. You say the teams, I'll name you the teams. ForZe, Astralis, Liquid, Imperial. Imagine an Imperial MIBR matchup, for example. I don't know exactly how it's going to pan out. Obviously, I'm not exactly a very smart individual, but yeah, MIBR a deserved win, especially, you know, Nuke, I always felt was going to go the way of MIBR, but unfortunately for the side of Woxic and his men, commiserations, Vertigo, it really needed to go their way, and they were mounting that comeback with the first half. A couple more rounds, if they were able to get a few more rounds in that first half, potentially, maybe, they could have seen them taking Vertigo. Maybe we could have seen Dust 2 coming up to play here, but MIBR, they will be the ones to win. You might be yelling in the server, you might be yelling after you win a round, but at the end of the day, at the end of the game, it's always GG. You love to see it. Fist bumps all around. Nothing but respect. Turtle, absolutely phenomenal performance. I'm not sure if he finally dropped 30 bomb at the end over there, but he did have 29 kills at the end of that final round. But MIBR, a deserved win coming in from the Brazilians, and they're showing why. Slowly but surely, they're trying to show why they are deserving of that legacied, storied name.
Well, we're going to find out soon, I'm pretty sure, about Turtle's fragging, so I wouldn't be surprised if he pops up as the MVP of Nuke. That's how prolific he was here on this map. As you can see, the highlights, how we got to this point, and you say, yeah, the respect at the end shown from both teams towards each other. They know how devastating it is to lose in a tournament.
MIBR survive yet one more day. They make it through to the crucial last chance deciding matchup tomorrow. But unfortunately for Eternal Fire, that is the end of the line here for them at Antwerp. They unfortunately are eliminated. It's sad to see that they couldn't deliver just a little bit more in this MIBR matchup, but valiant effort nonetheless.
Yeah, but good to see MIBR playing well.
Yeah.
They're winning in quite a convincing fashion, 16-13, 16-11. Look at the scoreboard as well. You can see all the players from MIBR had a great honor in this game. They all chimed in, played a good game of Counter-Strike. We were lucky enough to watch the later stages of Nuke, and it looked like they were in control from pretty much start to finish, especially coming over to the CT side. So yeah, for sure for Eternal Fire, unlucky for them. Didn't really have the quality to go any further. I think them qualifying for the major stage right here was impressive in itself. Whereas for MIBR, I think they stand a decent chance of actually going into the Legend stage.
Yeah, I wouldn't really want to see Eternal Fire change too much yet. I think the switching of IGLs from Xantaras to Woxic made things a little bit awkward for their journey. But I think that there's undeniable skill on the roster, and I think that in terms of all, like, in all honesty, I think that their structure is just building. It's still in motion. I saw some nice signs in terms of the strategies they wanted to employ. It's just that they aren't really past those first steps in building out their playbook yet.
Anything that kind of stood out to you? I know we only got to sort of see the latter stages of that Nuke matchup in that best of 3, but anything that stood out to you as kind of flares of hope for MIBR going into tomorrow?
I liked how Woody was actually able to find a couple multi-frags in that one. I've been kind of hard on Woody overall as a player. I actually, he leaves a lot to be desired in terms of his opping, but if he can rifle and find multi-frags and juggle some pretty difficult positions, that's a great sign for MIBR, because I actually think that their rifle core is very strong.
Yeah, I agree. Cello didn't, at least according to the stats, play a good game right here. On Nuke, he wasn't that dominant either. And if MIBR can win against Eternal Fire with no problems without Cello, who I consider to be the best and strongest rifler, not playing well, as you said, a lot left to be desired in a way. And I think that's the case for MIBR. It's a team that slowly but surely is getting better every single time we see them play a tournament.
Well, I'm very intrigued to see what they're going to be delivering tomorrow. Of course, we can take a look at all of the results that went down on day 3 here of the PGL Antwerp Major. Of course, there's some hearts fulfilled, a lot of hearts broken. However, unfortunately, IHC, Complexity, and then, of course, Eternal Fire, they are eliminated from the Major. Any surprises today, gentlemen?
What's going on with Astralis?
Yeah, that's the big one for me too, Pimp. I think the loss on Ancient and in the fashion that they lost it was the biggest shocker in terms of single map result and series result of the evening.
Yeah, I don't want to take anything away from Spirit. I think they were by far the better team, as you said, especially the fashion they won on Ancient. They demolished Astralis. I was a little bit disappointed. I thought Astralis came into this tournament looking somewhat solid, and I don't think they're playing poor Counter-Strike or bad Counter-Strike, but today they get outclassed by Spirit, who is a team, together with ForZe, that are really making some waves within this stage of the Major.
Yeah, I'm very intrigued to see what ForZe are going to be delivering tomorrow as well as we head into those games, because you know that we didn't really know exactly what they were going to be saying coming into this stage of the Major, but yeah, some really good flares there. Of course, we can see exactly how the standings are laying out as we have those eliminated teams, unfortunately, on the right side of the table tomorrow. 3 more will join them, and then 3 more will join that qualification spot as well.
Yeah, I think that in terms of the teams eliminated, nobody's maybe too shocked by any of those teams. I'm sure a couple people predicted some of those to make it through, but it's kind of like fringe teams. And for Eternal Fire, for example, to go out 1-3, I expected them to be contesting in that 2-2 slot at least for tomorrow's, but all in all, I think there's still just a lot for them to develop.
I agree. I think so far, as we said a couple of times, the 2 big surprises to me at least have been the way Spirit and ForZe has played.
Yeah.
I think both of them are coming in and playing some really solid Counter-Strike. Today, for the first time, we saw ForZe struggle a little bit in the sense that it felt like the nerves got to them in that Outsiders game on the third deciding map, and that's something they have to figure out for tomorrow if they want to qualify. But, in terms of the raw quality we're seeing on the server, the synergy in between the players and the way they're setting themselves up, I think those 2 teams have been the ones that have impressed me the most.
Liquid as well, we didn't get to see them over here on the A stream, but they do live to fight another day. I bet our resident NA expert
I think Shock's performing well is the biggest shocker in that series. I wanted to see a little bit more from OC. I felt like he had a couple moments where he could have delivered, but on the other side, when he's not delivering, I guess it's the silver lining is that probably means someone from Complexity is doing well. Like Floppy had a very good series overall, had some nice clutches in that one, and with the Complexity lineup, I think that there are things that need to change with it, and I really think that there's going to be some changes, Pip.
Yeah, it wasn't a disaster roster for Complexity, but as I said before, it was a bit uninspiring, right? It didn't feel like they, at no point in this tournament did they play Counter-Strike at a level where I thought to myself, okay, if you do this every single game, there's a chance for you to qualify. It was always a bit on their heels. It was always, a little bit hold back, and I wasn't really impressed at any point by Complexity. So I agree with you. There's still some elements within that lineup that is definitely worth to explore for the future, but in terms of this 5-man roster, I think, something has to change.
Do you see that as kind of maybe the restart of Liquid's run? Do you see them having the potential to maybe make it to that Legend stage?
Liquid can do it. Liquid can definitely do it. I think that in a BO3 format, they've proven already that they're just better than in those BO1s. They had some uncharacteristic losses in the BO1s. Even in the RMR, they lost to 0-0 Nation. The only win I think 0-0 Nation got in the entire RMRs was in a BO1 Dust 2 game versus Liquid. So it just feels like Liquid are vulnerable in these particular maps that'll come back to bite them against the best teams out there in the world for sure. But in terms of BO3s, they've been looking decent in my eyes.
I agree. Everyone tomorrow should fear facing Liquid. You have a guy like Nafly warming up. Has had a rough tournament so far. Looked better today. Elise as well had a couple of good maps today. Shock's playing well all of a sudden, right? There's all of a sudden some positives you can drag out of Team Liquid, and there's this experience and this aura around this team that, of course, they should be part of the Legend stage. Now, we don't know the matchups for tomorrow just yet, but, there's Astralis, there's Liquid, there's ForZe, there's some strong teams down there.
Yeah, we'll be finding out very shortly what those specific matchups are. I do just want to touch on Imperial IHG again, another game that was going on the B stream, of course, elimination game. Unfortunately for IHG, not able to push this one over the line. Did come maybe closer than we would have anticipated, though.
IHC is the first Asian team I might have seen in years that I want to see them stay in Europe. We've had a couple ones like Lin Vision and Tai Lu look kind of good in glimpses, but just foundationally, the way that IHC play the game makes me hopeful for how they can develop. Because if they get more experience under their belt, I actually think that they're already playing with the bones of a style that is very strong, very sturdy, and has reason to get a lot better.
Although I agree, I would like them to stay out of Europe because we have had an experience with them on FaceIt where we played them, and it wasn't a nice scenario, right? They were straight up owning us. There's some sick individuals and a lot of talent. Sure. So in order for my FaceIt players, I would like them to stay out of Europe. But I agree, it's a team that is, they're exciting, right? They have some interesting elements to it, but the only way they get better is if they get to play some good teams on a regular basis. So yeah, maybe stay in Europe, but stay off FaceIt.
I mean, Imperial, not at Legends quite yet, but Fallen getting ever closer to that dream of make it to Legend stage once again.
I think this is scaring Pimp a little bit. I don't think Pimp thought that Imperial would be going this far.
I mean, if FNX win the major, I think I promised the internet that I wouldn't tweet for an entire year, which I still, to this day, there's absolutely no way FNX is going to win that major. But we're in a scenario. We're in a scenario right now where Imperial could surprise us, I guess, by making it to the next stage. And I think it would be, for the fans out there, for the story of these players, and also when you look at it, from a Counter-Strike perspective, it's impressive. Like a lot of those players haven't played on the top level for a very long time. Fallen is supposed to come in and be the experienced guy, but we saw him in Liquid fall off a cliff as well in terms of his individual skill, yet they still remain competitive. I must admit, I tip my hat. I'm impressed by the way Imperial is playing, but I still think they're going to struggle to make it to the next stage, and even if they were, I will have them as one of my candidates to go 0-3 in my pickings. Let's put it that way.
One last thought before we do jump into tomorrow's matchups. Obviously, BNE versus ENCE. We touched upon it earlier. Of course, that was the game that was rounding out the A-stream side of things. ENCE making it through. BNE got that last chance going through tomorrow. Question is, Maui, I mean, I guess it depends who they're going to be playing, what kind of caliber of opponent, but do you see overall them having that potential to be pulling over the line as the underdogs?
It's so matchup dependent, Freya, and I don't want to just give a cop-out answer, but I think that basically every single team playing BNE needs to just worry about some of the maps that are in their wheelhouse. I mean, the Infernos, Dust 2, Mirage. I would be fearful to see that in a series against BNE because you don't know what kind of explosive plays they have in store for you. But when it comes to some of the maps that are a little bit more tactical in nature that we usually associate with that, like Overpass, actually they don't play that. So I guess Nuke, for example, those ones I feel like they're incredibly vulnerable on. So if you're playing BNE tomorrow, you better have a good map pool because you can actually secure almost a free map on it.
That's what I'm thinking, right? I think that's where you win the game against BNE. If you have a strong map pool, you're already, by paper, at least least up 1-0, and that should be enough for you to be the favorites. No matter who BNE is facing tomorrow, I'm having a hard time seeing them being the favorites, but I will say it is one of those underdog stories that it feels like, to me, I've said it a couple of times, they just wanted more than everyone else, right? So if they go up against a team like Astralis in a game like that, we have seen Astralis struggle. During the qualifier, the RMR, they played Heat, they lost the first map, they were down 14-11 on Ancient the second map, and they had to win a force bar at that point to avoid even not going here, right? So I'm not going to count out BNE yet, but as you said, matchup dependent.
Whereas some teams, I do worry about their mentality going into a series because of maybe extenuating circumstances. BNE is just one I have no worries about at all, because they're just going to be fired up and ready to go.
And I just want to make the point as well. I've been in this scenario before where you play this all or nothing game. You win, you qualify for the next stage, you lose, you're out of the major. These games are their own, right? They live their own life. You can look at paper, you can look at stats, you can say that this team is supposed to be better, or this guy is supposed to be better, but it's a complete different game. I remember playing Sponge, Vox Imminor in one of those games, and I think we ended up beating them. At the time, though, we were massive, massive favorites, right? And we were way better than his team, to be completely honest. But it was still a very close game, and it was a game they could have won with a little bit more finesse. We were so nervous, we were so uncomfortable, and we knew that being the favorites, we could only lose, right? Winning would be just doing what was supposed to be done. Losing would have been an absolute disaster. So don't take away that factor into the game. There's so much at stake.
Yeah, for sure. We can take a look at the schedule. It's on the cards tomorrow, the final day of the Challenger stage. We do have those matchups confirmed. It's going to be Astralis taking on Team Liquid. Oh, I am so excited for that one. BNE versus ForZe. BNE versus MOBR, rather, and then ForZe taking on Imperial. Matt, we were discussing this earlier. It changes to like 2018. That Astralis Liquid matchup has a whole different
cool
meaning
4 years
to
ago,
it.
huh?
But I'm still really excited to see them take on each other, because, it's such two really experienced teams. Only one of them making it through to that Legend stage, though. I'm sure some people are crying in their pick'ems right now as well.
Glaive has just had Alicia's and Naf's number for so long now that you have to worry if you're a Liquid fan here. But I will say that Liquid's form recently, you can't be too sure of yourself if you're Astralis either. That is definitely the marquee matchup. People are going to want to wake up early for Astralis Liquid because, man, like to see one of those orgs not make it to the next stage, I think a lot of people had them both going through.
That is a banger of a matchup. Honestly speaking, Liquid only getting better game by game. And as I said before, Astralis, they haven't played a bad tournament. They just haven't been up to par, right? They still have Blame F, who's one of the highest rated players in the entire tournament, showing up. So there's so much quality on the server. Blame F, Nafly, Glaive for that matter, Leash. Some of those players won't make it to the next stage.
Yeah.
I also do note right here, BNE, MIBR, we talked about it. Do they have a chance of qualifying with that specific matchup?
Yeah.
I'm calling it a 50-50 right here. There's a great chance that MIBR will make it, but there's also a great chance for BNE to make the surprise and actually go into the next stage.
Yeah, I think right now, on paper, I just slightly favor MIBR. They have the map pool, but BNE is just, they're just learning every time they play. They seem to be getting better every time they review their VODs and demos, so I'm not too sure about that one. Last one, ForZe Imperial. There's a chance that Fallen makes it to the next stage.
Yeah.
Like who'd have thought that? Who'd have really thought that?
Really? I feel the only way they make it is if ForZe, decide to not play.
But ForZe looks so nervous. They look so nervous today.
True.
If the pressure keeps mounting for a team like ForZe, the only way Imperial wins is based off of experience and keeping their nerve, I think, because I think they are the worst team, but it's just that when Zorte just started pulling out the bomb with 8 seconds left and just bunny hopping and messing up in that moment, I thought, oh man, it can all fall apart for ForZe here.
It's one of those cases where ForZe's worst enemy tomorrow is not going to be Imperial, it's going to be themselves. Right?
Exactly.
Honestly speaking, what we've seen from ForZe so far in this tournament, the quality of the Counter-Strike they play is at a very high level, whereas it feels like Imperial is kind of limping through the tournament so far. So I agree with you. It's the experience against the youngsters, but if they can somehow, manage to control their nerves, I could even see a 2-0 for ForZe there.
I need Jerry to be a captain beyond just a leader. Okay. I need him to calm everybody down because I know he can keep his nerve, but everybody else in the server has to do it too.
It's going to be a good game, huh?
Yeah, I'm so excited to be delving into tomorrow. Of course, that is the last chance for any of these teams to be making it through to that Legends stage. We'll be back same time, same place tomorrow with 3 more best of 3s to round out the Challenger stage here in Antwerp. Good night.